You are the only terrestrial deity who survived the battle of the gods, yet you willingly secluded yourself in the ancient forest for 100,000 years. When you descended from the mountain, the little green snake you once raised had transformed into the ancestor of the dragon clan. The small sapling you planted had become the guardian deity of the sacred land. And even the little girl you sheltered by your side had become the invincible empress of the era. Just because you had long since become a deity, although you possessed endless longevity, you could never face the infinite calamities of the heavens and earth. Even though you had many techniques and divine artifacts left by the gods, you still felt unsettled in your heart. Therefore, you made up your mind to break through the restrictions of the heavenly gods in seclusion until you could easily control the calamities of the heavens and earth. Only then did you satisfactorily walk out of this sacred forest where you had stayed for 100,000 years. At the edge of the sacred forest are endless mountains, among which there are fierce beasts in the realm of gods and even true gods. You look at the vast mountains in front of you, take a big step, and disappear among the vast peaks in the blink of an eye. Just as you are about to leave the 10,000 mountains, you suddenly see a boy fighting a low-level fierce beast. Although the boy is using swordsmanship, his level of swordsmanship is really pitiful, and his swordsmanship is clearly incomplete. With many moves practiced in a half-hearted manner, the boy becomes alert when he sees you approaching. But you don't mind and just softly ask, "Little brother, who did you learn this Asura swordsmanship from?" Asura swordsmanship? The boy shakes his head at the mention of it. This is the great demon swordsmanship, not some Asura swordsmanship. With that, the boy ignores you and hurriedly runs towards the mountains. After a moment of thought, you follow suit. Before long, they saw a small village. When Lu Xiaoyu returned home, he saw his father, Lu Peng, practicing swordsmanship in the yard. However, just as he leaped into the air to display his sword moves, he suddenly fell from the sky with a pale face. "Dad, are you okay?" Lu Xiaoyu asked anxiously. Lu Peng was about to shake his head to indicate that he was fine when he suddenly saw a young man standing outside. "Who are you? Are you a disciple of the Qianma sect?" "Qianma sect? I don't know." You shook your head in denial, but Lu Peng still raised his sword and lunged towards you, seemingly trying to test your identity. However, just as he was about to stab in front of you, an invisible force shook him back repeatedly. Lu Peng was shocked to see this. He was a master at the Golden Core realm, yet the other party had not moved an inch and still managed to shake him back. At that moment, you flicked your finger forward, and 9 streams of fiery red energy flew out, instantly rushing into Lu Peng's chest. Lu Peng felt a shock in his heart and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of black blood. "Dad!" Lu Xiaoyu saw you suddenly attacking his father and immediately raised the long sword in his hand to stab at you. "Xiaoyu, stop!" At this moment, Lu Peng looked at you with a shocked expression on his face. "Resurrection 9 Yang Finger? Is the young master from the Medicine King Hall?" Resurrection 9 Yang Finger is the supreme skill of the Medicine King Hall. Only a few people in the Medicine King Hall can perform it. Lu Xiaoyu was also surprised when he heard that you were from the Medicine King Hall, because the reputation of the Medicine King Hall in the Divine Martial Continent is too great. "I am not from the Medicine King Hall." You immediately shook your head in denial, because what you are using is not the Resurrection 9 Yang Finger, but the Endless Reincarnation Finger, which is the supreme skill of the ancient Medicine God Valley. As for the Medicine King Hall, you are hearing about it for the first time. Now, guide my finger force to operate the true element. Upon hearing this, Lu Peng immediately guided the finger force and tried to operate the true element. Wherever it went, the qi and blood flowed smoothly without obstruction, feeling incredibly comfortable all over. For the past 3 years, he had been eager to achieve success in practicing the Asura sword qi, which ultimately led to damage to his meridians and constant chest pain. Now, all these feelings have miraculously disappeared. Lu Peng stood up, excitedly bowed in gratitude, thanking the young master for saving him, saying it was just a small effort. You waved your hand casually, and I have a close relationship with you as a senior of the Shura sect. Who is the current sect master of the Shura sect? When Lu Peng heard this, his face changed and he sighed. "I won't hide it from you. A few years ago, the Shura sect was already destroyed by the Qianma sect. For these years, I have been hiding with Xiaoyu in Tibet to escape the pursuit of the Qianma sect. I just thought you were sent by the Qianma sect." Hearing this, you were also surprised because the Shura sect was originally one of the super sects in ancient times. After learning the details about the Shura sect, you couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that in the ancient battle of the gods, the sect master of the Shura sect and many ancestors fell, and the Shura sect declined from then on. Later, due to interests, the Shura sect had conflicts with the neighboring Qianma sect. Originally, the strengths of both sides were evenly matched, but 3 years ago, the Qianma sect suddenly had mysterious experts to help, and the sect master and elders of the Shura sect were all slaughtered. In the end, You thought for a moment and took out the Shura swordsmanship from the storage bag. Liu Peng was puzzled, took a look and was shocked. It turned out to be the Azura sword technique, and this Azura sword technique was actually complete. The complete Azura sword technique had long been lost. How did the young man in front of him obtain it? However, despite his doubts, he wisely did not ask further. Liu Peng accepted the Azura sword technique, bowed to Yu, and said, "Young master first saved me, and now bestowed upon me such an extraordinary sword technique. In the future, if there are any orders, Liu Peng will not hesitate to go through fire and water." Lu Yiping smiled at his words. During his long years in the sacred forest, there had been dozens of passers-by who had stayed with him for some days, and each of them had sworn by the heavenly Tao to say these similar words when they left. Among them, the weakest one was more than 10,000 times stronger than Liu Peng. Therefore, he didn't take Liu Peng's words of going to the fire to heart. As for the great swordsmanship, well, not quite. The next 3 days, the father and daughter, Liu Peng and Lu Xiaoyu, forgot to sleep and eat, practicing the cultivation of the Luo sword technique. Lu Yiping watched from the sidelines and didn't say anything to point out. Among the two, Lu Xiaoyu was born with a Dian sword body, and his talent is much better than Liu Peng. However, Liu Peng's sword heart is tough, and his comprehension of the sword path is not bad. The two of them had been down for 3 days, and the Shura sword technique had already been cultivated to the 10th move. This day, Liu Peng came in front of Lu Yiping, hesitated for a moment, and said, "My lord, in a few days, it will be the Lei Ke Sword Sect's triennial day of accepting disciples, and I would like to let Xiaoyu go to participate in the examination. If Xiaoyu can join the Lei Ke Sword Sect, there will be a Lei Ke Sword Sect shelter, and there will be no need to follow me in hiding, to escape from the Thousand Devil Sect's pursuit. We intend to leave for the Lei Ke Sword Sect tomorrow." "What do you mean?" Lei Ke Sword Sect was the #1 sect in the Wuji Imperial Dynasty. If Lu Xiaoyu could join it, he would naturally not be afraid of the Thousand Demons Sect's pursuit. In fact, before Lu Yiping appeared, they had this plan. Lei Ke Sword Sect? Lu Yiping sniffed and read. He remembered that several eras ago, a little guy named Yang Dong had stayed in his sacred forest, saying that he was from the Lei Ke Sword Sect. "Good. I'll go with you to the Lei Ke Sword Sect as well," Lu Yiping said, taking a look at that little guy Yang Dong in the meantime. Chapter 3, The Dragon-Horned Golden Bull. Liu Peng was overjoyed to hear that Lu Yiping was traveling with them to the Lei Ke Sword Sect and immediately packed up his things with his daughter Lu Xiaoyu. The next day, the three left the village. "My lord, this time we are traveling to Lei Ke Sword Sect. It's a long way. Why don't we go to the city in front of us and buy a carriage?" Liu Peng asked Lu Yiping for his opinion. They were now at the southernmost tip of the Divine Martial Continent, while the Lei Ke Sword Sect was at the northernmost tip of the Divine Martial Continent. "Buy a carriage?" Lu Yiping shook his head. "No need, I have it." After saying this, he took out the chariot from back then within the Qinkuan tripod. Liu Peng, Lu Xiaoyu both looked at the golden chariot in front of them and couldn't help but stare. "The chariot in front of me. The body is all yellow and thumping. Seems to be built with gold?" Instead, it was a cow that pulled the cart. A bull that was also covered in gold and gold. "This cow is golden even with its hair and horns. My lord, we are going to take this ox cart?" Liu Peng's face was numb. Lu Yiping knew what was in the minds of the two men, and smiled blandly. "You must not underestimate this ox cart. This ox is a fei, and as for the body, it is not gold, but a rare type of gold and iron." "Fei?" Liu Peng. Two people looked at the cow in front of the whole body golden hair. "Fei is right, but also Fei special point. Get in the car." Lu Yiping didn't explain much. This bull, called the Dragon-Horned Golden Bull, which he had found in the Dragon Clan's Holy Land back then, was the offspring of the ancestor of the Dragon Clan and the Thunder Ancestor, and it had inherited the bloodline of the ancestor of the Dragon Clan's 9-clawed Golden Dragon and the Thunder Ancestor's Thunder Punishment bloodline. Between heaven and earth, there was only such a fei that possessed the 9-clawed Golden Dragon bloodline and the Thunder Punishment bloodline. If you look closely, you'll see that the pair of bull horns resemble dragon horns. As for the material used to cast the chariot body, it was also indeed a rare divine iron called golden flame brass. Back then, the sitting car cast by the lord of the demon race was cast with this golden flame brass. Liu Peng and Lu Xiaoyu followed Lu Yiping to the car. "Little gold, there's no need to go too fast," Lu Yiping said to the dragon-horned golden bull. "Okay, master." The dragon-horned golden bull nodded. The two Liu Pengs were surprised. Generally speaking, only demonic beasts that had reached the Jindan realm could open their mouths and spit out human sounds. This golden ox, a Jindan realm demonic beast? Gongzi is a beast royalist? Liu Peng couldn't help but ask. Lu Yiping laughed. "Sort of. I've learned a little bit of medical skills. Imperial beasts." During his long years in the sacred forest, whether it was qin, chess, calligraphy and painting, or medicine, imperial beast art, alchemy, array formation, all aspects of it he had hunted. His favorite, however, was alchemy and formations. Lu Peng heard Lu Yiping say that he had learned a little bit of medical skills. Imperial beasts, secretly nodded. No wonder. Even though the dragon-horned golden bull had slowed down, it was still close to the Lei Kei sword sect after several days. Along the way, several people were walking through the barren mountainous land, only occasionally entering the city to stay for a moment, so nothing happened on the way. My lord, the falling snow city is just ahead. Lu Peng pointed at the city in front, only to see a large city standing on the plains ahead, with snow drifting in the sky above the city. Falling Snow City, a famous city in the divine martial continent. Over the city, snow drifts all year round. So beautiful. Lu Xiaoyu sighed as he looked from afar. Looking at Falling Snow City, Lu Yiping couldn't help but think of some of the things that happened back then. The years had changed, and he didn't expect Falling Snow City to still be there. By now it was slowly getting dark. Let's go into the city, Lu Yiping said. Rest for the night and go over to the Lei Kei sword sect tomorrow. Lei Kei sword sect is not far away. At most half a day can arrive, but also not in a hurry to rush. Okay, Your Excellency. Lu Peng answered yes. Although Lu Yiping appeared to be completely devoid of a trace of inner strength and had a mortal body, after a few days of getting along, Lu Peng unconsciously took Lu Yiping as his main focus. So, a few people came over towards Falling Snow City. Falling Snow City, the streets are neat and tidy, pedestrians are like shuttles, and it is not as cold as a few people imagined. Lu Xiaoyu raised his head, only to see the snow falling from the heights, and when it reached the ground, the snowflakes seeped into the ground and disappeared, and the street floor was not the least bit slippery. Seeing his daughter's surprised look, Lu Peng laughed. Rumor has it that in the ancient times, a supreme power had set up a snow-gathering array high above this falling snow city, and a snow-transforming array under the ground. That's why snow falls in Snowfall City all year round. But after the snow landed in Falling Snow City, it disappeared without a trace. Lu Xiaoyu looked at the high altitude in surprise. There are still people who can set up great formations at high altitude. After so many years, these two great formations are still in operation? Lu Peng nodded his head. The height of that supreme power's formations is beyond our imagination. Even Lord Chen Xingyan came here to study this snow-gathering formation and snow-transforming formation for decades without success. Chen Xingyan was the strongest formation master in the divine martial continent today. It was also one of the strongest few people in the divine martial continent. Even Lord Chen Xingyang studied it to no avail. Lu Xiaoyu was surprised. I wonder who that supreme power is. That one is unknown. Lu Peng shook his head. No one knows. Lu Yiping's face was as normal as ever. Of course he knew who had set up the snow-gathering formation and snow-transforming formation. The three traveled slowly through the streets in an ox cart. The golden chariots and the golden oxen attracted a lot of frequent stares. I've heard that this time the Thunder K Sword sect is accepting disciples, and even Prince Xiao Changfeng of the Xiao family has come to take the test. Not only Xiao Changfeng, I've heard that Duke Zhengyu of the Zhang clan is also going to worship the Thunder K Sword sect. Even Princess Tian of our imperial dynasty is here. Some of the sect family disciples who were traveling to and from the area discussed. The day of the Lei Kei Sword sect's acceptance of disciples was approaching, so there were quite a few family experts, disciples, from all over in Falling Snow City. Xiao Changfeng, Princess Tian. Lu Peng listened to the comments of the passing disciples in surprise. It's that Xiao Changfeng, son of the Xiao family, who is known as the young god? Lu Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes also shifted. It should be. Lu Peng nodded, looking excited. I didn't expect that even Prince Xiao Changfeng would come to participate in this Thunder K Sword sect examination. The title of young god? Lu Yiping was puzzled. Lu Peng was stunned. Your Excellency doesn't know about this Xiao Changfeng? Then he explained. Prince Xiao Changfeng was born with the Great Thousand Divine Body, and I heard that he is only 17 years old now, and he is already in the 10th realm of the Avatar, and he is amazingly perceptive. Any divine ability, once you learn it, some people say that he will definitely become a god in the future. So there is the name of Junior Martial God, or Shaoshin for short. Great Thousand God Body? Lu Yiping secretly shook his head. A Great Thousand God Body also dared to call himself a Junior Martial God. The Great Thousand Divine Bodies were just ordinary superior divine bodies, and in the ancient times, it wasn't uncommon to see dual-born superior divine bodies or even dual-born top divine bodies. Above the God Body, there was the Holy Body, and above the Holy Body, there was the Tao Body. As for Duke Zhengyu, Lu Peng was about to say, when suddenly, a crowd stirred in the distance. It's Prince Zhengyu, Duke Zhengyu and Princess Tian. Lu Peng. Lu Xiaoyu was surprised, only to see in the distance a large fleet of cars coming this way. In the center of the caravan, surrounded by many experts, a man and a woman were particularly conspicuous. The man wore a white robe and rode a white tiger mount. The woman wore a robe of purple phoenix and rode a dragon horse. Chapter 4, Back to Basics? Prince Zhengyu, Princess Tian. Lu Xiaoyu was surprised. In the Wuji imperial dynasty, Zhengyu of the Zheng family, Princess Tian, the two men's fame, but it was not inferior at all to Xiao Changfeng, who had just been called the young god. In the nervousness of Lu Peng and Lu Xiaoyu, the caravan approached this way. Looking at the constantly approaching Wuji imperial dynasty guards and Zheng family experts, Lu Peng, Lu Xiaoyu held their breath and lowered their heads, not daring to breathe a single breath. Not to mention them, even if their cultivation sect master was still around, facing the Wuji dynasty and an existence like the Zheng family, they wouldn't dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. Princess Tian and young Hyuk rode along on their beasts, talking and laughing, and when they passed the ox cart, Princess Tian was stunned. How can anyone build a carriage out of gold, and pulled by oxen? The cow, surprisingly, was also golden. Seeing the pair of horns of the golden calf, she couldn't help but wonder. Zhengyu noticed Princess Tian's expression and laughed. Does your highness like this golden ox? If you like it, I'll have someone buy it. Princess Tian shook her head and laughed. It's not that I like it. I just think that this golden ox is just strange, and that pair of horns, it's somewhat like a dragon's horns. Zhengyu laughed. There are many strange beasts in the world. That pair of cow horns, they do look like dragon horns. However, they are just like that. Then he glanced at Lu Yiping and laughed. A mortal body? I don't know which small family it is that used gold to cast an ox cart. Princess Tian pursed her lips. For some small clans, gold was a rarity, but for the family clans that made it to the top, gold was mundane. The convoy finally left. Lu Peng and all the surrounding clan experts breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yiping suddenly spoke. Who is the lord of the divine martial continent now? Lu Peng was stunned, then said with a fervent, worshipful look, it's Lord Wan Wuxie. Wan Wuxie? Lu Yiping was stunned. From the Wan family? He recalled a little girl who had entered the sacred forest before Yangdong, and that little girl was surnamed Wan. Do you know Wan Beibei? Lu Yiping asked casually. Lu Peng was puzzled, and then when he thought that Lu Yiping might be talking about that supreme being, his face changed wildly, but just as he was about to open his mouth, all of a sudden, two people came out of the crowd beside him. Lu Peng's face changed when he saw the visitor, his eyes hateful. Sun Li, elder of the Thousand Devils sect. The cold poison palm he received was thanks to this Sun Li. Sun Li hemmed and hawed. Lu Peng, I didn't think you were still alive. Life is still quite long. Then look to Lu Xiaoyu, your daughter, all grown so big, quite watery. After saying that, he and another elder of the Thousand Devils sect walked towards Lu Yiping's trio, and at the same time, his body's aura was completely released. Only a heavy golden light surged from Sun Li's body. Fourth level of Jindan. Beside him, an expert exclaimed in shock. The Hong Yuan realms, from low to high, were Foundation, Innate, Avatar, Jindan, and Purple Mansion. The fourth level of the Jindan realm was definitely an expert for some small clans. Lu Peng's face was shocked. 3 years ago, this Sun Li was only at the second level of Jindan. And now, he had actually broken through to the fourth level of Jindan. And although his poisonous injuries had been completely dispelled, but, due to the poisonous injuries in these 3 years, his realm had been stopped at the first level of Jindan 3 years ago. Feeling behind Sun Li's body Jindan fourfold breath, Zhengyu, who had already walked away, Princess Tian couldn't help but feel strange in her heart, stopping and turning her head to look over. My lord, you must go. At this moment, Lu Peng said sharply to Lu Yiping. Go, Sun Li hemmed and hawed. You think you guys can walk? Leaping up, the large sword in his hand slashed out, only to see the blade's awnings bursting out, a shocking black cold air whistling out. It's the Xian Di Cold Strength, the Thousand Devil Sect's great avatar. Lu Peng was shocked. Back then, he was hit by this Sun Li's Xian Di Cold Power Palm, deeply aware of the terror of the Xian Di Cold Palm. As for Sun Li, who had broken through the fourth level of Jindan, his Xian Di Cold Strength was undoubtedly even more terrifying than it had been back then. Just as Lu Peng chopped his way to the front of the chariot, all of a sudden, everyone heard a heaven-shaking bull roar. The bull's roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. The crowd was just deafening. Accompanied by the sound of a bull roaring, a lurid golden wave of chi swept out and covered the sky. Sun Li was horrified and was instantly submerged by the golden airwaves. In an instant, he only felt that he was hit by a terrifyingly huge force. The large sword in his hand turned into pieces. As for himself, he was like a kite with broken strings, shooting out backwards and smashing into the Taiji Imperial Dynasty's convoy that had already gone far away. The ground rumbled and the convoy was in disarray. Sun Li rolled under Zhengyu. Princess Tion's two sitting beasts, and his whole body's robes burst apart, lying horizontally there, completely motionless. Lu Peng, Zheng Yu, Princess Tion and the surrounding family disciples were dumbfounded as they looked at Sun Li's corpse. Everyone stared at the dragon-horned golden bull in fear. The sound of the bull roaring just now was sent by the dragon-horned golden bull. A bull's roar had directly shocked to death a Jindan 4th level expert. The other Thousand Demon Sect elder who was with Sun Li saw Sun Li's corpse, but his eyes were even more terrified and his face was pale and bloodless. He turned around with a huff and tried to escape. However, that Thousand Devil Sect elder was about to flee when he suddenly realized that the heavens and earth were brightening up. Hohan turned his head to look, only to see that behind him, a terrifying golden air wave instantly blasted its way to him. Then he lost consciousness, only to see that Thousand Devil Sect elder being blasted by the golden airwave. He directly exploded into plasma, shooting all over the surrounding ground. The heavens and the earth are silent. No one could see exactly how the dragon-horned golden bull struck just now. Go! Lu Yiping blandly said, not looking at Sun Li's two corpses either. The dragon-horned golden bull lifted its feet and slowly walked forward. The crowd watched the chariot leave with complex faces. Princess Tion looked at the departing chariot, her heart shaken, and asked one of her Purple Mansion Realm 4th level henchmen, "What do you think? What kind of breed is this bull?" That Imperial Dynasty expert was a beast royalty expert. Looking at the departing dragon-horned golden ox, he said in astonishment, "When this ox struck just now, there was a fluctuation of dragon power. It should be possessing a dragon bloodline, but a cow with dragon blood? He had never heard of it before." Then he said, "As for this cow's strength, I cannot see through it." Princess Tion nodded her head. Zheng Yu, an expert of the Zheng clan's Zifu realm, had a somewhat dry throat as he said, "He appeared in Falling Snow City. He couldn't have come to take the Thunder K Sword Sect's disciple examination as well, right? That golden bull strength. I can't see through it, but this young man, he's definitely mortal." That Imperial Dynasty's Violet Mansion 4th level expert said with certainty. Zheng Yu mocked. Maybe his luck is against the heavens and he really passed the examination. The Lei K Sword Sect didn't look at cultivation when recruiting disciples, as long as they passed the test it set. Therefore, every time the Lei K Sword Sect recruited disciples, there were mortals like Lu Yiping who came to participate in the examination with a lucky heart. However, the Lei K Sword Sect's examination was not so easy to pass. Over the years, there had never been any mortal who could successfully pass the Lei K Sword Sect's disciple recruitment examination. Was it really just a mortal? Princess Tion's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at the direction Lu Yiping had left. Chapter 5, No One Can Pull Up. After leaving, the three of them, Lu Yiping, went to the largest restaurant in Falling Snow City, the Golden Phoenix restaurant, to stay for the night. The next day, before continuing the journey, Lu Yiping sat on the chariot, holding a pot of falling snow wine, took a sip and shook his head. This falling snow wine, is the more you drink the more tasteless it is? With that flavor back then, it is far from the same. Do you know who the Lei K Sword Sect's oldest ancestor is now? Lu Yiping asked Lu Peng. Lu Peng hurriedly replied, "It's Lord Yang Chang." Lord Yang Chang is not only the #1 expert of the Thunder K Sword Sect, but also one of the 4 great experts of our Wuji Imperial Dynasty. However, Lord Yang Chang hasn't appeared in the world for many years, but recently there have been rumors that Lord Yang Chang's disciple, Lord Chen Hong, intends to take in shut-in disciples. So, that was why Xiao Changfeng, Princess Tion, Zheng Yu, and the others came in droves? "Where's Yang Dong?" Lu Yiping suddenly asked. Yang Dong? Lu Peng looked shocked. "Your Excellency is asking about the Yang Dong sword god?" On the divine martial continent, there were only 3 people who could be honored as sword gods for 100,000 years. Yang Dong sword god? Lu Yiping was surprised, then nodded his head. Lu Peng took a deep breath of air and said, "Sword god Yang Dong has been missing for 40 to 50,000 years. Missing?" Lu Yiping frowned. Lu Peng nodded. The disappearance of the Yang Dong sword god is a mystery of the divine martial continent. However, Lord Yang Chang should know the whereabouts of the Yang Dong sword god. Lord Yang Chang is the son of sword god Yang Dong. Yang Dong's son? Lu Yiping mused. Yang Dong has been missing for 40,000 to 50,000 years? In other words, less than 10,000 years after he left the sacred forest back then. He disappeared? Half a day later, the chariot arrived at the foot of the Lei K Sword Sect's mountain. The Lei K Sword Sect was already crowded. At a glance, the disciples from all the great clans who had come to participate in the enrollment test almost filled the mountain peak. "My lord, let's go over and register for the examination first," Lu Peng said respectfully to Lu Yiping. "Well, go ahead. I'll just walk around too," Lu Yiping said. Thus, Lu Peng led his daughter Lu Xiaoyu away and headed to the registration location to enroll his daughter in the Lei Ke Sword Sect disciple examination. And Lu Yiping put the golden bull chariot into the Qian Koan tripod and walked with faith. Lu Yiping had just taken a few steps when he heard the crowd commotion, which turned out to be Princess Tian of the Wuji imperial dynasty and Zhang Yu of the Zheng family arriving. Surrounded by the crowd, Princess Tian was about to go up the mountain when she suddenly saw a blue-shirt figure and was stunned that it was him. Third uncle, it's that young man, Princess Tian said to a middle-aged man beside her. Tai Hongtao followed Princess Taiyun's eyes as her gaze fell on Lu Yiping, and was surprised. Is that the young man from the golden bull chariot that you spoke of yesterday? Yes, third uncle, you have the pupils of the blue eyes. Can you see if there is anything special about that young man? Princess Tian said. Tai Hongtao's eyes surged with turquoise light, and under the light of his turquoise eyes, Lu Yiping's entire body meridians, Dan Tian, qi and blood, and bones appeared one by one. Quickly, he withdrew his eyes and shook his head. Indeed, he is a mortal body. He is immortal. Princess Tian sniffed with disappointment. After going back yesterday, she had always felt that this blue-shirt young man was permeated with mystery and was not simple, but she did not expect that he was really immortal. Her third uncle's blue-eyed pupil was one of the ancient divine eyes that could see through the essence of everything. So naturally, it would not be false. Seeing Princess Tian paying so much attention to Lu Yiping, Zheng Yu laughed softly. I told you a long time ago that he's just immortal, and you just don't believe me. Then he snorted and laughed. It seems that he is really here to test the disciples of the Lei Ke Sword Sect. Afterwards, the Lei Ke Sword Sect's elders came out and welcomed Tai Hongtao, Princess Taiyan and their party into the examination hall. Lu Yiping, on the other hand, walked faithfully to a sword wall, only to see that above the sword wall, there were countless sword moves engraved, and before the sword wall, there were countless family experts standing around, and these experts, all of them, were comprehending the sword moves of the sword wall. Your Excellency. At this time, Lu Peng, who had led his daughter Lu Xiaoyu to finish enrollment, came over to Lu Yiping, and when he saw Lu Yiping looking at the sword wall, he said, this is the sword wall left behind by Lord Yangdong's sword god back then. Back then, Lord Yangdong's sword god said that the sword wall is available for people who love swords to comprehend in the world. So whether it's a disciple of the Lei Ke Sword Sect or any other family, the clan disciples can comprehend it. The sword wall has a total of 999 sword moves. However, over the years, there are only a handful of people who have been able to comprehend 100 paths. While Lu Peng was explaining, Lu Yiping's gaze fell on a large sword stuck next to the sword wall. The large sword was 2 men tall and had a very wide blade, several times the size of an ordinary longsword's blade. This is the red flame sword of sword god Yangdong. It has been inserted here in the sword wall for tens of thousands of years. No matter who can pull up the red flame sword, this red flame sword will be whoever owns it. Lu Peng shook his head. However, after so many years, no one has been able to pull it up. Not even Lord Yang Cheng can pull it up. The red flame sword? Lu Yiping looked at the familiar red flame sword in front of him, and was about to go up and pull it up when he saw a tall 16 or 17-year-old boy walk over. And behind the youth, followed by a large group of experts, young god Xiao Changfeng. The crowd of family experts were shocked to see the taller teenager, and there was an intense commotion. Mr. Xiao Changfeng, greetings, young god. All the experts in front of the sword wall rushed forward to greet them. Xiao Changfeng smiled at the crowd and nodded. The previous year, I came here to draw the red flame sword and was unable to do so. This year I have gained an understanding of the sword Dao and would like to come back to draw it again. I haven't disturbed you all, have I? Xiao Changfeng said to the crowd. No. The experts hurriedly shook their heads. An expert laughed. Last time, Mr. Xiao Changfeng almost pulled out the red flame sword. This time, Mr. Xiao came with confidence. I think Mr. Xiao will be able to pull out the red flame sword. In fact, last time, Xiao Changfeng had only pulled out an inch, 100,000 miles away from what this master called almost pulling it out. Xiao Changfeng smiled as he listened to the words of this expert's horse's ass before he came in front of the red flame sword. His entire body's aura was released and a divine light burst out from his body. It's the Great Thousand God Body, the crowd exclaimed. Xiao Changfeng pushed the Great Thousand Divine Body bloodline to the extreme and took in a deep breath of air. His robes were windless and a shocking sword aura filled the air from his body. The surrounding family experts, those with weaker strength, were all shocked then retreated. Xiao Changfeng suddenly shouted in a deep voice, sounding like explosive thunder, and his hands violently gripped the hilt of the red flame sword before pulling it upwards. At that moment, the red flame sword flashed with light. Xiao Changfeng's entire body blazed with divine light, and the red flame sword, finally, slowly moved. Soon, an inch was pulled out. Xiao Changfeng once again shouted and pulled upwards with all his might. Finally, The red flame sword once again slowly rose upwards and was once again pulled up by an inch. But next, no matter how much Xiao Changfeng urged the great thousand divine bodies and how much the sword chi shot out violently, he was never able to pull it up again. Chapter 6, The Earth Shakes. Being stared at by everyone, Xiao Changfeng made another effort for a while and finally only gave up. The red flame sword fell back into place. Xiao Changfeng laughed to himself. It seems that with my posture, I won't be able to pull out this red flame sword. Only a person with an invincible stance can draw the red flame sword, and a red flame sword worthy of sword god Senior Yang Dong. The expert just now laughed. Last time, Mr. Xiao Changfeng pulled out 1 inch. This year, he pulled out 2 inches, and in a few years, he will be able to pull it out. If Lord Xiao Changfeng, with his divine body stature, is unable to pull out this red flame sword, it is even more unlikely that anyone else, in this world, will be able to do so. The group of experts who had followed Xiao Changfeng earlier also spoke up, saying all sorts of things. Xiao Changfeng smiled broadly and humbled himself before cupping his fists. Passing by, I've disturbed you all. Turning around, he left with a group of experts. Only when Xiao Changfeng walked away did Lu Yiping walk towards the red flame sword and arrived in front of it. The group of family experts who remained in place to continue to comprehend the sword wall were stunned when they saw that Xiao Changfeng had just walked away and a young man in a blue shirt walked towards the red flame sword. A mortal body with a mortal posture? What does this young man want? He wouldn't also want to follow the example of Prince Xiao Changfeng and want to draw this red flame sword, right? A family expert laughed softly. A mortal with a mortal body and mortal posture would even want to presume to pull this red flame sword. The clan expert who had just patted Xiao Changfeng on the back laughed. Where is this insouciant oddball from? Later on, if he touches the red flame sword, I'm afraid he'll have to be blown away by the red flame sword's sword chi, by 100,000 and 80,000 miles. The crowd burst out laughing. Xiao Changfeng had already walked away, but when he heard the commotion behind him, he looked over and saw that a mortal young man was going to follow his example of pulling out this red flame sword, so he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. In this world, there were really all kinds of strange people. A mortal even dared to covet the red flame sword. Lu Peng saw that Lu Yiping was going to pull out the red flame sword. He opened his mouth and tried to persuade, but at that moment, he saw Lu Yiping holding the hilt of the red flame sword and then pulling it up from the ground. When the red flame sword was pulled out by Lu Yiping and completely detached from the ground, an astonishing pillar of flaming swords shot up into the sky, and the light of the flaming swords illuminated the entire Lei Ke sword sect. The countless peaks of the Lei Ke sword sect's mountain gate were all irradiated with red by this flaming sword light. The earth shook so violently that it seemed like a super earthquake had occurred. The sword body erupted with a shocking sword chi that filled the heavens and earth. A lurid sword chi suddenly shot out, and the family expert who had just said that Lu Yiping would be blown away by the red flame sword's sword chi for 100,000 miles was instantly silhouetted by this sword chi. Apart from Lu Peng, Xiao Changfeng and the others, all of them were bombarded by the red flame sword's sword energy and retreated again and again, and some of them were knocked down by the people in front of them, and there was a big chaos around. The moment Lu Yiping drew the red flame sword, Princess Tian, Zheng Yu of the Zhang family, and others who had originally entered the examination hall to conduct the examination all felt the terrifying sword chi that filled the sky and the earth, and saw the fiery red sword light that illuminated the sky and the earth. What happened? Princess Tian was shocked. Soon, an inner disciple of the Lei Ke sword sect was seen rushing in and reporting excitedly to the elders in the hall. Elders, it's the red flame sword. Someone has pulled out old ancestor Yang Dong's red flame sword. What? The red flame sword, it's been pulled out. Princess Tian and Zhang Yu and the crowd of elders in the hall were shocked. Quickly go to the sword wall, a group of elders from the Lei Ke sword sect said excitedly. And at that moment, all of them excitedly came over towards the sword wall. Zhang Yu said, I wonder which sword Dao demonic genius has drawn the red flame sword. Princess Tian said, let's follow over at speed as well. We need to befriend such characters. The Wuji imperial dynasty, and the Zhang clan's group of experts also poured out, rushing towards the sword wall, and within the Lei Ke sword sect's ancestral land. The Lei Ke sword sect's patriarch Song Ning was reporting the matter of the sword demon's coming challenge to Yang Chang, Chen Hong, and the Lei Ke sword sect's group of old ancestors, when he suddenly sensed the astonishing sword chi that swept through the heavens and earth. Then, the ground shook. Song Ning's face changed. Could it be that the sword demon is here? Back then, the sword demon Shilai had lost to their old ancestor Yang Dong and fled away, not expecting that after many years, the sword demon Shilai would reappear. And in the morning, the Lei Ke sword sect had received a challenge from the sword demon Shilai. Since he couldn't see the fiery red sword light outside within the ancestral ground, Song Ning assumed that the sword demon had arrived. Yang Cheng's eyes flashed as he felt the amazing sword chi that filled the sky and earth. No, this is not sword demon's sword chi. You guys come out with me and take a look. Immediately, and Chen Hong, Song Ning, and the others all surged out of the ancestral land. When the crowd poured out of the ancestral land, they saw the fiery red sword light that reflected the heaven and earth. It is the sword light of the red flame sword. Does it? Chen Hong, Song Ning, and the others were shocked, just as Yang Chang and the others were shocked. All of a sudden, they then saw a sword sheath that rose up from the Lei Ke sword sect's ancestral hall and then flew towards the sword wall. Chen Hong, Song Ning, and the others recognized that it was precisely the scabbard of the red flame sword that was offered for payment within the ancestral hall. The red flame sword scabbard was offered for payment in the ancestral hall and had not moved for so many years. But now, it was flying out of the ancestral hall. Even Yang Chang could not hide his excitement at this moment as he excitedly said, "It's someone who pulled out the red flame sword, his father's red flame sword." Someone had finally pulled it out. "Master, we'll go over to the sword wall now and see who pulled out the red flame sword." Chen Hong was equally excited. Yang Chang nodded. "Good, bring him to meet me at the ancestral ground. I want to personally meet this sword Dao genius." Chen Hong, Song Ning, and the others saluted, then transformed into a sword light and came over towards the sword wall. At this moment, the sword wall, the red flame sword scabbard flew out from the ancestral hall, then transformed into a fiery red stream of light and arrived in front of the Lu Yiping plain. The red flame sword was automatically inserted into its scabbard. The sword chi that filled the sky and earth slowly dissipated, and the fiery red sword light in the sky gradually faded away. Xiao Changfeng and the others, who were blown down by the sword chi in place, finally stopped rolling. Only then did Xiao Changfeng and the others rise up from the ground in a sorry state, all of them staring at the red flame sword on Lu Yiping's hand with unbelievable faces. The red flame sword, surprisingly, was actually pulled out by this blue-shirted young man in front of him. The key was that this young man was immortal. There wasn't a single bit of internal energy in his entire body, and there wasn't a single bit of true essence. Xiao Changfeng looked at Lu Yiping and frowned. He couldn't figure out. He was born with a great thousand divine body and couldn't even pull out this red flame sword. How did this young man with a mortal body pull up this red flame sword? Many experts at the scene looked at the red flame sword with blazing eyes, which was the sword of Yang Dong's sword god back then. To say that they were not moved would be a lie. However, in full view of everyone and within the Lei Ke sword sect, no one dared to make a move to grab it for a moment. Right at this moment, suddenly, a family elder in the crowd violently stormed up and grabbed at the red flame sword in Lu Yiping's hand. Someone, finally, still couldn't resist. The main idea of this article, invincibility, pretentiousness. I hope you like it. Chapter 7, Are You That Chen Hong? As this family elder grabbed at Lu Yiping, a shocking aura swept over his body, causing all the surrounding family experts to be greatly alarmed. Life-taking realm, a family head exclaimed. The one who struck out was clearly an elder of the Shao family at the life-snatching realm. Above the Jindan is the Purple Mansion, and above the Purple Mansion is the life-snatching realm. A life-taking realm expert was enough to suppress a party. Life-snatching realm, meaning to take life from the heavens. Lifespan greatly increased. Once breaking through the life-snatching realm, one can break through the 1,000-year lifespan limit. Some of the life-taking realm experts, not to mention being 70 years old, were actually old monsters who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. Seeing this, Lu Peng was about to step forward to desperately block each other. But at this moment, suddenly, the red flame sword's red flame light shot out violently, and everyone heard a sky-shaking lion roar at this instant, only to see a huge, full-bodied flaming fire lion fly out from within the red flame sword, and the huge lion's claws instantly plunged into the chest of the Chao family's life-snatching realm elder. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to react. When the crowd reacted, they saw the Chao family elder fall from a high altitude. There was a ping. The ground, splattered with a little sand and dust. It's the artifact spirit, the red flame sword artifact spirit, the ancient beast red flame lion. A family ancestor looked at the fire lion high in the sky and shouted in shock. Hearing that family ancestor exclaim in shock, the crowd then remembered the relevant legends about the red flame sword. Legend has it that the red flame sword seals the soul of an extremely powerful ancient beast, the red flame lion. However, Lu Yiping was just a mortal with a mortal body, without a trace of true essence. How did he summon the soul of the red flame lion, the spirit of this red flame sword artifact? As the crowd was in disbelief, Xiao Changfeng rushed towards the fallen Shao family elder and said in a shocked voice, "Uncle Yuan." It was just that when the Shao family's crowd came to that Shao family elder, they only saw that the amazing red flame was madly destroying the vitality of that Shao family elder's entire body. That Shao family elder's breath was gone. Seeing this, Xiao Changfeng's eyes surged with murderous intent as he turned his head to stare at Lu Yiping. "You dare to kill my Shao family elder?" The Shao family was the strongest of the several great families in the Wuji imperial dynasty. Shao family's old ancestor Shao Dong and the Wuji imperial dynasty's old ancestor Tai Wuji. Lei Ke Sword Sect's old ancestor Yang Cheng, also poisonous shadow sect's master by Lu, but also the Wuji imperial dynasty's 4 great masters. It hasn't happened in how many years? An elder of the life-snatching realm being killed was not a trivial matter, even for the Shao family. Lu Yiping, however, said blandly, "So what if you kill it? So what if you kill it?" The voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. The surrounding experts were stunned, their faces strange. This young man, how dare he talk to Shao Changfeng like this? Do you really think that with a red flame sword, you dare to take on the Shao family? Although the red flame sword red flame lion soul is powerful, in the end, it is only a divine soul, and its strength is limited. Dying Shao Changfeng's face turned cold, and he was about to let the Shao family's crowd strike, when suddenly, he saw a large group of experts flying in the distance, and it was the group of elders from the Lei Ke Sword sect who had rushed here first. Not far behind the Lei Ke Sword sect's elders were Princess Tian, Zheng Yu, and the others who had followed them. Princess Tian, Zheng Yu and the others saw Lu Yiping holding the red flame sword from afar. Surprisingly, it's him? Princess Tian's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. The sword Dao genius who pulled the red flame sword out was this blue-shirted young man? Tai Hongtao was also all stunned and greatly surprised. He had looked at this young man with the pupil of his blue eyes, and the other party was indeed a mortal body with no true essence at all. This young man with no true essence and a mortal body had drawn the red flame sword. Zheng Yu stared at the red flame sword in Lu Yiping's hand, but his face sank. The arriving elders and disciples of the Lei Ke Sword sect were also greatly surprised and looked at each other when they saw Lu Yiping holding the red flame sword. "Did you pull out the red flame sword?" A Lei Ke Sword sect elder couldn't help but look at Lu Yiping skeptically. Lu Yiping also didn't respond to that Thunder Ke Sword sect elder. At this time, the artifact spirit red flame lion came in front of Lu Yiping and prostrated itself, its eyes full of fear, then respectfully bowed. The crowd was staggered. What's going on? Even if this young man had drawn the red flame sword, there was no need for the artifact spirit red flame lion to treat him with such respect, right? Lu Yiping looked at the red flame lion that was respectfully prostrate in front of him and smiled bashfully. "You little fellow, after so many years of absence, you still haven't changed at all." Patting the red flame lion's head, then with a thought in his heart, he took the red flame lion back into the red flame sword. That Lei Ke Sword sect elder who had originally opened his mouth to doubt Lu Yiping was also dumbfounded. Regarding the red flame sword spirit red flame lion, they have also heard some legends, which said that this spirit red flame lion has an extremely violent temperament, and this time, in front of this young man, how did he become as docile? And surprisingly, he allowed the young man to pat his head. Listening to this young man, he seems to know the red flame lion, but how is it possible? The red flame lion is sealed in the red flame sword for tens of thousands of years without appearing. How can this mortal young man recognize? At this time, a dozen of amazing sword lights broke through the sky from the sky. Feeling the amazing aura of the arrivals, the crowd was all shocked, and at a glance, many of the family ancestors were startled. "Yes, it's Chen Hong, Senior Chen Hong." A family ancestor ate his voice, and all the experts on the scene all rushed to welcome them. Even Princess Tian and the others were no exception. The person who came was none other than Chen Hong. Behind Chen Hong was a group of Lei Ke Sword sect's old ancestors and Lei Ke Sword sect patriarch Song Ning. "Greetings, seniors Chen Hong, sect master Song Ning." Before Chen Hong, Song Ning and the others arrived, Princess Tian, Shao Changfeng, Zheng Yu and the crowd of experts shouted loudly from afar. The younger generation of family disciples even fell to their knees. Chen Hong was a young Cheng disciple of extremely high seniority, and was the senior uncle of Lei Ke Sword sect patriarch Song Ning. "All rise." Chen Hong let the crowd rise and scanned the scene, his eyes landing on Lu Yiping. Like the previous Lei Ke Sword sect elders, both Chen Hong, Song Ning, and the others were stunned on the spot when they saw Lu Yiping, who was holding the red flame sword. Chen Hong's eyes looked inquiringly at the group of elders from the Lei Ke Sword sect. A Lei Ke Sword sect elder stepped forward and carefully said, "Old ancestor, the red flame sword was precisely drawn by this male." Chen Hong was greatly disappointed in his heart when he received certainty. The outside world discussed that he wanted to collect his closed disciple. In fact, he did have this mind in recent days, originally on the road. He also thought to test this sword Dao genius who pulled out the red flame sword, and then collected as his closed disciple. But now, he was completely out of it. "Little fellow, since you were the one who drew the red flame sword, then follow me to see my master." Chen Hong calmed himself and said to Lu Yiping. Hearing Chen Hong address himself as a little fellow, Lu Yiping blandly said, "You are that Chen Hong?" All of the experts on the scene had their faces changed drastically when they heard Lu Yiping call out Chen Hong's name. "I got a text message about the contract in the morning. I'll send it in the mail later." Chapter 8, No One Lives. Even the Thunder Ke Sword sect patriarch Song Ning himself shivered in fear. Even he, The Thunder K Sword Sect Patriarch had to be respectful when facing Chen Hong, not daring to breathe a single breath. This master was good, but he even called him by the name of his master's uncle with a straight face. Chen Hong froze for a moment, obviously also not expecting Lu Yiping to dare to call him by his name. At this time, a group of elders from the Lei K Sword Sect, the Supreme Elder, reacted and were about to reprimand Lu Yiping, but Chen Hong shook his hand, stopping the crowd, and then laughed at Lu Yiping. "You're not afraid of me?" Lu Yiping looked at Chen Hong blandly. "Are you scary?" Millions of years ago, before he had disappeared into seclusion, an existence like Chen Hong could be pinched to death 10,000 times with one of his fingers. As for now, Chen Hong was stunned. He looked at Lu Yiping and suddenly laughed. His laugh was bright and cheerful as he laughed. "You're right. I'm actually not scary." Then, he smiled warmly. "What's your name?" "You'll find out later." Lu Yiping shook his head. Chen Hong stared at Lu Yiping with another burst of laughter. "Good. Then I look forward to you telling me your name later." He fell in love with the young man in front of him. Such a disposition was rare. It was a pity, but he was born with a mortal body. Otherwise, he could really be his closed disciple. "Let's go. I'll take you to see my master." Chen Hong laughed. Lu Yiping nodded. He also wanted to ask that Yang Cheng about Yang Dong's whereabouts. The crowd's hearts were strange. At this time, anyone could see that Chen Hong not only did not blame Lu Yiping, but instead was quite appreciative of him. Do all bigots have this quirk that they like to be called by their first names? Before leaving, Lu Yiping looked at Lu Peng. Seeing this, Chen Hong said, "He's with you?" Then he instructed the Lei K Sword Sect's elders to first bring Lu Peng over to the inner hall to wait. Only then did Lu Yiping follow Chen Hong over towards the Lei K Sword Sect's ancestral land. Considering that Lu Yiping was immortal and unable to fly, Chen Hong sent out a ball of true essence that lifted Lu Yiping and directly flew through the air. Xiao Chongfeng's face sank as he looked at Lu Yiping, who had been taken away. "Young lord, Elder Xiao Yuan he." A Xiao family elder came behind Xiao Chongfeng and said in a sad voice, "Don't worry, Uncle Yuan won't die in vain," Xiao Chongfeng coldly said. And Princess Tian looked at Lu Yiping, who was taken away by Chen Hong, and asked Tai Hong Tao, "Third uncle, is he really a mortal body?" Tai Hong Tao knew what Princess Tian was thinking in her heart, and smiled bitterly. "I just had the pupils of my blue eyes to look again, and it is indeed a mortal body, 1,000 times true, so true that it can't be true anymore." Princess Tian frowned. "A mortal body can pull out the red flame sword?" Tai Hong Hong shook his head. This matter is indeed strange. He also couldn't figure out how a mortal body could pull out the red flame sword. In fact, not only he couldn't figure it out, everyone couldn't figure it out. Zheng Yu laughed softly. "Perhaps we all thought wrong. This red flame sword, is that it requires a mortal body? A mortal without cultivation to pull it out yet?" Everyone was stunned. Xiao Chongfeng was all stunned as well. Is that really true? It didn't take long for Lu Yiping to follow Chen Hong and the group of Lei K Sword Sect's ancestors to the Lei K Sword Sect's ancestral land. Chen Hong waved his hands and opened the ancestral land formation prohibition, and walked into the ancestral land with Lu Yiping. One could only see that within the ancestral land, a mountain peak was penciled straight into the sky. Countless waterfalls flowed straight down between the peaks, and on top of the peaks, all kinds of exotic flowers and plants were everywhere. At the top of the mountain, there were clouds and mist, and these clouds were actually condensed from aura. High above the sky, a flying beast was visible. The sky, turquoise blue, blue as crystal, without a trace of impurity. The ancestral land and the outside were like two worlds. Chen Hong looked at the Lei K Sword Sect's ancestral land that was like a fairyland and smiled at Lu Yiping. "This is the first time you've seen such a fairyland, isn't it? How is it?" "My Lei K Sword Sect's ancestral land isn't bad, is it?" The words were quite proud. Lu Yiping looked at the Lei K Sword Sect's ancestral land and smiled bashfully. "It's just average. This Thunder K Sword Sect ancestral land was good, but compared to his sacred forest, it was far worse." "Average?" Chen Hong and the Thunder K Sword Sect's many old ancestors almost choked. Chen Hong looked at Lu Yiping and his smile spread. "Little fellow, I find that I like your nature more and more." Then he looked up and down at Lu Yiping. It's a pity. You have this qualification. Otherwise, you could be my close disciple." Lu Yiping smiled. "To be your protege?" He recalled that year when that little fellow Yang Dong knelt in front of him for 10 days and 10 nights, begging him to accept him as a named disciple. But in the end, he confiscated it and just allowed it to stay in the sacred forest for a few years, occasionally instructing each other in swordplay. It didn't take long for Chen Hong and the Thunder K Sword Sect's many old ancestors to bring Lu Yiping to Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng was equally surprised to see Lu Yiping. He looked at Lu Yiping, then at the red flame sword in Lu Yiping's hand. How could he not connect Lu Yiping with the sword Dao genius he imagined could pull out the red flame sword? Like Chen Hong, he was doubly disappointed in his heart. even more so than Chen Hong. The red flame sword was his father's sword, and for so many years, he had been expecting a supreme sword Dao genius to pull out his father's sword, and then inherit his father's sword Dao. After waiting for so many years, now, it was being plucked up by a young man with a mortal body. Is this, perhaps, divine providence? Yang Chang looked at Lu Yiping and murmured, since you pulled out the red flame sword, then, this red flame sword is yours. I hope you cherish this sword. You will stay in the Lei Ke sword sect from now on. You can look through the secret sword techniques of my Lei Ke sword sect to practice them. Lu Yiping shook his head. I didn't come here for this red flame sword. I have plenty of swords like this one. As for sword secrets, I have more than enough of those as well. Yang Chang and Chen Hong and the others were all stunned. What does this young man mean? He had plenty of swords like the red flame sword? Yang Chang frowned. This young man, it seems that he still doesn't know what grade of sword the red flame sword is. At that moment, suddenly, the heavens and earth roared with a loud bang, and the entire ancestral land shook violently as if it had been hit by a mountain of the ancient gods. Yang Chang, Chen Hong and the others' faces changed. This is? An arrogant maniacal laughter resounded through the sky and earth. Yang Chang boy, the old man sword devil west has arrived. Still do not quickly come out to meet the old man. The sword demon comes west. Yang Chang, Chen Hong and the others' hearts sank. Outside the ancestral ground, the experts from various parties who came from all over the world and participated in the Lei Ke sword sect's disciple examination were all shocked when they heard the sound of maniacal laughter. Princess Tion's pretty face changed drastically. Sword demon Shilai? Could it be the same sword demon Shilai who lost to Lord Yongdong sword god back then? Tai Hongtao's face was extremely grave. Legend has it that the sword demon had already reached the realm of the sword of the beyond heaven when he came west. This time when it makes a comeback, it must have already surpassed the realm of the sword of the outer heaven. Sword demon Shilai is brutal and bloodthirsty, sacrificing people to swords. If Lord Yongchang loses this time, I'm afraid that none of the tens of thousands of disciples up and down the Lei Ke sword sect will survive. Chapter 9. Deities. As the crowd stirred in shock, they only saw countless sword chi pouring out of the void. These sword chi, suffused with heavy demonic chi, condensed into a black waterfall that violently blasted towards the Lei Ke sword sect's ancestral land. A huge sound shook the sky. The entire Lei Ke sword sect shook the ground. One could only see some of the mountain peaks near the Lei Ke sword sect's ancestral land being bombarded by the force of the aftermath of these sword chi spatters, and they all collapsed with a loud bang. Landslide. Countless boulders splashed and rolled down, and the sand and dust rolled like extinction. Some of the family disciples who couldn't dodge were hit by the boulders, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Thunder sword deity. Lei Ke sword sect patriarch Song Ning shouted angrily and broke through the air, crazily urging his body's true essence as his sword energy shot out violently, and at the same time, invoking the lightning of the void, forming a layer of Thunder Sword deity within his body. Thunder Swords Gang. This is the supreme sword skill of the Thunder Ke sword sect, a supreme divine skill that draws the thunder of the heavens and earth and blends with one's own sword chi. It can attack and defend. The end is awesome, and Patriarch Song has already cultivated to the 10th layer. He has already obtained the true essence of the Thunder Sword Dipper. Tai Hongtao of the Wuji Imperial Dynasty marveled. At that moment, amidst the crowd's expectations, the Lei Ke sword sect patriarch Song Ning, whose entire body was filled with flashes of lightning and sword chi, met the sword demon's heavy sword chi. Arriving in front of the sword demon sword chi, Song Ning fiercely slashed out. A 10,000-foot sword chi broke across the sky. From a distance, it looks like a sky bridge stretching high in the sky, but in that 10,000 feet of sword chi chopped into the sword devil sword chi instant. Sword devil sword chi like violently rose. All the light of heaven and earth are lost, only to see Song Ning that 10,000 feet of sword chi, as the earthen chicken, instantly collapsed. As for Song Ning himself, it was as if he had been struck by a giant object, and he was directly shot backwards into the ground from a high altitude. Boom! The ground trembled, and the sound of a loud noise reached the ears of the crowd. Sand rolled in and a huge crater appeared. The crowd was stunned. Lei Ke sword sect patriarch Song Ning desire as the Lei Ke sword sect patriarch. The strength of his strength was indisputable. However, even under the Lei Ke sword sect's supreme sword technique Thunder Sword, in front of the sword demon's sword chi, all of them were so unbeatable. Sword demon Shilai laughed wildly in a wanton manner. Griffins shake mountains. You don't know what you're doing, Junior. You've been hit by my sword demon's dead soul sword chi from the west. In less than a day, your soul and spirit will surely be violently dispersed, and even the great Luo golden immortals won't be able to save you. Hearing sword demon Shilai's maniacal laughter, the hearts of the crowd sank. Wouldn't that mean that Lei Ke sword sect patriarch Song Ning was going to? At this time, a family expert fled in panic, and was about to flee out of the Lei Ke sword sect's clan area when he suddenly hit an invisible sword wall. At once, it was cut into countless pieces by the invisible swordwall sword chi. The crowd was alarmed. He. The Thunder K sword sex gate has been laid down by me with a supreme sword formation. Today, no one will be able to leave. Sword Demon Shilai's cold voice rang out. Princess Tion, Xiao Changfeng, Zheng Yu and a bunch of family ancestors and family heads all changed color. Sword Demon Shilai meant that not only would he destroy the Lei K sword sect today, he would even kill all of them present. In the field, there were experts from all sides of the Wuji imperial dynasty who were shocked and furious at the words. Xiao Changfeng said aloud, Senior Shilai, I am Xiao Changfeng of the Xiao clan. Our ancestor Xiao Dong. We have no relationship with the Lei K sword sect, so please allow us to leave. Senior Shilai, Xiao Dong? Sword Demon Shilai hemmed and hawed. Kid, do you think that I'll let you go if you lift Xiao Dong out? Today, even if Xiao Dong is here, he will die. None of the Xiao family's experts were enraged. Just then, suddenly, Yang Cheng's majestic voice rang out. Thunder moves the 9 heavens. Immediately afterward, an astonishing sword chi shot up violently from within the ancestral ground, straight into the 9 heavens. These sword chi contained purple thunder. It was certainly the silent purple thunder among the heavenly thunder. Even an emperor-level powerhouse would be instantly reduced to pieces in the face of this silent purple thunder. Sword Demon Shilai looked at the countless purple thunder sword chi that blasted the sky and laughed maniacally. Thunder moving the 9 heavens? It's a bit of a sight to behold. He didn't show himself either. Waving his one hand, countless devil's sword chi was like a raging giant river, carrying the might of destroying the sky and the earth as it rolled down. Sword of demon destruction. The devil's sword chi collided with the thunderous 9 heavens. The void, like a heavenly thunderbolt exploding. Giant smoke rose from countless grinding mushrooms. The sky, where the sun was originally shining, was completely obscured by demonic gas and giant smoke, and the sky and earth were instantly plunged into darkness. The thunderous 9 heavenly sword chi dissipated. Within the ancestral ground, Yang Cheng muffled a sound and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Master, Chen Hong was shocked, and the faces of the Thunder K sword sex group of ancestors changed drastically. With the strike just now, it was obvious that Yang Cheng had been injured. Sword Demon Shilai hemmed and hawed and laughed. Yang Cheng brat, although your move thunder shaking 9 heavens is good in terms of power, it is only half as powerful as your father's when he performed it back in the day. Today, the Lei K sword sect will be destroyed. Princess Tion and the others, who originally still had hopes for Yang Cheng, all had grave faces. Even Yang Cheng was unable to resist the might of this sword demon. Then won't they all die here today? At that moment, amazing sword chi condensed high in the sky, and it was obvious that the sword demon was going to execute an extermination strike on the Lei K sword sect's ancestral land. The ancestral hall is guarded by divine light. You quickly enter within the ancestral hall and don't come out. Yang Cheng sensed the terrifying sword chi condensing high in the sky and said sharply to Lu Yiping. After that, he called out to Chen Hong and the group of old ancestors of the Lei K sword sect. Catalyze the Ling Tian sword formation with all your might. The Ling Tian sword formation was the strongest sword formation in the ancestral land. Back then, sword god Yang Dong personally set it up. At that instant, Chen Hong and the group of Lei K sword sect's old ancestors each held their positions and pinched their spells in unison, invoking the Ling Tian sword formation of the ancestral ground. Yang Cheng entered the eye of the Ling Tian sword formation and didn't hide his body's breath anymore. His breath was like a huge oceanic wave that rolled and swept through the 9 heavens. Everyone was shocked at Yang Cheng's vastness. So strong, Lord Yang Cheng is extremely close even if he is not as strong as Lord Yang Dong sword god back then, a family ancestor said joyfully. At that moment, the sword energy condensed by the sword demon transformed into a mountain of swords and finally came crashing down. And under the full force of Yang Cheng and Chen Hong and the others, the sword light of the Ling Tian sword formation shot up violently, like an ocean of sword chi, covering the heaven and earth. The sword demon sword mountain clashed with Ling Tian's sword light. The sound of loud bangs resounded intensively. The two sides are deadlocked and not sharing the same ground. The crowd was invigorated by the sight. But immediately afterward, suddenly, a golden light surged out of the sword demon sword mountain. The Ling Tian sword light, unexpectedly, was destroyed and blown away instantly. The sword demon sword mountain directly blasted into the ancestral land. Yang Cheng, Chen Hong, and the others, as if they were hit hard, all shot out backwards, with blood spurting out of their mouths. With a single stride, Sword Demon Shilai passed through the heavy restrictions of the ancestral land and arrived before the ancestral hall of the ancestral land. Divine Spirit Chi, you have already crossed the Divine Spirit Tribulation. Yang Cheng looked at Sword Demon Shilai in disbelief. Chen Hong and the Thunder K sword sex group of ancestors were horrified. Having passed through the Divine Spirit Tribulation? In that case, Sword Demon Shilai was already a deity. Chapter 10, Such a Terrifying Presence. No wonder Sword Demon Shilai dared to threaten that the Lei Kei sword sect would be destroyed today. It turns out to have become a god. God. Above all beings. Even if Yang Chang was strong, as long as he didn't become a god, he was just a mortal in front of the gods. Sword Demon Shilai, a thin old man, looked at Yang Chang and laughed loudly. Not bad. I have successfully crossed the divine spirit tribulation and have become a god. Standing with his arms folded, he looked at the Lei Kei sword sect's ancestral land that was like a fairyland. It's a pity that this place, after today, will cease to exist. Just then, a bland voice rang out. Become a god? How dare you call yourself a god when you don't even have a godhood? Sword Demon Shilai was stunned and looked away, his gaze landing on Lu Yiping. Mortals? When he saw the red flame sword in Lu Yiping's hand, he was surprised. Red flame sword. Back then, he was defeated by Yang Dong's red flame sword. Junior, who are you? Sword Demon Shilai looked at the blue-shirted young man in front of him suspiciously. A mortal who was holding Yang Dong's red flame sword from back then? My name. You're not qualified to know it yet. Lu Yiping blandly said. Nice trick just now. Yang Chang, Chen Hong and the dozen or so old ancestors of the Thunder K sword sect were all stunned. Chen Hong was even more strange. Sword Demon Shilai laughed loudly. I'm not qualified to know? Did I just play a good game? Junior. In all these years, no one has ever dared to talk to me like this. After saying that, his face grimaced, and with one hand, he said, come over here for me. Terrifying power was instantly sucked towards Lu Yiping. Just when Yang Chang, Chen Hong and the others thought that Lu Yiping was going to be taken over by the Sword Demon Shilai, Lu Yiping, however, stood there, motionless. Yang Chang, Chen Hong and the others were staggered. What's going on? Even Sword Demon Shilai was stunned and looked at the palm of his hand. He looked at Lu Yiping suspiciously, his whole body surging with demonic light, his right palm violently regaling toward Lu Yiping again. Come here to me. This time, terrifying magical power whistled out wildly, covering the sky. It is simply the devil coming to heaven and earth. However, letting that terrifying magic power sweep over him, Lu Yiping still stood there, not moving a muscle. How? Yang Chang, Chen Hong and the others' eyes widened. This strange scene left them dumbfounded. Sword Demon Shilai looked at Lu Yiping and his face became grave. His entire body's divine power condensed as he said in a deep voice. Who exactly is your excellency? He had changed his address and didn't call him Junior anymore. Instead, Lu Yiping touched the red flame sword and blandly said, if you can catch this red flame sword, I will let you leave. Catch this red flame sword? Just before Yang Chang, Chen Hong and the others could figure out what Lu Yiping meant, they saw Lu Yiping suddenly throw the red flame sword as if he was throwing an insignificant object in front of him. The red flame sword, which was not sheathed, shot flatly at the Sword Demon Shilai. It's not fast, it's flat, and it's not the least bit powerful. Looking at the red flame sword that shot flat, Sword Demon Shilai was surprised, but he didn't dare to be careless, and with his divine power, he violently grabbed and probed towards the red flame sword. However, when he grabbed the red flame sword, surprisingly, did not stop going, and even shocked away his palm. Throw it straight at his chest. When the red flame sword was thrown into the Sword Demon's chest, the Sword Demon Shilai only felt that he had been smashed by a gigantic mountain of ancient chaos. The entire person shot flying, like a meteor that perished, and crashed into a mountain peak extremely far away from the ancestral land. Pinging loudly, the mountain peak exploded, but it still didn't stop, and crashed into the mountain peak behind it. When Sword Demon Shilai smashed several peaks in a row, which smashed down to the ground from a high altitude, his throat was so hot that he couldn't restrain himself any longer, and golden blood spurted out. The golden blood, spilling onto the ground around them, refracted a golden glow that was so blinding. Yang Chang froze. Chen Hong was dumbfounded. All the old ancestors of the Lei Kei sword sect were dumbfounded. Lu Yiping looked blandly at the wildly spraying gold-colored Sword Demon Shilai. With this amount of power, how dare you call yourself a god? How dare you call yourself a god when you can't even catch a sword? Sword Demon Shilai sniffed, and once again, golden blood spurted out loudly from his mouth. Yang Chang, Chen Hong and the group of ancestors of the Thunder K sword sect looked at Lu Yiping with unbelievable faces. This mortal-bodied young man, surprisingly, the Sword Demon Shilai, who had already passed through the divine spirit tribulation and achieved the divine position, couldn't even catch his sword, and it was an unsheathed sword, thrown out flat. If the red flame sword had been sheathed just now, wouldn't the Sword Demon Shilai have been? Yang Chang, Chen Hong and the others' minds trembled, not daring to imagine any further. At this time, Sword Demon Shilai struggled to stand up, looking at Lu Yiping with shock and anger. His eyes could not hide the fear in his heart. He took a deep breath of air and tried his best to suppress the fear in his heart. Suddenly, His entire body transformed into countless sword lights. That's right. It's sword light, not sword energy. Sword of eternity. Sword demon Shilai coldly bellowed, his voice like explosive thunder. Those countless sword lights instantly stabbed in front of Lu Yiping. When those countless sword lights stabbed out, time in heaven and earth seemed to slow down. These sword lights, it seemed, became eternal, and a force from the eternity of space and time kept surging out from the sword lights. Yang Chang, Chen Hong and the others were horrified. Eternal sword. The sword of eternity was a stronger sword Dao that surpassed the sword of the outer heaven. Like Yang Chang, the thunder-moving nine heavens sword chi that he had previously invoked, although the power was strong, but after the power had passed, it would soon dissipate between heaven and earth. But the eternal sword was different. The power of the eternal sword could exist between heaven and earth for a long time. Yang Chang and the others did not expect that the sword demon Shilai had not only achieved the divine position, but also the sword Dao, which had reached such an amazing realm. Seeing that the eternal sword chi will be blasted through the whole body of Lu Yiping, suddenly, these eternal sword chi all stayed in the body of Lu Yiping around 10 meters away. Seems to have encountered it difficult to shake the power of the general. These sword chi, it is difficult to move forward half an inch. Lu Yiping's face was bland as he blew forward. Those eternal sword chi, like wind and sand, instantly dispersed and disappeared without a trace. As for sword demon Shilai, he once again shot out backwards and rolled to an extreme distance, his entire body's divine robes bursting apart, his scalp radiating, and a trail of blood appearing on his body. Having passed through the divine spirit tribulation and achieved divine spirit, one could say that his flesh was already a divine spirit's body, which was difficult to destroy. But now, a blood scar appeared, as if it was about to disintegrate at any time. Yang Chang and the others were shocked beyond words. The strength of the sword demon Shilai was no longer weaker than the Lei Ke sword sex sword god Yang Dong back then. But now, he was lying there like a dead dog. Is this a god slaying? Yang Chang only felt that his breathing was going to stop. At the same time, what made him even more fearful and uneasy was who was this young man? Why did such a terrifying existence descend upon his Thunder K sword sect? Chapter 11, The Dark Devil's Hall. It was only after a long time that sword demon Shilai struggled to get up, and he looked at Lu Yiping, his eyes filled with fear. He was extremely confident in his eternal sword. Even if sword god Yang Dong was alive, he might not be able to take it. But now, it was broken by the young man in front of him blowing a breath. He swallowed hard in his throat, his voice hoarse. Who is it? Your Excellency? You? Could it be that you have already reached the true god realm? True god? Yang Chang, Chen Hong and the Thunder K sword sect's many old ancestors' entire bodies shook as they all held their breath and looked at Lu Yiping. A true god? Lu Yiping, however, smiled bashfully, seeing Lu Yiping but smiling blandly. In his smile, there was a sense of contempt. Sword demon Shilai. Yang Chang and the others were all stunned. I come from the sacred forest, Lu Yiping slowly said. It's not very loud, somewhat cooler. However, it was even more terrifying than the divine spirit robbery thunder, and the sword demon Shilai. Yang Chang, Chen Hong and the Thunder K sword sect's many old ancestors were bombarded to the point that their minds were buzzing. Whether it is sword demon Shilai, or Yang Chang, Chen Hong and others, the face is not appalled look, was just struggling to climb up. The sword demon Shilai also do not know whether it is too much fear. Legs are soft, paralyzed on the ground. As for Yang Chang, Chen Hong and the Thunder K sword sect's old ancestor, all of them trembled all over. God, holy, forest, the swordsman came west, his tongue stiff. Sacred forest. These 4 words seemed to carry supreme magic, silencing heaven and earth. He had completely run out of ideas. Senior, you are? Yang Chang stared with wide eyes and ate. Lu Yiping glanced at Yang Chang and threw a token over. Yang Chang saw the token, shocked, did not dare to hesitate any longer, trembling, in excitement, prostrated himself to Lu Yiping. Yang Chang, son of Yang Dong of the Lei Ke sword sect, bow to your excellency. Your excellency, long live. We didn't know that your excellency had come and didn't greet you from afar. A crime punishable by death. Chen Hong and the Thunder K sword sect's group of ancestors, seeing Yang Chang's appearance, how could they still not know that Lu Yiping was that supreme being? So they all prostrated themselves in fear. Looking at Yang Chang, Chen Hong and the others who were not kneeling but prostrate on the ground, Lu Yiping wasn't surprised and blandly said, get up all of you. I'm only stopping by the Lei Ke sword sect this time out to take a look at that brat Yang Dong. Only then did Yang Chang, Chen Hong and the others carefully get up. However, they didn't dare to straighten up and remained bent over, not daring to breathe. Suddenly, sword demon Shilai clasped his fists and said, so your excellency is that lord of the sacred forest? I come from the Dark Demon Hall. Please spare my life for the sake of the Dark Demon Hall. What? Dark Demon Hall? Yang Chang, Chen Hong and the others were all shocked. The Dark Demon Hall, a mysterious force that had only appeared in the last few tens of thousands of years, was now one of the most powerful forces in the Hongyuan plain. Yang Chang and the others didn't expect Sword Demon Shilai to join the Dark Demon Hall. Not bad. Dark Demon Hall. Sword Demon Shilai laughed in the sun. Lu Yiping suddenly reached out and took the Sword Demon Shilai regent to himself. Sword Demon Shilai was shocked. You, Dark Demon Hall? Never heard of it. Lu Yiping blandly said as a thunderbolt appeared in his hand. Feeling the destructive power of that thunder light, Sword Demon Shilai was horrified. My Dark Demon Hall Master is a supreme existence that you cannot imagine. Although he also knew that the sacred forest was related to legends, but it was only a legend, and he had personally seen the appalling strength of their Dark Demon Hall Master. An unimaginable supreme existence? Lu Yiping smiled at his words. Then I would like to see it. After saying this, the Qiankuan tripod appeared in his hand. The Qiankuan tripod was filled with a gas that appeared to be gold and not gold, which was precisely the Xianhuang Qi of the open heaven. In the Sword Demon Shilai's astonishment, the Qiankuan tripod instantly absorbed it, and then the tripod's large formation was activated, so it was going to refine it. Suddenly, inside Sword Demon Shilai's body, a black ball of light blasted out. Immediately afterward, in the sky above the ancestral ground, a huge black palm that covered the sky appeared. Bold, who dares to touch my Dark Demon Hall's supreme elder? This sky-covering black giant palm violently blasted down towards Lu Yiping. The power to destroy heaven and earth ravaged the heavens and earth. This destructive power was unknown how many times more powerful than Sword Demon Shilai's previous eternal sword. Looking at the sky-covering black palm that blasted down, Yang Chang, Chen Hong, and the others' faces showed horror. This is the power of the true god? Lu Yiping coldly grunted. A fist casually blasted out. A huge golden fist print instantly blasted through the sky-covering palm, and then, without stopping, Lu Yiping's golden fist print blasted through the heavy space. Through the heavy space-time. Across the heavy space and time, it violently blasted on top of a huge divine hall that was unknown how many thousands of miles away. The light of that gigantic divine hall surged, and heavy array power burst out in an attempt to block the golden fist print, but it didn't work, only to see that underneath the golden fist print, the heavy formation was like dirt, instantly bursting apart as the fist print blasted on top of the gigantic divine hall. Boom! The gigantic divine hall, which covered an unknown number of miles, exploded into countless fragments like crushed sand, and within the temple, a growling roar resounded. A silhouette rushed up into the sky. At that moment, Lu Yiping took a shot across the heavy space and time, and a huge hand clawed down violently. The silhouette, looking at the falling claws, was terrified and desperate. The god of blood transportation, open for me. His entire body's blood light surged, and he spelled out all of his divine essence, transforming into a ray of light that had just vanished when Lu Yiping's giant claws clawed down. Ping! The giant claws fell, and all the peaks below and around the divine hall were all reduced to pieces. Lu Yiping withdrew his power and said blandly, escaped quite quickly. Seeing this, he didn't pursue any further. It's just a bigger ant. Moreover, the other party was hit by the aftermath of his fist power, and then spared the loss of divine energy, performing the method of blood escape to escape, has been seriously injured. Yang Chang, Chen Hong and the others were inwardly shocked beyond words. Although they didn't see the scene outside the heavy spacetime, they also knew that just now, Lu Yiping should have exchanged blows with a certain expert of the Dark Demon Hall, and that it was the Dark Demon Hall expert who had lost. Lu Yiping's hand Qiankuan tripod light surged. The big formation was completely catalyzed. The Sword Demon Shilai's terrified screams rang out. But, immediately after that, there was no sound. Soon, a golden elixir flew out of the Qiankuan tripod. The fragrance of the golden Dan filled the ancestral land, and a law on the surface of the golden Dan, divine light intertwined. Yang Chang, Chen Hong and the others looked at the golden Dan and had trouble calming down. The sword demon came west. A deity that had passed the divine spirit tribulation had been refined into a single divine spirit golden Dan in such a raw manner. A deity, devouring the aura of heaven and earth, sensing the laws of heaven and earth, condensing divine power, and being refined out of a golden elixir. Its preciousness was self-evident. Chapter 12. These golden pills, 2 for each of you. Lu Yiping said as the divine spirit golden Dan flew out and landed in front of Yang Chang, Chen Hong and the others respectively. Yang Chang, Chen Hong and the others looked at the divine spirit golden pill in front of them in disbelief. Immediately, Yang Chang, Chen Hong, and the others were excited, and there was another bout of obeisance. Thank you, Your Excellency, for granting the Dan. Get up. Lu Yiping didn't care. It's just some scraps. Yang Chang and the others choked. A golden elixir refined by a deity that had passed the divine spirit tribulation was, surprisingly, still a defective product? Did one have to be a true god who had condensed the godhead and refined a golden elixir to be considered qualified? Since the ancestral land had a large formation ban. So, outside the ancestral land, Princess Taiyan, Xiao Changfeng, Zheng Yu and the experts from all parties could not see the situation of the fight inside the ancestral land. Seeing that sword demon Shilai had entered the Lei Ke sword sect's ancestral land, they were all apprehensive. I wonder how Senior Yang Chang and the others are doing now. Princess Tion was like an ant in a hot pot. Tai Hongtao sighed. I'm afraid that Senior Yang Chang and the others are only in danger. Senior Yang Chang and the others have already activated the overwhelming heavenly sword formation just now. And they couldn't even resist the sword demons coming west. Lei Ke sword sect. The Ling Tian sword formation is already the strongest divine formation. Unless Lord Yangdong sword god is alive. Or else. Princess Tion and the others sniffed in despair. Lord Yangdong sword god has long been missing for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, it can't happen. The entire Lei Ke sword sect was filled with panic, despair. Just as everyone was panicking and despairing, a silhouette was suddenly seen flying out from within the ancestral land. The crowd was stunned when they saw the person who came out, and the one who came out was clearly Chen Hong. Earlier, Chen Hong and the others had been injured by the sword demon Shilai's sword chi. But now, not a single trace of injury could be seen at all. Seeing Chen Hong come out unharmed, the crowd was stunned. Everyone, the sword demon Shilai has already been killed by my Lei Ke sword sect's elders, so there is no need to worry. Chen Hong stood in the air and opened his mouth, his voice spreading across all the peaks of the Lei Ke sword sect. What? Sword demon Shilai killed the Lei Ke sword sect elders? Who killed the sword demon? Could it be the sword god Lord Yangdong? There was an uproar. Everyone was invigorated and at the same time, no one was shocked to speculate. Previously, the strength of the sword demon Shilai, the crowd had seen it with their own eyes. Even Yang Chang and Chen Hong's group of Lei Ke sword sect's old ancestors were unable to resist the Ling Tian sword formation when they activated it. Now, Chen Hong was the one who came out unscathed to announce the news that sword demon Shilai had been put to death. Princess Tion, Xiao Changfeng and the others were equally surprised. Chen Hong swept his eyes over the experts from all sides of the scene and said, the examination will proceed normally, and the examination elders will maintain order. After saying this, he brought Song Ning, who had been severely injured by the sword demon's sword chi, into the ancestral land. Seeing Chen Hong bring Song Ning into the Lei Ke sword sect's ancestral land, the crowd at the scene exploded. Could it be that the sword god, Lord Yangdong, is really still alive? Princess Tion was astonished. He has been in seclusion deep within the Lei Ke sword sect's ancestral land? Tai Hongtao's face was also all gloomy. Even if it's not Lord sword god Yangdong, I'm only afraid that it's still an existence that's not inferior to Lord sword god Yangdong. Lei Ke sword sect, with such a terrifying existence. Then, it was definitely a great event for the Wuji imperial dynasty and even the divine martial continent. Just as Princess Taiyan, Xiao Changfeng and the others were speculating in astonishment, a middle-aged man fell down in a certain primitive forest in the Hongyuan plain, spewing blood from his mouth. How is it possible? In this world, there is still such a terrifying existence. The one I condensed is the 99 Infinite Divine Grimoire, the supreme divine grimoire in heaven and earth, and it all almost burst into pieces. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. The supreme divine grimoire, the hardest divine grimoire in the world, was also the strongest divine grimoire, claiming to be invincible in terms of defense. But the other party had caused countless cracks to appear in his supreme divine grimoire with just the aftermath of his fist power. Lei Ke sword sect? He muttered, then took out a letter talisman and crushed it. One day passed. Nightfall. Lu Yiping stood above the Lei Ke sword sect's ancestral hall, looking at the beautiful night colors of the ancestral land, but thinking about things. From Yang Cheng's mouth, he learned that more than 40,000 years ago, Yang Dong received a mysterious person's talisman transmission and then went to the battlefield of the gods. However, after going to the battlefield of the gods, Yang Dong was never heard from again. Battlefield of the gods. Lu Yiping recited. The scenes of the great war of the gods back then were vivid in his mind. The gods perished, blood flowed into rivers, and back then, the mountains and seas were overturned. Even the earth was pierced through, even the sky was pierced with holes, and the tragedy of the great battle had always been seared into the depths of his mind. He was the only one who survived the great war of the gods, and he was able to survive not only because he was already incomparably powerful back then, but also thanks to the fact that he had the innate treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding. Just as Lu Yiping was thinking about the matter of the battle of the gods back then, inside the other hall, Chen Hong came to Yang Chang and said, Master, there's something that I want to report to you. When Lord Lu drew the red flame sword today at the sword wall, Xiao Yuan, an elder of the Xiao family, made a move to snatch it and was later killed by Lord Lu. Xiao Changfeng and the Xiao clan's experts are still trying to make a move against Lord Lu. After listening to Chen Hong's report, Yang Cheng's face changed and he snapped. Such a big event. How can you report to me only now? Chen Hong squeaked. You've been with the adults today. So, he didn't even have a chance to report it. Yang Cheng's face slowed down a little as he said in a deep voice. Pass the order down. All Xiao family disciples. All of them are expelled from the Thunder K Sword sect. Chen Hong was stunned and respectfully said. Understood, master. I'll have Song Ning do it. Although Song Ning had been hit by Sword Demon Shilai's dead soul sword chi, it had been dispelled cleanly by Lu Yiping. Inside a certain courtyard of the inner disciples of the Lei K Sword sect, all the disciples of the Xiao family were congratulating Xiao Changfeng for successfully assessing into the Lei K Sword sect today and winning the first place in the assessment. A Xiao family disciple laughed. Young master won the first place in the examination. And with young master's talent, Senior Chen Hong will definitely accept young master as a close disciple. Xiao Changfeng nodded his head and smiled. That mortal body, young man, has he left the ancestral land yet? Xiao Changfeng said with a twist of words. Not yet. A disciple of the Xiao family hurriedly replied. Xiao Changfeng's eyes were cold. As soon as he leaves the Lei K Sword sect, capture him. Don't kill him first. I want him alive. Yes, young lord. But at that moment, he saw a Xiao family disciple running in a panic. Young lord. Something has happened. I just gotten word that Sect Master Song Ning has just ordered that all Xiao family disciples be expelled from the Thunder K Sword sect. Xiao Changfeng and the others were staggered. I'm afraid the news is fake, right? Xiao Changfeng smiled at his words. Their Xiao family and the Lei K Sword sect were still on good terms, and there was no reason for Sanan to do that. Young master, the news is true, that Xiao family disciple. However, said urgently, I've repeatedly inquired and confirmed. Song Ning ordered all the disciples of the Xiao family to leave the Lei K Sword sect's mountain gate within half an hour. The Lei K Sword sect's law enforcement hall elder is leading people this way. Chapter 13, Soul-Locking Purgatory Formation. The people of the Xiao family looked at each other in disbelief. They also couldn't figure out why Song Ning was doing this. Xiao Changfeng was in a rage when he saw a large group of Lei K Sword sect's law enforcement team disciples surging over from afar. And the one leading the way was clearly Lei K Sword sect's law enforcement hall master Yan Ming. Yan Ming arrived and swept a glance at the Xiao family's experts. His gaze landing on Xiao Changfeng. The patriarch has ordered that all the disciples of the Xiao family be expelled from the Thunder K Sword sect, and within half an hour, all of them are to leave my Thunder K Sword sect's mountain gate. Xiao Changfeng suppressed his anger and looked at Yan Ming coldly. Why? He couldn't figure out why Song Ning had suddenly ordered the expulsion of all Xiao family disciples. Moreover, he just passed the examination today and Song Ning fired him. What does this mean? Yan Ming did not respond to Xiao Changfeng and said to the group of law enforcement team disciples behind him. The patriarch said that all disciples of the Xiao family shall not take away a single thing from the Lei K Sword sect when they leave. When all Xiao family disciples leave later, they will be checked before they can leave. Xiao Changfeng's face was ugly as he listened. Song Ning's words meant that if a disciple of the Xiao family had an item from the Lei K Sword sect on him, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to? I want to see Song Ning. Xiao Changfeng's face was gloomy. Yan Ming shook his head. To see the patriarch? Wait until your father arrives. Xiao Changfeng's face became even more ugly. Yan Ming's words meant that he didn't have the qualifications? Half an hour later, Xiao Changfeng and a group of Xiao family disciples stood at the foot of the Lei K Sword sect's sect gate, their faces turning blue. Song Ning is too deceitful, a Xiao clan expert shouted angrily. Young master, that young man, should we continue to monitor him? A Xiao family disciple hesitantly stepped forward and said. Xiao Changfeng's face clouded over as he shook his head. Go back to the Xiao family general mansion first. That young man, he can't escape. And within the Thunder K Sword sect, the experts from all sides were surprised when they looked at the Xiao family disciples who were almost driven out. Originally, the crowd thought that the order to expel the Xiao family disciples was a rumor, but they didn't expect it to be true. Merely, like Xiao Changfeng and the others, the experts from all sides likewise couldn't figure out why Song Ning was doing this. Tai Hong Tao, who was standing beside Princess Taiyan, suddenly said, expelling the Xiao family disciples should be Senior Chen Han's intention. Expelling all the disciples of the Xiao family was not something Song Ning could decide on. Princess Tian was shocked. Senior Chen Hong? But why did Elder Chen Hong do this? Tai Hong Tao shook his head. I can't figure it out either. Also, I just got word that Senior Chen Hong is going to accept a female disciple named Lu Xiaoyu as a close disciple. Lu Xiaoyu? Princess Taiyan was surprised. This Lu Xiaoyu, is he highly talented? It's just the great diffusion sword body, Tai Hong Tao said. I also found out that this Lu Xiaoyu is only a disciple of a second-rate sect, the Xiao Luo sect, and 3 years ago, this Xiao Luo sect was already destroyed by the Thousand Demon sect. Princess Tian frowned. Chen Hong dismissed a superior god body genius like Xiao Chanfeng, but now he was accepting an unheard of one Lu Xiaoyu's girl, who wasn't even an ordinary god body, as his shut-in disciple. She couldn't figure out why Chen Hong was doing this. That young man from the red flame sword. I've already inquired. His name is Lu Yiping, Tai Hongtao said. As for which family it is from, I haven't found out yet. By the way, on Lu Xiaoyu's way to come to the Lei Ke sword sect to participate in the examination, he was with this Lu Yiping. Princess Tian was stunned. With the blue-shirted young man, Lu Yiping? So, the girl sitting next to Lu Yiping is Lu Xiaoyu? She mused. The battlefield of the gods. Was the battlefield of the ancient war of the gods? Although the war of the gods had already passed for countless years, the battlefield of the gods was still filled with the terrifying power of the gods and was filled with ancient great formation restrictions. Therefore, the battlefield of the gods was sparsely populated. And normally, very few people came here. On this day, a golden chariot slowly traveled to the edge of the sparsely populated battlefield of the gods. The battlefield of the gods was deadly, shrouded in a boundless gray aura of death. And the arrival of the golden chariot brought a touch of brilliance to this infinite gray. The golden chariot stopped at the edge of the battlefield of the gods. Lu Yiping sat on the chariot, looking at the endless battlefield of the gods in front of him with mixed feelings. Back then, in the battle of the gods, how many of his close friends perished here? Not even a whole body. Xiao Jin, let's go. After stopping for a moment, Lu Yiping said. Only then did the dragon-horned golden bull take a step and slowly move forward. The chariot broke through the deathly aura of the battlefield of the gods and entered it. In no time, it disappeared into the grey dead air. Lu Yiping looked at the surrounding dead qi that was as strong as clouds, and frowned. According to the saying, after so many years, the dead qi here should have been dispersed a long time ago. However, it was still so strong. Obviously, it was someone who had set up a supreme grand formation here, making the dead qi here stay condensed and not dissipate. And it's getting stronger. Who is it? Could it be the Black Hand that drove the war of the gods back then? Thinking of this, Lu Yiping's eyes chilled. The chariot went all the way forward. Suddenly, a monster with a full body of death aura and bloodshot eyes broke out of the thick death aura and lunged at Lu Yiping. These were precisely the dead spirits bred by the perennial death aura of the battlefield of the gods. In the battlefield of the gods, in addition to dead spirits, there were also dead corpses, and these dead spirits and dead corpses, who normally devoured the dead qi of the gods to cultivate, had a powerful cultivation, which was the reason why many sect experts in the Hongyuan plain didn't dare to gently involve themselves in the battlefield of the gods. However, when this pouncing dead spirit came to the sky above the chariot, it suddenly stopped, and then, as if it was strangled by an invisible force, it instantly drifted away and disappeared between heaven and earth. The chariots don't stop. It was not affected in the slightest. A day passes. Lu Yiping arrived in front of a certain mountain peak. This mountain peak, strangely shaped like a sharp blade piercing the sky, was as smooth as a mirror on all sides, emitting a palpitating aura, soul-locking purgatory array. Looking at the huge peak in front of him, Lu Yiping's eyes turned cold. The soul-locking purgatory formation was one of the 10 great divine formations of the ancient world. It was affected by this soul-locking purgatory formation, so the deathly aura of the battlefield of the gods hadn't dispersed over the years, but had instead become more and more intense. The eye of the soul-locking purgatory formation was at the bottom of this mountain peak. The mountain peak has heavy restrictions, but Lu Yiping drove directly through the heavy restrictions of the peak, and came towards the bottom of the peak. In no time at all, it came to an alien space. There's a lot of space, and there's a dead river everywhere. One could only see that in the middle of the space was a huge altar, and on the altar, the soul-locking purgatory formation was in operation, and the death qi from the battlefield of the gods was being continuously channeled towards this place. The dead qi here was so thick that it was like substance, floating in midair and forming liquid clouds. Even if an ancient emperor, or even a great emperor, entered this place and was drenched in this deathly aura, they would be instantly corrupted. Lu Yiping's gaze landed on top of the 4 figures on the altar that were wrapped in death aura. Chapter 14, Don't Torture Me to Death. Those 4 figures were permeated with astonishing divine might, but on the body, it was permeated with a strong aura of death, and the whole body was devoid of vitality. Obviously 4 dead corpses, and is already born out of the spirit of the dead corpse. Moreover, these 4 dead corpses, in their lifetime, were actually true god powerhouses. After the deaths of the 4 true god realm powerhouses, their bodies were refined into corpses and cultivated here day and night with the help of the soul-locking purgatory formation. Lu Yiping walked towards the altar. Since he didn't conceal his aura, the 4 true god realm dead corpses instantly awoke and looked towards Lu Yiping in unison. Roar! The 4 dead corpses let out hissing roars, then simultaneously lunged towards Lu Yiping. When the dragon-horned golden bull was about to strike, Lu Yiping said, "No need. I'll do it." After saying that, he pointed his finger in the air. Only an invisible force was seen sweeping away like a wave. The 4 dead bodies shot out backwards at the same time as if they had been hit hard. Then, with a single shot, Lu Yiping took the 4 dead bodies in front of him at the same time. And no matter how much those 4 dead bodies struggled, they were unable to break free. Lu Yiping pointed his finger and 4 rays of light shot out, each entering the brow centers of the 4 dead corpses. The 4 corpses were under the control of someone, and now, he was trying to remove the restraints in the 4 corpses' minds. Soon, the 4 corpses that had been struggling madly and hissing stopped struggling and quieted down. With that, Lu Yiping waved his right hand and countless runes flew out. These runes were condensed from the supreme great Tao laws. The runes instantly disappeared into the 4 corpses' eyebrows, and then branded into the depths of the 4 corpses' minds. Just as Lu Yiping lifted the band from the 4 corpses' minds, within another foreign space of the battlefield of the gods, an old gray-haired man whose entire body exuded an evil aura opened his eyes. The gray-haired old man was surprised. Surprisingly, there was someone who had lifted the restraints of the 4 ancient corpses under his control. Who is it? These 4 ancient corpses' prohibitions were planted when he first entered the divine spirit realm, and the fact that he was able to lift them meant that the other party was at least a divine spirit as well. A deity? The old man laughed coldly and stood up, directly tearing through the void and coming over towards where the soul-locking purgatory formation was. Just as the old man rushed over, Lu Yiping turned his head to look into the void, his face bland, coming quite quickly. He lifted the 4 corpses band to lure this controlling person over. "Master, this one, leave it to me." The longhorn golden bull sensed the other party's aura and said, "Stay alive later." Lu Yiping looked at the excited dragon-horned golden bull and spoke, "Don't abuse me to death." "Don't worry, master. It can't be abused." The dragon-horned golden bull grinned. Not long after the dragon golden-horned bull's words had fallen, he saw a flash of light in the sky above and a person appeared. It was the gray-haired old man who had rushed over earlier. At a glance, the gray-haired old man saw the 4 corpses that had been lifted from their restraints and were standing there motionless. He looked over towards Lu Yiping and the dragon-horned golden bull, and when he realized that Lu Yiping did not have a single ounce of divine power or true essence in his entire body, he could not help but look astonished. At this time, the dragon-horned golden bull looked at the gray-haired old man and grinned. "Mid-stage true god. Not bad. I just don't know what kind of godhead it is." The gray-haired old man Wu was surprised and looked at the dragon-horned golden bull. "This bull, it could tell his realm? Who are you?" Wu Ma asked, opening his mouth. He was about to make a move, but he hesitated. Lu Yiping didn't say anything. The dragon-horned golden bull, however, rose up in the air and walked slowly towards the gray-haired old man Wu Mo. "Little fellow, don't say that my old ox bull bullies the small with the big. Make your move." The dragon-horned golden bull shook its head and laughed, smiling in a harmless manner. Wu Mo's face sank as he sniffed, "Playing God." Both palms suddenly slapped out. 10,000 ghosts devour the gods. Amazing ghost, she roared out like a giant sea of annihilation, transforming into 10,000 evil ghosts and killing towards the dragon-horned golden bull. Each of these evil spirits had a power comparable to that of a deity. That is, each of them, their strength was no weaker than the previous sword demon Shilai, and its 10,000 honors. However, the dragon-horned golden bull did not even look at it, and the bull's leg directly slapped forward, and at that moment, just like the sun violently exploding open, hundreds of billions of heavy golden light shot out violently. The 10,000 ghosts were instantly shot through with golden light. As for the gray-haired old man Wu Mo himself, he directly shot out and smashed into a huge dead river in the distance. The dead river exploded with a roar, and the river splashed with dead water. The dragon-horned golden bull shook its bull's tail and came over the dead river, looking towards the bottom of the dead river. "Come out, little one. I was only 1/1000th of a billionth of a billionth of my power just now. You can't die yet." The surface of the river exploded, and the gray-haired old man Wu Mo broke through the surface of the river and came out. Wu Mo looked at the dragon-horned golden bull with horror in his eyes. Although he was in the middle stage of true god, however, he was extremely strong in battle. Even if he faced a late-stage true god powerhouse, he still had the power to fight. But this golden bull, just now, was it really 1/1000th of the opponent's power? With a sudden flash, Wu Mo transformed into a gray light and grabbed at Lu Yiping. Seeing this, Lu Yiping smiled bashfully. It seemed that the other party felt that he was a soft target. Just as Wu Mo was about to catch Lu Yiping, suddenly, Lu Yiping let out a cold snort. The sound of the cold snort was like 10,000 times the sound of 9 heavy robberies in thunder. Wu Mo's entire body gave a lurch and slammed down from a high altitude. His entire body's divine armor was shattered, and he himself, his mouth, eyes, nose, and ears were all covered in blood. You guys, Wu Mo looked at Lu Yiping in horror. This young man, surprisingly, was even more terrifying than that golden ox. The dragon-horned golden bull walked over, grinning. Little fellow, in the ancient times, even the Lord of 10,000 gods didn't dare to take a shot at my master. Don't look at my master as weak. He's much stronger than me. The old bull. Ancient? Lord of the gods? Wu Mo's heart was in shock. What kind of monsters are these masters and servants? 100,000 years ago. It was the near ancient period. 500,000 years ago. For the middle period. Ancient times. 1,000,000 years ago. Wouldn't that mean that this pair of masters and servants were characters from 1,000,000 years ago? It might even be even further back, because, even in the ancient times, the Lord of 10,000 gods didn't dare to make a move against them. However, human beings, how could they live for so long? Even an existence that had surpassed a true god could not live for 1,000,000 years. As Wu Mo floated his thoughts, Lu Yiping blandly said, "The soul-locking purgatory formation. You set it up?" Wu Mo's throat swallowed. "Yes, I set it up. I happened to get the soul-locking purgatory prison formation secret book in the battlefield of the gods. Only, the secret book was a bit mutilated. So, I set it up incompletely." No wonder. Lu Yiping had previously wondered how many corners were missing from the construction of this soul-locking purgatory formation. Suddenly, Wu Mo knelt down and cried, "My lord, although I practiced the evil ghost technique, however, I didn't devour blood and kill. I still hope that your lordship will spare my life, considering that it's not easy for me to cultivate." Realms of this book: Foundation, Innate, Avatar, Jindan, Purple Mansion, Life Snatcher, Legendary, Celestial, Ancient Emperor, Great Emperor, Divine Spirit, True God, Heavenly God, and Heavenly God above. Chapter 15, they're all practiced. No blood-devouring mutilation? Lu Yiping suddenly flicked his finger and a divine light fell into Wu Mo. When that sacred light didn't enter Wu Mo's body, a dead-air resentful soul suddenly flew out from Wu Mo's body, and the resentful soul rushed into the sky, covering the entire sky above the four in space. These resentful souls are only 10 million in number. Apparently, Wu Mo had brutally killed countless experts in order to cultivate the evil ghost technique, and these resentful souls were the divine souls of the opponents that he had devoured. With so many grudging souls in your body, you're saying that you don't have blood-devouring mutilations? Lu Yiping's face turned cold. Wu Mo's face changed greatly, not expecting Lu Yiping to force out all the resentful souls in his body with just a casual flick. Suddenly, he transformed into countless death chi, then vanished into the void. Escape? The dragon-horned golden bull hammed and hawed and suddenly tilted its head, a heaven-shaking bull roar resounding through the heavens and earth. Under the wave of sound of the bull's roar, one could only see that the entire space of the alien space was actually continuously crumbling, just like the earth cracking. Berserk spatial chaos power poured out crazily. Under the raging power of spatial chaos, Wu Mo, who had originally transformed into dead air and fled, fell down from the void and smashed into the ground, only to see his entire body covered in blood. As he looked at the dragon-horned golden bull, all horrified and fearful, the kind of fear that was as deep as his soul. Previously, he had made some guesses about the strength of the dragon-horned golden bull, but it was discovered that the strength of the dragon-horned golden bull was still far beyond his knowledge. Space, how solid it is. But the dragon-horned golden bull just roared, causing space to collapse. Looking at the dying Wu Mo, Lu Yiping took him in front of him with a single hand and then searched his soul. After a while, Lu Yiping stopped. He had been hidden in the sacred forest for too long, not knowing the current situation of the Hongyuan plain, and just now, he had searched the soul of this gray-haired old man, and understood quite a bit about the current situation of the Hongyuan plain. After searching his soul, Wu Mo was just about to open his mouth when he saw a huge purple thunderbolt blast down in the void. Looking at that purple giant thunder, Wu Mo's face changed greatly. Could this be the thunder of nothingness? The thunder of nothingness has not appeared since the ancient times, because since the ancient times, no one has been able to summon the thunder of nothingness. The young man in front of him was actually able to summon the thunder of nothingness. Could it be that he really is an old monster from the ancient times? At this time, the lightning of nothingness fell. Wu Mo's eyes went black and he lost consciousness. Lu Yiping extinguished Wu Mo's divine soul, and then, with a single point, Wu Mo's entire body was transformed into countless amounts of blood and flesh. And then, Wu Mo's entire body's blood and flesh was transformed into 4 small streams, which flowed into those 4 ancient corpses respectively. Wu Mo was a middle-stage ancient god powerhouse. How surging was his vitality and divine power. With Wu Mo's blood and flesh infusion, at once, those 4 ancient corpses that originally had a shocking deathly aura, their deathly aura gradually disappeared, and their whole bodies rotting corpses continued to grow new blood and flesh at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a dozen or so breaths, the 4 corpses were completely metamorphosed and fully alive. The originally dry hair of the 4 people also turned completely black. Eye of reincarnation. Show me. Lu Yiping suddenly made a grab into the void. Only a huge vortex appeared in the void, and in the center of the vortex was a strange eye. An eye that seemed to be able to penetrate everything in the world, as if it brought together the life and death of all living beings in the world. Lu Yiping's eyes violently exploded with a lurid light that shone in the reincarnation vortex, and following that, with a single shot, 4 souls were taken out, and then they were beaten into each of the 4 ancient corpses by Lu Yiping. The eye of reincarnation. Blinking away, Lu Yiping took out 4 pieces of divine armor from within the Qinkuan cauldron and threw them to the 4. Put them on. Yes, master, the 4 of them said in unison and respectfully. The 4 of them, after Lu Yiping had just reversed the yin and yang and incorporated a new divine soul, it could be said that they were already no different from the ancient god powerhouses except for the lack of a godhead. After the 4 of them put on their divine armor, Lu Yiping struck Wu Mo's godhead into the sea of soul of one of them. Even the lord of the 10,000 gods in the ancient times was unable to take other people's godheads and incorporate them into another person's sea of souls, because it involved too many aspects. But Lu Yiping did, and it was a breeze. Afterward, Lu Yiping and the several people from the Longhorn Golden Bull left the alien space. Before leaving, Lu Yiping had the dragon-horned Golden Bull destroy the soul-locking Purgatory Great Formation Altar. After Lu Yiping left the foreign space, he arrived at the gray-haired old man Wu Mo's cultivation cave in the battlefield of the gods. Over the years, Wu Mo had collected a lot of good things in the battlefield of the gods, some of them, even heavenly gods' objects, things that Lu Yiping didn't need, but could be given to its people later. After moving all the things in Wu Mo's cave, Lu Yiping rode the chariot and continued to move forward in the battlefield of the gods. The 4 men then made their way before the chariot. 4 people, named Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen, Wei Bing, and Chen Yangyuan. With 4 people, any more dead spirits and corpses encountered on the road, there was no need for the dragon-horned Golden Bull to make a move at all. The 4 of them made a move and directly rolled over them. Into the night, the gods' battlefield was wildly windy. The dead spirits and corpses almost poured out. A few people were not afraid, but they were annoyed by the kill. Stop at the valley in front and continue the journey tomorrow. Lu Yiping pointed to the hidden valley in front. The 4 Zhang Jin people respectfully answered yes. Soon the chariot entered the valley. Lu Yiping scanned the valley environment and came to a stop in front of one of the valley's mountain walls, then instructed Zhang Jin and the 4 others to build a bonfire and start roasting meat and drinking wine. The smell of meat filled the room and the flavor of the wine was strong. With a sudden flick of its tail, the Longhorn Golden Bull killed a mosquito that had attracted it. This mosquito, surprisingly, was the size of a fist, and the mouth there, chilling. Holy, even the mosquitoes are so big in this battlefield of the gods. If I were to get bitten, I'm afraid my old oxes but would have to be 2 times bigger, the dragon-horned Golden Bull said. Lu Yiping laughed. Even without this mosquito, your ass is too big. The dragon-horned Golden Bull laughed. It can't be helped. Following the master, you have to kick your legs a lot. They're all practiced. The 4 Zhang Jin people couldn't help but laugh at his words. What are you laughing at? The dragon-horned Golden Bull laughed. When the mosquitoes come over, the 4 of you, whoever is holding can't move and can't use divine power. Zhang Jin's 4 people were instantly bitter. Just when a few people were talking and laughing, not far outside the valley, there came 2 figures, an old man and a melon-face-looking, youthful and beautiful woman. Master, this battlefield of the gods, with such a heavy aura of death, really has a phoenix god tree? The woman spoke, her voice pleasant to the ear. It shouldn't be fake, the old man murmured, then looked towards the valley. There is a valley in front of us. Let's go in first and take shelter for the night, and then rush on tomorrow. The old man and the woman came to the valley and were surprised when they smelled the aroma of roasted meat and wine. The 2 followed the aroma of grilled meat and wine. Chapter 16 Cows. It's normal to like to brag. Then the 2 men saw a young man in a blue shirt sitting by a campfire with a golden cow. Behind the blue-shirted young man stood 4 stout middle-aged men. What made the old man suspicious was that the blue-shirted young man, surprisingly, did not have a trace of divine power or true essence on his body. Seeing that both the old man and the woman were staring at Lu Yiping, the dragon-horned Golden Bull said, I say to you too, even if our master is handsome, you don't have to stare all the time. You guys can look at me too. My old ox in human form is quite handsome. When the woman heard the words of the dragon-horned Golden Bull, she couldn't help but giggle. This bull was quite amusing. The old man, he clasped his fists and said to Lu Yiping, we were passing by and wanted to enter the valley for a while, but we didn't want to disturb little brother. Lu Yiping smiled. It's not in the way. Have a seat. A finger pointed across the campfire. We're quite bored with drinking anyway. The old man He Xiao laughed. Then the old man will not be polite. Then he and the woman sat across the campfire. Lu Yiping threw 2 jars of wine over and said, "This wine, brewed when I was idle and bored. Although it doesn't have precious materials, it still tastes good." He Xiao opened it and took a sniff. He was well versed in pharmacology and wasn't afraid that there was something wrong with the wine. He smiled and said, "Then thank you, little brother." Then he poured a mouthful. The wine entered his body, and at once, like a dragon of fire sprang up, and it's permeated with an unspeakable coldness. He Xiao only felt indescribable comfort throughout his body. He was taken aback, then took another sip and savored it. "Little brother, this wine of yours, is it made from the ice flame fruit?" He couldn't wait to ask. Ice flame fruit. The woman Uxian was surprised. Ice flame fruit. Their Pill King Hall also had it. There were 2 of them, however. It was collected in the deepest part of the treasure trove. Even when refining divine spirit pills, the Pill King Hall couldn't afford to take this ice flame and use it. However, this wine, among the ingredients used to brew it, even had the ice flame fruit. He actually used the ice flame fruit to make wine. Lu Yiping saw the old man He Xiao's 2 surprised looks and laughed. "There is the ice flame fruit. Fruit of the ice flame?" He used a total of 100 ingredients to brew this wine. The ice flame fruit is among the most common. However, adding the ice flame fruit into the mix has the feel of ice and fire. Hearing Lu Yiping say that there was indeed an ice flame fruit in this wine, the old man He Xiao and the woman Uxian both looked greatly shocked. However, He Xiao was suddenly careful to recover the originally lifted lid of the wine. He smiled shyly at Lu Yiping. "Little brother, this wine of yours, it's too precious. I want to keep it and go back to drink it slowly." Lu Yiping chuckled. "The dragon-horned golden bull, however, said to the old man He Xiao, 'Little fellow, don't keep calling me master as little brother. Little brother, my master is much older than you.'" He Xiao was stunned. Uxian smiled at his words. "Your master is bigger than my master? The wine my master drinks could fill the Heavenly God River." The Heavenly God River, a legendary river in the Hongyuan Plain, stretched endlessly across several continents. The dragon-horned golden bull glared and wanted to say more, but Lu Yiping shook his head and stopped it with his eyes. So the dragon-horned golden bull gave up. "But, seriously, I've never really seen a golden ox before." Uxian looked up and down at the dragon-horned golden bull. The dragon-horned golden bull had a straight face. "Master is the only dragon-horned golden bull in heaven and earth. It is the lord of 10,000 demons, ancestor of the thunder god, the emperor of the dragons." Uxian looked at the golden calf in front of her, who introduced herself with a straight face, and gave a giggle. "A bull, the ancestor of the thunder god, or the emperor of dragons?" He Xiao all smiled back. Lu Yiping said to the 2, "This bull of mine, he has always liked to brag, so don't listen to his nonsense." Uxian pursed her lips and smiled. "Cows, it's normal to like to brag." The longhorn golden bull's face turned green. 3 men and a cow, chatting over drinks and barbecue. Unawareness. 1 night passed. The sky is bright. There are far fewer dead spirits and corpses out there. He Xiao got up and said to Lu Yiping, "We still have things to do, so we'll leave you here." He Xiao was grateful for the gift of wine from Mr. Lu. After thinking about it, he took out a book from his bosom and said, "This book, which contains some of my insights on pharmacology, please accept it, Mr. Lu." Uxian froze for a moment. This book, which was the master's brainchild, was going to be given to this blue-shirted young man, Lu Yiping? Lu Yiping glanced at the book in He Xiao's hand, but smiled. "No need. My hidden library, there are quite a few books on pharmacology. You take it back." Back then, he had almost all of the Pill God Valley's secret books. He Xiao was stunned and laughed. "Since that's the case, then if Mr. Lu is free in the future, remember to come to the Pill King Hall to look for me. He Xiao will definitely treat you with good wine." Lu Yiping nodded. Afterward, He Xiao, Uxian and the 2 of them took their leave. After He Xiao and Uxian left, Lu Yiping also got up and left the valley with the dragon-horned golden bull. The gray-haired old man Wu Mo set up the soul-locking and purging prison formation for more than 10,000 years, and the battlefield of the gods dead Qi coalesced for many years and didn't dissipate, which obviously wasn't caused by Wu Mo's soul-locking and purging prison formation. Therefore, Lu Yiping still had to find out the real reason and search for Yang Dong's whereabouts, and after He Xiao, Uxian both left, He Xiao suddenly said, "That Lu Yiping, what do you think?" Uxian sniffed, and in her mind, she couldn't help but recall Lu Yiping's figure, and mused, very old-fashioned, like the deep night sky, unlike a young man, not simple, then added, knowledgeable and everything. After thinking about it, he frowned again, but, He doesn't have any divine power or true essence on him. He Xiao also all pondered, even brewing wine with ice flame fruit. This Lu Yiping was naturally not simple. Only, he was equally puzzled. There was not a single bit of divine power or true essence in Lu Yiping's body. Those 4 guards, they are also really weird. Uxin fought back. The flesh and blood on their bodies seems to have just grown. Asked, Master, what strength do you think those 4 guards were? He Xiao shook his head. It's hard to say. Uxin was surprised. Even you, Master, can't see those 4 guards' realms? He Xiao nodded his head. 4 guards who couldn't even see their realm even to him. And using the ice flame fruit to brew wine. This young man of Lu Yiping was mysterious in every way. While He Xiao, Uxin and the 2 of them were searching for the phoenix god tree, Lu Yiping and the others came before a forest. This is the famous Black Hell Forest of the gods' battlefield. A sky-high ancient tree, towering straight into the sky. The tree, all black. The entire forest, filled with a black aerosol, black like blood. Lu Yiping remembered that the Lord of 10,000 gods had perished here back then. Zhang Jin's 4 men opened the way in front as the chariot slowly entered the Black Hell Forest. However, a few people hadn't entered the Black Hell Forest for long before they heard a beast roar. The sound was loud, like rolling thunder in the sky, booming endlessly. The dragon-horned golden bull was surprised. Thunder Lin horse? The Thunder Lin horse is also an ancient fey species. Today changed the signing status. You can reward. Brothers, is there any reward? 3 more tomorrow. Chapter 17, Sun-Dried Beef Jerky. Let's go over and take a look. Hearing Lei Linma's voice, Lu Yiping spoke. Battle force came over in the direction of the Thunder Limb horse. It didn't take long for Lu Yiping's few people to arrive at the scene. Only 4 black-robed men in black robes were surrounding the 2 Thunder Lin horses, while the other 2 were guarding the side, in order to prevent the Thunder Lin horses from escaping. Seeing a few black-robed men in black robes, Lu Yiping's mouth held a smile. A few people on the other side were clearly from the Dark Demon Hall. Several men in black also spotted the chariot and were surprised. One of the Dark Demon Hall experts guarding the side walked towards the chariot. He came in front of the chariot and looked at Lu Yiping, astonishment in his eyes, obviously unable to sense the divine power and true essence in Lu Yiping's body. Just like He Xiao, he murmured, "These 2 Thunder Lin horses belong to my Dark Demon Hall. Please leave, Your Excellency." With these words, he was already considered to be polite. If he were to use the Dark Demon Hall's usual style, he would have directly obliterated the other party. However, he could not see through the strength of Zhang Jin's 4, which was why he did not make a move. Leave? The Longhorn Golden Bull squinted. What if we don't leave? That Dark Demon Hall expert was stunned. At this time, another Dark Demon Hall expert who was guarding the side walked over and sneered at his words. Not leaving? Seeing your golden hair, you are also a fey. Kill it and sun-dry it into beef jerky. It should taste good. But just as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw a blur before his eyes, and was slapped away by the dragon-horned golden bull's leg. That Dark Demon Hall expert smashed away an unknown number of ancient trees in the sky, and in the end, when he smashed down to the ground, his entire face, which had already been slapped to be completely deformed and bloodied, had been completely unable to see his mouth and eyes. What? The remaining few Dark Demon Hall experts were dumbfounded. Although the 6 were all supreme elders of the Dark Devil Hall, the one who had just been slapped away was the strongest of the 6. 2 of the 4 people who had originally surrounded the Thunder Lin horse stopped and then walked over. A few faces stared. Tan me into beef jerky? Speaking of which, licked that thick, big tongue. A few people from the Dark Demon Hall noticed that the tongue of the dragon-horned golden bull was also golden in color. A few people sniffed and their faces sank. Over the years, the Dark Demon Hall has developed rapidly, with forces spreading across dozens of continents in the Hongyuan Plain. And every continent in the Hongyuan Plain has a Dark Demon Hall branch. And even when many imperial emperors and dynasty emperors see them, their faces would have to change drastically. And how have they ever been threatened by someone flirting with them in such a manner? One of them stared at Lu Yiping, his eyes cold. Young man, which family are you from? Do you know that by doing this, you are inviting extinction for your family? The scourge of extermination? Lu Yiping smiled bashfully. Then I really want to try. The 3 people from the Dark Demon Hall looked at each other. The 3 of them suddenly leapt up, and the magic swords in their hands attacked at the same time. One of them stabbed at Lu Yiping, and 2 of them attacked the dragon-horned golden bull. The sword light bloomed greatly. The devil's aura rushes to the sky. The black aerosol around the forest was affected by the 3 people's sword chi, and all of it was swept away. The strength of the 3 people's sword chi was even 1 point stronger than the previous sword demon Shilai. Sword demon Shilai, after all, had just entered the realm of the divine spirit. The 3 of them, on the other hand, had already entered the realm of the divine spirit for hundreds of years. However, The magic swords in the hands of the three had just been swung out, when suddenly, there were three more figures in front of the three of them. It was none other than Zhao Wen, Wei Bing, and Chen Yongyuan, the three of Zhang Jin's four guards. Zhang Jin, who had the strongest strength, did not make a move. Zhao Wen, Wei Bing, and Chen Yongyuan didn't use their weapons either, and they directly punched each other in the face of their opponent's amazing sword chi. The three of them threw 3 punches. When the three of them threw out 3 punches, space buzzed with a sound as if it was about to crack. The 3 lurid fists broke through the air, and with a momentum that was as strong as a bamboo, they instantly blasted away the sword chi of the 3 people from the Dark Demon Hall, and then blasted onto the 3 people from the Dark Demon Hall. The 3 were blasted away in unison. Just like that previous Dark Demon Hall Supreme Elder, it smashed into the ground fiercely, crushing an unknown number of ancient trees. The 3 looked at Zhao Wen's trio in fear. Ancient god powerhouses? Although Zhao Wen, Wei Bing, and Chen Yongyuan hadn't restored their godheads, with the power of the 3 ancient gods, they weren't something that these 3 early-stage divine spirits of the Dark Demon Hall could contend with. The other two supreme elders of the Dark Demon Hall who were still attacking the Thunder Lin Horse and were not willing to give up the Thunder Lin Horse saw this and no longer cared about the 2 Thunder Lin Horses, stopped and then flew over. The 2 Thunder Forest Horses fled in panic. Seeing this, Lu Yiping didn't stop it. Although the Thunder Lin Horse was an ancient fae, it was far inferior compared to the dragon-horned golden bull. Who are you? The 2 supreme elders of the Dark Demon Hall who had given up their Lei Lin horses to come over looked at Lu Yiping in fear. This young man, even his escort, was actually an ancient god powerhouse. This, simply, Lu Yiping blandly said, the one who was injured a few days ago was your hall master, right? The several supreme elders of the Dark Devil Hall were shocked. Their Dark Demon Hall master was seriously injured. No one knew about it except for their group of supreme elders and their old ancestors. The news had been completely blocked. How did this young man know about it? Suddenly, a possibility occurred to them. It's you? Their faces changed drastically. Is this young man? Lu Yiping didn't explain much. The Qiankuan tripod appeared in his hand, only to see it fly up. A terrifying devouring force arose from the mouth of the tripod, instantly devouring all 6 people from the Dark Demon Hall. The Qiankuan Ding Grand formation was in operation, and soon, the 6 people were transformed into a single divine spirit Golden Dan. Lu Yiping gave 10 pieces to each of the 4 Zhang Jin, and in the future, each person could swallow 1 per day to cultivate. The 4 people's flesh had just newly grown, and these divine spirit golden pills were also a great tonic for the 4 people. However, this kind of defective elixir, the dragon-horned golden bull naturally did not need it. My lord, those 2 Thunder Lin horses, they haven't gone far yet. Shall we follow them? The Longhorn Golden Bull asked Lu Yiping with a smile. Follow? Lu Yiping looked at the Longhorn Golden Bull. The dragon-horned Golden Bull was a bit embarrassed and laughed. I just want to take in a few more henchmen for my master, to add to your facade. Master, Lu Yiping smirked. I don't think you want to take on a few more henchmen for me. Those 2 Thunder Lin horses are a female. The dragon Golden Horned Ox had a straight face and said seriously, Heaven and earth, I really just want to take in a few more henchmen for you, master. To add to the facade. Lu Yiping interrupted and laughed. Well, go along and take a look. Zhang Jin's 4 people didn't have any mounts right now, so those 2 Thunder Forest horses were suitable. So, a few people followed. It didn't take long to see the 2 Thunder Forest horses. The 2 Thunder Lin horses were able to make the Dark Demon Hall several Divine Spirit Realm Supreme Elders surround them. Their strength was not weak. They were also both of the Divine Spirit Realm. When the 2 Thunder Lin horses saw Lu Yiping and the others catching up, their whole body flashed with thunder, and countless divine thunderbolts blasted towards Lu Yiping and the others. Thanks to the brothers who rewarded me. First shift, Chapter 18, 10 Superpowers. Looking at the countless divine thunderbolts that bombarded them, Zhao Wen, Wei Bing and the 2 of them blasted out with their fists, breaking apart the divine thunderbolts, and then with a single step, they arrived in front of the 2 Thunder Lin horses, and with a slap of their palms, they slapped the 2 Thunder Lin horses directly down. However, the 2 of them had left their power behind in their strikes, so the 2 Thunder Lin horses were slapped down, only losing their power to resist, and were not seriously injured. After slapping the 2 Thunder Lin horses down, the 2 of them stepped forward and then tackled the 2 Thunder Lin horses. However, demonic beasts of the Divine Spirit Realm were extremely difficult to tame, let alone an ancient fae like the Thunder Lin horse. However, Lu Yiping just made a point, and the 2 golden lights did not enter the Lei Lin horse's body, and the 2 Lei Lin horses quieted down. Lu Yiping had Zhao Wen, Wei Bing and the 2 of them used the soul refinement method to collect the 2 Thunder Lin horses and then put them into their bodies. After soul refining, the war beast is able to reside in the body of its master, and when fighting against the enemy, the war beast can also merge with its master. Lu Yiping's few people continued to move forward. From the memories of the two Thunder Lin horses, it was known that this black prison forest, there were multiple spaces, and within these multiple spaces, there were also several Thunder System ancient exotic beasts. In a short while, Lu Yiping arrived before an alien space. These alien spaces, with their closed entrances, were completely integrated with the entire Black Hell Forest space, so even a Heavenly God Realm expert would have difficulty discovering these alien space entrances. Arriving in front of the entrance to this foreign space, Lu Yiping casually flicked, and saw the void in front of him rumble, like the sky pulling back a heavy curtain. A watery curtain of light rippled. A spatial entrance then appeared in front of the crowd. The entrance to the space was small, just big enough for a chariot to enter. A few people dodged in. Only within the space, a wandering lightning was filled everywhere. The space is huge, full of mountains, rivers, and trees. These alien spaces are like a small world. Lu Yiping's gaze was deep as he looked into the deepest part of the foreign space. The longhorn golden bull was also surprised. Deadly chi. Moreover, the death aura here was even stronger than the gray-haired old man Wu Mo's earlier. Deadly chi? Zhang Jin's 4 people were however puzzled. The 4 of them did not sense the deathly aura of this place. The chariot moved forward slowly. Space is silent. Just as the chariot had not gone far forward. Suddenly, in the void, a huge claw like a small mountain reached out violently and slapped down at the chariot. As the giant claw slapped down, only astonishing thunderbolts fell. These thunderbolts, surprisingly, were black thunder. A kind of destructive thunder that was comparable to the 9th heavenly tribulation thunder. As they watched the black mount of thunder that fell with a roar, Zhao Wen, Wei Bing, and Chen Yongyuan were all shocked. Zhang Jin flew up and blasted out directly with both fists. Zhang Jin had inherited Wu Mo's mid-stage True God's godhead, and the True God's power rolled and swirled into a giant river, colliding with the black damned thunder. With a loud sound, only a thunder dragon was seen falling out from the depths of the void. True God, that thunder dragon, with a voice like thunder, looked at Zhang Jin in shock, obviously not expecting Zhang Jin to be a True God realm expert. After Zhang Jin forced his opponent out, he took a step out and arrived in front of Lei Long, and with another punch, he blasted against Lei Long. This thunder dragon, although it was an ancient fae, was not yet a true god and was only at the peak of the late divine spirit stage. As for Zhang Jin, he had just fused Wu Mo's mid-stage True God's godhead and had yet to fully control Wu Mo's mid-stage True God's power. So the one man and one beast fought indistinguishably for a while. However, as time passed, when Zhang Jin was fit and fully in control of the power of a true god in the middle stage of true godhood, it was only a matter of time before Thunder Dragon fell. The dragon-horned golden bull looked at the Thunder Dragon and shook his head. The dragon bloodline is still pure. It's just a pity that the gong methods that are practiced are too weak and too mixed. This Thunder Dragon, with a pure dragon bloodline, didn't cultivate the Dragon Clan's techniques, so its battle power wasn't very high. Lu Yiping, however, looked into the depths of space and blandly said, "Does Your Excellency intend to keep watching?" The other party was visibly surprised. There was a silence. Then, a silhouette broke through the air and came with great speed, arriving in front of the crowd in the blink of an eye. The other party was wearing a light yellow brocade robe. Although he looked to be in his 30s, he was handsome. His body had a shocking aura, and around his body, there was a faint gray light wrapping around. Yellow Spring Demon Sect. Lu Yiping saw the other party's attire and blandly said, "Right now, there were a total of 10 superpowers in the Hongyuan realm. 1 was the Tai Sect, 2 was the Yellow Springs Demon Sect, 3 was the Yin Ghost Sect, 4 was the Martial God Hall, 5 was the Pill King Hall, 6 was the Dark Demon Hall, 7 was the Wan Clan, 8 was the Tan Clan, 9 was the Dragon Clan, and 10 was the Lu Clan. Collectively, they are known as the 1 Sect, the 2 Sects, the 3 Temples, and the 4 Families. The Hongyuan Plain, there were a total of 46 continents, hundreds of empires, tens of thousands of imperial dynasties, and countless sects and families. But these 10 superpowers almost controlled 60% of the power of the Hongyuan Plain. Don't look at just 60% of the power, but this was 60% of the power of the 46 continents of the Hongyuan Plain. So one could imagine the strength of these 10 superpowers. Among the 10 superforces, the Yellow Springs Demon Sect, the Yin Ghost Sect, the Dark Demon Hall, and the Tan Family, all practiced evil techniques, especially the Yellow Springs Demon Sect and the Yin Ghost Sect, which were brutal and devouring, and were a sight to behold. The person who came was none other than one of the Yellow Springs Demon Sect's old ancestors, Su Xiao, a late-stage true god expert, much stronger than Wu Mo. That Thunder Dragon was none other than its mount. Su Xiao scanned Lu Yiping, the dragon-horned golden bull and Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen and the others. The surface was calm, but his heart was in shock. Who are you? What is the reason for coming here? Su Xiu said in a deep voice. Lu Yiping didn't bother to ask more questions. Took Su Xiu directly to the front and then searched his soul. This Su Xiu practiced the Yellow Spring Demon skill, more indiscriminate than Wu Mo. And after Lu Yiping searched his soul, he directly summoned down a thunder of nothingness. Su Xiu looked at the thunder of nothingness that was falling from high in the sky, his eyes staring wider than a bull's eye. He guessed that until he died. He couldn't understand that this young man who had just intruded in would suddenly strike out at him and kill him. And this young man, who the hell is he? Is he an enemy? But he doesn't seem to have messed with the other guy. There were so many questions he wanted to ask. The lightning of nothingness fell, and Su Xiu's divine soul instantly turned into nothingness just like Wu Mo's earlier. Half a day later, Lu Yiping's few people left the alien space. As for the Thunder Dragon, it was erased by Lu Yiping, who erased the prohibitions. And then Zhang Jin used the soul refinement method to conquer it and take it into his body. For Su Xiu's godhead, Lu Yiping fused it to Zhao Wen. As for Su Xiu's flesh and blood, Lu Yiping refined it into True God's Golden Dan and gave it to Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen and the four of them to swallow and absorb. Of course, everything in Su Xiu's cave was also moved away by Lu Yiping. The things that Su Xiu had scavenged in the battlefield of the gods were no less than Wu Mo, and there were even quite a few divine great elixirs. And now, all of them were cheaper for Lu Yiping. Chapter 19, The Nine Jedi Burial God Formation. Coming out of the alien space where Su Xiu was, Lu Yiping frowned. Originally, he had searched the soul of this Yellow Springs demon sex Su Xiu, but he also wanted to see if he could find Yang Dong's whereabouts from his memories. But Su Xiu, like Wu Mo, did not know Yang Dong's whereabouts, so, there's still a lot of searching to be done. Subsequently, Lu Yiping's few people went to several other alien spaces in the Black Prison Forest to subdue the other 3 thunder alien beasts. Chen Yang Yuan's soul refined sitting beast was likewise a divine spirit realm thunder lin horse, just as Lu Yiping had subdued several thunder alien beasts. Somewhere in the battlefield of the gods, the two of them, He Xiao and Uxin, were fleeing in panic from within a certain alien space. The two had just escaped from the foreign space when they saw a huge phoenix with golden flames all over its body fly out from the foreign space. The gigantic phoenix opened its mouth, and the golden phoenix fire in the sky fell down with a roar. He Xiao looked at the roiling phoenix fire that fell with a roar. His face changed greatly, and he frantically urged his entire body's divine power. Flame of meteor, divine power blazed. His entire person, as if he had transformed into a flaming meteor, took his disciple Uxin and broke through the air. The two had just vanished far away when they heard a loud boom behind them, only to see hundreds of miles behind him. All of them were flooded by this roaming golden phoenix fire. Everything on earth was incinerated. He Xiao's whole body cold sweat. Do not care about other. The two tried their best to escape. Fortunately, however, the phoenix did not pursue the two any further and retreated back into the alien space after the strike. Rarely, the two still fled in panic for a long time, before finally falling down on top of a wasteland, panting and in a terrible state. He Xiao made sure that the phoenix didn't chase him over. Then he let out a sigh of relief. Then he was filled with bitterness. The Phoenix God Tree. He had found it, but he didn't expect that the Phoenix God Tree would be guarded by a phoenix that was so terrifying. This phoenix, could it be the immortal golden phoenix? Uxin said, still palpitating as he recalled the earlier scene. The status of the immortal golden phoenix in the Phoenix clan was equivalent to the 9-clawed golden dragon amongst the dragons, and was the topmost existence of the Phoenix clan. He Xiao similarly had palpitations and said, it is indeed the immortal golden phoenix, and it is only feared to be at the peak of the late true god stage. What? A peak late true god stage immortal golden phoenix? Uxin was shocked. He Xiao smiled bitterly. So, that phoenix divine tree. We'd better not think about it. This undying golden phoenix, it doesn't want to kill us. Otherwise, we can't escape even if we have 10 lives. We'll think of something else for your bloodline problem. Let's go back to the Pill King Hall first. In the blink of an eye, more than a month passed. A month or so later, somewhere beneath the ground of the gods' battlefield, Lu Yiping's face was grim as he looked at the endless large formation runes in front of him. On the ground was a huge spell formation, a spell formation that had been lost in ancient times, called the 9 Extinction Burial God Formation. In the past month or so, he searched for the truth of Yang Dong's disappearance, synthesized all the things, and finally searched here. Could it be the 9 Extinction Burial God Grand Formation? The dragon-horned golden bull looked at the endless grand formation runes in front of him, his jaw dropping, not daring to say with certainty. Lu Yiping hummed, his voice low. Hearing Lu Yiping say that it was really the 9 Extremities Burial God Grand Formation in front of him, the longhorn golden bull shivered and ate. It's really the Nine Extremities Burial God Grand Formation. Who would be so generous as to set up such a large Nine Extinction Burial God Grand Formation here? Then he went up and carefully looked at the dense and strange flower pattern in the ground formation. But the more he looked, the more shocked he was. This is the flower of the ghost? Legend has it that this 9 Jedi God burying grand formation will condense a ghost flower for every divine soul above the divine spirit realm it devours. With so many ghost flowers in this 9 Jedi God burying grand formation, how many divine spirits, divine souls would it have to devour? The dragon-horned golden bull could only feel his pores creeping out. At the same time, it wondered in astonishment. How did this 9 Extinction Burial God formation devour so many divine souls? Guessing the thoughts in the longhorn golden bull's mind, Lu Yiping slowly said, "The Great War of the Gods." What? The Great War of the Gods? The dragon-horned golden bull jumped up in fright. Master, are you saying that this 9 Extinction Burial God formation was set up before the Great War of the Gods? Lu Yiping's voice was as low as it could go. These ghost flowers, however, are not newborns. He could tell that these ghost flowers had been coalescing for many years. And here, again, was the battlefield of the gods' underground space. This 9 Extinction Burial God formation, which could devour so many divine souls above the divine spirit realm, could only be a battle of the gods. Back then, during the battle of the gods, the countless gods, true gods, heavenly gods and even heavenly god and above experts who perished, their divine souls were unexpectedly all swallowed up by this 9 Extremities Burial God formation. The war of the gods back then was indeed a conspiracy. What is he doing setting up this 9 Extinction Burial God formation and devouring so many divine souls? The dragon-horned golden bull hemmed and hawed, only feeling his throat dry. Lu Yiping's eyes twinkled. There is a technique that can devour all sorts of divine souls to cultivate. The dragon-horned golden bull's face was grave, devouring so many divine souls for cultivation. Then this person, what realm has his strength reached? Lu Yiping didn't say anything. The chariot was in the air, slowly entering within the 9 Extremities Burial God formation. Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen and the 4 of them were flying in front of them. All of them also had their divine power running, fully alert, paying attention to any sudden changes that might occur at any time. On the chariot, Lu Yiping looked at the ground phantom flower. His face became more and more ugly. This ground phantom flower, some of them, were newborn. Back then, Yang Dong ended up here after entering the battlefield of the gods. Then, only to have been. As Lu Yiping thought of this, he made the dragon-horned golden bull speed up. In no time at all, he came to the eye of the formation. Looking at the eye of the formation, Lu Yiping's Qiankuan tripod appeared in his hand, fell from the chariot, and violently swung down with the tripod. Boom! When Lu Yiping swung down, the might of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth swept through the heavy space. The entire battlefield of the gods were all violently trembling. The battlefield of hundreds of millions of light dead souls and corpses were all trembling. And all of the powerhouses that entered the battlefield of the gods were all shocked and dismayed. Subjected to a blast from the Qiankuan tripod, only to see the 9 Extinction Burial God formation eye exploded. The entire formation eye has disappeared, and replaced by a horrifying deep pit with a circumference of tens of thousands of miles. The longhorn golden bull was dumbstruck. This is too violent. Lu Yiping laughed coldly. Now that the formation eye has been completely destroyed, I'll see how you can repair this 9 Extremities Burial God Grand Formation. After which, Lu Yiping waved his hands and countless Grand Formation runes flew out, transforming into a celestial dragon, then disappeared into the void. This is the great mighty heavenly dragon formation. It can suppress all evil, as long as the person who set up this 9 Extinction Burial God Grand Formation came over later. This great mighty heavenly dragon Grand Formation would be touched, and he would know about it, and he would like to see who set up this 9 Extinction Burial God Grand Formation. Let's go, Lu Yiping said. Afterwards, he and the several people from the dragon-horned golden bull left the underground. After leaving, Lu Yiping didn't linger in the battlefield of the gods and returned towards the edge. Chapter 20, What's the relationship with Lord Holy Devil? When returning toward the edge of the gods' battlefield, passing by a certain place, the dragon-horned golden bull suddenly sniffed its nose into the surrounding space and said in surprise, "What a pure phoenix fire!" Although it was hard to see with the naked eye, it still felt the pure phoenix fire that filled the void. Immortal golden phoenix? The longhorn golden bull said uncertainly. Well, it's the flame of the immortal golden phoenix. Lu Yiping spoke. So, there are immortal golden phoenixes around here. The dragon-horned golden bull was pleasantly surprised. Immortal golden phoenix. This was an existence equivalent to the 9-clawed golden dragon. Lu Yiping scanned the surroundings, then brought the several people of the dragon-horned golden bull to a certain place high up in the sky in front of him and stopped. Zhang Jin willed it and threw a punch. At that moment, space shook and an entrance to an alien space appeared. A few people had just entered the space when the amazing flames hit their faces. Looking at it, he only saw the space in front of him, filled with faint golden flames everywhere. It really is the immortal golden flame, the dragon-horned golden bull said. The immortal golden flame, a type of phoenix flame, was also the strongest type of flame in the heavens and earth. Don't look at the faint immortal golden flame that permeated this space, but even the great emperor didn't dare to approach and touch it. Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen and the four of them opened the way in front. The four of them held up their divine power, and immediately, the immortal golden flame was blocked away. It didn't take long. Several people then saw a giant tree in the sky, a divine tree with flames all over it. The divine tree was surrounded by mountains, and all the surrounding peaks were illuminated by this divine tree flame. Nice one, Phoenix God Tree, the longhorn golden bull marveled. The divine tree, like the ancient beasts, was likewise a foreign species of heaven and earth. The Phoenix God Tree, on the other hand, was undoubtedly the most powerful of the god trees. The Phoenix Divine Tree, born with the flame of the phoenix, was known as the ancestral tree of the Phoenix clan, and it was rumored that the first phoenix of heaven and earth was born from within the Phoenix Divine Tree. The Phoenix Divine Tree, even rarer than the immortal golden phoenix. Just as the dragon-horned golden bull marveled, suddenly, a phoenix sound rang out, a phoenix sound that resounded through the heavens and earth. Immediately afterward, several people saw a sky-covering phoenix with golden flames all over its body flying up from above the Phoenix Divine Tree. The golden flame phoenix spread its wings, and its wings alone were as big as covering a huge mountain. Peak late true god? The dragon-horned golden bull was surprised. Lu Yiping was also surprised. Some of the top 10 strongest experts in the Hongyuan realm right now were only at the peak of the late true god stage. Within this battlefield of the gods, there was actually an immortal golden phoenix at the peak of the late true god stage hiding. At that moment, the immortal golden phoenix opened its mouth, and the roiling immortal golden flame poured down from the heights like a torrential rain. Looking at the immortal golden flame pouring down from the sky, Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen, Wei Bing, and Chen Yongyuan flew up and blasted out with both fists in unison. The four true gods struck out at the same time, like a giant thunderbolt exploding. The immortal golden flames in the sky were blown apart. Although the immortal golden phoenix was at the peak of the late true god stage, Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen and the four of them joined forces and managed to block the opponent's strong ran strike. Ha! The immortal golden phoenix eeped in surprise. The four true gods? At this time, Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen and the four of them once again broke through the air. Each of the four of them held their positions and once again struck. Behind the four of them, each of them condensed a giant elephant. This giant elephant, unlike ordinary divine elephants, had hooves that looked like pillars holding up the sky, and its entire body emitted a dark light. Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist. The immortal golden phoenix looked at the giant elephants behind the four. Its face changed, and it cried out in disbelief. Who are you guys? What is the relationship with Lord Saint Demon? It was no wonder that it would change its face drastically, because this Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist, its origin was just too appalling. Back then, with this Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist, a supreme being swept across the Hongyuan dimension and was invincible for 3 eras. It had suppressed it horizontally for 3 long eras. In those 3 eras, no matter what kind of demonic existence, no matter how powerful you were, you had to be eclipsed in front of this supreme being. This supreme being, the world honored him as the Holy Devil. It is the Holy of Devils, the Devil in the Holy. This Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist was naturally passed down from Lu Yiping to the four. Of course, the supreme being that was revered by the world as the Holy Devil had also stayed inside the sacred forest back then, and his Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist was also imparted by Lu Yiping. The Sword God, Yang Dong, was not qualified to be Lu Yiping's named disciple, but this Saint Demon barely counted as one of Lu Yiping's named disciples. Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen and the four of them ignored the shock of the immortal golden phoenix and struck out without stopping, only to see 4 fist prints as big as mountains break through the air. The 4 fist seals, all of them emitted a shocking dark light flame. Looking at the Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist that blasted into the sky, the immortal golden phoenix was shocked as its sky-shading wings opened up and heavy phoenix power burst out, forming a golden phoenix boundary. The 4 Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist seals blasted on top of the phoenix boundary. The phoenix boundary scattered with a bang. The immortal golden phoenix was shaken back and forth. Zhang Jin, Zhao and 4 people join hands. The battle power was originally not weaker than the immortal golden phoenix. Now all together to perform this heavenly image divine prison fist, the battle power soared again. The immortal golden phoenix and a moment of defense, which cannot be blocked. At once, it was shocked in the body of the divine elemental tremors. It was also that Wei Bing, Chen Yongyuan and the 2 of them didn't have a godhead yet. Otherwise, just now when the 4 of them joined hands with the Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist, The immortal golden phoenix was definitely more than just being shaken back. The immortal golden phoenix was shaken back, not far from the dragon-horned golden bull and Lu Yiping. And seeing the dragon-horned golden bull and Lu Yiping watching the show from the sidelines, he was annoyed, and with a wave of his wings, a 10,000 feet of golden blade chi chopped towards the battle force. Seeing this, the dragon-horned golden bull hemmed and hawed, lifting its ox leg and similarly punching the heavenly elephant divine prison fist. A heavenly elephant divine prison fist seal that was more than Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen and the four of them combined broke through the air. Instantly, the entirety of the immortal golden phoenix was lifted off the ground and smashed down to a certain mountain in the endless mountain range. Landslide. For a long time, the immortal golden phoenix barely stood up, only to see its whole body golden feathers lost color and no light, such as a large tree as big as a feather one by one, fell down a large ground. What is your relationship with Lord Saint Demon? The immortal golden phoenix spat out blood, its voice hoarse as it looked at the dragon-horned golden bull. Filled with fear, the dragon-horned golden bull grinned. You mean the holy devil kid? Ah, that kid is barely a named disciple of my master. Your master? A registered disciple. The immortal golden phoenix's eyes glared to their maximum before looking at the blue-shirted young man sitting on the chariot. Is this young? There were countless legends about the holy devil in the Hongyuan plain, but who exactly the holy devil's master was had always been a mystery. And now, this bull actually said that the blue-shirted young man in front of him was his master? Moreover, the holy devil is his registered disciple? Barely counts? It wondered. This is just unbelievable. At that moment, it then saw Lu Yiping raise his hand, casually lifting it upwards, only to see that the phoenix divine tree, which had been rooted on top of the earth for an unknown number of years and had fused with the entire space, roar, shaking away the surrounding giant peaks and slowly flying up. This phoenix divine tree, it couldn't even shake it in the slightest. But now, it was flying straight up. Cool, trying to get 3 shifts in today. Any bounty brothers out there? Chapter 21, Beidou Empire. Looking at the phoenix divine tree that slowly flew up, the immortal golden phoenix held its breath. This phoenix divine tree was completely integrated with this space, not to mention the peak of the late true god stage. Even a heavenly god realm powerhouse couldn't shake it in the slightest. It could be said that even if a heavenly god realm powerhouse were to punch with all their might, this phoenix god tree, the skin wouldn't even lose a piece. The power of a heavenly god realm powerhouse. To this phoenix god tree, it was just a breeze of water. But now, the entire phoenix god tree was being flown up. The earth shook and a mountain continued to crumble. The phoenix god tree shook away all the restraints of the earth, and eventually flew completely. A tree root that was like a flying dragon, an unknown number of 10,000 feet in length, floated in the high sky, emitting a fascinating luster. The phoenix god tree had towered into the sky when it was rooted in the earth, and now that it had completely flown out, it was so huge that it was indescribable. Lu Yiping looked at the flying phoenix god tree, but shook his head. Unfortunately, the growth year, it's still a bit short. The phoenix god tree was good, but the phoenix god tree in front of him was still only a juvenile. Hearing Lu Yiping dislike the short growth year of the phoenix god tree in front of him, the immortal golden phoenix almost even spat out blood. Mom's egg, this phoenix god tree, even it doesn't know how many years it has been born. I'm afraid it's only as long as the existence of this alien space. I can't believe the year is still too short. At that moment, Lu Yiping took out a golden piece of soil. When the soil was taken out, the heavens and earth were brightened, only to see amazing chaotic chi churning in the soil. This is the 9 heavenly resting soil? The immortal golden phoenix trembled in disbelief. You actually have a piece. The 9 heavens resting soil is a chaotic divine object. Legend has it that even a weed planted on it can metamorphose into a chaotic elixir over time. Divine history records that back then, the Lord of the 10,000 gods searched for a grain of 9 heavenly resting soil without success. Now, the blue-shirted young man had a piece in his hand instead. Lu Yiping smiled bashfully. In fact, he had more than just a piece of 9 heavenly resting soil, and there are multiple blocks. A few other blocks, some of which have been planted with other things. Lu Yiping casually threw his hand and saw the piece of 9 heavens resting soil break into the air and fly up. The 9 heavens resting soil, which was originally only the size of the palm of his hand, suddenly became larger and finally became the size of a land. The phoenix god tree flew down and took root above the 9 heavens resting soil. The chaotic chi in the 9 heavens resting soil wrapped towards the phoenix god tree, and at that moment, the phoenix god tree's phoenix flames all over its body rose even more. And the phoenix flame essence of the phoenix divine tree all melded with the chaotic chi of the 9 heavens resting soil, and the 9 heavens resting soil flickered with light, and the grains of soil became even more crystalline and lustrous. A chaotic divine object like the 9 heavenly breath loam, of course, could not plant some mortal objects on it, or else it would affect the quality of the 9 heavenly breath loam instead after a long time. But the Phoenix Divine Tree is different. With a variety like the Phoenix Divine Tree planted on it, the Phoenix Flame Essence will react back on the 9 heavenly breath boundary, and it will be better for the 9 heavenly breath boundary instead. Of course, the Phoenix God Tree received more benefits when the Phoenix God Tree was planted on it. At that time, the Phoenix God Tree would grow at an astonishing speed, and the Phoenix God Tree would constantly transform. The Phoenix leaves of the Phoenix God Tree could be used to refine divine pills, and planted on top of the 9 heavens resting soil. The effect of the Phoenix God Tree's leaves in refining divine pills was even more astonishing. Lu Yiping reached out with one hand, and the 9 heavenly resting soil, which was the size of a continent, resized, and the Phoenix Divine Tree that was planted on it followed suit, and in the end, resized to the size of a palm. Lu Yiping placed into the Qiankuan tripod. The immortal golden phoenix swallowed in its throat and looked at Lu Yiping apprehensively, nervously, and uneasily, regardless of whether or not the young man in front of him was truly the sacred demon's master. However, with the terrifying power of the other party who had just gently lifted and uprooted the Phoenix Divine Tree, it was by no means something that it could fight against. The other side can rub it 10,000 times with just one finger. Lu Yiping looked at the apprehensive and nervous immortal golden phoenix and blandly said, "You come from a good background and possess the topmost bloodline of the Phoenix clan. Unfortunately, you have taken a lot of crooked paths by practicing and sensing alone here, or else you would have already broken through to the heavenly god realm." The immortal golden phoenix's face clouded over, gritted its teeth, and stepped forward to respectfully say, "Please also grant me the divine Tao method. Phoenix Jiu is willing to saddle up and go through fire for your lordship." Lu Yiping smiled blandly. "Going through fire? Not so much." Then he raised his hand, his fingers surging with light, only to see a heavenly god law coalesce. In the end, there were as many as 10,000 of these heavenly god laws. Lu Yiping pointed a finger. These 10,000 heavenly god laws, one by one, flowed into the body of the immortal golden phoenix Phoenix Jiu. Phoenix Jiu fused these 10,000 heavenly god laws and sensed these 10,000 heavenly god laws, and all of a sudden, his entire body was surging with light. His breath grew stronger and stronger, and finally, he stirred the high skies. Soon, thunderclouds tumbled in the 9 heavens, and a lightning bolt formed. Obviously, this was a sign that Phoenix Jiu was about to break through the heavenly god realm. As the aura on Phoenix Jiu became stronger and stronger, eventually, the golden light of the whole body burst out and rushed into the 9 heavens, and the robberies and thunder poured down crazily. The heavenly gods robbing thunder, which was enough to destroy a continent, made the heavens and earth lose their light. However, when that heavenly god robbery thunder fell, Lu Yiping simply held it in the air, and a huge, invisible hand held the heavenly god robbery thunder. Although he had already seen Lu Yiping's terrifying power just now, but now seeing Lu Yiping, holding the heavenly god's robbery thunder in the void, Phoenix Jiu was still horrified. The heavenly god's robbery thunder was even able to hold it? He couldn't imagine how it was done. At that moment, Lu Yiping's grip tightened, and as soon as that invisible giant hand tightened, that heavenly god's robbery thunder was pinched and exploded, just like exploding fireworks, brilliantly high in the sky. In the end, the robbing thunder transformed into the purest energy of thunder, fell down and surged into the body of Phoenix Jiu, and the divine frame in Phoenix Jiu absorbed the energy of thunder and began to metamorphose, and its divine body, were as if they were ferrying on a layer of luster. Phoenix Jiu adapted to the heavenly god's power in her body, took a deep breath, and then prostrated herself. "Many thanks, my lord." Originally, it would take hundreds of years for it to break through to the heavenly god realm, but now, Lu Yiping was allowing it to break through directly, saving hundreds of years of work. Lu Yiping made Phoenix Jiu get up and told him to address his master in the future just like the dragon-horned golden bull, Zhang Jin and the others. Phoenix Jiu respectfully answered yes. A few moments later, several people left the Phoenix alien space. Phoenix 9, on the other hand, transformed into a tiny golden bird the size of a palm, situated on the chariot's head. Lu Yiping wasn't in a hurry either. Chariots are not fast. It was only a few days later that they exited the battlefield of the gods. "My lord, where are we going?" Zhang Jin asked in a respectful voice. Lu Yiping mused, "Go to the Beidou Empire." Beidou Empire, the strongest empire in the divine martial continent, the Beidou imperial capital, where several of the largest chambers of commerce in the divine martial continent were gathered. Wei Bing, Chen Yongyuan, two people still do not have a true godhead. The past Beidou Empire Chamber of Commerce are to see if there is a suitable second shift coming up. Chapter 22, The Bones of the Dead. Thus, several people came over towards the Beidou Empire. A few days later, the Beidou Empire was far away. "My lord, Through that mass grave in front of us is the border of the Beidou Empire. Zhang Jin pointed to an overgrown hillock in front of him with a gloomy wind. The Beidou Empire and the moon-worshipping empire were often at war on the border. Here, buried, were almost all the warriors of the Beidou Empire who had died in battle. The hillock was immense, a grave that could not be seen to the end. It is said to be a mass grave, but in fact it is a land of graves, with hillocks stretching on for who knows how many. Lu Yiping nodded. Let's go over. The chariot was in the air, entering over the mass graves and moving slowly. By now, it was late at night. The mass graves were gusty, and the sound of the wind was as creepy as the cries of severe ghosts. Some of the timid ones, just by hearing the sound of the wind like a severe ghost, are afraid that their legs will go weak. Here, the number of dead warriors of the Beidou Empire over the years were buried, so one could imagine the number of them. So the heavy yin qi had reached an alarming level, not to mention the mortals, even the cultivators who have built the foundation. By this yin qi invasion of the body, will also have to lie down and fall ill. Chariot flight. The ghastly wind is getting stronger and stronger. Dead silence all around. Suddenly, a certain grave on the ground broke open, and a figure, carrying a shocking corpse qi, flew up and violently attacked the chariot. Zhang Jin did not make a move either, and his entire body surged with divine power. Space shook, and the figure was seen smashing out heavily, only to see that the one who attacked the chariot was a dead body with a pale face, empty eyes, and wearing tattered battle armor, which completely burst apart after being struck by Zhao Wen's divine power. It's the living dead. Some disciples of sects that practiced evil arts would come here to refine the freshly buried warriors of the Beidou Empire into the living dead using secret methods. The disciples of those sects that practiced evil arts, by manipulating these living dead to attack the experts passing by the mass graves, killed the passing experts and then searched for spirit stones, elixirs, and pills on each other's bodies, even refining each other into the living dead as well. The living dead were somewhat similar to the dead corpses of the battlefield of the gods. However, the dead corpses of the battlefield of the gods were a kind of monster born after countless years of devouring dead qi, with spiritual intelligence. But these living dead had no spiritual intelligence and a dead qi that was far from being comparable to the dead corpses of the battlefield of the gods. The chariot continued on its way. This was followed by a constant stream of attacks from the living dead. These living dead, the stronger they were in life, the stronger their flesh was, then the stronger they were after being refined into living dead. However, those buried here were basically ordinary warriors of the Beidou Empire, so they were generally not strong in life. All major empire warriors, as long as they were in the innate realm, could join the army. The chariot kept going all the way. The living dead are growing, but no matter how many, they were all dispersed and shattered before they even got close to the chariot. An hour or so later, the chariot crossed the mass grave. Ahead, there was an open mountainous area. However, just as Lu Yiping's few people hadn't gotten far into the mountainous terrain, they heard someone behind them angrily shout, "Stop right there!" Immediately afterward, several figures broke through the air and stopped the chariot. At the head of the group was a woman with an Ana figure, phoenix eyes, cherry mouth, not bad looking, only, the whole person exuded a fury. Between his eyebrows, there was a hidden black glow. Obviously, the cultivation was the evil fury technique. Behind the woman, followed by 4 men. All 5 were dressed in purple robes, with an eerie white bone embroidered on each sleeve. This is the symbol of the White Bone Sect. The White Bone Sect, a not-so-weak force in the Beidou Empire, had a strength that was on par with the Lei Kei Sword Sect. Those living dead of mine, were they all killed by you guys? Miao Yan stared angrily at Lu Yiping and the others. Those living dead in the mass graves. She had spent great effort to refine them, tens of thousands of heads, and unexpectedly today, all of them were blasted clean. Lu Yiping didn't say anything. The dragon-horned golden bull, however, stared at the other party and grinned. Little girl, were those living dead people refined by you? What? Looking at you in anger, you still want us to compensate? Bold, a White Bone Sect expert behind Miao Yan shouted angrily, and violently a large hammer flew out with a swing, smashing down towards the dragon-horned golden bull. These experts of the White Bone Sect are ruthless and murderous, and it is common for them to slaughter an entire family on the other side at the drop of a hat. In the Hong Yuan realm, below the Divine Spirit realm, each realm was divided into 10 levels, while above the Divine Spirit realm, there was the early stage, the middle stage, the late stage, and the peak of the late stage. This White Bone Sect expert was clearly a 7th level life-snatching realm expert. 7th level of the life-snatching realm, much stronger than that Xiao family elder Xiao Yuan who had stepped in to snatch Lu Yiping's red flame sword, who was only at the 1st level of the life-snatching realm. The dragon-horned golden bull didn't make a move either. Zhang Jin raised his hand and with a finger force, he directly blew up that White Bone Sect expert. Blood rains down. What? Niao Yan's few faces changed. Zhang Jin coldly looked at the white bone sect's few people. Make another move and all of them will die. An expert of the white bone sect was furious and was about to go forward when Niao Yan reached out and stopped that white bone sect expert. With a gloomy voice, she asked Lu Yiping, "Which sect are you from?" Lu Yiping didn't answer. "Don't bother answering. Go." The chariot slowly departed. Niao Yan was so angry that her face turned blue. Especially the demeanor of the blue-shirted young man playing with a tiny golden bird in his hands made her furious. It's contempt. Naked contempt. But in the end, she didn't make a move. The chariot is far away. Senior sister. Senior brother Chen's corpse and bones are nowhere to be found. Are we? A white bone sect expert looked at the bloodstains on the ground around them. His face unsightly. Niao Yan's eyes looked grimly at the distant chariot. Go back and report to master first. I'll let them know our white bone sect's methods. A few people broke into the air and left. In no time, the chariot arrived at the border of the Beidou Empire. Regarding the matter of the white bone sect just now, Lu Yiping's few people didn't take it to heart. The wall of the Beidou Empire's border was 10 feet high and several meters thick, and on top of the wall, all sorts of attack and defense array symbols were engraved. At the gate of the city wall, teams of family disciples from all sides, experts were being interrogated and entering the city. Lu Yiping's chariot, on the other hand, directly passed through the sky high above the Beidou Empire. The chariots walked over the heads of the defending soldiers on the city walls. However, these defending soldiers were completely unaware and unseen. Entering the border of the Beidou Empire, a few people headed across a city without any obstacles, and after a few days, they arrived at the Beidou Empire's imperial capital. Being the first imperial capital of the divine martial continent, the Beidou imperial capital was very large and could not be seen at a glance. As Lu Yiping and the few others drove into it, the feeling of pomp and prosperity came over them, only to see the city streets across, traffic, all kinds of sounds dense in the ears, all kinds of family disciples, experts shuttled to and from endless, gongzi. Suddenly, a surprised voice rang out. Lu Yiping looked over and it was Lu Peng. Besides Lu Peng, there was also Lu Xiaoyu, Lei Ke Sword Sect Patriarch Song Ning, and a group of experts from the Lei Ke Sword Sect. Chapter 23, I've come to buy something. Seeing that it was Lu Peng, Lu Xiaoyu and the others, Lu Yiping was surprised. What are a few people doing in the Beidou Empire? The Beidou Empire was not close to the Lei Ke Sword Sect. At this time, Lei Ke Sword Sect Patriarch Song Ning stepped forward tightly and came in front of Lu Yiping, saying respectfully, "Greetings to you, my lord." Earlier, when he had been hit by Sword Demon Shilai's dead soul Sword Chi, it was Lu Yiping who helped him drive it clean. Although Song Ning didn't know the real identity of Lu Yiping, he knew that even their old ancestor Yang Chang and Lord Shenhong were all respectful to Lu Yiping. Moreover, he guessed that Sword Demon Shilai's death should be related to Lu Yiping. The other experts of the Lei Ke Sword Sect did not know about Lu Yiping, and they were all shocked and surprised to see their patriarch Song Ning respectfully saluting Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping nodded, then asked Song Ning, "What are you doing here in the Beidou Empire?" Song Ning hurriedly replied, "Back to your excellency, the 1st of next month is the 10,000th year of the Beidou Empire's founding, and the Beidou Empire is celebrating its national day, so we have come to take part in the festivities." The Beidou Empire's 10,000th anniversary of its founding was a major event in the divine martial continent. Therefore, many imperial dynasties' royal families, sect masters, and even some imperial experts would come to celebrate. Your Excellency came to the Beidou Empire to participate in the festivities as well? Song Ning asked carefully. Lu Yiping said, "I came to buy something." Upon hearing this, Song Ning smiled and said, "I don't know what the Duke wants to buy. Your Excellency instruct me to buy it. I know one of the deacons of the Tianji Chamber of Commerce, Tianji Chamber of Commerce, a few of the largest chambers of commerce in the divine martial continent." But Lu Yiping shook his head. "What I'm going to buy, you can't afford. True God's sigil." Not to mention Song Ning, even if Yang Cheng came and brought the entire Lei Ke Sword Sect treasure trove, he still couldn't afford to buy it. A true God sigil was not something the Lei Ke Sword Sect could afford, not to mention the two true godheads. A Lei Ke Sword Sect Supreme Elder couldn't help but say when he saw how big Lu Yiping's mouth was, "Kid, you're too big for your mouth. Can't our patriarch afford it?" When Song Ning heard that Thunder Ke Sword Sect Elder contradict Lu Yiping, his face changed greatly in horror, so frightened that he directly swept back a slap, flinging it at that Thunder Ke Sword Sect's Supreme Elder's face, unbridled. The experts of the Lei Ke Sword Sect were all stunned when they saw Song Ning's furious, as if he was about to kill, eyes. They had never seen their patriarch look so hideously pale, just because that Thunder Ke Sword Sect's Taishan Elder contradicted a sentence. Their patriarch actually wanted it? Still not quick enough to apologize to Duke Lu for his sins? Song Ning glared angrily at that thunderqueer sword sect's supreme elder. That Lei K sword sect's supreme elder looked at Song Ning with the same dazed expression, his ears buzzing terribly, his face burning hot. Obviously Song Ning had put down enough force just now. Lu Yiping glanced at that Thunder K sword sect's supreme elder and blandly said, "Forget it, those who don't know are not guilty." Only then did Song Ning feel as if she had been pardoned, and thanked Lu Yiping profusely. Lu Yiping said, "Since you know the deacon of the Tianji Chamber of Commerce, help me ask him if the Tianji Chamber of Commerce has any true god sigils for sale recently." Sanan was dumbfounded. That supreme elder of the Lei K sword sect and the others were also shocked as they looked at Lu Yiping. Could this young man be trying to? Your Excellency wants to buy a true godhead? Song Ning swallowed with froth in his mouth, only to feel his heart shivering. Lu Yiping hummed. "Ordinary ones. I don't want them. I want the top of the line kind. To the top true godheads. Don't be ordinary yet." Song Ning only felt his heart shivering madly. "I'm going to buy two," Lu Yiping added. Song Ning's heart, which had been shivering, suddenly crunched to a halt. Two pieces. Lu Peng and Lu Xiaoyu, both of them, also looked at Lu Yiping in shock. Although the two had previously spent a few days with Lu Yiping, their knowledge of Lu Yiping was even less than Song Ning's. The crowd fell silent. No one from the Lei K sword sect dared to open their mouths. After a long time, Song Ning said expectantly, "Sir, we intend to find a hotel to settle down for a few days. If you don't have a place to stay yet, why don't you join us?" Then he looked at Lu Yiping apprehensively. "Good thing too," Lu Yiping said with a little contemplation. Song Ning was elated to hear Lu Yiping agree. Thus, Lu Yiping and the Thunder K sword sect group looked for a hotel. Lu Yiping saw that the streets were crowded, so he put the chariot away. "How is your cultivation of the cultivating Luo sword technique?" Lu Yiping asked Lu Peng. "Lu Xiaoyu," Lu Peng hurriedly replied. "Back to your Excellency, we have been practicing day and night for more than a month, and we have all cultivated to the 19th move. In these few days, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me," Lu Yiping said. "Thank you, Your Excellency." Lu Peng, Lu Xiaoyu both hurriedly thanked. Seeing this, Song Ning was naturally envious. Just half an hour later, Song Ning was so anxious that his forehead was sweating. Although it was still half a month away from the Beidou Empire's celebration, however, the Beidou Empire's imperial capital's major restaurants were on fire, and they had already searched for 6 restaurants one after another, and the rooms were all full. "My lord, why don't we go to the next restaurant and ask?" Song Ning asked Lu Yiping. "No need." Lu Yiping shook his head. "Even if we search further, it's still the same. A beat. I have a place to stay, so you guys can come over with me." He just remembered that the Yellow Springs Demon Sect's old ancestor, Su Xiu, had a mansion here, and usually, that Su Xiu rarely resided here. And now, the mansion was vacant. Song Ning was surprised to hear Lu Yiping say that he had a place to stay. However, he didn't dare to ask more questions and followed Lu Yiping with the people of the Lei K sword sect over towards Su Xiu's mansion. As a late-stage true god expert, Su Xiu had purchased a mansion that was naturally in an excellent location, situated in the most central area of the Beidou Empire. But just as Lu Yiping and the others were heading over to Su Xiu's residence, they saw a large group of people coming out in front of them, stopping Lu Yiping and the others in their path. The people who came were none other than those from the White Bone sect. There were as many as 70 or 80 people. When Song Ning saw the visitor, his face was startled. White Bone sect. At this time, Miao Yan of the White Bone sect walked out, looked at Lu Yiping, and smiled coldly. "So you're from the Thunder K sword sect of the Wuji imperial dynasty?" Then to one of the old men, he said, "Master, it was this man's men that killed senior brother Chen." Wang Bianshan walked out and looked at Lu Yiping and the 4 people behind Lu Yiping, Zhang Jin and Zhao Wen, and coldly said, "Killing my disciples and destroying tens of thousands of living dead under my sect. Your Excellency, tell me how this matter will be resolved." Lu Yiping blandly said, "Settle?" Then he laughed. "How do you want to solve it?" Seeing Lu Yiping's playful smile, Wang Bianshan's face sank. "Since you're from the Lei K sword sect, I'll give face to the Lei K sword sect. Your men killed my disciple. Killing pays for killing. I want his life on the line. In addition, you have destroyed tens of thousands of living dead under my sect. You need to compensate 1 million top-grade spirit stones." Chapter 24. Is it a great emperor strong? Song Ning frowned when he heard that the other party wanted 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones are divided into lower, middle, upper, and extreme grades, and above the extreme grades are the divine spirit stones. 1 million upper-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for 100 million middle-grade spirit stones, and if they were exchanged for lower-grade spirit stones, it would be 10 billion. 10 billion inferior spirit stones. even for the Lei K sword sect, was an enormous amount of money, and refining the living dead costs nothing at all. Wang Border Mountain had actually demanded 1 million top-grade spirit stones. It was simply a lion's mouth. Lu Yiping smiled at his words. 1 million top-grade spirit stones. I have them. However, I won't give you a single copper coin. Wang Bianshan's face turned violently grim. As for the lives of my men, if you're capable, you can come and take them. Lu Yiping continued. Zhang Jin walked out. When Wang Border Mountain heard this, his eyes devoured blood as he hemmed and hawed. You really think that we wouldn't dare to make a move to kill you guys inside the Beidou imperial capital, don't you? On weekdays, fighting was forbidden in imperial cities and towns like the Beidou imperial capital, let alone now that the 10,000th anniversary celebration of the Beidou Empire was approaching. When Wang Bishan said this, he suddenly drank. Do it for me. Kill the 5 of them, the master and the servant. Instantly, the White Bone sect experts brought behind him rushed out. More than 40 people simultaneously blasted towards Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen, Wei Bing, Chen Yangyuan and Lu Yiping. Among the 40 or so people, a surprisingly large portion of them were celestial realm experts. Above Life Snatcher was Legend, above Legend was Celestial, and above that was Ancient Emperor, Great Emperor. Every celestial realm expert was extremely difficult to cultivate, and once they stepped into the celestial realm, they would be entrusted with a heavy responsibility by their clan. And if they were in the Wuji imperial dynasty, a celestial realm expert could be appointed as the lord of a city, and be in charge of 100,000 soldiers in a city. And excluding these 20 or so celestial realm experts, the rest, all of them, were at the 10th level of Legend. More than 40 people struck in unison, their fist power roaring wildly, forming a terrifying super hurricane. In the middle of the hurricane, only amazing black gases were seen tumbling. These black gases were precisely the black corpse chi in the true essence after practicing the White Bone sect technique. The surrounding passing family disciples and experts saw this and retreated in panic and hiding. In the face of the terrifying hurricane of fist power that swept over, Zhang Jin did not even look at it, and directly slapped out a claw in the air, only to see a black handprint appear in mid-air. The black handprint exuded an astonishingly cold aura. The surrounding area was suddenly like a cold place. Everyone's blood felt like it was curdling. Under the terrified eyes of the White Bone sect's experts, the black handprints like a small mountain fell down at once, only to see that those White Bone sect experts were instantly imprinted into the ground by the black handprints. All the tiles of the streets, which were unusually strong and paved with fine granite, were blown away. When everyone looked, they all sucked in a mouthful of cold air, only to see that the 40 or so White Bone sect experts had all been turned into a puddle of flesh and blood, and were slapped into a large meat cake. Above the street, a shockingly large handprint was imprinted. The crowd froze. More than 40 experts from the White Bone sect, including more than 20 at the Celestial Realm and more than 20 at the 10th level of the Legends, were just gone, completely gone. Only a large meat cake remained. Miao Yan looked at the 40 or so skeletonized White Bone sect experts and also stayed there, her mind blank. Wang Border Mountain and the other White Bone sect experts were also dumbfounded, their faces full of astonishment. Wang Beishan looked at Zhang Jin in fear. This subordinate lackey of the blue-shirted young man was unexpectedly strong to this extent. Is it the ancient emperor? Even an ancient emperor might not have such terrifying power. So, the great emperor, is it a great emperor strong? After Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen and the 4 of them fused Wu Mo's physical body. For more than a month, they had been swallowing the true god's golden pill that had been refined by the Yellow Springs demon sect's old ancestor, Su Xiao, every day to cultivate. The strength of its fleshly body and power had reached an astonishing level. Not to mention the celestial realm. Even a divine spirit realm expert would not be enough for Zhang Jin's 4 punches. Just now, Zhang Jin had only utilized a very small portion of his power. In fear, Wang Border Mountain took a deep breath, restrained his trembling hands, and said to the remaining experts of the White Bone sect, "Let's go back first." Just as Wang Border Mountain was about to retreat, Lu Yiping's bland voice rang out. "Go back? You think you guys can still go back?" Wang Bianshan stopped in his tracks, his face grimacing. "What does your excellency mean? Are you leaving us behind as well?" "Kill!" Lu Yiping's indifferent voice rang out. At that moment, Zhang Jin moved. Before Wang Border Mountain could react, he was blasted by a terrifying force. Zhang Jin's figure kept swaying. After breathing, it stopped. When he stopped, only then did Wang Beishan, who was the first to be blasted, suddenly burst into flames, followed by the remaining experts of the White Bone sect, who burst into flames in turn, even that Miao Yan from earlier. "Let's go." Lu Yiping didn't even look at the corpses of Wang Beishan and the others before saying to Zhang Jin. However, just as Lu Yiping and the others were about to leave, the ground suddenly shook. only to see a team of Beidou Empire troops walking over. This was the Beidou Empire army soldiers exuding a shocking aura all over their bodies, and the weakest of their strengths were surprisingly in the legendary realm. The general, on the other hand, was clearly a great emperor powerhouse. After these Beidou Empire troops came over, they surrounded Lu Yiping and the others heavily. The leading general glanced at the bright red blood around him and coldly looked at Lu Yiping. Anyone who fights within the Beidou imperial capital city dies. Take them all. However, just as these Beidou Empire army soldiers were about to make a move, Lu Yiping took out a token and threw it to the general. The general caught the token and looked at it. His face changed drastically. This token was none other than the token of Su Xiao, the old ancestor of the Yellow Springs demon sect. That Beidou Empire general looked at the token and his face changed. But in the end, he didn't make a move, and then took out a token and crushed it, looking like he reported it to the Beidou Empire's top management. A moment later, after receiving orders from the top, this Beidou Empire general threw the token back to Lu Yiping and said in a cold voice, "Next time you commit a crime, you will not be spared." Then he led the Beidou Empire army away. Song Ning and the Lei Ke sword sex crowd of experts looked at the departing Beidou Empire's army. All of them were relieved. Just now, the moment the Beidou Empire's general was about to make a move, all of them were scared to the point that their whole body was in a cold sweat. However, Song Ning and the others were curious as to what kind of token Lu Yiping's one just now was, so much so that the Beidou Empire no longer pursued the matter of the fight. "Let's go." When the Beidou Empire's army left, Lu Yiping blandly said. Then he and Song Ning and the others came over towards Su Xiao's residence. A few moments later, Song Ning and the others were stunned as they looked at the extremely grand and atmospheric mansion in front of them, covering an area of only 100 acres. Chapter 25, The Jade Disc of Creation. Beidou Empire Imperial Capital. Inch of land. Even a small store in the most remote area. The price is extremely expensive. Not to mention the center of the Beidou Empire, like the center of the area, covers an area of 100 acres of such a large mansion. A mansion like this one is at least in the billions, and it's a top-grade spirit stone. The mansion had a large array of prohibitions laid down by Su Xiao, and without a token, even a peak late true god expert would not be able to open it. Although these prohibitions were null and void to Lu Yiping still took out Su Mei's token, opened the prohibitions in the mansion, and walked in with the crowd. Walking into the mansion, the aura was compelling. Song Ning and the others realized that the wooden pillars in the mansion were all made of rare gold and nan-spirit wood, and each of the stone tiles laid on the floor, each of them, was a star stone. Inside the courtyard, greenery ripples and all the flowers are fragrant, even the flowers and plants, none of which are of a rare variety. And the pond, it's all 9 sun spirit water, the 9 yang spiritual water, permeated with the slightest hint of 9 yang qi. Staying in the mansion made one's whole body warm. Behind the mansion, there was also a large garden, in which all of the spirit medicines planted were at least 50,000 years old level. These elixirs alone were worth more than this residence. Song Ning and the crowd of experts from the Lei Ke sword sect marveled in awe. Lu Peng, Lu Xiaoyu and the two of them were even like entering the heavenly palace. Lu Yiping, however, had a calm face. The divine medicines within his sacred forest, even the most trashy ones, were tens of thousands of times better than the ones here. Afterward, Lu Yiping let Song Ning and the others choose their own rooms to stay in. There were many rooms in the mansion, nearly 100, and this time, the Lei Ke sword sect had come with more than 40 people, so the rooms were sufficient. Just as Lu Yiping and the others were staying at Su Xiao's mansion, inside the Beidou Empire's imperial palace, Beidou Emperor Zhou Dingtian, who was wearing a 9-dragon golden robe and exuding invisible pressure all over his body, listened to General Chen Yuan's report, and his eyes twinkled. When Chen Yuan finished his report, Zhou Dingtian mused, "What do you think is the relationship between this young man and the Yellow Spring Demon sect's old ancestor? Su Xiao? Could it be Su Xiao's personal disciple?" Chen Yuan hurriedly replied, "This, I am not in a position to answer. Since that young man has Su Xiao's token on him, I think that his relationship with Su Xiao must not be shallow. Even if he is not Su Xiao's disciple, he should be Su Xiao's descendant. As for his relationship with the Lei Ke sword sect, I've already checked. He was the one who pulled out the red flame sword a while ago." Zhou Dingtian was surprised. "Oh, he pulled out the red flame sword?" Many imperial geniuses in the divine martial continent had gone to pull out this red flame sword, but no one had been able to do so. "Yes, and I have found out that he happened to be in the Lei Ke sword sect when Sword Demon Shilai was killed," Chen Yuan added. Zhou Dingtian was once again surprised. "You mean to say that Sword Demon Shilai was most likely killed by those 4 guards around him?" "My subordinate speculates that it should be," Chen Yuan respectfully said. Zhou Dingtian pondered. "Those 4 guards, who were able to kill the Sword Demon Shilai, seem to have strength not weaker than the divine spirit realm? Could it be that Sushio sent them to protect him? The night is as dark as water. Lu Yiping sat cross-legged in the mansion room, running the eternal life technique. The secret of eternal life. A total of 49 layers. It was a technique recorded in the Jade Disc of Creation. He had broken through to the 49th level after coming out of the sacred forest. As the 49th level of the everlasting life skill operated, immediately, the earth surged with golden lotuses, and a streak of Rui Qi fell from the void. On top of Lu Yiping's head, there was a celebratory cloud, and on top of the celebratory cloud, there was an object. Surprisingly, it was a small jade-colored dish. This was none other than the Hongmeng Supreme Treasure Jade Disc of Creation. However, it was not complete, but a small piece. Around Lu Yiping's body, an avenue, constantly entwined, blossomed with a mysterious avenue light. These avenues, there is the avenue of life and death, the avenue of yin and yang, the avenue of the 5 elements, and even the avenue of reincarnation. There are as many as 1,000 avenues in all. In the ancient times, the Lord of 10,000 gods had only cultivated into 99 great paths. Lu Yiping, on the other hand, was now 1,000 avenues away. The strength of the two, of course, could not be calculated tenfold. The next day, Lu Yiping stopped his eternal life skill cultivation, celebrating clouds above his head. The Jade Disc of Creation fell into his hands. I wonder where the other pieces of the Jade Disc of Creation are. Looking at the small piece of the Jade Disc of Creation in his hand, Lu Yiping thought darkly. The complete Jade Saucer of Creation had 24 slices, recording 3,000 great avenues, and this small slice of his was the most central of the 24 slices, recording 1,000 great avenues. And it's a complete 1,000 great roads and a longevity skill technique. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Lu Yiping put the Jade Disc of Creation inside his body and spoke. Come in. Song Ning pushed his way in, carefully, and came before Lu Yiping, respectfully saying, My lord, I've asked around with that deacon friend from the Heavenly Chance Chamber of Commerce, and he said that their Chamber of Commerce is having an auction next month for a Dark Moon Divine Sigil. The Dark Moon Divine Grimoire. Although it wasn't a 14th level Supreme Divine Grimoire, it was still an 11th level Divine Grimoire. When next month? Lu Yiping asked. Only one? The first of next month is the Beidou Empire celebration, and the auction is scheduled for the 2nd of next month. Song Ning hurriedly replied. There's only one. I've asked him to help me inquire about another divine lattice, but divine lattices are rarely auctioned. Lu Yiping nodded his head, glanced at Song Ning, and took out a golden elixir from within the Qiankuan tripod and gave it to Song Ning. Things were done well. Song Ning took the golden elixir, smelling the burst of amazing elixir fragrance of the golden elixir, and ate and said, Divine Spirit Golden Elixir. Then in disbelief, he asked Lu Yiping, Sir, this is for me? Lu Yiping laughed. Of course it's for you. Is it for me? Following that, he laughed. It's just a Divine Spirit Golden Pill. Get up. He first refined the Sword Demon Shilai, and then refined the 6 Supreme Elders of the Dark Demon Hall and the Black Prison Forest, removing the rewards for Yang Chang, Chen Hong, Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen, and others, and still had quite a few pieces in his hand. Hearing that Lu Yiping had truly rewarded himself with this Divine Spirit Golden Dan, Song Ning's entire body trembled with excitement, and he bowed heavily to Lu Yiping. Song Ning thanks Your Excellency for giving him the Dan. Your Excellency's great favor. Song Ning will never forget it. Lu Yiping smiled at the words and didn't care, letting Song Ning get up. Then after Song Ning came out of the room, the sun was shining brightly and it was warm on my face. Master, the Beidou Empire general outside seeks an audience. It's the one from yesterday, saying that he's here on the orders of the Beidou Emperor. At this moment, Zhao Wen came over and respectfully said, Oh, came by order of the Great Northern Dipper. Lu Yiping pondered briefly. Let him come in and bring him to the Great Hall. Zhao Wen respectfully answered yes and then retreated. Your Excellency, the Great Northern Dipper, sending someone over. It wouldn't be for what happened yesterday, would it? Song Ning asked apprehensively. It shouldn't be, Lu Yiping said. The two of them came over towards the main hall, and when they arrived, they saw a middle-aged man in war robes standing in the main hall. The same general from yesterday. Brothers, the recommendation is too little. Hard yards, looking at this recommendation, looking at the heart of the cold, we all look after. Cast a recommendation vote? Thank you. Chapter 26, Waiting for You. Yesterday, this Beidou Empire general still had to take down Lu Yiping and the others, but now, when he saw Lu Yiping coming over, he had a smile on his face. I, Beidou Empire Admiral Chen Yuan, meet Mr. Lu. Chen Yuan cupped his fists at Lu Yiping. Above the general is the marshal. However, in the major empires, only Divine Spirit Realm experts could become Grand Marshals. This Chen Yuan in front of him was only at the 7th level of Great Emperor. Of course, an admiral of the 7th level of a Great Emperor was significant in the Baidu Empire. Lu Yiping nodded, then sat down and picked up his teacup. What is it? Nor did he let the other party sit. Chen Yuan frowned, thinking of the Great Emperor's order this time. He suppressed the unhappiness in his heart and said, I have been ordered by the Great Emperor to come and invite Mr. Lu to join the celebration at that time. Then he brought out a golden post. Song Ning stepped forward and picked up the golden sticker, sending it to Lu Yiping. Chen Yuan laughed. This invitation was inscribed by our Great Emperor himself? For this celebration, our Great Emperor personally inscribed 10 invitations, and this one, Mr. Lu, is one of them. Then fearing that Lu Yiping still didn't know the preciousness of this invitation, he added, one of them was given to Duke Yun Haitian, the 100 Flowers Empress. Hearing these two names, Song Ning's heart shook wildly in surprise. Duke Cloud Sea Sky, 100 Flower Empress, Cloudy Sea Sky, the Empress of the 100 Flowers. These two names were undoubtedly two of the most famous people in the Divine Martial Continent in the last 100 years. As long as the forces on the Divine Martial Continent had gotten on the stage, they had all definitely heard of these two. Oh, Cloud Sea Sky, 100 Flower Empress. Lu Yiping, however, had his face as usual. Although he had only been out in the world for a month or so, he had heard about these two. Yun Haitian, the posture of a double saint, possessing two great saint bodies, whether it was the Tao of the Sword or the Tao of the Zither. His attainments were extremely high, and he was the young master of the Yun family, one of the 4 great families of the Divine Martial Continent. It was also the youngest deity on the Divine Martial Continent right now, the 100 Flowers Empress. On the other hand, was the Emperor of the 100 Flowers Empire. There were hundreds of empires in the Divine Martial Continent, and the 100 Flowers Empire was one of the 10 strongest empires in the Divine Martial Continent. The 100 Flowers Empress. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also single. And like Baidu Empire Great Emperor Zhou Dingtian, she was a founding emperor, meaning that the 100 Flowers Empire was built by this 100 Flowers Empress herself, not inheriting it from her father. Not bad. It's none other than Duke Yun Haitian and Empress 100 Flowers. Chen Yuan laughed. Suddenly, Lu Yiping opened his mouth and asked, in the hands of your great emperor, you have a superior godhead? Chen Yuan was stunned, obviously not expecting Lu Yiping to suddenly ask this question. Superior godhead? Well, go back and tell your great emperor that I will attend then. Lu Yiping said. Chen Yuan smiled. Then when the time comes, I will be waiting for Mr. Lu's arrival. Then he excused himself and left. After Chen Yuan left, Song Ning smiled at Lu Yiping and said, my lord, I didn't expect that the Great Northern Dipper would personally inscribe an invitation for Admiral Chen Yuan to send to you. It's just a supreme honor, which was a distinction that many Divine Spirit Realm experts did not have. Although the Lei Ke Sword Sect had also received a celebration invitation, the Lei Ke Sword Sect's celebration invitation was different from Lu Yiping's, and it was only inscribed by an expert from the Baidu Empire's department responsible for sending out invitations. Lu Yiping will open the invitation, only to see the invitation above. The word is not much. Liao Liao dozen words. The dragon flies, through a kind of arrogance, domineering. There is the emperor in the world of the situation. The writing is sloppy. Lu Yiping glanced at it and said, although the Baidu Empire hadn't been founded for long, only 10,000 years, but it was able to become the number 1 empire in the Divine Martial Continent, so it was evident that this Zhou Dingtian was not simple. Although Yun Haitian and the 100 Flower Empress were famous in the Divine Martial Arts, they were still quite a bit worse compared to this Zhou Dingtian. The legendary deeds about this Zhou Dingtian were even more numerous. However, Lu Yiping also knew that Zhou Dingtian had invited him not because he thought that he could be comparable to Yun Haitian, the 100 Flowers Empress, but because of the Yellow Springs demon sect Su Xiu. It seemed that the other party had mistaken him for Su Xiu's disciple or son or nephew. Song Ning sweated when he heard Lu Yiping say that Baidu Emperor Zhou Dingtian's writing was sloppy. He stole a glance, only to see the words of the invitation, the momentum of the emperor's presence in the world coming from his face, and an astonishing sword chi, as if it was about to rise up to the sky. Obviously, these simple dozen words contained the supreme sword Tao. Sanin swallowed. This is still, like, sloppy? Afterward, Song Ning respectfully saluted Lu Yiping and retreated. Now, he was impatient to refine that divine spirit golden pill. He was already at the peak of the Ancient Emperor 10th level and had been stuck at the peak of the Ancient Emperor 10th level for many years. This divine spirit gold pill, even if it couldn't help him break through to the Emperor realm, it should still be able to help him touch the threshold of the Emperor realm. When Song Ning went back to his room to cultivate, Lu Yiping came to the courtyard of Lu Peng. Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Peng, Lu Xiaoyu and the two of them were practicing the Shura sword technique against each other. Sparring with the Shura sword technique, the courtyard was filled with sword energy. The sword chi, however, only reverberated within the courtyard and did not leak out. Compared to more than a month ago, when Lu Yiping had just met them, his sword skill attainment had improved by more than one level. Clearly, the two had worked hard over the past month or so. Your Excellency, Lu Peng, Lu Xiaoyu and the two of them stopped their cultivation when they saw Lu Yiping's arrival and hurried over, saying respectfully, "The Shura sword technique is well practiced." Lu Yiping laughed. Lu Peng scratched his head and said in embarrassment, "I am too foolish, and I have never been able to cultivate the 20th move of this Shura sword technique." Lu Yiping shook his head. "It's not that you guys are stupid. Since the 20th move of the cultivating Luo sword technique, all of them require deep true essence to be able to cultivate them. Your realm is too low." Saying this, he took out 2 true god golden pills that had been refined with Su Xiao, and then directly flicked them. The 2 true gods golden dawn immediately passed through the 2 men's flesh and entered the 2 men's dantian. Just now, it was 2 true gods golden pills. Now, I will integrate these 2 true gods golden pills into your dantian. And in the future, when you cultivate, the power of this true god's golden pill will slowly dissipate and be integrated into your dantian, transforming it into your true essence, helping you to rapidly ascend your realm. Lu Yiping said, True god golden dan." Lu Peng, Lu Xiaoyu both trembled. Stunned, the two were completely blinded. True god. When the Shura sect hadn't been overthrown yet, the Shura sect master, who wasn't even an ancient emperor, a true god, was an existence that they didn't even dare to think about. Cultivate well. Lu Yiping said, "In the future, rebuild the Shura sect." After all, the Shura sect was created by his best friend, and he didn't want the Shura sect to be lost just like that. "Many thanks for your great kindness, Your Excellency." Lu Peng, Lu Xiaoyu both woke up in shock and prostrated themselves on the ground. Lu Peng, a big man, cried. Lu Yiping let the two get up and didn't disturb their cultivation before leaving the courtyard. After leaving the courtyard, Lu Yiping brought along the dragon-horned golden bull and went out of the mansion with Zhang Jin and a few others for a casual walk. A few people had just left the mansion for a short while before they encountered experts from the Wuji imperial dynasty, the Xiao family, and the Zhang family. Xiao Changfeng, Princess Tian, and Zhang Yu were riding their mounts, side by side, talking and laughing. "I'd like to do 3 shifts tomorrow. Do you have any rewarding brothers? I'm begging for rewards, recommendations, everything." Chapter 27, His name is Lu Yiping. The tourist chariot is conspicuous, especially in the sunlight. Xiao Changfeng, Princess Tian, Zheng Yu and the others saw the golden bull chariot one after another. Princess Tian, Zheng Yu were surprised to see the golden bull chariot, not expecting to meet Lu Yiping even in the Beidou imperial capital. "It's you!" When Xiao Changfeng saw that it was Lu Yiping, at once, his eyes went cold, and he was obviously much more agitated than Princess Tian. Zheng Yu's reaction. The experts of the Xiao family behind Xiao Changfeng also stared angrily at Lu Yiping. However, the Xiao family's crowd of experts took into consideration that betting was forbidden in the Beidou Empire's imperial capital, so the young lady bumped into the hand, and although they wanted to kill Lu Yiping, no one dared to do it. Since the Beidou Empire covered up yesterday's White Bone sect incident, the Wuji imperial dynasty, the Xiao family, the Zheng family, and the others did not know about yesterday's White Bone sect incident. At this time, Princess Tian stepped forward and said to Lu Yiping, "I didn't expect to meet Mr. Lu here. Is Mr. Lu also here to participate in the Beidou Empire celebration?" Xiao Changfeng snorted and laughed. "The Beidou Empire celebration? And how can anyone participate in it? The celebration stipulates that only experts above the Jindan realm can enter the palace. The Beidou Empire sends out invitations, inviting experts from all sides, and for each invitation, 10 people can be brought into the palace. However, it is stipulated that the disciples brought must be Jindan or above." Xiao Changfeng, on the other hand, had just broken through the Jindan realm, and this time, he had come with his father to participate in the celebration. "Golden Dan?" The dragon-horned golden bull laughed. Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen, Wei Bing, and Chen Yongyuan laughed as well. Even Lu Yiping shook his head and smiled. There was not a trace of true essence, not a trace of internal force, and even less of divine power in his body right now. So it was no wonder that Xiao Changfeng and the others thought that he was immortal. Not to mention Xiao Changfeng, even Zhou Dingtian, even Wan Wuwu, even Jiang Yuhong, even the number 1 person in this realm, the strongest in all realms. It was impossible to see his true body. Wan Wufei, the lord of the divine martial continent, was also the old ancestor of the Wan family, the first family of the divine martial continent. Jiang Yuhong, on the other hand, was the ancestor of the Tai sect and the first person in the Hongyuan plain. Xiao Changfeng's face sank when he saw the dragon-horned golden bull, Zhang Jin and the others laughing. At that moment, suddenly, a few people came from the distance. Princess Tian. One of the young men saw Princess Tian and said joyfully. Princess Tian saw the visitor, unexpectedly, and smiled sweetly. So it's Duke Hua of Yunhua. Xiao Changfeng, Zheng Yu and the two of them were shocked when they heard this. Yunhua Hua, a direct descendant of the Yun family's Yun Haitian. Although he was young, not older than them by a few years, he was already a life-snatching realm expert. His talent, which was directly after Yun Haitian, was known as the Yun family's most talented disciple of the younger generation, and also one of the most talented disciples of the younger generation of their Beidou Empire. I, Xiao Changfeng of the Xiao family of the Wuji Imperial Dynasty and Zheng Yu of the Zheng family, have met Prince Hua of the Cloud Kingdom. Xiao Changfeng, Zheng Yu both hurriedly went forward and said. Yun Guohua nodded slightly to the two men, then came to Princess Tian and smiled. When did Princess Tian come to the imperial capital? Princess Tian laughed. We just arrived today too. Lu Yiping said to the dragon-horned golden bull. Let's go. Go to the Tianji Chamber of Commerce. The Tianji Chamber of Commerce buys and sells things, but it can also ask for information. He wanted the Tianji Chamber of Commerce to ask for some information. Seeing that Lu Yiping was about to leave, Princess Tian spoke up. Mr. Lu, that red flame sword. I wonder if you could let me watch it for a moment. The red flame sword? Yun Guohua and the several Yun family experts behind him all looked toward Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping, however, turned a deaf ear. The chariot continued on its way. Princess Tian was staggered. At that moment, a Yun clan expert stopped in front of the golden bull chariot with a flash of his body, his eyes burning as he stared at Lu Yiping. Yang Dong's red flame sword. You have it on you? The red flame sword. Did you pull it out? Sword god Yang Dong's red flame sword had been pulled out by someone, and over the past month or so, the news had spread, surprising many empires and imperial dynasty experts on the divine martial continent. Lu Yiping glanced at the Yun clan expert who was straddling the middle of the road and blandly said, It's not too late for you to get out of the way. Princess Tian, Yun Guohua, Xiao Changfeng, Zheng Yu and the others were all stunned. Xiao Changfeng sneered. This Lu is just looking for death. How dare they all be so arrogant in front of the Cloud Road family's experts? These Yun family experts together with Yun Guohua were all wearing the brocade robes of the direct disciples of the Yun family. These direct disciples of the Yun family were the descendants who had been trained by the Yun family's key cultivation, and their status and position were far from those Yun family's collateral and external disciples that could be compared to each other. That Yun clan expert was stunned, and obviously did not expect Lu Yiping to directly tell him to get lost. His face snapped. What did you just say? Coldly, he stared at Lu Yiping. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? However, just as he finished speaking, suddenly, the dragon-horned golden bull directly kicked, and before that Yun clan's expert could react, he was kicked high into the air by the dragon-horned golden bull. The crowd looked and realized that the Yun clan expert had disappeared into the clouds. I told you to roll, and you're still babbling. The dragon-horned golden bull retracted its legs. The crowd was shocked and looked high in the sky in disbelief, waiting for a while but still not seeing that Yun family expert fall. Xiao Changfeng, Zheng Yu, and the others all swallowed with foam in their mouths as well. These Yun family direct disciples, to be able to be with Yun Guohua, their strength should not be weaker than Yun Guohua's. They were only afraid that they were also life-snatching realm experts. And now it's being. In the silence of the crowd, the chariot continued to move slowly. Yun Guohua's eyes erupted with coldness, his fists clenched, but in the end, he did not stop the chariot. Next time, he'll be your downfall. Lu Yiping's indifferent voice came out. The crowd was stunned. I don't know who Road Yiping was talking to with that. Princess Tian, however, had a sinking heart. This, to her, just now, when Yun Guohua came over, she suddenly got the idea and actually harbored some small thoughts. Princess Tian looked at the distant chariot, her eyes twinkling. She never believed that this Lu Yiping was a mortal body mortal, but unfortunately, she never saw him make a move. There was also that cow, whose strength was beyond her imagination. However, the news of the red flame sword would soon spread, and she couldn't believe that she wouldn't see Lu Yiping make a move. Just a long time after Lu Yiping had left, that Yun clan expert finally fell from the heights and smashed down on top of the city wall of the Beidou imperial capital, scaring the Beidou imperial soldiers who were on patrol. When Yun Guohua carried the corpse of this Yun family direct disciple back to the front of the Yun family's experts, the Yun family's experts all looked at the Yun family disciple who had smashed down from a high altitude, falling so hard that he couldn't even recognize his own mother, and all of them had chilling expressions on their faces. Yun family's supreme elder Yun Xingyan looked at his grandson's corpse, and even more, He couldn't restrain the killing intent in his heart. He gritted his teeth. Who did this? His name is Lu Yiping, Yun Guohua hurriedly said. He's the one who pulled out Young Dong's red flame sword. The Yun family's experts were stunned. Where is he now? Yun Xingyun's face sank. He went to the Tianji Chamber of Commerce. He should still be there now, Yun Guohua said. First shift. Chapter 28, Su Xiu's son and nephew? I'm going to the Tianji Chamber of Commerce right now, Yun Xingyun said coldly. However, just as he was about to leave, Yun Chang, the Yun family's supreme elder, said, yesterday, someone was fighting in the imperial capital, and the Beidou emperor was enraged, and once again ordered that whoever dared to fight within the Beidou imperial capital would be captured and questioned for their crimes, even if it was a divine spirit realm expert. Now, with the imperial celebration approaching, if we were to fight within the imperial capital at this time, I'm afraid we'd only offend Zhou Dingtian. In this matter, I think it's better to put it off for a while. That brat won't be able to escape anyway. Just wait for the end of the imperial celebration. Then we'll do it again. Another Yun family supreme elder Lao said. That kid's surname is Lu. Could it be someone from the Lu family? This is something that needs to be investigated as well. The Lu family. Yun Xingyun's face changed. Although the Lu family's main residence was not in the Divine Martial Continent, its power in the Divine Martial Continent was not weak either. Even the Beidou Empire wouldn't dare to mess with a huge giant like this. The young lord has gone to the 100-flower Empress Imperial Palace. Why don't we wait for the young lord to come back before we make a decision? Yun Chang said. Yun Xingyun's face clouded over before he finally nodded. At this moment, Lu Yiping's few people arrived at the Tianji Chamber of Commerce. The Tianji Chamber of Commerce, as a number of large chambers of commerce in the Divine Martial Continent, was decorated in an extremely grand manner. The hall is very large, 1,000 square meters. People come and go in the hall. There are a lot of people trading. After Lu Yiping, several people arrived. The disciple of Tianji Chamber of Commerce came over to greet Lu Yiping. Several people, and when he asked Lu Yiping what he needed to buy and sell, Lu Yiping said, "Where is your steward? I would like to ask your Chamber of Commerce to help me ask for some information." Then he took a piece of spirit stone and rewarded it to that heavenly chance Chamber of Commerce disciple, who was shocked when he took a look at the spirit stone in his hand that was surging with divine spirit chi and ate it up. Divine spirit stone. Everyone in the hall looked over. Divine spirit stones were extremely rare, and even when the Hong Yuan Realm Super Chamber of Commerce traded, they usually only used top-grade and extreme-grade spirit stones. Therefore, the crowd was surprised to see that Lu Yiping had rewarded that disciple from the Chamber of Commerce with a divine spirit stone. That Chamber of Commerce disciple slowed down for a moment and said excitedly, "My lord, please follow me." Then he brought Lu Yiping and the others to the inner hall of the Chamber of Commerce that was specialized in prying for information. Soon, a Chamber of Commerce steward came to receive Lu Yiping and politely asked Lu Yiping what news he wanted to inquire about. Lu Yiping said, "More than 40,000 years ago, Sword God Yang Dong received a mysterious person's letter summons and then entered the battlefield of the gods. I want to know who sent that letter summons. If one knew who that mysterious person was, then it would be possible to know who had set up the 9 extinction burial god formation." When the Chamber of Commerce steward heard this, his face became difficult, because it was so far back in time, more than 40,000 years after the fact. It was difficult to inquire about such things, and it would take too much manpower. "My lord, this mission, our chamber cannot take it." He shook his head. At this time, Lu Yiping took out a long sword and said, "As long as you help me find out, this sword is the payment. Divine weapon." The chamber steward looked at the long sword, his eyes burning as his breathing became different. At the same time, he was shocked in his heart, not expecting this young man to be able to take out a divine artifact, and it was taking a divine artifact as a reward. "Wait a moment, Your Excellency. I'll report to my superiors," that chamber steward said, and he went out for a moment. After a while, that Chamber of Commerce steward returned. However, there was an additional middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was none other than Sun Yuxuan, the president of the Beidou branch of the Tianji Chamber of Commerce. Sun Yuxuan was also shocked when he received that steward's report. Upon entering, he looked at Lu Yiping and the 4 Zhang Jin behind him in astonishment. He had been the president of the Beidou branch of the Tianji Chamber of Commerce for many years, and it was the first time that he had encountered someone who had actually taken a divine artifact to offer a bounty for information. Even some true God realm experts might not have a divine artifact, which showed the rarity of divine artifacts. Of course, it was he, who was the chairman of the Beidou branch of the Tianji Chamber of Commerce, who similarly did not have a divine weapon. "I'm Sun Yuxuan, the president of the Beidou branch of the Tianji Chamber of Commerce. I don't know how to address you, sir." Sun Lixuan was polite and asked, "Lu Yiping." Lu Yiping didn't hide it. "Lu Yiping? is it the Lu family? As Sun Lishuan's mind spun, he smiled and said, so it's Mr. Lu. His gaze fell on top of the long sword on the table. This long sword, he vaguely felt that it looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. He said to Lu Yiping, Mr. Lu, the disappearance of sword god Yang Dong back then has become a mystery, and there were many experts who investigated the matter back then, but came up with nothing. It's even harder to investigate now that it's so many years after the fact. This is a matter that I need to report to the top before I can do so. Lu Yiping nodded. Thus, Sun Lishuan immediately took out a letter talisman and contacted the side of the Tianji Chamber of Commerce's headquarters. It didn't take long to get a reply from the headquarters side. Sun Lishuan pondered a little and said to Lu Yiping, our general president said that we can take the mission. However, we will only help you inquire for 1 year. And after 1 year, no matter if we have inquired or not, this divine artifact, it's all ours. And, this artifact, it needs to be given to us first. Without even thinking about it, Lu Yiping said, yes. Then he gave the longsword to the other party. It was just a divine weapon. He had plenty of them. Moreover, it was only a lower grade divine weapon. Moreover, this longsword was Wu Mo's. Lu Yiping didn't have anything else to do, so he left his contact method and left the Tianji Chamber of Commerce with Zhang Jin and a few others. Sun Lishuan looked at Lu Yiping's back, his eyes still in shock. He didn't expect that the young man would agree without even thinking about it. Divine artifacts seemed to be as if they were simply worthless contraptions in its eyes. President, this young man, could he be from the Lu family? The steward from earlier, who was also alarmed, asked. Sun Lishuan shook his head. Lu family? Even the young master of the Lu family? I'm only afraid that he didn't have such a large amount of money. After Lu Yiping left the Tianji Chamber of Commerce, he wandered around for a while longer before returning to his mansion with the Longhorn Golden Bull. Night. Inside a certain luxurious mansion in the Beidou imperial capital, a silver-suited, handsome Yun Haitian sat on the main seat of the hall, while Yun Xingyun, Yun Chang and a group of experts sat on both sides of the hall. Yun Haitian glanced at the several people and said with a grave expression on his face, that Lu Yiping, I had someone inquire about it today. Seeing Yun Haitian's face look grave, the hearts of the Yun family's experts thumped. Could this Lu Yiping really be a disciple of the Lu family? Yun Haitian spoke. He should be Su Xiu's son or nephew. The Yun clan's experts were stunned, and then their faces changed drastically. Yun Xingyun's voice trembled a little. Yes, it's the Yellow Springs demon sect Su Xiu, the Yellow Springs demon sect's old ancestor. Su Xiu practiced the Yellow Springs demon technique, and back then, how many sects were slaughtered? The number of divine spirit realm experts who died in its hands alone was more than 3 digits. This Lu Yiping is actually the son and nephew of this terrifying great devil? Young lord, is the news exact? Yun Xingyun asked with food. Yun Haitian nodded. It shouldn't be false. Yesterday's fight in the imperial capital. It was the guards around him who made a move and killed 77 people from the White Bone sect's supreme elder Wang Border Mountain. The crowd shook inwardly. There's another one in the evening. Chapter 29 Young Master of the Yin Ghost Sect. After his men killed 77 men from Wang Border Mountain, Admiral Chen Yuan was going to capture him for questioning, but he took a token out. That token, it's Yellow Springs demon sect Su Xiu's, Yun Hai Tian added. And the mansion he's living in right now is the Yellow Springs demon sect Su Xiu's. As for those 4 guards beside him, they should be in the divine spirit realm. The Yun clan's experts were shocked again when they heard this. 4 divine spirit realms, as escorts? This Yellow Springs demon sect, Su Xiu, had actually sent 4 divine spirit realms to protect this Lu Yiping. This Lu Yiping's position in the Yellow Springs demon sect Su Xiu's heart was self-evident. No wonder Beidou Emperor Zhou Dingtian didn't capture him for questioning. Yun Chang, the Yun family's supreme elder, said, glancing at Yun Xingyun as he said this. Luckily, he had blocked Yun Xingyun in the morning. Otherwise, now, there might be something else happening. Yun Xingyun's face changed in a gloomy manner, not expecting that this Lu Yiping was actually the son and nephew of that big devil Su Xiu of the Yellow Springs demon sect. Thinking of the tragic death of his grandson, he sighed in his heart. On the other hand, Yun Guohua, who was standing in the corner of the hall, listening to Yun Haitian and the others talking, was pale and only felt cold sweat all over his body. Thinking back to that scene in the morning, he could only feel his soul trembling. Luckily, he wasn't the one who stopped the ox cart in the morning, or else, right now, he would have died in vain. Immediately afterward, Yun Haitian said, I also learned that this time, one of the 10 invitations inscribed in the handwriting of great Emperor Zhou Tianding, was given to this Lu Yiping. The hearts of all the Yun family members snapped. Yun Haitian called Yun Guohua in front of him and said coldly, you shouldn't go out lately, and also next month, the Beidou Empire celebration. you shouldn't go to participate in it either. Yun Guohua lowered his head and could only respectfully bow in response. The next day, Princess Tian, Xiao Changfeng, and Zhang Yu on the other hand came to Yun Guohua's mansion and explained their identity to the housekeeper to pay Yun Guohua a visit. But the housekeeper was shaking his head. I'm sorry, three of you. Our master has been grounded. He can't go out and he can't see anyone. Grounded? The three of them, Gongzi Tian, were stunned. Why? Xiao Changfeng couldn't help but ask. The butler shook his head. The exact reason? I don't know. It was personally ordered by Lord Yun Hai Tian. Yun. Lord Yun Haitian, hearing that it was Yun Haitian who personally ordered the grounding of Yun Guohua. The three were stunned. Eventually, the three left with a sense of wonder. The three of them went back to their respective mansions. As soon as Gong Mrs. Yen returned to her residence, she was summoned by the old ancestor of the Wuji imperial dynasty, Tai Wuji. The old ancestor wants to see me? Princess Tian was stunned. Doubtful. She followed the Wuji imperial dynasty's inner palace experts to the courtyard where Tai Wuji was staying. This time, during the Beidou Empire's celebration, as the old ancestor of the Wuji imperial dynasty, Tai Wuji also came. Princess Tian arrives to find her father Taiho there. Tai Wuji saw Princess Tian arrive and laughed. Tian Sect Master Song Ning and the Lei Ke Sword congregation of experts arrived yesterday. You will go and meet Sect Master Song Ning later. How can I say that you're also a disciple of the Lei Ke Sword sect? Princess Tian was puzzled. Let her visit Sanan? Although she was said to be considered a disciple of the Thunderqueer Sword sect, with her status as a princess of the Wuji imperial dynasty, which was no less than Song Ning, there was absolutely no need to pay Song Ning a visit. Was there? Seeing Princess Tian's doubts, Tai Wuji laughed. Sect Master Song Ning and the others are with Prince Lu Yiping right now. After you go over there, you can ask Prince Lu for some swordsmanship. Boxing questions. You know about Lu Yiping, don't you? It's the red flame sword. Duke Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping? Princess Tian was stunned, listening to old ancestor Tai Wuji's words. Dare I say that letting her visit Song Ning was actually to let her contact Lu Yiping? But why? Old ancestor. That Lu Yiping? Princess Tian asked in astonishment. Tai Wuji nodded his head and laughed. Not bad. We've just gotten word that this Song Ning is the son and nephew of the Yellow Springs Demon Sect's old ancestor, Su Xiao. What? Huang. Yellow Springs Demon Sect. Yellow Springs Old Demon. Su Xiao. Princess Tian's pretty face changed drastically. How could this be? This Lu Yiping was actually the son and nephew of Su Xiao of the Yellow Springs Demon Sect. Then, suddenly, she thought of Yun Guohua. Original. Turns out it was. Tai Wuji see Princess Tian reaction, although feel strange, but also did not think too much, said, Lu Yiping male identity has slowly spread. It is estimated that this will be the Xiao family. Zheng family also know. And at this moment, inside the Xiao family's landing courtyard, Xiao Changfeng's entire body seemed to have been drained of its strength as he paralyzed in his sitting chair. Muttering to himself, Su's residence. Lu Yiping stood within the courtyard gazebo, holding a large sword in his hand. The knife was 10 feet long, with a turquoise blue blade that illuminated the entire courtyard in a turquoise color. This sword was none other than the battle sword of the Lord of 10,000 gods back then. It was what he sought in the battlefield of the gods after the Lord of all gods perished. Back then, when he sought out this battle sword, on top of it, it was stained with purple blood. Master, the old ancestor of the Xiao family is kneeling and begging outside. He brought Xiao Changfeng over and has already shattered Xiao Changfeng's Jindan and Dantian, saying that he is at master's disposal, and only begs master to spare the Xiao family. Zhang Jin came in and respectfully said to Lu Yiping, let him go. Lu Yiping said indifferently, tell him that I don't like people kneeling in front of the mansion. Also, if there are any other people asking to see me these days, don't see them at all and don't come in to disturb me. Zhang Jin respectfully answered yes and retreated. After Zhang Jin left, Lu Yiping put the Lord of 10,000 Gods battle blade into the Qiankuan tripod and then cultivated the eternal life skill. Although he had cultivated the everlasting skill to the last layer, he always felt that the 49 layers didn't seem to be the end of the everlasting skill. And the 50th floor? However, within the Jade Disk of Creation, there was no heart method for the 50th level. For the next few days, Lu Yiping stayed within the courtyard and did not go anywhere, cultivating the eternal life skill and envisioning the great Tao. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the month. Tomorrow is the Beidou Empire celebration. Lu Yiping came out from the courtyard and found that Song Ning had already broken through to the great emperor realm. As for Lu Peng, Lu Xiaoyu and the two of them, the improvement was equally amazing. Lu Peng was already at the 7th level of Jindan, and Lu Xiaoyu, not only did he succeed in stepping into the Avatar mystic realm, he also broke through to the 5th level of Avatar. Not bad, Lu Yiping said to Song Ning. Song Ning looked a little rushed in front of Lu Yiping and laughed. If it wasn't for Gongzi, I don't know when I would have been able to make a breakthrough. After a pause, he added, Gongzi, I heard that the young patriarch of the Yin Ghost sect will also be attending the Beidou Empire celebration tomorrow. There's also Mr. Wan Hong of the Wan family coming. Lu Yiping hummed. Although the Yellow Springs Demon sect and the Yin Ghost sect were both evil sects, they had always been incompatible, and the relationship between the two sects was not very good, and the Yellow Springs Demon sect's oldest ancestor, Su Xiao, had even killed quite a few of the Yin Ghost sect's experts. As for the Wan family, the feud with Su Xiao couldn't be finished in a day. How is the investigation of the matter of the Shura sect that I asked you to look into? Lu Yiping asked. It's not possible to be certain yet, but there are already some eyebrows. Song Ning hurriedly replied. The Shura sect master and the others should have been killed by the Flying Flower sect's supreme elder. Chapter 30, the festivities begin. Oh, Flying Flower Gate. Lu Yiping was surprised. The Flying Flower sect was a very large force in the Hundred Flowers Empire. At least it was much stronger than the Thunder K Sword sect. And the current sect master of the Flying Flower sect was the sister of the Hundred Flower Empress. The Hundred Flowers Empress's sister had worshipped the Flying Flower sect since she was a child, and was later taken in as a disciple by the Flying Flower sect's oldest ancestor. And by virtue of her own endeavors, she ascended step by step to the position of Flying Flower sect's master. Lu Yiping had obtained the memories of Su Xiao and Wu Mo, and although he couldn't talk about the Hong Yuan plain as if he knew it well, he was still clear about many of the forces. Yes, it's Fei Hua sect supreme elder Kujia, Song Ning said. As for whether or not she is under the orders of the Flying Flower sect's master, we don't know yet. However, we have found out that this Kujia has a somewhat unclear relationship with the Dark Demon Hall's old ancestor, Yang Si Yuan. Dark Demon Hall, Yang Si Yuan, Lu Yiping mused. Just as Lu Yiping was asking Song Ning about the cultivation sect's investigation, inside a certain mansion in the imperial capital, wearing a white shirt that was spotless and had skin that was more hydrated than a woman's, Yin Ghost sect's young patriarch Hao Shan was reclining in the arms of a voluptuous maid, then eating peeled spirit fruits. That Lu Yiping, he hasn't been out of the mansion lately? He asked elegantly. His men hurriedly replied, no, since he went to the Heavenly Chance Chamber of Commerce and went back, he has been staying in the mansion, not seeing anyone. What do you guys think? What strength is that Lu Yiping? Hao Shan asked nonchalantly. The henchman mused. It's hard to say, but all those who have seen Lu Yiping say that he has no true internal energy in his entire body, nor does he have divine power. My subordinate guesses that it could be that he used a divine artifact to conceal his cultivation. Hao Shan mused. 3,000 years ago, that Tang Xiaobai wore the clothes of void and concealed his cultivation. Could it be that he obtained Tang Xiaobai's clothes of void? Hearing Hao Shan mention Tang Xiaobai, several of Hao Shan's men were shocked. 3,000 years ago, Tang Xiaobai appeared in the world, both good and evil, wearing the clothes of nothingness. No one can see its cultivation. Do things according to preference, but cultivation is extremely high. I do not know how many sect masters died in its hands. Even the top 10 superforces have disciples were killed. Later, Tang Xiaobai was surrounded by Taiyi sect's experts and died at the Soul Burial Cliff. Suddenly, Hao Shan laughed and said, you guys, if I kill Lu Yiping on top of the Beidou Empire's celebration, will old devil Su Xiao go crazy? Killed Lu Yiping? A few of the henchmen sniffed and ate. This, young sovereign, no, it's not too good, right? Lu Yiping has the Yellow Springs old devil Su Xiao's token, and is now living in Su Xiao's mansion. So it's evident that this Lu Yiping is extremely valued by Su Xiao, or else, it's impossible to hold Su Xiao's token. If we kill it, Su Xiao will only be furious. Hao Shan laughed coldly. So what if we are furious? Are we still afraid of him? Su Xiao and the Yellow Springs demon sect? Back then, old devil Su Xiao killed hundreds of my Yin Ghost sect's disciples and experts. I am now killing one of his sons and nephews, just collecting some interest. All these years, old devil Su Xiao has been hiding in the battlefield of the gods to cultivate, and no one knows he's hiding. I just want to make old demon Su Xiao furious and lure him out. I'll slaughter him and cut off his flesh, piece by piece. For wine. Several of the men were silenced. No one dares to interface. Among the hundreds of experts of the Yin Ghost sect that old devil Su Xiao had killed, there was a close relative of their young patriarch. Okay, you guys go down, Hao Shan said. After a few of his men retreated, he violently grabbed the maid next to him and bit down on her neck. Terrified screams rang out. A few of his men heard the voice behind them and all of them were chilled at the back. Their young sect master cultivated the blood demon divine skill and often needed to drink human blood, and it was fresh and hot human blood at that. And at this time, Wanjiao Wanhong also asked his men about Lu Yiping movement. Young lord, Are we really going to make a move against this Lu Yiping? I've heard that those 4 guards around him are all very strong. At the Divine Spirit Realm, an expert of the Lu family hesitated. Should we report to Lord Family Head first? Wan Hong stood with his hands behind his back, his tiger's back and waist, and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I have a measure in my heart. Besides, even if we don't make a move, In Ghost Sex Hao Shan won't let him go." Inside the Beidou Imperial Palace. Tomorrow, it was the Empire's 10,000 year celebration, but Beidou Emperor Zhou Dingtian was frowning. When Lu Yiping's identity was leaked, he didn't expect that he would attract the 2 people, Hao Shan, the young sect master of the Yin Ghost sect, and Wan Hong, the young master of the Wan family, to come. Not only that, within the imperial capital, the evil sect demon sex experts had surged in recent days. The imperial capital, the darkness is raging. As for Admiral Chun Yuan, he was kneeling and crouching on the grand hall, his forehead covered in sweat, because it was from him that Lu Yiping's identity was leaked to the Yun family's Yun Haitian. "Your Majesty, I deserve to die." Shen Yuan saw that Zhou Dingtian did not open his mouth for half a day. His heart clenched, and he even ambled down and opened his mouth. Zhou Dingtian said in a deep voice, "Get up." After Chen Yuan carefully got up, he said, "For tomorrow's celebration, double the strength of the troops again and guard the major entrances and exits of the Imperial Palace." "And doubling our strength?" Chen Yuan was stunned. "One must know that right now. Not to mention the strength of the troops within the Imperial capital city. The Imperial Palace alone has 1,000,000 troops, and all of them are the Imperial King's elite army." However, he didn't dare to question Zhou Dingtian's order, and he respectfully received the order and retreated. The next day, the great sun is rising. The entire Beidou Imperial capital was buzzing with activity. The crowds are surging, wave after wave of fireworks. High in the sky of the Imperial Palace, the fireworks brilliantly bloomed. The entire Imperial capital is illuminated with a colorful. In the Beidou Imperial capital, the streets and alleys were overflowing with joy. "My lord, the celebration has begun." Lu Peng looked at the splendid Imperial Palace high in the sky with joy and smiled at Lu Yiping. The Wuji Imperial dynasty was an imperial dynasty under the Beidou Empire, so Lu Peng and the others, too, could barely be considered half of the Beidou Empire's nationals, and the Beidou Empire's 10,000 year weekly celebration made them happy in their hearts. Lu Yiping smiled and stood up. "Come on, let's go over there." Thus, Lu Yiping and the others went out of the mansion and drove on. Lu Yiping also let Lu Peng, Lu Xiaoyu get on the chariot. Zhang Jin's 4 were in the front, while Song Ning and Lei Li Ke the sword sect's many experts followed behind. Lu Yiping, he's Lu Yiping. Above the street, the crowd surging, crowded almost watertight. But the crowd saw the golden calf chariot. All the main self led out an avenue. Is he Lu Yiping? Wasn't it rumored that he looks like an evil ghost with a green face and fangs? I heard that he obtained Tang Xiaobai's clothes of void and concealed his cultivation. And he really doesn't have any true internal energy on him. Various voices of admiration in the crowd. On the chariot, Lu Yiping frowned, green-faced and fanged, shaped like an evil spirit, clothes of void? Who intentionally passed this on? Dragon-horned golden bull listening to the noisy voice around. A cold grunt, such as God's thunder exploded. At once, the discussion of the people do not mind buzzing. Terrified, miles of silence, the chariot moved slowly. Not long after, the Imperial Palace was in sight. At that moment, a white war vehicle came from another street, and it was none other than the young sect master of the Yin Ghost Sect's chariot. Give it some power, brothers. If 5 people reward today, 3 more tomorrow. 160-335-4272. Chapter 31, Go up and play a couple of tricks? In the end, the Golden Bull chariot and the young sovereign chariot of the Yin Ghost Sect met at the crossroads. The chariot of Yin Ghost Sect's young patriarch Hao Shan was pulled by a white lion with a giant horn. This is an ancient Fey species, the white dragon lion. Like the dragon-horned golden bull, it possessed a dragon bloodline. However, this white dragon lion, with its dragon bloodline, was from the giant dragon clan. But of course, its dragon bloodline was much worse compared to the dragon-horned golden bull. The 2-man chariot stopped. Yin Ghost Sect young patriarch Hao Shan stared at Lu Yiping, a smile spreading across his watery face. "I am Yin Ghost Sect young patriarch Hao Shan. You are Lu Yiping?" Lu Yiping glanced at the other party and indifferently said, "Something wrong?" Yin Ghost Sect young patriarch Hao Shan was stunned. Then he smiled a charming smile as he stroked his small, white, temporary, watery hand and said, "All these years, I've been looking for the whereabouts of Su Xiao. Do you know the whereabouts of Su Xiao?" At this moment, the dragon-horned golden bull grinned. "Junior, you want to find Su Xiao? Then you can go to hell to find him." The young sect master of the Yin Ghost Sect, Hao Shan, sniffed and his face sank violently. A cow that dares to tease him? Go away. Lu Yiping didn't pay any more attention to the other party. The tourist chariot continues to move forward. Hao Shan, the young patriarch of the Yin ghost sect, watched Lu Yiping's chariot leave, his face as gloomy as water, killing intent in his eyes. After a while, the golden bull chariot arrived before the northern gate of the Beidou Imperial Palace. The north gate of the Beidou Imperial Palace was huge, and experts from all parties who had come to participate in the festivities were taking out their invitation cards and accepting inspections before entering the Beidou Imperial Palace in order. However, when Lu Yiping and his party arrived, Beidou Empire Admiral Chen Yuan greeted them. Admiral Chen Yuan cupped his fists at Lu Yiping and smiled. Mr. Lu, you don't need to check. Please follow me and enter through the other door. Then, Lu Yiping and his party followed Chen Yuan into the Beidou Imperial Palace. Lu Yiping looked at the Beidou Imperial Palace's heavy army that was almost 3 steps at a time, and blandly said, Your Imperial Palace, with its heavy army guarding it today, is still afraid of someone making a mess? Admiral Chen Yuan was embarrassed and laughed. Recently, there has been an increase in the number of evil sect demon sect experts in the Imperial capital, and the Great Emperor is just in case. Afterward, Chen Yuan led Lu Yiping and the others through the heavy rows of palaces before arriving at the main hall of the Beidou Imperial Palace. However, the main hall, only those who were personally invited by the Northern Dipper Emperor and experts above the Divine Spirit Realm were qualified to go in. So the Thunder K Sword Sect Song Ning, Lu Peng, and the others, along with many of the first-rate sect experts from the empires and dynasties, were placed in the inner hall below the main hall. As for the other clan family experts, they were arranged in the square outside. Lu Yiping brought Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen and the 4 of them into the main hall. Chen Yuan led Lu Yiping to its seat and said that Lu Yiping could command the maidservant in the hall if he had any needs. Before retreating, in the main hall, with 100 seats, a dozen people had already come. The dozen or so people, some male and some female, were talking. Mr. Lu, my name is He Chaorong of the Flame Sect. I was instructed by Senior Su Xiu back then to become what I am today. I don't know what is the relationship between Mr. Lu and Senior Su Xiu. A bald, obese, smiling old man on the opposite side of the road, cupped his fists and smiled at Lu Yiping. Very polite. The Flaming Gate, it is also one of the super sects in the Divine Martial Continent, and this He Xiaorong is the founding ancestor of the Flame Sect, an early-stage true god expert. Don't look at this He Xiaorong smiling, but his temperament is brutal and his methods are cruel. Lu Yiping glanced at the other party and blandly said, Su Xiu and I have only met once. We can't talk about any relationship. Only met once? He Xiaorong. And several other experts seated in the Great Hall were also surprised. He Xiaorong smiled. Mr. Lu is joking. Right at this moment, the young sect master of the Yin Ghost sect, Hao Shan, was also all led in by the Beidou Empire generals. After Hao Xing, the same 4 Yin Ghost sect experts followed him. And when he came in, he glanced at Lu Yiping, his face as usual, and then sat down in his seat. Hao Shan's seat was just opposite of Lu Yiping. After Hao Shan, a valiant beauty wearing imperial armor was led in, and behind the beauty, the same 4 experts followed. This woman was none other than the Emperor of the 100 Flowers Empire. The 100 Flowers Empress Gu. Putting aside Gu's Empress status, this Gu was also a rare beauty. So when it came in, the hall quieted down for a moment, and He Chaorong of the Flame Sect looked at the 100 Flowers Empress, and an evil intent even flashed in his eyes. Even the young sect master of the Yin Ghost sect, Hao Shan, had his eyes narrowed. After the 100 Flower Empress, the ones who came in were the 2 young masters of the Wan clan, Wan Hong and Yun Haitian. The 2 were coming together, and Yun Haitian was 1 step behind Wan Hong. After Wan Hong, the young master of the Wan family, entered the hall, he glanced at Lu Yiping and sat down in his seat without moving. Subsequently, experts from all sides arrived one after another. It didn't take long for the main hall seats to fill up. Finally, Zhou Dingtian, who wore the 9 Dragons imperial robe and had a stout figure, marched in with a dragon stride and led a group of experts from the Beidou Empire in. After coming in, Zhou Dingtian came to stand on the main seat and cupped his fists with a big smile. Beidou Empire's 10,000 year celebration. For all of you to be able to come and congratulate each other, Zhou Dingtian cannot thank you enough. Then he said a whole lot of polite words and raised his cup to honor the people in the Great Hall. All of them raised their glasses and drank. What followed was a series of 10,000 year celebration speeches, followed by song and dance. The people were talking to each other with a look of peace and joy. After 3 rounds of wine, reclining in the seat of the young master of the Yin Ghost sect, Hao Single suddenly lazily said, "This song and dance watching is not tedious. Zhou Dingtian, I heard that you have a wind and thunder battle platform from the ancient wind and thunder divine sect. Why do not you take it out?" so that everyone goes up to play a bit, just to add to the fun. The crowd all stopped, glasses down. It's finally coming. The Wind and Thunder battle stage. An ancient divine artifact level battle stage. Could allow experts below the heavenly god realm to engage in battle and spar in it with reckless abandon. Zhou Dingtian frowned. This. What? Zhou Dingtian? Are you afraid that we will covet your Wind Thunder battle platform? Or are you unable to bring it out for us to open our eyes? In Ghost Sect young sect master Hao Shan withdrew his smile. At this time, Wan Hong, the young master of the Wan clan, also spoke up. I also want to see the Wind and Thunder battle platform. I've heard that fighting on top of the Wind and Thunder battle platform can be greatly benefited by being tempered by the power of wind and thunder. Alright, Zhou Dingtian laughed. Since young patriarch Hao Dang and young Lord Wan Hong want to see this Wind and Thunder battle stage, then it's not good for me to hide it anymore. He could only take out the Wind and Thunder battle platform. The Wind and Thunder battle platform flew out from Zhou Dingtian's hands and hovered over the grand hall. Light surging, with wind and thunder in it. Originally reclining. In Ghost Sect's young patriarch Hao Shan sat up straight and looked at the winds and thunder that mingled in the Wind and Thunder battle platform and laughed. Worthy of being an ancient divine artifact battle platform? It actually breeds the wind of the stars and the thunder of the five elements. Then his gaze landed on Lu Yiping. Mr. Lu, I heard that your men killed 77 experts of the White Bone sect in 2 moves in the Beidu imperial capital the other day. Their strength is astonishing. Why don't you let your men go up to play a couple of moves with my In Ghost Sect's experts? 3 more tomorrow. 160-337-2013. Chapter 32. Then let's play a couple of tricks. It took 2 moves to blast 77 Celestial Realm and Legendary Realm experts to death. In Ghost Sect young sect master Hao Shan's words were undoubtedly permeated with intense sarcasm. The gazes of everyone in the Great Hall fell on Lu Yiping. 100 Flower Empress Ji's beautiful eyes also looked at Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping glanced at that In Ghost Sect young patriarch Hao Shan, took out the ice flame wine that he had brewed, and poured a cup full of it. And the fragrance of the wine overflowed, overpowering the previous aroma of wine in the Great Hall. When the crowd smelled the fragrance of the wine, they were all energized. Lu Yiping said slowly, play 2 tricks? The young master of the In Ghost Sect, Hao Shan, withdrew his gaze from Lu Yiping's wine cup and sneered. Not bad. Then he signaled the In Ghost Sect expert behind him. That In Ghost Sect expert understood and flew up, landing on top of the Wind and Thunder battle platform. When that In Ghost Sect expert landed on the Wind and Thunder battle platform, the wind and thunder in the Wind and Thunder battle platform suddenly flourished and nuisance rang out. That In Ghost Sect expert's gaze landed on Zhang Jin. You're the one who killed 77 Celestial Realm and Legendary Realm experts of the White Bone sect in 2 moves? Zhang Jin looked at Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping blandly said, since people want to play 2 tricks, then we'll play 2 tricks. Yes, master. Zhang Jin responded with a respectful voice. Lu Yiping's meaning, he heard it. Don't kill with 1 move. 2 moves? With a flash of Zhang Jin's figure, he arrived on top of the Wind and Thunder battle platform. When Hao Shan, the young master of the In Ghost Sect, saw Zhang Jin on the Wind and Thunder battle stage, he laughed coldly and smiled at that In Ghost Sect expert. Long Tian, fight with all your might. Don't let Duke Lu and his men down. Yes, young lord. That In Ghost Sect expert, Long Tian, laughed as his entire body's aura was released to the fullest. Boom! Under that In Ghost Sect expert Long Tian's astonishing roar of divine power, the entire Wind and Thunder battle platform was unexpectedly shaken by it. Feeling the astonishing aura from that In Ghost Sect expert Long Tian, within the Great Hall, everyone's faces changed. Peak Late Divine Spirit Realm, behind Wan Hong, a Wan clan expert was surprised. Peak of the Late Divine Spirit Realm, the highest level of the Divine Spirit Realm was only 1 step away from being a true god. This In Ghost Sect expert, Long Tian, was none other than a peak Late Divine Spirit Realm powerhouse. When did the In Ghost Sect add such an expert? An old ancestor of the Yun clan was surprised. Yun Haitian was also astonished. The peak of the Late Divine Spirit Realm. Such an expert could break through to the true God realm at any time if they encountered a chance. I didn't expect that In Ghost Sect's young sect master Hao Shan had brought a peak Late Divine Spirit Realm expert with him this time. Behind 100 Flowers Empress Gu, 100 Flowers Empire Divine Spirit Realm expert said. Hao Shan even brought a peak Late Divine Spirit Realm expert with him this time. So it seems that Lu Yiping is in for a rough ride. Above the Great Hall, experts from all sides buzzed. An expert of the Flame sect said to He Chaorong, Master Ancestor, this Lu Yiping, I'm afraid it's dangerous. Should we make a move later? He Chaorong shook his head. Saving this Lu Yiping will inevitably offend the In Ghost sect. The loss will not be worth the gain. Su Xiao did instruct me back then. However, this small favor is not enough for me to offend the In Ghost sect. This Lu Yiping, dead is dead. We'll just watch the show from the sidelines. Right at this moment, the Yin ghost sex expert, Long Tian, rose up from the ground and arrived in the air above the battle arena. His entire body's black chi waves whistling out. Abyssal demon palm. One could only see a huge devil's palm, blasting down with a momentum that covered the sky. This devil's palm, which vaguely had billions of evil ghosts crying and whistling, exuded a horrifyingly eerie power, as if it came from the abyss. Abyss, known as the most painful and darkest hell, into which one may never be reincarnated. Surprisingly, it's the abyssal demon palm. 100-Flower Empress Ji Yu's pretty face changed. Even Wan Hong, the young master of the Wan clan, was taken aback. More than 100,000 years ago, there was an abominable devil sect that claimed to come from hell, and wherever it went, all the forces of the many continents of the Hongyuan plain changed color. This abyssal devil palm is the abyssal devil sect's ultimate skill. Later, this Abyssinian devil sect offended the holy devil, and its patriarch was beheaded by the holy devil. That battle had shattered the cold ancient abyss, and even the sea of bitterness had been chopped in half. Now, the Yin ghost sex expert had actually executed the abyssal devil palm. Could it be that the Yin ghost sect had obtained the abyssal devil sect's treasure? Hao Shan saw that the crowd was shocked. His face smiled broadly as he looked towards Liu Yiping, his face cold, waiting to settle all the guards around this Liu Yiping before settling this Liu Yiping. This rota flat. He's saving it for last. It's fun to play slowly. Zhang Jin looked at the arboreal devil palm that was blasting down from the sky, and suddenly, his whole body's aura soared, and behind him, darkness and light shot up to the sky, and a sky-supporting giant elephant coalesced. This giant elephant, 4 hooves like a pillar of the sky, 4 hooves, as if all the evil will be suppressed. Seeing this sky-supporting giant elephant, everyone was stunned, followed by horrified faces. Is this? Yes, it's Lord Saint Demon's heavenly elephant divine prison fist. The Wan clan's experts lost their voices. 100-Flower Empress Ji Yu rose in shock. Even Beidou Emperor Zhou Dingtian, who was originally sitting on his throne, rose up with a loud voice, his face full of disbelief. Knock! When Zhang Jin blasted out with his fist, the heavenly phenomenon shook heaven and earth, as if it had fiercely blasted above everyone's heart, and a huge fist print broke through the air, instantly blasting through that abyssal demon palm. Yin ghost sect expert Long Tian was directly hit by the heavenly elephant fist seal, and his entire body lurched up high in the sky with a vicious lurch, like a meteor. Right at this moment, Zhang Jin took a single stride and arrived in the sky above, followed by another punch. But this time, it was no longer a celestial phenomenon, and when its fist blasted out, everyone had the illusion that it was as if space and time were reversing in an instant. Only a ray of light of space and time erupted between Zhang Jin's fists. Time God Fist. Beidou Emperor Zhou Dingtian only felt his heart shiver. The Time God Fist, a mastery of an equally invincible existence. This invincible existence was even older than the sacred demon. No one knew its true name, and the divine history recorded that it was only known as the Old Demon of Time. The Time God Fist viciously pounded on the chest of Yin ghost sect expert Long Tian. Instantly, that Yin ghost sect expert Long Tian's chest exploded, his body's divine armor exploding into countless fragments, while he himself ruthlessly smashed on top of the Wind and Thunder battle platform. The Wind and Thunder battle platform rumbled loudly, and the entire platform shook violently as countless wind and thunder splashed and flew. Fortunately, this Wind and Thunder battle stage had an ancient array restriction, and the two men's power did not leak out of the battle stage. Otherwise, I was afraid that the entire hall would be lifted off the ground. The great hall was deathly silent. Zhang Jin slowly fell from a high altitude. As for the Yin ghost sex expert Long Tian, his chest was actually blasted through, only to see that around his chest, he was being continuously eaten away by the power of time, aging and drying up. The entire person, too, dried up at an alarming rate, and even his hair began to fall out, turning into an old man on the verge of dying. This was precisely the terror of the time force of the Time God Fist. The crowd all sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone's face changed as they looked at Zhang Jin. This Zhang Jin, he actually knew the heavenly elephant divine prison fist. Could it be that behind Liu Yiping? It wasn't Su Xiao, but Lord Holy Devil. First shift. Do you have a reward? The more you reward, the more you recommend, the more the writing will be. It's like eating a Snickers bar. It'll be more powerful. 160-342-3556. Chapter 33, From the Hell of the Underworld. But what about the Time God Fist of the Time Old Devil? The crowd could not hide the shock in their hearts. Even the young sect master of the Yin Ghost sect, Hao Shan, and several other experts of the Yin Ghost sect had trouble calming down and were unable to calm down. This Liu Yiping, didn't he say he was Su Xiao's son and nephew? The men around him actually knew the heavenly elephant divine prison fist and the time divine fist. Or was it that this Liu Yiping, had obtained the Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist and the Time God Fist secrets? He might even have gotten the cave treasures of Lord Saint Devil and Old Devil of Time. Een Ghost Sect Young Patriarch Hao Shan's thoughts flashed. It was no wonder that Hao Shan would think so, because the Holy Devil and the Old Devil of Time had long been out of this realm. If Lu Yiping had not gotten the Holy Devil and the Old Devil of Time's cave treasure, then, under him, how could the Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist and the Divine Fist of Time? The crowd, shocked, slowly resumed their seats. It was just that even Baidu Emperor Zhou Dingtian had trouble calming down, like Een Ghost Sect Young Patriarch Hao Shan. Zhou Dingtian and quite a few others had also associated it with whether or not Lu Yiping had obtained the cave treasures of the Sacred Demon and the Time Old Demon. An expert of the Flame Sect transmitted his voice to He Chaoron. Master Ancestor, this Lu Yiping, could he have obtained the cave treasures of the Sacred Demon and the Time Old Demon? He Chaoron's eyes twinkled. Wan Hong, the young master of the Wan clan, stared at Zhang Jin, wanting to see through him. At this moment, Zhang Jin had already returned to Lu Yiping's side from the Wind and Thunder battle stage. Just now, when Zhang Jin executed the Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist and the Time Divine Fist, the realm he displayed was similarly at the peak of the late Divine Spirit realm. However, this Zhang Jin, was he really only at the peak of the late Divine Spirit realm? Wan Hong, the young master of the Wan clan, recalled the terrifying power of the Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist and the Time Divine Fist just now, and it was always difficult to calm down. The Abyssal Demon Sect's Abyssal Demon Palm was surprisingly fragile in front of the Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist. The crowd all looked at Lu Yiping and at Zhang Jin behind Lu Yiping, feeling the burning eyes of the crowd around him. Lu Yiping's face was as normal. Een Ghost Sect Young Sect Master Hao Shan sat there, but his face was as gloomy as water, and that Een Ghost Sect expert Long Tian had already been carried down from the battle stage. Een Ghost Sect Young Patriarch Hao Shan looked at Long Tian's miserable condition that was shaped like a withered corpse, and his face became even more unsightly. He looked at Lu Yiping, his voice cold. Lu Yiping, your men and my Een Ghost Sect experts go up and continue to play 2 moves? Dare you? Everyone was stunned. I did not expect that the young patriarch of the Een Ghost Sect, Hao Shan, would dare to continue to play? You should know that just now, after playing 2 moves, you played wasted peak late Divine Spirit realm. How dare you? Zhou Dingtian, Wan Hong, 100 Flower Empress, Yun Haitian and the others' gazes fell on Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping sniffed, poured himself another cup, looked at the other 3 masters behind Hao Sing Sing, and smiled. Of course, Een Ghost Sect Young Patriarch Hao Shan's gaze fell on Zhao Wen behind Lu Yiping. This time, let him go on stage. Zhang Jin, Wei Bing, and Shen Yongyuan had strange faces. Lu Yiping smiled. As you wish. Then to Zhao Wen, go on, you go up and play a couple moves too. The young sect master of the Een Ghost Sect, Hao Shan, sniffed and his face twitched, at which time, he stood up and said respectfully to a tall expert behind him, Uncle Badian, I'm still asking you to take action. The crowd was shocked to see Een Ghost Sect Young Patriarch Hao Shan in such a respectful manner. One must know that just now, when Hao Shan had Long Tian, who was at the peak of the late Divine Spirit realm, come on stage, he hadn't even been so respectful. Don't you? The crowd's minds flashed. The taller expert merely nodded at He Shan and drew up in the air, landing on top of the Wind Thunder battle platform at almost the same time as Zhao Wen. Only that tall Een Ghost Sect expert, Ba Tian, coldly glanced at Zhao Wen after he landed in the Wind and Thunder ring. You'll die a miserable death. After saying that, his entire body's aura was completely released. Boom! When this Een Ghost Sect expert Badian released his entire body's aura, the Wind and Thunder battle platform Wind and Thunder was blasted by his aura and rolled away, only to see a brilliantly lighted god grid that flew out from his body. As this divine lattice flew out, the true god's divine might swept across the grand hall, even sweeping through the imperial palace, followed by the entire imperial capital. At this moment, everyone felt this amazing divine might. Inside the imperial palace, all of the experts who had come to participate in the celebration, in the inner hall as well as the plaza, were all greatly shocked. A true god master, who has offended a true god expert? It's from the main hall. What great things have happened in the main hall? In the inner hall, the square, all the empire, imperial dynasty first-rate sects and even second-rate sect experts exploded at once. Inside the imperial capital city, many of some of the evil sect demon sect experts who had lurked in were similarly alarmed. True god experts very rarely strike, generally reach the true god realm, will not be easy to strike anymore, so the world rarely see true god realm experts strike. Now, within the Baidu Imperial Palace, was there a true god realm expert about to strike? Zhou Dingtian's face also changed. Peak early true god. This Ba Tian, not only was he a true god, but he was also an expert at the peak of the early stage of true godhood. The Een Ghost sect had even sent a true God realm expert to accompany the Een Ghost sect's young master. How Shan. This time around, not only was Zhou Dingtian surprised, the young master of the Wan family, Wan Hong, the 100 Flowers Empress, and Yun Hai Tian were also stunned. And even the Flame sect's ancestor, He Chaorong, was shocked. Although he was also a true God realm expert, he was only at the early stage of true God. Compared to this bad Ian, it's still a bit short. When did the Een Ghost sect recruit another true God realm expert, like the top 10 superpowers of the Hongyuan plane, for every additional true God realm expert? Then, the strength was 1 point stronger, and the rankings might even change. Een Ghost sect young patriarch Hao Shan looked at Lu Yiping, a cold light flickering in his eyes. At that moment, the Een Ghost sect expert Badian violently clawed at Zhao Wen with a claw. The hell of the underworld. Claws of extreme cold. Crack me. Only to see a huge demonic claw break through the air. This huge devil's claw was actually bubbling with purple cold air. Purple cold air. Seeping into the space, only to see the space frozen. Regardless of whether it was the main hall, or the inner hall, or the square, or within the imperial city, everyone felt the terrifying coldness in the space. A coldness that seemed as if it was going to freeze the heavens and earth. What? The claw of extreme cold, Flame sect ancestor He Chaorong exclaimed. The claws of extreme cold. A supreme mastery from the hell of the underworld. The hell of the underworld. That was a forbidden place for all the gods of the Hongyuan plane. This Een Ghost sect expert, Ba Tian, is he from the underworld prison? Had the Nether Ghost sect already hooked up with the underworld prison? Baidu Emperor Zhou Dingtian, Wan Hong, the young master of the Wan family, Yun Hai Tian, and all of the experts in the Great Hall were completely changed, with intense scorn in their eyes. The claws of extreme cold, tearing through space, wherever they passed. The wind and thunder of the Wind and Thunder battle platform were all frozen. Lu Yiping looked at it bashfully. Claws of extreme cold? The prison of the underworld? Some people, it seems, are thieves. He smiled coldly, looking at the extremely cold claws that came blasting in. At that moment, Zhao Wen, who hadn't moved, raised his hand. Cool. There is a feeling of scalp numbness when writing Ancient Masters. QQ reading side. Ranking rose very quickly. Yesterday rushed to the free list of 74. Today has risen to 57. Starting point this side of the brother also give a little force 9 o'clock in the evening. The third more, by the way. To explain, Yun Hai Tian is the Cloud family young master, is the spirit realm expert, and how single strength will naturally be stronger than Yun Hai Tian. 1603444446. Chapter 34. Do you want to go up and play a few more tricks? The moment Zhao Wen raised his hand, it was as if the crowd saw space pause for a moment. Suddenly, heavy divine light burst out from Zhao Wen's hands. The radiance of the divine light, such as 10 million suns, exploded. The intensity of the light, covering all the light of heaven and earth. Even the light of the purple coldness of the extremely cold claw was eclipsed in front of this divine light. Between heaven and earth, it was as if only this divine light glow remained. The source of heaven and earth seemed to be in this divine light. Immediately afterward, a mysterious rune was born from the divine light. And these runes were as if they came from a new epoch, as if they came from a new world. Zhao Wen fiercely threw a punch. The divine light shot straight up. Countless runes transformed into a long river of history along with the divine light, blasting toward the other party. These runes, with yin and yang, life and death, and the 5 elements, seemed to contain all the powers of heaven and earth. Boom! When the power of Zhao Wen's divine fist collided with that extreme cold claw, only to see the claws of extreme cold disintegrate all of a sudden. The space that was originally frozen, also collapsed and cracked, only to see the heavy purple cold air, like broken glass that shattered, shooting away in all directions. The main hall, the inner hall, the plaza, and even the crowds within the imperial capital city, who originally felt as if the heavens and earth were about to be frozen, felt the coldness of the heavens and earth dissipate in this instant. As for Zhao Wen's fist power, it fiercely blasted onto that Een Ghost sect expert, Bat Ian. The sound of nuisance explosions resounded intensively. It was as if like a sacred mountain had been smashed, and as if the world of ice had exploded, only to see that Een Ghost sect expert Baishan's eyes rounded. The whole person, bent backward, as if ejecting out of a human shrimp. The whole person, ejected out. Knock! It crashed into the Wind and Thunder battle platform's forbidden boundary wall. The Wind and Thunder battle platform's forbidden boundary wall was violently shaken by the impact. Everyone in the imperial city, their ears perked up. Within the main hall, everyone was even more mind-blowing. Baidu Emperor Zhou Dingtian's face changed in shock as he hurriedly reinforced the Wind and Thunder battle platform's forbidden power. Even so, the astonishing power was all transmitted from the Wind and Thunder battle platform to the space, shaking the space to form a ripple. The Great Hall was struck by this spatial ripple and shook. The Beidou Empire's crowd of experts were so frightened that they hurriedly activated the Great Hall formation. The Great Hall then stabilized. After a long time, the space finally stopped shaking. All the divine light slowly dissipated. The wind and thunder of the Wind and Thunder battle platform all stopped rioting as well. When the crowd looked, they only saw Batian, a Yin Ghost sect expert at the peak of the early stage of the True God realm, lying on the Wind and Thunder battle stage, spitting out blood, cloaked. His entire body was covered in blood and cracks, and his entire chest was dented by Zhao Wen's bombardment. Everyone looked at Zhao Wen on the Wind and Thunder battle stage in horror. Zhao Wen, as his name suggests, is svelte. Surprise! Just one punch. The Yin Ghost sect's expert Batian was blown into this state by a single punch. This is late-stage True God? Beidou Emperor Zhou Dingtian trembled. Late True God. When Beidou Emperor Zhou Dingtian's voice came into the ears of the crowd, their hearts all pumped. True. Late-stage True God? 100-flower Empress Gu muttered and couldn't help but suck in cool air. Just now, the Yin Ghost sect's peak True God early-stage expert, Batian, had already shocked people, but now, there was a late-stage True God. The key was that this late True God was still Lu Yiping's subordinate. No, rather, minion. This Lu Yiping, what kind of identity was it that, surprisingly, possessed a True God late-stage henchman? The young master of the Wan family, Wan Hong, was in shock, but he was thinking back to Zhao Wen's divine fist just now. That divine fist, he always felt familiar with it, but he couldn't recall where he had heard of it, or perhaps he had read about it in one of the sacred texts. Just as the hall was dead silent, Zhao Wen stepped forward and threw a fierce punch, blasting out. When Zhao Wen's fist power blasted out, on his body, an invincible momentum, the king was in the world. The fist power that was bubbling with heavy golden flame light broke through the air. What? Seeing this giant fist of golden flames, the crowd in the Great Hall exclaimed and shouted in shock. And the Wan clan's expert even lost his voice. Golden Flame Divine Fist. Golden Flame Divine Fist. It is their Wan family's best skill, and it's an untold secret of the Vanguard family. But how is this Zhao Wen? Moreover, looking at the heavy golden flame, he had already obtained the true transmission of the Golden Flame Divine Fist of the Wanhua family. Wan Hong, the young master of the Wan family who had originally sat down, got up again, his eyes rounded, his face full of unbelief. How could this Zhao Wen be their Wan family's unspoken secret? This Golden Flame Divine Fist, even many of their Wan clan's old ancestors didn't know how to do it. Not even he will. Right now, there were only two people in the Wan family who would. One was his father and the other was his grandfather, Wan Wui, the lord of the divine martial continent. In the midst of the crowd's surprise, the Golden Flame Divine Fist, a fist blasted onto the Yin Ghost Sex expert Batian. Boom! Only to see that Yin Ghost Sex expert Batian's chest was completely blasted through. The raging power carried in the Golden Flame Divine Fist was crazily destroying the vitality of that Yin Ghost Sect expert, Batian. A tremor ran through the crowd. Although it was said that a true god expert, with a divine character, would be difficult to wear out and die, but looking at the horrifying injuries of this Yin Ghost Sex expert, Bastard Sky, it was only feared that it would take many years before he could recover. Even if he could recover, I'm afraid it would only be difficult to recover to the peak. Zhao Wen returned behind Lu Yiping. As for that Batian, he was carried back to the Yin Ghost Sect's side. In the inner hall, all the major empires, imperial forces, all of them were guessing what had happened in the main hall. 100 Flowers Empire expert said, word just came out of the main hall that the True God Realm expert from earlier was none other than an expert from the Yin Ghost Sect. The True God expert from the Yin Ghost Sect is going to battle with Lu Yiping's men at the Wind and Thunder battle platform. What? Yin Ghost Sect? At that moment, the crowd of empires in the inner hall and the Imperial Dynasty experts buzzed. I've long heard that Yin Ghost Sect's young sect master Haoshan has come this time and will surely kill Lu Yiping. I didn't realize that the Yin Ghost Sect had come with a True God Realm expert. It seems that Lu Yiping will surely die. The crowd murmurs. Lei Kei Sword Sect Song Ning, Lu Peng, and the others' faces changed. Gongzi, he'll be alright, right? Lu Peng, Lu Xiaoyu both said worriedly. Not far away. However, the Xiao family's old ancestor was secretly happy when he heard the words. The old ancestor of the Wuji Imperial Dynasty, Tai Wuji, just shook his head, and Princess Taiyan's pretty face was obviously relieved. But soon, that 100 Flowers Empire expert ate and said, news just came out from the main hall that True God Realm expert from the Yin Ghost Sect was defeated. He was blasted half to death. Then in a trembling voice, he said, under that Lu Yiping's hand, he is a late-stage True God expert. The inner hall of the Empire? The Imperial Dynasty experts heard, all appalled. The original commotion of the inner hall suddenly became a dead silence. Princess Tion's beautiful eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Even Song Ning of the Thunder K Sword sect was in disbelief. True. Late True God stage. As for the Lei K Sword sect's supreme elder who had previously questioned Lu Yiping on the street about his breath being too big, his hands were shaking to the point of being unable to do so. For an existence like him who was a first-time ancient emperor, a true god blowing a breath would only be able to blow him to the heavenly god river. And at this moment, inside the main hall, Lu Yiping poured himself a glass of wine and said slowly to Hao Shan, the young patriarch of the Yin Ghost sect, "Do you still want to go up and play a couple of moves again?" The faces of the experts in the main hall twitched. For the first time, playing 2 moves, played away a peak late divine spirit, just played 2 moves, played away a peak early true god, and now you're still playing? Everyone's eyes fell on Hao Sing, the young patriarch of the Yin Ghost sect. 160-345-8372. Chapter 35 Playing for Keeps. Dare, or don't you dare? Being stared at by all the experts in the main hall, Yin Ghost sect young sect master Hao Shan's face was as gloomy as water. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the relaxed Lu Yiping, his face a bit grim. How about the 2 of us, playing a couple hands in person? The crowd in the Great Hall was surprised. The young sect master of the Yin Ghost sect was actually going to personally make a move against Lu Yiping? The Great Hall was quiet again. However, we are not going up to the battle stage, Yin Ghost sect young sect master Hao Shan added. Lu Yiping put down his wineglass and looked at the other party with a smile. Then how do you want to compare? Yin Ghost sect young sect master Hao Shan sneered. Let's compare Qin. Comparing pianos? The crowd was staggered. No one had expected that Yin Ghost sect young patriarch Hao Shan was actually trying to compete with Lu Yiping on the Qin. The crowd couldn't help but look towards Yun family's young master Yun Haitian, whose attainments in the Tao of the Sword and the Tao of the Zither were renowned in the divine martial continent. Compare Zither? Lu Yiping smiled bashfully. How? Hao Shan, the young patriarch of the Yin Ghost sect, smiled coldly when he saw Lu Yiping smile. There is no lack of Zither Tao masters in the Great Hall. Let's each play a song for the crowd in the Great Hall to judge whose Zither Tao is high and who wins. Saying this, he gave a beat and slowly said, "If you lose, I want your life." Playing for your life. The crowd was shocked. Young Lord, the Yin Ghost sect's experts were shocked when they heard this. Beidou Emperor Zhou Dingtian also both frowned and advised. Young Patriarch Hao Shan, winning and losing is a common thing in the military. There's no need to be like this. I hope young Patriarch Hao Shan will think twice. Whether it was Hao Shan or Lu Yiping, dying within the Beidou Imperial Palace was not a good thing for his Beidou Empire. The other experts, however, no one dared to squeak. Obviously, no one wants to get caught up in the Hao Shan and Lu Yiping matter. Yin Ghost sect young sect master Hao Shan ignored Beidou Emperor Zhou Dingtian as he stared at Lu Yiping and added, "However, it's not fun to just play with your life. The secret books of the Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist and the Time Divine Fist are on you, right?" Speaking of this, he took out a spatial ring and opened it up, only to see that inside, top-grade spirit stones were piled up like a mountain. There were only 1 billion of them. There were countless spirit medicines, and there were even several 100,000-year-old spirit medicines. Moreover, there were many divine spirit golden pills, 4 divine frames, 6 upper-grade spiritual veins, and 4 lower-grade divine artifacts. If you lose, the Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist and the Time Divine Fist secrets will belong to me. I lost. All this on me is yours. Yin Ghost sect young patriarch Hao Shan's voice echoed in the Great Hall. The crowd saw how single space ring inside the things, not throw to swallow. Ordinary true gods didn't even have a single lower-grade divine artifact. But now, Hao Shan unexpectedly had 4. Those top-grade spirit stones, spirit pills, divine frames, and spirit veins also all invariably set the hearts of the crowd on fire. Yun Haitian, the young master of the Yun family, saw the spatial ring object, but also secretly surprised. The Yun family is the 4 great families of the divine martial continent, and he, the young master of the Yun family, is also considered to be rich, but compared to Hao Shan, it is simply a world of difference. How? Yin Ghost sect young Lord Hao Shan asked in a cold voice. Lu Yiping shook his head, just when the crowd thought that Lu Yiping was going to refuse. Lu Yiping said, "Your life, it's not worth anything. I have the Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist and the Time God Fist secret books, but with those trashy things of yours, do you think you can afford the real copies of the Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist and the Time God Fist secret books?" Lu Yiping looked at the Yin Ghost sect's young patriarch Hao Shan's spatial object and blandly said, "On his body, the most trashy artifacts were all extremely high quality. The spirit stones he used before were of a minimum quality of divine quality. As for those divine pills, spirit veins, and spirit medicines, there was even less to say." When Yin Ghost sect's young sect master Hao Shan heard this, his face immediately turned green. This Lu Yiping said that he, the young master of the Yin Ghost sect, is worthless. Is that what he means? That his artifacts, veins, And pills are trash, is that what you mean? At this time, Liu Yiping took 2 secret books out. The 2 secret books were made of unknown materials and emitted a faint glow. A glow that, surprisingly, contained metaphysical power. Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist. Time God Fist. Seeing the ancient scripts on the 2 secret books, the crowd lost their voices. The originally furious Yin Ghost Sect's young sect master Hao Shan also both had scorching eyes. The Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist and the Time Divine Fist secret books were indeed on this Liu Yiping. This Liu Yiping, did he really obtain the cave treasures of the Holy Demon and the Time-Old Demon? No wonder he couldn't look at these inferior divine artifacts, spirit veins and spirit stones of his. If he had obtained the cave treasures of the Holy Devil and the Time-Old Devil, it would be normal for him to not see these inferior divine artifacts, spirit veins, and spirit stones. Baidu Emperor Zhou Ding Tian, Wan Hong, Yun Hai Tian, 100 Flowers Empress, Flame Sect Ancestor He Chaorong, and others all had twinkling eyes, and it was clear that all of them, like Hao Shan, felt that Liu Yiping had obtained the cave treasures of the Sacred Fiend and the Old Fiend of Time. Yin Ghost Sect Young Patriarch Hao Shan said to several other experts of the Yin Ghost Sect, "Take out the space rings you have on you." The several experts of the Yin Ghost Sect guessed what Hao Shan was going to do and looked at the Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist and Time Divine Fist secret books on Liu Yiping's desktop, hesitated for a moment, and took out all the space rings on their bodies. "Young Lord, it's better to forget about it. This matter, I think, it's better to go back and ask the sect leader before deciding." A Yin Ghost Sect expert advised again. If Hao Shan lost and really died here, they would not be spared from heavy punishment. "You think I'll lose?" The young sovereign of the Yin Ghost Sect, Hao Shan, coldly glanced at that Yin Ghost Sect expert before opening all of his spatial rings. At once, the aura surged and the divine light flooded. "How about adding these?" Yin Ghost Sect Young Sect Master Hao Shan said coldly to Liu Yiping. These several experts of the Yin Ghost Sect were at least in the divine spirit realm, and that Ba Tian was a true god, so the spatial ring was naturally very rich. However, Liu Yiping shook his head. "It's not enough." In a tone, "That yin-yang furnace of your Yin Ghost Sect, you have it on you, right? Yin-yang furnace." The crowd was energized. The yin-yang furnace, a Yin Ghost Sect's top-grade divine artifact, was a supreme divine furnace for refining pills. Using this furnace to refine pills, the quality of the pills would be greatly enhanced as they carried their own yin and yang qi. Yin Ghost Sect Young Patriarch Hao Shan's face changed. His face shifted in a cloudy manner, followed by a clench of teeth, and he took out a furnace, which was two-colored and gleaming. "It's the yin and yang furnace." Yin Ghost Sect Young Patriarch Hao Shan placed the yin-yang furnace on the tabletop and looked coldly at Liu Yiping. "Is that enough now? Mamma mia. This yin-yang furnace is also trash, but it's okay for my men to use," Liu Yiping blandly said. The crowd would point to spewing the drink out of their mouths. If this Liu Yiping wins, he's going to give this yin-yang furnace to his men to use? Yin Ghost Sect Young Sect Master Hao Shan's face was ugly, his eyes staring at Liu Yiping. "You first, or me first?" Liu Yiping made an inviting gesture. Yin Ghost Sect's Young Patriarch Hao Shan also didn't have any more nonsense. Took out a zither. The zither was 1 meter 2 or 3, in a dark color, as if there was a magic, so that when people looked at it, it was difficult to remove their eyes. Heavenly Demon Zither. Yun Haitian was shocked at the sight of this zither and shouted, "What? The Heavenly Demon Zither? Could it be the six-fingered harp demon's Heavenly Demon Zither?" The crowd was in an uproar. The six-fingered zither demon is the first person in the zither Dao in the Hongyuan Plain now. The young sect master of the Yin Ghost Sect, Hao Shan, had taken out the Heavenly Demon Zither. Could it be that he had already worshipped the six-fingered zither demon as his teacher? QQ reading free list rose to 36. Thank you for loving the book. Today there are 5 people reward. Tomorrow 3 more. Chapter 36, There are no more immortals in the world. Yun Haitian glanced at Liu Yiping. If Yin Ghost Sect Young Patriarch Hao Shan worshipped six-fingered Qin demon as his teacher, then, Liu Yiping was only going to lose. Six-fingered zither demon. As the first person of the zither path in the Hongyuan Plain, the high level of the zither path had reached a realm that no one could reach, and it was a peak that all the zither practitioners in the Hongyuan Plain could not climb. Everyone wanted to worship the six-fingered harp devil as their master, but they had never heard of anyone succeeding, because the six-fingered harp devil's requirements for choosing a disciple were too high. Now, the Yin Ghost Sect's Young Patriarch Hao Shan could even be accepted as a disciple by the six-fingered harp devil, which shows that his talent for the Qin Dao is extremely high, and that he could pass the Heavenly Demon Zither to the Yin Ghost Sect's Young Patriarch Hao Shan, which shows that Hao Shan has already obtained his true passages with Hao Shan's current Qin Dao realm. I'm afraid that those who could win against him wouldn't be able to find a few people in the entire Hongyuan dimension. He glanced at the Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist and Time Divine Fist secret books on Liu Yiping's desktop and frowned. Could it be that The Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist and Time Divine Fist were going to fall into the hands of the Een Ghost Sect. If the Een Ghost Sect obtained the Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist and the Time Divine Fist, its strength, definitely, would have to go up a notch. At that time, wouldn't even the Tai E sect be unable to suppress the Een Ghost Sect? Beidou Emperor Zhou Dingtian, Wan Hong, the young master of the Wan clan, the 100 Flowers Empress, and Icharong of the Flame sect looked at the Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist and the Time Divine Fist mysteries and all frowned. Hao Shan, the young patriarch of the Een Ghost Sect, put down the heavenly demon Zither and stroked it with an intoxicated look. I have to worship the six-fingered Zither demon senior as my teacher, and it is my fortune to practice for 100 years, to be a companion and a friend to the Zither, and to comprehend the great Tao of the Zither. Today, I will play a heavenly demon song to help everyone with their pleasure. Heavenly Devil Song. The crowd was astonished. The Heavenly Demon Song is the six-fingered harp demon's unique mastery. It was also one of the top 10 most famous songs in the Hong Yuan dimension since ancient times. After Een Ghost Sect's young sect master Hao Shan finished speaking, his entire aura suddenly changed, and heaven and earth seemed to quiet down. It was as if all the air currents in the Great Hall had also stopped and slowed down. Hao Shan, as a whole, sat there, his hand on the Zither, motionless. The Zither is one. Yun Haitian's face was grave. There are 10 realms of the Zither, and the unity of the Qin in the human being is the 8th realm. Further up, there is the realm of the Sage of the Zither. Clang! Een Ghost Sect young patriarch Hao Shan moved. His hand clasped the strings of the Zither, and at that moment, the sound was like a thunderous sound falling to the ground. The strings in the hearts of the people all followed the shock. Immediately afterward, a thunderous Zither sound continued to ring out. A wave of sound, emanating from the main hall, resounded throughout the imperial palace, and following that, the entire imperial city was filled with the sound of this giant thunder. The crowd only felt their minds roaring, as if they were in the world of thunder. Suddenly, the thunderous sound disappeared. The crowd saw that a devilish aura filled the sky above the imperial capital city, and the devilish aura was getting thicker and stronger. These demonic chi condensed into a heavenly devil. The sky devils are in turmoil. Een Ghost Sect young patriarch Hao Shan's hands were getting faster and faster. At first, the crowd could still see its hand gestures, but at the back, the crowd could only see a trail of residual shadows. And around Een Ghost Sect young patriarch Hao Shan's body, demonic chi was like a sea, and a shocking aura swept out. Peak late divine spirit, someone said in shock. The young sect master of the Een Ghost Sect, Hao Shan, was clearly a peak late divine spirit expert. In the end, Een Ghost Sect young patriarch Hao Shan, his figure was completely wrapped in demonic chi, as if he had transformed into a heavenly demon. Transform the devil with your body. The demonic sound is all natural. Man is in harmony with the Zither. The Zither is in harmony with the sound, and the sound is in harmony with the heavens. Yun Haitian marveled. This is already beyond the realm of Zither and human unity. Even if he hadn't reached the realm of the Zither Saint yet, he wasn't far off. Subsequently, Yun Haitian saw that in the Great Hall, the eyes of quite a few divine spirit realm experts were surging with demonic light, obviously influenced by the demonic sound of the heavenly demon song, and they had already become demonic. Once you become a demon, then, you will be controlled by the heavenly demon Zither, and by Hao Shan, the young patriarch of the Een Ghost Sect. Yun Haitian only felt a cold sweat. Even the divine spirit realm could be controlled. If the young sect master of the Een Ghost Sect Hao Shan let these divine spirit realms strike now, the consequences would be absolutely horrifying. Beidou Empire Jodingtian's heart was even more clenched as he looked at those demonic divine spirit realms in the main hall. A few moments later, suddenly, the sound of the piano stopped, the demonic aura collapsed, and a heavenly demon gradually dissipated in the sky above the imperial capital city. In the Great Hall, those divine spirit realms that had become demonic had also recovered their wits one by one. Beidou Empire's Zhou Dingtian, 100 Flowers Empress, and the Wan family's experts were all relieved in their hearts, and looked at Een Ghost Sect's young sect leader Hao Shan with scorn. Although Een Ghost Sect young sect master Hao Shan was not a true god, he was undoubtedly more terrifying than many true god experts. Your turn. Een Ghost Sect young sect master Hao Shan stopped and looked coldly at Lu Yiping, followed by a cold smile. If you don't have a good Zither, I can lend you this heavenly demon Zither. Lu Yiping glanced at the other party and blandly said, even if I don't have a Zither, I can still win against someone like you who has just learned to play the Zither. The crowd was staggered. Hao Shan, the young sect master of the Een Ghost Sect, was so angry and happy that he laughed. I just learned how to play the Zither. Good. Then I, Hao Shan, would like to see your supreme Zither way. Yun Haitian looked at Lu Yiping and frowned. The six-fingered harp devil, too, was only in the 9th realm of the Qin Dao, the realm of the Qin Saint. In the entire Hong Yuan plain, There were only a handful of Zither players who had reached this level. Has this Lu Yiping's Qin Dao also reached this realm? It shouldn't be possible. If that's not possible, that's, well, a little full of it, because the young patriarch of the Yin Ghost sect, Hao Shan, had just been in the realm of the Zither, and was already infinitely close to the realm of the Zither saint. Just then, all of a sudden, Lu Yiping placed his hands above his desktop. The crowd was dismayed at the sight. What is Lu Yiping up to? Above his desktop, no piano at all. Yun Haitian, however, his eyes glazed over as he thought of a possibility. Could it be? At that moment, Lu Yiping moved his 10 fingers. Clang! The sound of the piano. What? Above the main hall. Everyone rose in shock. No zither, yet. Play the zither. Lu Yiping's 10 fingers quickened, and a zither sound kept ringing out. The sound of the zither was like high mountains and flowing water, like the breeze between the trees, like the wild thunderstorm, like the murmur of the immortals. In the midst of this zither sound, it was as if the crowd felt as if they had incarnated themselves into all things in heaven and earth. A musical note flew out from Lu Yiping's 10 fingers. That's right, it was the notes, like physical objects, that flew out. These notes, at times, changed into a divine beast, at times into an ancient heavenly god, and at times into a thunderbolt. Yun Haitian's eyes stared to the maximum, shocked, and excitedly shouted. There is no zither in his hand. Everything in heaven and earth is the sound of his zither. The 10th realm, the realm of the Zither immortal. This is the realm of the Zither immortal. Since ancient times, there has been no way of the Qin immortal. And now, the realm of the Zither fairy has reappeared in the world. Yin Ghost Sect Patriarch Hao Shan looked at Lu Yiping's waving 10 fingers in disbelief, near stupefied, and frantically screamed. Impossible, it can't be the realm of the Zither immortal. There are no immortals left in the world. How could he be a Zither immortal? Chapter 37, 10,000 Invincible. Seeing Yin Ghost Sect young patriarch Hao Shan's crazy appearance, the crowd was silent for a while. You lost. Lu Yiping's hand stopped and he blandly said, You lost. Lu Yiping's voice echoed over the great hall. The voice was flat, but, in the ears of Yin Ghost Sect's young sect leader Hao Shan and the crowd, it was a loud boom. Lu Yiping put away the heavenly elephant divine prison fist in time divine fist secret books, and at some point there was an additional sword in his hand. Red Flame Sword, an old ancestor of the Flame Sect was shocked. Everyone's gazes fell on top of that red flame sword. The hall was once again dead silent. An aura of death began to permeate the great hall. Wan Hong, the young master of the Wan family, also all only felt his throat dry. Could it be that Lu Yiping really wanted to kill the young patriarch of the Yin Ghost Sect? Baidu Emperor Zhou Dingtian hesitated for a moment and spoke with difficulty. Duke Lu, you and young patriarch Hao Shan using the Qin to help celebrate is an elegant matter. The matter of betting on the fight, in my opinion, it's better to forget about it. However, before Baidu Emperor Zhou Dingtian could finish speaking, suddenly, the sword light flashed. Sword light, fiery red. When the sword light disappeared, when the crowd looked, they only saw that Hao Shan, the young patriarch of the Yin Ghost Sect, was covering his throat, looking at Lu Yiping in disbelief, and golden blood was gushing out from between his throat in a steady stream. You, the young sect master of the Yin Ghost Sect, Hao Shan, pointed his finger at Lu Yiping. Following that, his entire head rolled off his neck and tumbled down above the center of the hall. Blood, spurting out. The great hall, colored red. The crowd froze as they looked at the rolling head of Yin Ghost Sect's young sect master Hao Shan. Even Baidu Emperor Zhou Dingtian, Wan Hong, the young master of the Wan family, and the 100-Flower Empress were startled and their bodies stiffened. There was a sense of the sky falling. The young master of the Yin Ghost Sect, Hao Shan, died just like that? No one could see how Lu Yiping struck his sword, but everyone just now didn't sense divine power fluctuations. Young sect master, the Yin Ghost Sect's Ba Tian, Long Tian and a few others also looked at Hao Shan's corpse in disbelief. Bat Ian, Long Tian and the two of them had swallowed the pills and had recovered quite a bit from their injuries. The Yin Ghost Sect's Ba Tian, Long Tian and the four of them stared angrily at Lu Yiping. But, in the end, no one dared to make a move. Lu Yiping, some other day, our Yin Ghost Sect and underworld prison experts will come back to visit you again. After a moment of silence, Ba Tian spoke, his voice low, his eyes bloodshot. Hearing Long Tian mention the hell of the underworld again, the hearts of the people in the Great Hall trembled. The Nether Ghost Sect, indeed, had come together with the underworld prison. Lu Yiping smiled at his words. I'll wait then. The four of them brought the corpse of Yin Ghost Sect's young sect master Hao Shan with them, broke through the air, and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Looking at the several people from the Yin Ghost Sect who disappeared into the sky, the hall was silent. No one opened their mouths. and no one dared to take the lead in breaking the silence. The Great Hall, a depressing place. Lu Yiping's hands were taken. The space rings of the Yin Ghost Sex Hao Shan and the Yin Yang Furnace were taken in front of him, and then all of them were thrown to Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen, Wei Bing, and Chen Yang Yuan, and even the Yin Yang Furnace was also given to Zhao Wen. The crowd had mixed feelings when they saw that Lu Yiping had really given everything to all four Zhang Jin, even the Yin Yang Furnace. Lu Yiping said to Beidou Emperor Zhou Dingtian, "Today is supposed to be a celebration of the Beidou Empire, but I have allowed blood to stain the Great Hall. Please forgive me, Emperor Zhou Dingtian." Upon hearing this, Beidou Emperor Zhou Dingtian was flattered and hurriedly shook his hand. "Mr. Lu is courteous. No matter. Just now, Mr. Lu's Zither Fairy Song will surely become a good story in the Hongyuan Plain. It's a blessing for me and all of you to be able to listen to Mr. Lu's Zither Fairy Song." Lu Yiping smiled at his words. Zhou Dingtian then had his men quickly clean up the hall before the festivities continued, and the news of the Qin competition between Lu Yiping and Yin Ghost Sex young patriarch Hao Shan in the main hall quickly spread to the inner hall, the plaza, and the entire imperial capital city. In the imperial capital city, the originally bustling streets became quiet, although the celebration still continued, due to the occurrence of the Yin Ghost Sex young patriarch Hao Shan. Therefore, the main hall crowd, all as if sitting on pins and needles, disturbed. Some of the experts who had previously harbored murderous intentions towards Lu Yiping, just like the young sect master of the Yin Ghost sect, Hao Shan, were sitting there even more frightened. Even Wan Hong, the young master of the Wan family, had difficulty suppressing the fear in his heart. However, since Lu Yiping hadn't left, no one in the Great Hall dared to propose leaving the room. Eventually, it was hard to make it to the end of the festivities. Seeing the end of the celebration, even Beidou Emperor Zhou Dingtian himself was visibly relieved. When Lu Yiping and his party left, Beidou Emperor Zhou Dingtian himself personally escorted them outside the gates of the imperial palace. Watching the golden bull chariot gradually traveling away, Beidou Emperor Zhou Dingtian's face was complicated. In his mind, he kept recalling the moment when Yin Ghost Sex young sect master Hao Shan's head rolled down. Thinking back to Lu Yiping's flash of swordlight, it wasn't until the golden bull chariot disappeared that Beidou Emperor Zhou Dingtai sighed. He suddenly wanted to slap himself in the face. If he hadn't invited this Lu Yiping, it wouldn't have happened that the Yin Ghost Sect's young patriarch Hao Shan had happened. Now, the young sect master of the Yin Ghost Sect, Hao Shan, was dead. He could imagine the world in shock. At that time, the Yin Ghost Sect would definitely send their experts, and might even come in force. And the thought that the Yin Ghost Sect might come in force made his scalp tingle. In these few hundred years, the Hongyuan realm was relatively calm. But after today, the Hongyuan realm would only be unable to be calm again. And after the Beidou Empire's celebration, almost all of the experts who had planned to stay in the Beidou Imperial capital for some time hurriedly left the Beidou Imperial capital. A day ago, the Beidou Imperial capital, which was originally still very lively and bustling, was suddenly much more sluggish and cold. Even the original inhabitants of the Imperial capital, everyone closed their doors. After leaving the Imperial capital, Wan Hong, the young master of the Wan clan, and a group of experts from the Wan clan stopped at a certain mountain peak for a moment. "Uncle Peng, in your opinion, what realm is that Lu Yiping in?" Wan Hong, the young master of the Wan family, asked an old man next to him. This time, not only did the young sect master of the Yin Ghost sect, Hao Shan, bring a true God realm expert with him, he also brought this old man by his side, Wan Peng. The old man Wan Peng was an early-stage true God expert. Recalling that sword of Lu Ping's, his eyes were astonished, but he didn't open his mouth for a long time, because he really couldn't judge. Also, this Lu Yiping, how did he know our Wan family's golden flame divine fist? Wan Hong, the Wan clan's young lord, said in a deep voice. There was a silence from the Wan clan's crowd of experts. The news, has it been reported to Lord Family Head? The old man, Wan Peng, had a gloomy face. The Wan family's untold secret, the golden flame divine fist, had been learned by an outsider, and this was a very serious matter. It has already been reported to father, and it is estimated that father will have already entered the ancestral ground by now and reported to grandfather. Wan Hong, the young master of the Wan clan, said. At this time, the Wan clan's ancestral land, Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, was respectfully reporting to Wan Wuxia about this Beidou Imperial Palace matter. This Lu Yiping knows the golden flame divine fist under his hand? Wan Wuxia was also shocked when he heard the report. The golden flame divine fist, only the successive generations of the Wan family's family heads could learn it, and it was impossible to pass it on. Could it be that a certain family head of the Wan family had outsourced this golden flame divine fist? Chapter 38, What's the origin? Under this Lu Yiping's hand, Not only does he know the golden flame divine fist of our Wan clan, but his men even know the mastery of the sacred demon elder and the time elder. Wan Chang said, "You're saying that its men also know the heavenly elephant divine prison fist and the time god fist?" Wan Wuxia was once again surprised. Wan Chang nodded. Not only will he, but Lu Yiping also has the true copies of the Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist and Time Divine Fist Secrets. He took out the true copies of the Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist and Time Divine Fist Secrets in front of everyone. Hunger said that Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist and Time Divine Fist Secret real books. I don't know what kind of material they are made of. Even he can't tell. And the two secret real books are permeated with arcane and mysterious power. Wan Wuxia's face was astonished after hearing this. Now it's all said that this Lu Yiping is the one who obtained the cave treasures of the sacred demon elder and the time elder. Wan Chang said, pausing slightly, could Lu Yiping have also obtained the cave treasure of one of our Wan family's family heads? Wan Wuxia's eyes twinkled as he said, you mean, ancestral grandfather? The Wan family, the second head of the family. Wan Yuji, mysteriously disappeared back then. Something that became a Wan family mystery. Wan Chang nodded. Wan Wuxia pondered for a moment and said, go meet this Lu Yiping and ask him to come to our Wan family. I want to meet this Lu Yiping. Either way, the matter must be clarified. If it was possible, that golden flame divine fist true book, they had to return it. We can't just let this Lu Yiping spread more and more. How should I ask for it back? Wan Wuxia's brows were locked. The realm of the Zither immortal. Wan Wuxia muttered to himself. At this moment, 100 Flower Empress Jiyu and all the experts of the 100 Flower Empire were also discussing Lu Yiping. What do you guys say? This Lu Yiping, what is his origin? 100 Flower Empress Jiyu asked. This Lu Yiping has late-stage true god experts under him, so it's obviously not possible that he's the son or nephew of the Yellow Springs demon sex Su Xiao. One of the 100 Flowers Empire's divine spirit realm experts murmured, wanting to speak, with a face of awe. Could it be? Is it from that place? Then pointed high into the sky. The faces of the 100 Flowers Empire's experts changed drastically. You mean he's from the 9 heavens? Another divine spirit realm expert trembled. 9 days. Everyone was silenced. Even the 100 Flower Empress Jiyu herself couldn't smooth out her hand holding the teacup. 9 days. After a long slowdown, 100 Flower Empress Jiyu swallowed. This is just our guess. Perhaps. We all guessed wrong. He is not from the 9 heavens. The crowd nodded. While all the forces were discussing, Lu Yiping was inside Su Xiao's mansion, taking out 2 of the divine compartments from the space ring of the young sect master of the Yin Ghost sect, Hao Shan. Both of these divine grids were superior divine grids. One was a late true god and one was a mid-true god. Lu Yiping punched these 2 divine grids into the sea of souls of Wei Bing and Chen Yongyuan respectively, and then used the supreme great Tao Law to fuse the 2 divine grids with the sea of souls of the 2. By now, the 4 of them, Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen, Wei Bing, and Chen Yongyuan, had fully possessed the true god godhead, and were true god powerhouses. Those top-grade spirit veins, you all take them out and use them to quench your flesh during the week. Lu Yiping said, and endeavor to cultivate the techniques I passed on to you, and strive to break through to the heavenly god realm as soon as possible. Yes, master. Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen and the 4 of them knelt down. Lu Yiping told the 4 to get up. His fingers surged with divine light, only to see a heavenly god's laws continuously coalescing from between his fingers. Then, with a point of Lu Yiping's finger, these heavenly god's laws were struck into the sea of souls of Zhang Jin's 4 people, branding it into the 4's divine compartments. These heavenly god laws were the laws that Lu Yiping had previously realized, and by directly integrating them into the 4's divine compartments, the 4 would be able to ascend to the heavenly god realm extremely quickly. At that moment, outside, Song Ning's voice rang out, my lord, Song Ning has something to ask for. Come in, Lu Yiping said. Song Ning walked in, bending his waist, then came in front of Lu Yiping, not daring to breathe. Respectful and abnormal, Gongzi. Tianji Chamber of Commerce knows that you're going to participate in their auction tomorrow. President Sun Lishuan has sent a high-level VIP card, and President Sun Lishuan also said that he'll be waiting for Gongzi's great honor at that time. Returning from the Imperial Palace, Song Ning was still in a mood that was difficult to calm. He wanted to steal a glance at Zhang Jin's 4, but he didn't dare. When he thought of the word true god, he felt a sense of suffocation. At that time, during the celebration banquet, when he learned that Lu Yiping had beheaded the young sect master of the Yin Ghost sect, Hao Shan, he was even more shivering, and the experts of the Lei Ke Sword sect were equally shivering. That Lei Ke Sword sect's supreme elder who had previously questioned Lu Yiping for having too much breath on the street was even so frightened that he almost fainted. Lu Yiping took the Tianji Chamber of Commerce's premium VIP card and shook his head. Divine Lattice. I already have it, so I won't be going to the auction tomorrow. He was going to participate in this auction to get divine lattices for Wei Bing and Chen Yongyuan, and now that both of them had divine lattices, there was naturally no need to go to this auction. Song Ning was staggered as he carefully said, "I've heard that tomorrow's auction, in addition to the godhead, there will be many rare treasures, and the auction will also auction the token of the Lord of 10,000 gods of the ancient era." "Oh, the token of the Lord of all gods." Lu Yiping was surprised. "Yes," Song Ning respectfully said, "in addition to the Lord of 10,000 gods token, I've heard that there are other ancient items, other ancient things." Lu Yiping's eyes twinkled. "Do you know what they are?" "I don't know about this," Song Ning said. "President Sun Lishuan said so." Lu Yiping nodded. "Good, I know." Then he took a top-grade spirit vein out, sealed it, made it the size of a circle, and threw it to Song Ning. Song Ning looked at this top-grade spirit vein in front of her and froze, eating and saying, "Gongzi, it's not for you either. It's for the Lei Kei sword sect." Lu Yiping said, "When the time comes, you take it back and let Kid Yang Cheng arrange it on top of the Lei Kei sword sect's ancestral veins. I see that your Thunder Kei sword sect's ancestral vein is showing signs of decline. With this spirit vein, it can be supported for some years." Song Ning knelt down in excitement. "Thank you, Your Excellency." Song Ning thanks Your Excellency for the great favor on behalf of all the disciples of the Lei Kei sword sect. Lu Yiping looked at the kneeling Song Ning and lamented. "Back then, that little fellow Yang Dong also said as you did." Song Ning's heart was shocked. Yang Dong, little guy? It was difficult for him to express the shock in his heart, although he still did not know the identity of Lu Yiping. But from these words just now, he could hear that Lu Yiping was in existence that was even older than their old ancestor. Yang Dong's sword god. Afterward, Lu Yiping gave Song Ning some more divine spirit stones, since he knew that Yang Dong might have been buried in the 9 extinct burial god formation. He always felt indebted to the Lei Kei sword sect. Back then, if he was willing to teach Yang Dong the formation, Yang Dong, even if he was trapped in the 9 extinct burial god formation, he would be able to escape. Thinking of the 9 extinction burial god formation, Lu Yiping's face sank. Song Ning saw Lu Yiping's face suddenly sink, and was too frightened to speculate. 3 more tomorrow. Is there any reward for the brothers? Chapter 39. I heard his sword is fast. The night, eventually, will pass. Lu Yiping rode the golden horn chariot out of the mansion and came over towards the Tianji Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen and the 4 of them accompanied him. The golden bull chariot looked unusually bright and clear in the early morning sunlight. Originally, next to the street, some passing sect experts are walking well, suddenly saw the golden horn chariot. Scared birds and beasts scattered. In front of the street, on empty up. Lu Yiping was speechless. Was he that scary? In a short while, the chariot arrived at the Celestial Chamber of Commerce, only to see that in front of the main gate of Tianji Chamber of Commerce, Tianji Chamber of Commerce branch President Sun Lishuan and Tianji Chamber of Commerce senior staff waited there early. Sun Lishuan saw the chariot arrived, greatly energized, stepped forward tightly, cupped his fists and smiled and said, Duke Lu visited the Tianji Chamber of Commerce again. Tianji Chamber of Commerce meets the Wall of Glory. Lu Yiping laughed. President Sun is polite. President Sun has been waiting for a long time. Upon hearing this, Sun Lishuan had a feeling of being flattered and shook his hands. No. We heard that Duke Lu came over and just came out. Lu Yiping nodded his head once. Then under Sun Lishuan's welcoming invitation, he and Zhang Jin's 4 people entered the Tianji Chamber of Commerce. Sun Lishuan laughed. Knowing that Mr. Lu is coming, I had people clear out VIP room number 1 early on. Lu Yiping smiled as he heard. I heard that the Tianji Chamber of Commerce's No. 1 VIP room, which is never open to the public, is reserved for your General President and Tianji Young Master. Sun Lishuan laughed. Mr. Lu is coming to our chapter to participate in the auction. I reported it to the General Council, and the General Council President personally ordered that the No. 1 VIP room be cleared out to welcome Mr. Lu. Lu Yiping smiled and didn't say anything else. Thus, under Sun Lishuan's welcoming invitation, Lu Yiping several people entered the No. 1 VIP room, and at this moment, in the second VIP room, a young man frowned. Sun Lishuan opened the first VIP room and welcomed other people in? Yes, young lord, it's that Lu Yiping, his men respectfully said. Oh, Lu Yiping. The young man shook the wine of the wine cup in his hand, which was fragrant, and laughed. Is that the boy surnamed Lu who killed Hao Shan? The tone of his voice was casual, as if he did not place Lu Yiping in his eyes. His henchman said, It's that boy surnamed Lu. The young man hummed and suddenly said, I heard that his sword is very fast. I would like to see if it's his sword that's fast or mine. His men laughed. If we are talking about the Tao of the sword, in this Hong Yuan plain, in the younger generation, who can compare to you, young lord? The young man smiled. and after Lu Yiping's few people arrived at the No. 1 VIP room, they sat on top of the sofa in the center of the room, which was made from the skins of ancient exotic beasts, and it should be made from true God realm ancient exotic beasts. Sitting on it, it is comfortable, soft and has a light fragrance that refreshes the mind. This is the skin of the Mi Xiang beast. Lu Yiping spoke. Sun Lishuan immediately laughed and said, "Yes, Mr. Lu has good eyesight. This Mi Xiang beast, even many sect lords don't know it." Lu Yiping turned his tone. "I heard Song Ning say that you are going to auction the token of the Lord of 10,000 Gods from the ancient times this auction? I wonder if this token was commissioned by its people for the auction, or if it was found by your Tianji Chamber of Commerce?" Sun Lishuan hesitated for a moment and laughed. "I'm not hiding it from Mr. Lu, this Lord of 10,000 Gods token. It was a person who commissioned our Chamber of Commerce to auction it off. However, the person who commissioned it, our Chamber of Commerce didn't know about it, and the other party came to the commissioned auction wearing a mask." Oh, Lu Yiping did not move, and didn't ask for anything else. After a while, Sun Lishuan exited the room, allowing Lu Yiping to order the steward outside the door if he needed anything. After Sun Lishuan exited, Lu Yiping pondered. Back then, he didn't even seek the Lord of 10,000 Gods token in the battlefield of the gods. How did the other party get it? Could it be a descendant of the Lord of all gods? If it wasn't a descendant of the Lord of 10,000 Gods, then it would most likely be a descendant of someone who had surrounded the Lord of 10,000 Gods back then? At this time, the experts from various parties who had come to the auction also entered the arena one after another. Lu Yiping saw a familiar figure through the glass in front of the No. 1 VIP room and was a little surprised that it was her, only to see that the one who was welcomed and invited in by the steward of the Tianji Chamber of Commerce was none other than Uxin, the woman from the Pill King Hall that he had met earlier in the battlefield of the gods. However, there was no sign of the old man. He Xiao. Uxin's arrival also caused quite a commotion at the scene. Although the Pill King Hall General Hall is not in the Divine Martial Continent, however, the Pill King Hall in the Divine Martial Continent's power is not weak. The Pill King Hall of its Dan Dao, no clan can be out of its left and right, and even the Wan family, the Beidou Empire sometimes have to go to the Pill King Hall for Dan. Mr. Lu, the young master of the Long family, Long Hongfeng, is outside and says he wants to pay you a visit. At this moment, the steward of the Chamber of Commerce came in and said to Lu Yiping, the Dragon family, along with the Wan family, the Tan family, and the Lu family, regardless of the fact that the Dragon family's general mansion wasn't in the Divine Martial Continent, it was in the Heavenly Dragon Continent. Not seen, Lu Yiping said blandly. The chamber steward was stunned. No, but he quickly reacted, respectfully answered yes, and retreated. Outside the door, wearing a pale yellow brocade robe, the imposing young master of the Long family, Long Hongfeng, was holding a jade fan, slowly fanning it, and behind him, followed by two Long family experts. At this time, the door to the room suddenly opened and the chamber steward walked out. Long Hongfeng smiled and asked, Steward Lin, so I'm going in now? The chamber steward, however, squeaked, Mr. Long, I'm sorry, but Mr. Lu said he couldn't see it. Not see? Long Hongfeng was stunned. You told him that I am the young master of the Long family? Said. The chamber steward said. Long Hongfeng's face was ugly. After the matter of the Beidou Imperial Palace spread yesterday, he rushed over in the night in a hurry. He didn't expect that this Lu Yiping would not even see him. This Lu Yiping, what a big stance. Behind him, an expert of the Dragon family also had a pale face. The chamber steward was at a loss for words for a moment. He also did not expect Lu Yiping to even see Long Hongfeng. Another Dragon family expert said to the chamber steward in a cold voice, Go in and tell him that our young master wants him to talk about the Golden Flame Divine Fist, and that our young master has brought the bone of the Heavenly Dragon with him. What? The Heavenly Dragon's bone? The chamber steward was shocked. Long Hongfeng gave a handful of Divine Spirit Stones to that Chamber of Commerce steward and said, Tell Lu Yiping that we don't need the true book of the Golden Flame Divine Fist either. We just need to watch it for one night, and then, the bone of the Heavenly Dragon will go to him. The chamber steward received the Divine Spirit Stones, hesitated for a moment, and then went in to report to Lu Yiping. Bone of the Heavenly Dragon? Lu Yiping glanced at the Chamber of Commerce steward, and for some reason, the Chamber of Commerce steward's heart fluttered at Lu Yiping's glance. Not interested, Lu Yiping blandly said. During the auction later on, don't come in and disturb me without my order. Lu Yiping spoke plainly, but the Chamber of Commerce steward was shrinking in his heart and hurriedly answered yes, busily retreating, and as he exited, he realized that his back was covered in cold sweat. First shift. Chapter 40, The Order of the 10,000 Gods. Long Hongfeng, the young master of the Long family, saw the Chamber of Commerce steward come out with a hopeful look on his face and asked, How was it? The chamber steward shook his head, hesitated, and said, Duke Lu said he wasn't interested. The young master of the Long family, Long Hongfeng's face sank violently. Let's go back to the room first. After a moment's reprieve, he said in a deep voice, then led the two experts of the dragon family back to the number 4 VIP room. After returning to the 4th VIP room, an expert from the dragon family said, Young lord, should we check what Lu Yiping came to the auction to try to auction off? Long Hongfeng shook his head. No need. This Lu Yiping can't be arrogant for long. Another Long clan expert sneered. How Shan was killed. There's no way the Yin Ghost sect will let him go. However, this Lu Yiping's identity is a mystery. Some people are now saying that he might be from the 9 heavens, so the Yin Ghost sect won't make a move just yet. And once it's confirmed that he's not from the 9 heavens, then the Yin Ghost sect will press in with an army and tear down his bones one by one. Furthermore, why would Lu Yiping have the Su Xiu token? Some people suspect that Su Xiu has most likely been killed by Lu Yiping, and the Yellow Springs Demon Sect has already begun investigating the matter of Su Xiu's token. If the Yellow Springs Demon Sect determines that Su Xiu is dead, then the Yellow Springs Demon Sect will definitely thwart him as well. As the crowd entered one after another, the auction, it didn't take long for it to be filled. The auction begins. The one who presided over the auction was a senior appraiser of the Tianji Chamber of Commerce and a Divine Spirit Realm expert. Normally at auctions, there would rarely be a Divine Spirit Realm expert out to preside over it, unless there was an extremely valuable item up for auction. Then the auction would let a Divine Spirit Realm expert preside over the auction. The first item auctioned at the auction was a sword. This sword, named the Green Rainbow Sword, is the sword worn by the Green Rainbow Heavenly God in the recent ancient times. Chen Rue, the Divine Spirit Realm expert who presided over the auction, smiled at everyone. The Green Rainbow Heavenly God. I'm sure many of you are no strangers to it, right? The scene, a commotion. Green Rainbow Sky God, more than unfamiliar. 100,000 years ago, a nearly invincible existence was one of the top 10 experts of the Hong Yuan dimension back then, and was known as the number 1 person in the Sword Dao back then. The crowd didn't expect that the first item to be auctioned at the auction would be the Green Rainbow Sword. This Green Rainbow Sword was a rare and good sword, even though it was the Green Rainbow Heavenly God's early saber. Back then, Qinghong Heavenly Deity often used this sword to practice sword techniques. So this Qinghong sword, has Qinghong Heavenly Deity's unique sword intent? If a Sword Dao expert auctions and buys it back, and often senses Qinghong Heavenly Deity's sword intent, his Sword Dao will definitely be able to grow by leaps and bounds. Host Chen Rue laughed. When Lu Yiping heard this, he shook his head and laughed. If he could make the Dao of the sword grow by leaps and bounds with just a sword, then the world would be full of experts in the Dao of the sword. This host, Chen Ruzig, is nothing more than a bait and switch. However, this Chen Rui's words of enticement were still quite effective, and the next bidding was intense. In the end, it was auctioned off by the White Flame Sword Sect's master at 200 million upper-grade spirit stones. The White Flame Sword Sect, one of the super sects of the Divine Martial Continent, with a strength comparable to that of the Hundred Flowers Empire, the Yun family. Next, the second item up for auction was a technique called the Surpassing Sutra, which was one of the supreme techniques of the Fire Dragon Temple. There are quite a few Buddhist sects in the Hong Yuan Plain. The Fire Dragon Temple, on the other hand, was once one of the most powerful Buddhist forces in the Divine Martial Continent. However, it was exterminated more than 10,000 years ago. The person who struck back then was none other than the Tan family. After the destruction of the Fire Dragon Temple, many experts were captured alive and refined into puppets by the Tan family's experts alive. And the Tan family had a puppet that surpassed the heavenly stage, which was refined from one of the most powerful ancestors of the Fire Dragon Temple, the Sutra of the Surgeon, which was finally auctioned off and purchased by Uxin of the Hall of the Pill King. Lu Yiping was a bit surprised, not expecting this girl to be interested in Buddhist techniques. Immediately following the auction, the third, fourth, and fifth pieces were auctioned. The things that were auctioned off in this auction, although the things were all very good, however, Lu Yiping just looked at them and didn't bid on them. More than 20 items were auctioned in a row. Finally, there were the 4 finale items of the auction. The next item to be auctioned is the token of the Lord of 10,000 Gods from the ancient times. The host, Chen Rue, laughed. At this moment, the expert of the Heavenly Chance Chamber of Commerce walked up holding a jade tray. On top of the jade plate, a palm-sized metaphysical colored token was placed. Sure enough, it's the Order of All Gods. Lu Yiping saw the token and sat up straight. This Order of the 10,000 Gods, of course, was not just a token. Within the token was an ancient formation refined by the Lord of the 10,000 Gods, which could be used as an attack against the enemy. Moreover, back then, the Lord of 10,000 Gods created his cave in a mysterious place that no one knew about. But with this order of 10,000 gods, the Lord of 10,000 gods could be sensed where the cave was back then. Of course, in order to activate this order of 10,000 gods, one had to be at least as strong as the Lord of 10,000 gods was back then. With the strength of the current crowd in the Hong Yuan realm, they were simply unable to activate this order of 10,000 gods. Therefore, this order of the 10,000 gods was not very useful to the crowd of people in the Hong Yuan plain right now. This order of 10,000 gods, in ancient times, could command the gods of the world. The host, Chen Rui, explained, and its own material. It was even forged with the rare divine item, Taishu Xian iron. Taishu Xian iron is the hardest divine iron in the world, comparable to the iron of chaos. The material itself alone is worth a fortune. And this order of the 10,000 gods has the supreme formation branded by the Lord of the 10,000 gods back in the day. And a formation expert who auctions it back might be able to comprehend the supreme formation from it. After 3 or 4 minutes of commentary, the auction began. However, the friend who commissioned our Chamber of Commerce to auction this order of 10,000 gods said that he only wants divine spirit stones. The host, Chen Rui, was a bit embarrassed. Therefore, the friend who will auction for the order of 10,000 gods later on will only be able to use divine spirit stones. What? Divine spirit stones? The crowd at the scene was in an uproar. The experts who were originally interested in auctioning for this order of 10,000 gods also frowned. Divine spirit stones? The crowd is there. But, divine spirit stones are scarce. Since the ancient times with a piece of less than a piece of auction trading, no one is willing to trade with divine spirit stones. Furthermore, the friend who commissioned this said that all the divine spirit stones must be intact. Host Chen Rui added, spirit stones are traded, and after a long time, it is inevitable that there will be wear and tear, and to be intact, there are fewer of them. The order of the 10,000 gods, the starting price is 100 million divine spirit stones. The host, Chen Rui, added, 100 million divine spirit stones? The crowd all sucked in a breath of cold air. The white flame sword sect master at the scene shook his head when he heard this. Not to mention 100 million divine spirit stones, even 100 million extreme spirit stones, it would be difficult for him to take them out. 100 million divine spirit stones. The young master of the dragon family, Long Hongfeng, frowned. Originally, he had come over this time, but he was also interested in this order of 10,000 gods, but the price was higher than he had expected. 200 million divine spirit stones. Right at this moment, all of a sudden, inside the second VIP room, that young man slowly said, Chapter 41, The Lord of Qinkuan, 200 million divine spirit stones. The voice was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone in the Great Hall. Everyone was dumbfounded, and none of them looked towards the second VIP room. What? $200 million? Even the young master of the Long family, Long Hongfeng, was shocked. Quickly find out who's in VIP room number 2, he said to the 2 dragon family experts behind him. The 2 men responded. The crowd in the Great Hall, a ringing sound, were all shocked by these 200 million divine spirit stones. Inside VIP room number 1, Lu Yiping was also a bit surprised as he glanced at VIP room number 2 and smiled bashfully. Ancient true dragon bloodline? Somewhat interesting. At this moment, inside the second VIP room, that young man sipped the good wine provided by the Chamber of Commerce and laughed blandly. 200 million divine spirit stones is all it takes to shock this group of country bumpkins. The henchman behind him laughed. 200 million divine spirit stones is a drop in the bucket for you, young lord, but for these people, it's more than they can scrape together. The young man smiled. This order of 10,000 gods, although it doesn't do much for me, but when I buy it back, I can hang it and admire it. Spending 200 million divine spirit stones to buy this order of 10,000 gods just to hang around and admire it. Just then, suddenly, a bland voice rang out. 1 billion divine spirit stones. The voice came out. The hall that was originally clamoring over the 200 million divine spirit stones suddenly quieted down, and all of them looked at the one VIP room in horror. The one who opened his mouth just now was none other than Lu Yiping. Inside the second VIP room, the young man coughed, obviously choking on the wine in his mouth. The young master of the Long family, Long Hongfeng, was similarly filled with shock. Inside the second VIP room, the young man had completely lost his previous bland smile and his voice was low. 1 billion divine spirit stones? It is said that this surname Lu has obtained the cave treasures of the sacred demon and the elder of time. So it seems to be true. He looked towards the one VIP room, his eyes cold, and suddenly his entire body surged with light, and a sword-on shot out violently. And these sword-ons, unexpectedly, transformed into a divine dragon. Sword of intent. Sword of the heavenly dragon. These sword dragons, fast to a terrifying degree. directly penetrated through the prohibition between the two rooms and violently blasted towards Lu Yiping. And these sword dragons, they didn't cause any spatial fluctuations at all. The crowd outside, surprisingly, did not feel the power of this sword dragon. Lu Yiping looked at the thousands and thousands of sword dragons that came roaring in, and coldly snorted. A heaven-destroying invisible force was born, and instantly, the thousands and thousands of sword dragons instantly disintegrated. As for the second VIP room, that young man was backfired by the power of the heavenly dragon sword, and only felt his mind as if he had been blasted by a chaotic giant hammer, and his throat heated up as he spewed out a mouthful of golden-colored blood. Next, spray again. 3 large mouthfuls of blood were sprayed in a row. Young lord, his men were alarmed. The young man looked towards VIP room number 1, his face equally appalled. Originally, just now, when he rose up in anger, he had wanted to use the sword of his mind to blast this Lu Yiping and erase him, but he didn't expect that this Lu Yiping would. In fact, Lu Yiping blandly said, "Little fellow, if it weren't for your family's old ancestor just now, you would already be a dead man. If there's a next time, even the presence of your ancestor won't be able to protect you." The young man, Aobai, was even more shocked when he heard this. "You know my Sky Dragon Divine Kingdom's old ancestor?" Lu Yiping didn't speak again. Impossible. How could he possibly know my Sky Dragon Divine Kingdom's old ancestor? The young man, Aobai, was in shock. Their family's old ancestor hadn't left the Divine Kingdom for many years. Even his grandfather hadn't seen their old ancestor for many years. Their old ancestor had been diving in the Taiku Dragon Tomb, and even his grandfather wasn't sure if their family's old ancestor was still alive. "Who are you?" Aobai couldn't help but be alarmed and asked. "Who I am? You can go back and ask your family's old ancestor," Lu Yiping blandly said. Aobai was even more astonished. He even wondered if this Lu Yiping was pretending to be a god. But looking at Lu Yiping, it didn't look like it. What was going on inside the room was not known to those outside. Subsequently, no one else bid against Lu Yiping, and the Order of the 10,000 Gods was won by Lu Yiping. When delivering the Divine Spirit Stones, Lu Yiping flicked his finger and the Divine Spirit Stones directly passed through the glass of the room before landing on the auction table. Divine Spirit Stones were large chunks, each the size of a mountain, that could be cut into 100 million Divine Spirit Stones, 10 pieces in all. However, these 10 pieces of Divine Spirit Stones that were the size of mountains were sealed into the size of fists by Lu Yiping. Looking at those 10 complete Divine Spirit Stones the size of a mountain, the hearts of the crowd were shocked beyond words. "This is a divine grade original stone." The White Flame Sword Sect Master's throat hemmed and hawed. The original stone, meaning natural formation, has not been cut in processed stone, so the original stone within the spiritual energy preservation is more intact. A large piece of divine original stone like this is rare in the world, and its value, far more than $1 billion. After supporting the spirit stones, the Chamber of Commerce sent that Order of the 10,000 Gods in front of Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping took that Order of 10,000 Gods and his divine sense penetrated the Order of 10,000 Gods, entering the eye of the Order of 10,000 Gods grand formation without the slightest obstruction. After a while, he withdrew his divine sense. As he had expected, the great formation within the Order of the 10,000 Gods had not been activated by anyone for many years. This great formation in the Order of the 10,000 Gods had a total of 1,000 levels, and only one person had entered the 300th level. The auction followed with a stone. The stone was a man's height. The surface is pitted. This stone, also from the ancient period, after countless years of devouring the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, there has been a jade essence born within the stone, and this jade essence has already reached the level of a true god. Host Chan Rui said. The crowd at the scene was surprised. True god level jade essence. In other words, once this jade essence was conceived, it would be a true god powerhouse. However, for this stone, Lu Yiping was lacking in interest. This stone was eventually auctioned off and bought by the young master of the Long family, Long Hongfeng. The third finale of the auction was a spirit medicine that was already 200,000 years old. 100,000-year-old elixirs were rare but occasionally visible, but at 200,000 years, they were difficult to see. In the end, this 200,000-year-old spirit medicine was auctioned off and bought by Uxian of the Pilking Hall. Next, to be auctioned is the last finale item. The host, Chen Rui, laughed. When the auction brought out a piece of 7-colored jade, Lu Yiping's face sank, killing intent in his eyes. "This is the heirloom jade?" Someone was shocked. "That's right, this is the heirloom jade." Host Chen Rui laughed. The heirloom jade of the Lord of Qiankuan back then. This heirloom jade, back then, was actually given to the Lord of Qiankuan by Lu Yiping, and later the Lord of Qiankuan refined it into an intrinsic artifact. The importance of the essence artifact to myself was self-evident, and it was impossible for the Lord of Qiankuan to put his essence artifact up for auction. Unless the Lord of Qiankuan had already been killed, the original divine artifact would not be put up for auction. Chapter 42, Whenever you want to go. The Jade of Transmission. It is a defensive artifact, and it's a sole defensive divine artifact, rare in the world. And this Jade of Transmission records a transmission divine skill, and by participating in its cultivation, it's even expected to surpass the Lord of Qiankuan in the future. Host Chen Rui laughed. However, the person who commissioned it explained that this heirloom jade deal is likewise only charging divine spirit stones. Just as the host, Chen Rui, was about to gush about the heirloom jade, suddenly, Lu Yiping reached out and saw the heirloom jade on the auction table fly into the No. 1 VIP room. Everyone was stunned. Lu Yiping, this is going to be? Mr. Lu, this is not in order, is it? Host Chen Rui's smile faltered as he opened his mouth. Lu Yiping's cold voice rang out. This heirloom jade, who commissioned your Chamber of Commerce to auction it off? The voice was calm, but everyone could feel the strong killing intent of Lu Yiping. Host Chen Rui's face sank as he said, Mr. Lu, are you trying to break our Chamber of Commerce's rules? Although you are an honored guest of our Chamber of Commerce, but if you break the rules of our Chamber of Commerce, then we can only. How? Lu Yiping interrupted in an indifferent voice. The host, Chen Ruzig, choked. Soon, he saw Sun Lishuan, the president of the Tianji Chamber of Commerce branch, come over sweating profusely. Mr. Lu. Sun Lishuan pushed open the room and was about to open his mouth, but a devouring force so terrifying that it caused his heart to palpitate suddenly arose from Lu Yiping's body, directly sucking him in front of Lu Yiping. Sun Lishuan was horrified. He was an early-stage true god expert, but in front of this terrifying power, he was defenseless. When he looked up in fear, he saw lightning flashing in Lu Yiping's eyes, and then he lost consciousness. Lu Yiping directly conducted a soul search on Sun Lishuan. Soon, the soul search was over. Lu Yiping's eyes twinkled. From Sun Lishuan's memories, he knew that this person who commissioned the auction of the Jade of Transmission and the person who commissioned the auction of the Order of the 10,000 Gods were the same person, and the other party wore a ghost head mask. The same guy? The Order of all Gods. Now it's an heirloom jade. Sun Lishuan quickly regained his consciousness, looking at Lu Yiping who was full of killing intent. His heart was frightened and in shock. Mr. Lu, you? He couldn't figure out why. After the appearance of this heirloom jade, Lu Yiping would suddenly have such a strong killing intent. Could it be related to the Lord of Qiankuan? However, the Lord of Qiankuan was a figure from more than 200,000 years ago, and had been separated by 8 eras. So how could Lu Yiping be involved with the Lord of Qiankuan from 8 eras ago? Just as Sun Lishuan was in disbelief, Lu Yiping said to the auction crowd, Heirloom jade, I'm offering $1 billion. Can anyone offer a higher price? The experts from all sides of the scene looked at each other, but there was no outcry. With a snap of Lu Yiping's fingers, 10 pieces of divine original stones the size of mountains passed through the room's glass and landed on the auction table. Then he and Zhang Jin left the Tianji Chamber of Commerce with a few people. Sitting on the chariot, Lu Yiping gripped the heirloom jade in his hand tightly, and the killing intent on his body increased instead of decreasing. And as the dragon-horned golden bull looked at the Jade of Transmission, both of their eyes were filled with fury as well, saying, it seems that group of people, they are really looking for death. After so many years, they actually still haven't died. Lu Yiping's voice drifted out as if from a cold hell. Even if they hide in the 9 heavens, in the hell of the underworld, and in the god's earth, I will pull them out one by one and extract their souls and refine their spirits. The longhorn golden bull nodded, then pulled Lu Yiping back towards the mansion. Returning to the mansion, Lu Yiping suddenly took a shot at the void. Eye of reincarnation. Show me. In the void, a huge vortex appeared, and in the center of the vortex was an eye that seemed to converge the life and death of all living beings in heaven and earth. Lu Yiping's hand reached out, directly into the void vortex, probing for something. It was a long time before Lu Yiping stopped. The reincarnation vortex and the eye of reincarnation disappear. The killing intent in Lu Yiping's eyes increased. One night passed. Lu Yiping stood in the gazebo all night. Master, outside. Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family says he wants to see you. Zhang Jin came in and carefully said. Lu Yiping noticed Zhang Jin's wording, not begging for a meeting, but asking for one. Bring him in. Lu Yiping's voice was calm. Outside the mansion, Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, waited for a while and frowned when he saw that only Zhang Jin had come out and did not see Lu Yiping. My master said he can see you. Follow me, Zhang Jin said as he came out. When Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, heard this, his heart was even more unhappy. However, he still suppressed the unhappiness in his heart and followed Zhang Jin into the residence. When he came to the courtyard, he saw Lu Yiping, looking at the blue-shirted young man in front of him, who appeared to be only in his 20s. He was astonished in his heart. Lu Yiping glanced at Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, and said, "What is it that you want to see me about? What is it?" When Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, saw that Lu Yiping didn't even say anything polite and directly asked himself what was the matter, the unhappiness that he had just suppressed rose up with a snort. Anyways, he was also the head of the Wan family. His father was the lord of the divine martial continent, and the entire divine martial continent was his Wan family's. This Lu Yiping, to have such an attitude towards him? Lu Yiping, how do you know my Wan clan Golden Flame Divine Fist? Is it possible that the true copy of my Wan family's Golden Flame Divine Fist secret book is in your possession? Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, asked in a deep voice, "Did you obtain the inheritance of the technique from my ancestor grandfather, Wan Yuji? Wan Yuji?" Lu Yiping's face was indifferent. "The true copy of the Golden Flame Divine Fist secret book is indeed on me." Saying this, he gave a beat and said, "However, who said that the Golden Flame Divine Fist belongs to your Wan family?" Once Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, heard Lu Yiping say that the Golden Flame Divine Fist was not their Wan family's, he was even more furious and happy. The entire constant elemental plane knew that the Golden Flame Divine Fist was an untold secret of their Wan family. There was fire in his eyes as he stared at Lu Yiping. "So, you are not going to return this Golden Flame Divine Fist to our Wan family? Restitution?" Lu Yiping laughed. "You're right. I've never really thought of that before." Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, was furious. However, when he looked at the four Zhang Jin behind Lu Yiping, he suppressed his anger and said, "My father would like to invite you to our Wan family as a guest. He would like to see you." Lu Yiping hummed. "I know." Then he said, "You can go back." Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, was stunned. What did Lu Yiping mean by this? "I'll go over to the Wan family when I want to," Lu Yiping added. When Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, heard this, his face turned ugly. His father, Wan Wuxi, the lord of the divine martial continent, asked him to come and invite this Lu Yiping, and Lu Yiping even said to wait until he wants to go? That means it depends on his mood. Is that what you mean? In the divine martial continent, his father's words were the supreme divine decree, and there had never been anyone who dared to defy it. Even if it was Beidou Empire Great Emperor Zhou Dingtian, his father wanted to see him, and Zhou Dingtian, no matter what he had to do, would have to rush to the Wan family to kowtow to him immediately. Now, this Lu Yiping even said that he would go again when he wanted to. Chapter 43, possibly a heavenly god? Lu Yiping, don't go too far. Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, could no longer swallow the fire in his heart and drank at Lu Yiping. Even a divine son from the 9 heavens wouldn't dare to act recklessly in front of my father. Who do you think you are? Surprisingly, I want to go to my Wan family again. Is my Wan family not something you can go to whenever you want? Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, became more and more indignant as he spoke. His father, Wan Wufei, had suppressed an era, the #1 expert of the divine martial continent, and the 4th of the top 10 experts of the Hongyuan plane, even the ancestor of the Tai sect and the #1 person in the Hongyuan plane, Zhang Yu, wouldn't dare to treat his father so negligently. Just as Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, dropped his words, all of a sudden, he could see that a terrifying aura burst out from Lu Yiping's body, and high above the sky, without warning, thunder and lightning roared. The winds and clouds changed color, and destructive power shrouded endless space and time, as if it was going to be the end of time and space. He exclaimed, "Get out!" Lu Yiping's voice was like thunder. Knock! Endless space and time trembled. As for Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, himself, he was as if he had suffered an annihilating blow, flying out backwards and smashing down outside the mansion, his 7 orifices full of blood, even his eyes. The Wan clan's experts who were guarding the outside were shocked when they suddenly saw their family head, Wan Chang, flying out with blood pouring from his 7 orifices, master of the house. The Wan clan's experts were in a state of panic. Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, however, ignored the bloodstains on his body and looked at the direction of the courtyard where Lu Yiping was located in the mansion with a face of fear. What a big dog's guts! That Lu Yiping and his men dared to strike at you. An old ancestor of the Wan clan was furious and was about to rush in. Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, hurriedly pulled that Wan family ancestor back, exasperated. "Stop it!" The Wan clan's experts looked at Wan Chang, the Wan clan's head, who squeaked, "I made it myself." "Did you do it yourself?" The crowd looked at Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, who was bleeding from his 7 orifices. "Let's go back first," Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, said, and immediately, without bothering to swallow the pills and without much explanation, he turned around and left. The Wan clan's experts looked at the departing Wan clan's family head, Wan Chang, and couldn't help but look at each other in consternation. At that moment, the thunder and lightning that had just been high in the sky without warning disappeared without a trace, and the wind and the sun were clear. After Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, left, Lu Yiping went back to his room and cultivated the eternal life skill. And after Wan Chang, the head of the Wan clan, returned to the Wan clan, he came to the ancestral ground to meet with Wan Wufei and squeaked, "Father, Lu Yiping said that he would come back to the Wan clan when he wants to come back to the Wan clan in the future." Wan Wuxia was surprised and his eyes went cold. The true copy of the Golden Flame Divine Fist secret book is indeed on him. Just, Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, squeaked, "Just what?" The golden flames of Wan Wuxia's gaze flourished. "It's just that. He said that the Golden Flame Divine Fist is not our Wan family's." Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, bowed his head, his voice low, and said that he never wanted to return the true copy of this secret book to our Wan family. Suddenly, an aura of invincibility shot out from Wan Wuxia's body. Suffering from the invincible aura of Wan Wufei sweeping over him, the Wan clan's ancestral land rumbled with a tremor. Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, was also all shocked, then retreated in shock. "Father, you broke through?" Wan Wuxia nodded. Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, was pleasantly surprised, but when he thought of Lu Yiping's terrifying aura at that time, he had a palpitating look on his face and hesitated for a moment, saying, "Father, that Lu Yiping is very strong. The strength should be that of a heavenly god. I'm afraid it's not weaker than you." "Father," Wan Wuxia was staggered. "Heavenly god? Are you saying that Lu Yiping might be a heavenly god realm expert?" He couldn't believe it. Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, recalled the scene and said, I'm not quite sure." Then he gave a detailed account of the scene to Wan Wufei. After hearing this, Wan Wuxia was shocked and skeptical in his eyes as he mused. "I didn't expect that this Lu Yiping would have such strength." But then, he confidently said, "However, there are also strengths and weaknesses of heavenly god realm experts. Even if he is a heavenly god, I am still certain that I can suppress him. When he comes to my Wan clan's ancestral ground at that time, then with the power of the ancestral source of the ancestral ground, it will be as easy for me to suppress him." Several days passed. On this day news came out. The Yellow Springs Demon Sect has confirmed that the Yellow Springs Demon Sect's old ancestor, Su Xiao, is dead. The news was a stone's throw away. Since the Yellow Springs Demon Sect's old ancestor, Su Xiao, is dead, now Lu Yiping was holding Su Xiao's token. Hearing the news, Long Hongfeng, the young master of the Long clan, sneered. Now that it has been confirmed that Su Xiao is dead, the Yellow Springs Demon Sect will soon make a big move. The Dragon family expert beside him laughed. The Yin Ghost Sect's experts are already checking to see if he's from the Nine Heavens, and I believe there will be news soon. I heard that the Dark Demon Hall has already verified that the Supreme Elder Sword Demon Shilai was the one who killed him. The Dark Demon Hall is only afraid that it won't stop. Yellow Springs Demon Sect, Yin Ghost Sect, plus a Dark Demon Hall. Even the Tai Sect had to hide back. However, we have to find a way to get the true copy of the Golden Flame Divine Fist on him before the Yellow Springs Demon Sect, the Yin Ghost Sect, and the Dark Demon Hall make their moves. The young master of the Dragon family, Long Hongfeng, had deep eyes. The Dragon family and the Wan family are mortal enemies. If he could get his hands on the true copy of the Golden Flame Divine Fist, the importance to the Dragon family could not be overstated. Inside Su Xiao's mansion, Lu Yiping frowned, not realizing that after a few days, the masked man who had commissioned the Tianji Chamber of Commerce to auction off the Order of the 10,000 Gods and the Jade of Transmission still hadn't appeared. The other party did not come to the Heavenly Chance Chamber of Commerce to pick up the divine primordial stones from the auction. That divine original stone had his divine sense imprinted on it, so as soon as the other party took it, he would know. However, if the other party never showed up, he couldn't keep waiting here. Lu Yiping said to the dragon-horned golden bull, "Get ready, tomorrow we'll go over to the 100 Flowers Empire." It was also time to go to the Flying Flower Sect to settle the matter of the Shura Sect. By the way, check out Black Sea Mountain. Black Sea Mountain is the former site of the Shura Gate. As for the masked man, as long as he came to take the divine primordial stone, he couldn't escape. Hearing Lu Yiping say that he was going to the 100 Flowers Empire, the dragon-horned golden bull grinned. "Master, then we'll pass through the Ox Demon Mountain when we get there?" Lu Yiping didn't have the heart to say. "You're thinking beautifully." Of course he was well aware of the dragon-horned golden bull's philandering. Ox Demon Mountain is the holy land of the Ox clan. As the holy land of the Ox clan, there are naturally many beautiful women of the Ox clan. Considering the fact that he was going to go to the old Shura Gate site, Lu Yiping brought Lu Peng, Lu Xiaoyu with him as well. As for Song Ning and the people of the Lei Ke Sword sect, after the matter of the Beidou imperial capital, they returned to the Lei Ke Sword sect. Inside the Beidou imperial palace, Beidou Emperor Zhou Dingtian was relieved to learn that Lu Yiping had finally left the Beidou imperial capital. These days, he was living in fear, afraid that the Yellow Springs Demon Sect and the Yin Ghost Sect's armies would press on. If the Yellow Springs Demon Sect and the Yin Ghost Sect's armies really pressed on, then this Beidou Emperor would have to roll up his sleeves and walk away. After leaving the Beidou imperial capital, Lu Yiping and his group kept going all the way out of the Beidou Empire and came over towards the Hundred Flowers Empire. A few days later, Lu Yiping and his group arrived at a wasteland, only to see that in front of them, the crumbling temples stretched on and on. Chapter 44, Fire Dragon Temple. The dilapidated temple was crawling with weeds and moss, and in the sky above, the occasional black crow could be seen hissing. At this time, the sky was dark and bleak, permeated with a sense of coldness. This is the old site of the Fire Dragon Temple. Lu Pang looked at the endless dilapidated temple in front of him, lamented, when the Fire Dragon Temple, incense how flourishing. I heard that at its peak, a day into the incense people from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain, the team sometimes stretches for hundreds of miles it. Unfortunately, after it was later destroyed by the Tan family, this great Buddhist temple became a ghost land. Lu Yiping nodded as the chariot slowly moved forward. The sound of sand crunching was detected as it rolled over the ground. It didn't take long to enter the depths of the ruins of the crumbling temple. Along the way, everywhere can be seen several people can embrace the broken stone pillars and a statue of Buddha collapsed on the ground. Above the stone pillars, full of all kinds of scriptures, patterns, and the statue of Buddha, in all its forms, was modeled with marks and decayed in many places. It had been more than 10,000 years since the destruction of the Fire Dragon Temple, and many of the temple's buildings had been reduced to scattered gravel. My lord! Further past is the Buddha cave of the Fire Dragon Temple back then. It was where the Fire Dragon Temple hid its treasures back then. However, after it was destroyed by the Tan family back then, the Buddha treasures inside were moved by the Tan family one by one. Lu Peng said, now the Buddhist cave of the Fire Dragon Temple has become a place for the Tan family to refine puppets. There, it has been designated as a forbidden land by the Tan family. No one dares to approach, not even 100 miles closer. Some of the experts who came close were captured and refined into puppets by the Tan family. Just as Lu Peng was explaining, Lu Yiping suddenly said, the Tan family is occupying this place, looking for the Fire Dragon Buddhist scripture, right? Back then, the Tan family exterminated the Fire Dragon Temple and searched the Fire Dragon Temple for countless Buddhist scriptures, techniques, and masterpieces, but they had never been able to find the Fire Dragon Temple's first scripture, the Fire Dragon Buddhist scripture. There are many sayings about this Fire Dragon Buddhist scripture. Some say that this Fire Dragon Buddha scripture is the Buddha world, a certain Lohan passed down left behind the Buddha Dharma Kung Fu. Cultivation after the completion of the great, has the power of the Dragon Buddha, and can be molded into the flesh into an indestructible golden body. Some say that this Fire Dragon Buddhist scripture was created by an ancient Buddha in the past, and after practicing it, it can make the lifespan increase greatly and break through the limit of 100,000 years. Moreover, this Fire Dragon Buddhist scripture itself has the power of Buddha. Take it on your body. It can repel all kinds of evils and demons, and it can suppress all ghosts, monsters and dead corpses. So, this was why the Tan family was still struggling to find this Fire Dragon Buddhist scripture. Hearing Lu Yiping mention the Fire Dragon scripture, Lu Peng laughed. This Fire Dragon scripture, I'm afraid it's not in the Fire Dragon Temple. Otherwise, after so many years, it's unlikely that the Tan family won't be able to find it. So many years, the Tan family will Fire Dragon Temple corners are lifted no less than 10 times, but still no trace of Fire Dragon Sutra. Lu Yiping's eyes were deep as he looked somewhere deep into the Fire Dragon Temple and said, that's not necessarily true. Lu Peng was stunned and said, my lord, 10 miles ahead is the Tan family's forbidden area. There are often Tan clan experts patrolling there. Some years ago, our Shura sect had a few of our supreme elders pass through, and they were captured by the Tan clan's experts. As for what happened to those few Shura sect supreme elders, it was self-evident. Right at this moment, suddenly, there was a breaking sound coming from behind them, only to see a large group of black-clothed people breaking through the air, extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived behind the crowd. These black-robed people, all masked. However, looking at their attire, they were not from the Tan family. The group of black-robed men, too, all saw Lu Yiping and his party, the black-robed man in the lead. His gaze paused for a moment on Lu Yiping. My lord, should we give them? His men stepped forward and said, meaning to settle Lu Yiping and his party by the way. After all, their actions tonight should not be seen by it. The leader of the black-clothed man hesitated for a moment. and finally shook his head. Forget it, it's better to do more than less. Business is important. Then he led the crowd to break through the air and leave. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the vastness of the night. The dragon-horned golden bull looked at the departing black-clothed men, hemmed and hawed, licked, and said, "This group of blackbucks, I thought they were going to make a move just now. However, looking at their direction, they should be going to the Buddhist cave of the Fire Dragon Temple." Lu Yiping had the longhorned golden bull follow him. Just a short distance past, a loud boom could be heard, followed by a shocking power fluctuation. It looks like it's moving. To be Lu Yiping, several people came, only to see the front hall. All were blown into a piece of powder. Far away from the ground, lying in a dozen corpses. It's a Tan family expert. Lu Peng was surprised at the sight of the dozen or so corpses. Apparently it was the men in black who did it. In the Hong Yuan plain, the people were talking about the Tan family, and there was even someone who dared to come and kill a Tan family disciple. And this stronghold is one of the more important strongholds of the Tan family. However, the Tan family had exterminated many sects, and naturally had many enemies. Lu Yiping and his party came toward the front. All along the way were the corpses of Tan's masters. The group of black-robed men who came were all experts. Finally, to the depths of the Buddhist caves of the Fire Dragon Temple, only to see that on the open space ahead, the group of black-clothed men were fighting with a group of Tan clan experts. This group of Tan clan experts were not weak, and each of them had a powerful puppet by their side, and the group of black-clothed men encountered a considerable amount of resistance. The group of black-robed men and the Tan clan's experts were surprised to see Lu Yiping and the others arrive. The leader of the men in black frowned. What happened tonight? They naturally did not want it people to see. Right at this moment, suddenly, a Tan clan expert with a puppet violently attacked Lu Yiping and his party. However, when this Tan clan expert and his puppet had just attacked in front of Lu Yiping, they suddenly froze and stopped, and then, like scattered sand, they continued to break apart and disperse with the wind. Seeing this bizarre scene, the black-clothed men were all startled. That Tan clan expert was a great emperor first-level expert. A great emperor, one powerhouse just bizarrely dispersed into broken sand. The Tan clan's experts were also surprised at the sight. However, what put a little bit of peace in the hearts of the black-robed man and the Tan clan's experts was that Lu Yiping and his party did not continue to strike. Lu Yiping also ignored the man in black and the Tan clan's experts as he continued to move deeper into the Buddhist cave of the Fire Dragon Temple. As they traveled deeper into the Buddhist cave of the Fire Dragon Temple, they constantly encountered attacks from the Tan clan's experts, but with Zhang Jin's four to open the way, Lu Yiping and the dragon-horned golden bull did not put up a fight. All the way around. Finally, it came to the deepest space of the Buddha cave. The deepest part of the Buddha cave is a huge Buddha city, with Buddha statues everywhere, and the buildings here are well preserved, all left over from the Fire Dragon Temple back then. The city of Buddha was empty. Lu Peng was puzzled in his eyes, not understanding what Lu Yiping was doing in the deepest part of this Buddha cave. There's nothing in the deepest part of this Buddha cave. Suddenly, he saw Lu Yiping take a shot into the void in front of him, and the void in front of him surged with heavy light, followed by the appearance of an ancient Buddhist character. This ancient Buddhist character gave Lu Peng and the others a strange feeling. Chapter 45, Buddha's Fat. Seeing Lu Peng, Lu Xiaoyu, and Zhang Jin staring at that ancient Buddha character with a look of astonishment, Lu Yiping said, "This ancient Buddha character is hidden in the void, and can follow the fluctuations in space, so the Tan clan's experts can't discover this ancient Buddha character. Let's go in." Hearing Lu Yiping say go in, Lu Peng was stunned. Go in? Lu Yiping hummed. Within the ancient Buddha character, a space of its own. At that moment, the chariot leapt up and came before the void ancient Buddha character. The dragon-horned golden bull's entire body flashed with golden thunderbolts, and under the flashes of golden thunderbolts, a spatial entrance suddenly appeared in the middle of the ancient Buddha characters. The chariot then passed through the space portal. When the crowd entered, the spatial entrance closed and the ancient Buddha character was once again hidden in the void and disappeared. After entering the space, Lu Peng, Lu Xiaoyu and the others were taken aback as they looked at everything in the space. Only in the sky, there was a 1,000-foot fire dragon swimming. This fire dragon, as it swam, was filled with surging pure fire dragon essence, which, like waves, filled the entire space. When Lu Yiping saw the fire dragon swimming high in the sky, he moved his finger and saw the fire dragon fly out. Before the fire dragon even got close, amazing waves of fire spread out to the sky. However, these waves of fire, when they came in front of the chariot, were blocked by invisible forces. What made Lu Peng, Lu Xiaoyu surprised and unexpected was that after this fire dragon came to the front of several people, suddenly the light surged, the fire dragon disappeared, and in its place was a golden book with flames. This is, Lu Peng's eyes widened. This is the Fire Dragon Buddhist scripture of the Fire Dragon Temple. Lu Yiping spoke, and with a stretch of his hand, the Fire Dragon Buddhist scripture fell into his hands. This Fire Dragon Buddhist scripture, the spirit of the artifact is a fire dragon. Hearing that the book of golden flames in front of him was the legendary Buddhist scripture of the Fire Dragon Temple, the Fire Dragon Buddhist scripture, Lu Peng's heart was shaken. The Fire Dragon Buddhist scripture was one of the 4 great Buddhist scriptures of the Hongyuan Plain, and it was rumored that if the 4 great Buddhist scriptures were assembled together, one could even open up a passageway to the Buddhist realm, possessing incredible power. My lord, I heard that if you gather the 4 great Buddhist scriptures together, you can open a passageway to the Buddhist realm. I wonder if it's true, Lu Peng said. Lu Yiping smiled at his words. Maybe. Putting the Fire Dragon Buddhist scripture away in the Qiankuan tripod, Lu Yiping looked toward the large ground in front of him where one golden vat was piled up. Lu Yiping stepped forward and opened the mouth of one of the cylinder covers. At once, the Buddha's light filled the sky. A golden Buddha power filled the world. A kind of fragrance wafted out. All the people smelled, all refreshed, the whole body comfortable, as if swallowed the Buddha Dan General. This is? Lu Peng was shocked. This is Buddha fat. The longhorn golden bull spoke. And it's a heavenly god-level Buddha fat. Heavenly god-level Buddha fat. Lu Peng, Lu Xiaoyu, 2 people shocked. Before the eyes of this golden vat in the storage of things is actually heavenly god-level Buddha fat. Buddha fat. Is the Buddhist Buddha body fat after thousands of refined into something? Buddha fat burning, resulting in the Buddha incense gas. For the cultivator is very beneficial. For example, this heavenly god-level Buddha fat was refined by thousands of hammers from the body of a Buddha in the heavenly god realm, and contained a hint of the heavenly god laws. When a true god realm expert cultivates, he lights a small jar of such Buddha fat next to him, and while cultivating, he comprehends the laws of the heavenly god in the Buddha fat, and the speed of his cultivation can be greatly increased. Moreover, the Buddha's Buddha power contained in the Buddha fat could clear one's mind and purify one's spirit, reducing one's mind demons and avoiding the possibility of going off the deep end. The higher the grade of Buddha fat, the better the results. If it's a saint-level Buddha fat, it can even take you into the realm of the Tao, to realize the way of the saints. They can't all be heavenly god-level Buddha fat, right? Zhang Jin also both swallowed as he looked at the hundreds of golden vats in front of him. If all of them were heavenly god-level Buddha fat, how many heavenly god-level Buddhas would it take to refine so much Buddha fat? Well, all of them are heavenly god-level Buddha fat. Lu Yiping said. Fire Dragon Temple. How could there be so many heavenly god-level Buddha fat? Zhao Wen was puzzled. Although the Fire Dragon Temple was the largest Buddhist temple in the divine martial continent, it was impossible to have so many heavenly god realm Buddha corpses. To refine so many Buddha fat, one would need at least hundreds of heavenly god realm Buddha corpses to do so. Lu Yiping pondered. Perhaps, it was the Fire Dragon Temple that obtained the treasures of the ancient Buddha, and it was because of these Buddha lipids that the Fire Dragon Temple was destroyed by the Tan family, and the Tan family has been stationed here for so many years, not only searching for the Fire Dragon scriptures, but also for these Buddha lipids. And at that moment, outside, the group of black-clothed men had all arrived at the deepest space of the Buddha cave. Strange, that blue-shirted young man clearly came in. How did he disappear? One of the black-clothed men wondered. The leader of the men in black scanned the Buddha city, his eyes emitting a ghostly light as he murmured, "There should be an entrance to an alien space here. The entrance to the other space." The crowd was stunned. What we're looking for might be here, so let's spread out and look for it, the leader of the men in black said. Just as the crowd of black-clothed people hadn't dispersed to search for a long time, all of a sudden, the void light surged, and a chariot was seen coming out from the depths of the void, and it was none other than Lu Yiping's few people who had come out from the golden Buddha space. The crowd of black-clad men stopped, staggered. Lu Yiping glanced at the crowd of black-clothed men and received the ancient Buddha character into his hands. The leader of the men in black, his eyes heatedly stared at the ancient Buddha character in Lu Yiping's hand. After hesitating for a moment, he cupped his fists at Lu Yiping and said, "This little brother, I am a descendant of the Fire Dragon Temple, and this ancient Buddha character is a possession of my Fire Dragon Temple? Please return it to my Fire Dragon Temple. We are grateful." Lu Peng, Lu Xiaoyu accident. These black-clothed men were, surprisingly, descendants of the Fire Dragon Temple. The two of them couldn't help but look at Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping did not move. Suddenly pressed in the air, he saw that the black-clothed man leader's whole body black clothes burst apart, revealing his true face, only to see his forehead, full of black lines, a purple-black gas from his body continuously surging out. A descendant of the Fire Dragon Temple. Yet he cultivates a technique that is not Buddhist, Lu Yiping blandly said. And surprisingly, he possesses the purple demon body of the purple demon clan? Obviously, This group of black-clothed people were not some fire dragon temple descendants, but the purple demon race from the ghost demon continent. Constant elemental plane. 46 continents. Ghost demon continent was one of the strongest few continents, and the Een Ghost Sect's headquarters was in the ghost demon continent. The purple demon clan is the most powerful force in the ghost demon continent excluding the Een Ghost Sect, and compared to the Tan family, it is not much different. Seeing that his identity had been recognized, the purple demon race leader's face sank, his whole body's aura locking onto Liu Yiping, his eyes surging with demonic light. He fiercely blasted his fist towards Liu Yiping, while shouting, "Do it! Kill them!" Its entire body's divine power surged. It was clearly a mid-true god expert. Liu Yiping looked at the purple demon race leader who blasted over. His hand flicked, only to see the ancient Buddha character fly out. When the ancient Buddha character flew out, the light of the golden Buddha bloomed like a golden sun. The entire deepest space of the Buddha cave was flooded by the light of the golden Buddha. Chapter 46 Stone Statue of the Grandmaster. Only to see that ancient Buddha character, instantly rising against the wind, like a chaotic Buddha mountain, fiercely bombarded down. The purple demon clan leader was horrified. Magic light divine flame. His whole body rushed up an amazing devil flame, madly attacking the ancient Buddha word, only to see that his full force blow, bombarded on the ancient Buddha word, unexpectedly unable to shake the slightest bit. Boom! That purple demon race leader was instantly blasted and crushed directly into the ground by the ancient Buddha character. The entire Buddha cave trembled. The ground of the Buddha cave, constantly crumbling and spreading, such as the shape of an amazing rift valley. The other experts of the purple demon race who were originally about to rush over were so frightened that they all stopped, looking at the leader of the purple demon race who had been bombarded and crushed into the ground by the ancient Buddha characters. Frozen. At that moment, the ancient Buddha character flew up and landed in Liu Yiping's hands, only to see that the purple demon clan leader had been completely set into the ground, completely mixed with the ground, and the blood and flesh had completely become pulp. With a flick of Liu Yiping's finger, he saw that the purple demon race leader's body, which had become completely pulpy, fly out from the depths of the ground and fall into the Qiankuan tripod. Soon, a true god-level gold dan flew out of the Qiankuan cauldron. For these true god Jindans, Liu Yiping had even refined that purple demon clan leader's godhead together, so compared to Su Xiao, Wumo's Jin Dan was better. All this changed in the blink of an eye. The purple demon clan's experts were dumbfounded and their minds went blank when they saw their leader suddenly blown away and then refined into a golden elixir. True god realm powerhouse. The strength of the divine body is comparable to an ordinary divine artifact, extremely difficult to refine. Many super clans, even with the help of the clan's divine cauldron, it is difficult to refine for a few years. They have never heard of any divine cauldron that can refine a true god powerhouse into a golden elixir in a matter of breath. Just as the purple demon race's experts were dumbfounded, Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen, Wei Bing, and Chen Yongyuan made their move. The four of them swayed, and the sky-supporting giant elephants coalesced behind them. Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist, blasted out at the same time. Four mountain-like fist seals broke through the air. Nearly 100 experts of the Purple Demon Clan were blasted away in unison. The sound of miserable screams resounded through the Buddha cave. But soon, the voices crunched to a halt. The entire Buddhist cave, stained with purple blood. Liu Yiping recalled the purple blood on the Lord of the 10,000 Gods battle blade. However, the purple blood on the Lord of the 10,000 Gods battle blade was slightly different from the blood of the purple demon race. Afterward, Liu Yiping had Zhang Jin and the others collect the things of the purple demon race's crowd of experts before leaving the Buddhist cave, exiting the Fire Dragon Temple, and continuing over to the Hundred Flowers Empire. It wasn't long after Liu Yiping and the others left the Fire Dragon Temple that they saw group after group of Tan Clan experts arrive. These Tan Clan experts looked at the Tan Clan's experts along the way, and all of their faces sank. Who on earth is it that killed so many experts of my Tan family? One of the arriving Tan Clan True God Realm ancestors roared with bloodshot eyes. However, when they followed the trail of blood and came to the depths of the Buddha cave, they could not help but be dumbfounded when they saw the corpses of the Purple Demon Clan's many experts. The Purple Demons did this? But who killed these Purple Demon race experts again? The crowd of experts from the Tan Clan were stunned. The next day, Liu Yiping and the others arrived at the Black Sea of the Hundred Flowers Empire. The Black Sea, the water of which is like lacquer ink, gives its name to the Black Sea, and the Black Sea Mountain, situated in the center of the Black Sea. Liu Yiping looked at the Black Sea in front of him that was like ink, and remembered some of the scenarios of his best friend Chen Xiaotian when he founded the Shura sect. Back then, when Shura Gate chose the site, or he helped his best friend Chen Xiaotian choose it, and chose it in this Black Sea. The Black Sea is still there, but the deceased is no longer there. After stopping for a while, Liu Yiping and the others flew towards Black Sea Mountain. And at this moment, On the Black Sea Mountain, the Thousand Devils sect patriarch Li Fei was commanding the Thousand Devils sect's disciples who were in the midst of a major construction project. Ever since their Thousand Devils sect had destroyed the Shura sect and occupied this place, he had planned to make this place one of the most important branches of the Thousand Devils sect. Here, located in the Black Sea, surrounded by the sea on all sides, the black water aura is rich, extremely suitable for their Thousand Devils sect technique cultivation. After 3 years of their constant demolition, remodeling, and rebuilding, the Shura Gate Hall had changed drastically. Li Fei looked at the refreshed Shura sect's main hall and the surrounding buildings and nodded his head in satisfaction. He paced and walked out of the Shura sect's main hall and frowned when he saw that the statue of Shura sect's ancestor, Chen Xiaotian, was towering over the square in front of the main hall. Looking over from this side of the Great Hall, one could see the waters of the Black Sea, with a great scenic sightline, but the statue, which was nearly 100 meters tall, greatly obstructed the view from this side of the main hall. You guys do it later, blast that statue to pieces and demolish it, Li Fei said to the group of Thousand Devil sect experts around him. When the Thousand Devil sect experts heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other. Patriarch, this statue of the Shura sect's ancestor is somewhat evil, a Thousand Devil sect expert said. The statue has a mysterious power that no one can remove it. Mysterious power? Li Fei was surprised. The Thousand Devil sect experts nodded their heads. Li Fei mused. Then let's ignore it for now. Later on, the Fei Hua sect's supreme elder, Lord Ku Jie, will be coming this way to make his rounds, and I heard that there are also experts from the Martial God Palace accompanying him, so you guys prepare yourselves, and go out to greet them with me later on. Martial God Hall experts, the Thousand Devil sect experts were surprised. Li Fei nodded his head and smiled. It's Duke Zhao Zihao of the Martial God Palace. The crowd stirred. On the divine martial continent, there were 4 great princes. One was Wan Hong of the Wan family. The second was Zhao Zihao of the Martial God Palace. The third was Yun Haitian of the Yun family. And the fourth was Chen Yuan of the Chen family. The Chen family was none other than the Chen family of the divine martial continent's #1 formation master, Chen Qingyang. And this Chen Yuan was Chen Qingyang's son. So, when you guys follow me to greet Prince Zhao Zihao later, you must not make a single mistake. Got it? Li Fei said solemnly. The Thousand Devil sect experts were aghast in their hearts, and all of them responded respectfully. It didn't take long to see 2 people break through the air from the distant sea, a man and a woman. It was none other than Fei Hua sect's supreme elder, Ku Jie, and Martial God Hall's Zhao Zihao. The crowd of the Thousand Devil sect, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly greeted the two as soon as they saw them appear. Greetings, Lord Ku Jie. Arriving in front of the 2 Thousand Devil sect patriarch Li Fei bowed down. Lord Zhao Zihao, Ku Jie told Li Fei and the others to get up. Then with the Thousand Devil sect experts welcoming them, he and Zhao Zihao arrived at the Black Sea Mountain Shura Square. Falling into Shura Square, Ku Jie looked up at the statue of the Shura ancestor towering in the center of the square and frowned. This stone statue, let someone tear it down. Thousand Devil sect patriarch Li Fei answered in a respectful voice, hesitated for a moment, and said, Lord Ku Jie, this Shura ancestor stone statue is a bit evil. It contains mysterious power within it, standing for countless years without collapsing, and it is difficult to dismantle. Martial God Hall Zhao Zihao was surprised. His eyes fell on top of the stone statue. His eyes flashed with essence. He found something. A stride. He came in front of the stone statue, and then walked around the statue. Sometimes his brows were frowning. Sometimes his brows were relieved, and then he shook his head. Mr. Zhao, you are a formation expert. This stone statue, is there a formation within? Ku Jie saw Zhao Zihao's expression and asked with a strange heart. Zhao Zihao thought bitterly, then said, it seems like a formation but not a formation. And the technique is somewhat like falling snow cities gathering snow grand formation and transforming snow grand formation. Following that, he laughed. But it's not hard to dismantle this stone statue. Let me try. Invincible Big Brother written to now. The results are good. QQ reading has risen to the new book list 16. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow should enter the top 10. The key is less than 100,000 words. The starting point of this side of this week's trial push is also good. To invest in this book, friends, you can rest assured that the investment. Chapter 47, Come to Make Trouble? After Zhao Zihao finished speaking, he flew up and came to the chest of the stone statue, followed by waving his hands. The light flickered, and a formation symbol coalesced. This is condensing talismans out of thin air. Thousand Devil sect patriarch Li Fei was surprised. Formation masters, to construct formations, generally need to use rune pens. Only when the formation reaches an extremely high realm, then they do not need rune pens, and condense formation symbols with their empty hands. This is to condense the talisman out of thin air. Hearing Thousand Devil Sect Patriarch Li Fei exclaim in shock, Zhao Zihao's face was as normal as he kept waving his hands, and one formation symbol continued to coalesce, surprisingly reaching as many as thousands of formation symbols, and without interruption, condensing talismans out of thin air. Some formation experts can do it, but to be able to condense 100 formation talismans out of thin air at once, there are few formation experts who can do it. As for being able to condense 1,000 formation symbols at once, it was even rarer, not to mention reaching into the thousands. Subsequently, these formation talismans coalesced under Zhao Zihao's control into a single mysterious formation diagram, condensing talismans into formations. Seeing this, 100 Flower Sect's Supreme Elder, Ku Jie, also marveled. I've long heard that Mr. Zhao's formation and marksmanship are both excellent, and when I see it today, it really is true to its name. Condensing talismans into formations was undoubtedly many times more difficult than condensing talismans out of thin air. Zhao Zihao laughed. It's just a show of skill. This bit of minuscule formation of mine is far worse compared to Senior Yang Xiyuan. Yang Xiyuan, Dark Demon Hall ancestor. Not only was he a peak late true god expert, but he was also a top 10 formation expert in the Hong Yuan realm. Ku Jie smiled. Mr. Zhao has humbled himself. At this moment, Zhao Zihao's entire body surged with divine power imported within the mysterious formation diagram, and immediately, the mysterious formation diagram burst out with a shocking power. Go! With a wave of Zhao Zihao's hand, these formation diagrams carried a shocking power, and one by one, they blasted into the stone statue of the Shura ancestor. At once, the originally calm stone statue of the Shura ancestor flickered with light. A nuisance sound continuously resounded from within the stone statue. Thousand Devil Sect Patriarch Li Fei laughed in a respectful voice. By the looks of it, in less than a moment, the stone statue will inevitably explode itself into pieces. Your Excellency Zhao's formation is unparalleled. Zhao Zihao smiled and hemmed. But suddenly, within the stone statue, a lurid sword on erupted and shot towards Zhao Zihao, instantly reaching him. Things changed suddenly. Zhao Zihao was taken aback, and the long spear appeared in his hand. Cold Star Parish. A gun stabbed out, and countless gunshots broke through the air. These spear-ons, like a perishing star, bubbled up with astonishing flames and met the sword on. The Cold Star Perishing was the strongest move in the Martial God Hall's Heavenly Star Spear technique, but it was useless. That sword aura instantly sliced through all the gunshots. Zhao Zihao was shocked and dodged back, instantly performing several types of stealthy body techniques. At the same time, his entire body was surging with golden light, and one by one, golden runes flew out, coalescing around his body to form a golden divine armor, and the divine armor flashed with thunderous light. This was precisely the supreme defensive mastery of the Martial God Hall, the golden armor Thunder God armor. Sparingly, the sword blade blasted against the golden armored Thunder God armor. Zhao Zihao was still struck with a muffled sound. Stomping back, retreated all the way to the edge of the square, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, only to see his chest divine armor, which was completely slashed open, with wounds deep enough to be seen on the bone. 100 Flower Sects Kujie and the 1,000 Devil Sects experts were astonished. Zhao Zihao also both looked at the stone statue in shock and anger. Just with this minuscule formation of yours, you want to destroy the stone statue? At this moment, a voice rang out. Minuscule formations? Zhao Zihao's face sank when he heard this, and he and the 1,000 Devil Sects experts looked along with the voice, only to see that above the sea, a blue-shirted young man stepped into the air, and behind him, followed by 5 middle-aged men and a little girl. The people who came were none other than Lu Yiping and Lu Peng, Zhang Jin and a few others. Lu Yiping did not ride in the chariot. Soon, Lu Yiping's few people arrived over the square. Who are you guys? What is it that you have come to my 1,000 Devil Sect for? 1,000 Devil Sect Patriarch Li Fei stepped forward and said in a deep voice. Lu Yiping ignored Li Fei and the others and came to the stone statue, looking at it and remembering the events of that year, as if he had returned to the wanton and dashing time when he sang to the wine. When 1,000 Devil Sect Patriarch Li Fei saw that Lu Yiping was ignoring himself and instead staring at the stone statue of the Shura ancestor, his face couldn't help but sink. Kid, our patriarch asked you what you're doing here in our 1,000 Devil Sect. Also, eunuch Zhao Zihao's formation technique is peerless, and it's not for you, a junior, to comment on it indiscriminately. 1,000 Devil Sect Supreme Elder stepped forward and scolded. However, as soon as this 1,000 Devil Sect Supreme Elder's words fell, he saw space vibrate as an invisible force blasted him away. The crowd was stunned. Even Zhao Zihao and Kujia were both stunned. Who are you? 1,000 Devil Sect Patriarch Li Fei's face sank as he looked coldly at Lu Yiping. It seems that your excellency has come to my 1,000 Devil Sect to cause trouble. Then you are looking in the wrong place. Kujia is the concubine of the old ancestor of the Dark Demon Hall, Yang Xiyuan. The 1,000 Demon Sect now has the Dark Demon Hall at its back, and even Zhao Zihao of the martial god hall is here. So no matter what the origin of the blue-shirted young man in front of him is, there is nothing for him to worry about. Come to cause trouble? Only then did Lu Yiping turn his head over, his gaze landing on Thousand Devil sect leader Li Fei as he blandly said, "You're wrong. I'm here to kill people." Killing people? When the Thousand Devil sect experts heard this, they all gathered around. Lu Yiping's face was as normal as he looked at Thousand Devil sect patriarch Li Fei. "You are Thousand Devil sect patriarch Li Fei? Not bad. I am Li Fei." Thousand Devil sect patriarch Li Fei sneered. At this moment, suddenly, he saw Lu Yiping reach out. Tens of thousands of rays of light flew out, respectively into the Thousand Demon sect patriarch Li Fei and the other experts of the Thousand Demons sect. Li Fei and the others were horrified to find out that their whole body's true essence, internal energy, was completely sealed, and even the power of the physical body was completely sealed. Li Fei looked at Lu Yiping in horror. Zhao Zihao and Ku Jie, who were on the sidelines, were also creeped out by their pores when they saw the scene. This young man, in the blink of an eye, had sealed thousands of experts of the Thousand Devil sect's true essence, internal force and even physical strength. Being sealed with true essence, internal force, and even physical strength. Then, right now, Li Fei and the others, wouldn't they be like mortals with no hands? Lu Yiping said to Lu Peng, "Lu Xiaoyu, their power has been sealed, so you can go up and avenge the dead relatives, disciples of Shura sect." Originally, to Lu Peng, Lu Xiaoyu Jindan, avatar strength, want to kill Li Fei and others is simply impossible, but now Li Fei and others' power is completely sealed. Lu Peng, Lu Xiaoyu and others to kill Li Fei and others, naturally, is a matter of ease. Lu Peng's double blades appeared in his hands, and his eyes were bloodshot as he walked towards Li Fei and the Thousand Devil sect's group of experts. "Shura Gate, you're a Shura sect elder." A Thousand Devil sect elder who had fought with Lu Peng looked at him in fear. Just as Lu Peng was about to step forward to decapitate Li Fei and the others, Zhao Zihao from the martial god hall on the side suddenly spoke to Lu Yiping. "My name is Zhao Zihao from the martial god hall. What kind of person is your excellency from the Shura sect?" Now that the Thousand Devil sect has submitted to the Dark Devil Hall and is a Dark Devil Hall force, if you kill the people of the Thousand Devil sect, you are offending the Dark Devil Hall. Chapter 48, Go back and tell which Jiojia. Hearing Zhao Zihao of the Martial God Hall say that now the Thousand Devil sect has submitted to the Dark Devil Hall and is a Dark Devil Hall force, and reminding himself that if he kills the Thousand Devil sect, he is offending the Dark Devil Hall. Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen and the four of them laughed. Lu Yiping also laughed. It turns out that the Thousand Demons sect has already submitted to the Dark Demon Hall. If you hadn't said that, I really wouldn't have known. After a beat, but if that's the case, then all the more reason for me to kill. Zhao Zihao's face sank. Lu Yiping added, "You are a disciple of the Martial God Hall? However, when did a disciple of the Martial God Hall become a lackey of the Dark Demon Hall?" Zhao Zihao was infuriated. At that moment, Lu Peng came in front of Li Fei and swung out with both blades. Zhao Zihao saw that Lu Peng, a Jindan realm, even ignored himself, and could not help but say angrily, "Seek death." The long spear in his hand fiercely stabbed out. 9 dragons destroy the sun. Divine power infused. The lance violently stabbed towards Lu Peng's chest. Only 9 fire dragons flew out. Zhao Zihao's eyes were cold. This 9 dragons gun technique of his was the strongest gun technique of the Martial God Palace, although he was currently in the middle stage of Divine Spirit, but with this 9 dragons gun technique, even if he was in the late stage of Divine Spirit, he would still be able to fight. Seeing that Zhao Zihao's spear was about to pierce through Lu Peng's chest, suddenly, a hand came out from the side, and actually held Zhao Zihao's spearhead. It's an empty-handed grip. Zhao Zihao lance stabbed on top of the other party's palm. Clanging, fire erupted, unexpectedly unable to advance one more point, and that palm, even the skin has not broken a little. Zhao Zihao and Ku Jie were startled and looked over, realizing that the one who had struck was none other than one of the henchmen behind the blue-shirted young man. The one who struck out was none other than Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin held Zhao Zihao's lance. His face was cold, and with a shock and a jerk, he saw Zhao Zihao being shaken out, while the lance fell into his hands. Just as Zhao Zihao was sent flying by the shock, he only heard a miserable scream and saw the head of Thousand Devil Sect Patriarch Li Fei being cut off by Lu Peng. The other Thousand Devil Sect experts were all chilled to the bone. Many Thousand Devil Sect experts rushed to Ku Jie and shouted for Lord Ku Jie to save their lives. "You are 100 Flower Sect Supreme Elder Ku Jie?" Lu Yiping's gaze landed on 100 Flower Sect's Supreme Elder Ku Jie. "Since you're here, that saves me from having to make an extra trip to 100 Flower Sect." Hearing the killing intent in Lu Yiping's words, 100 Flower Sect Supreme Elder Ku Jie's pretty face changed as she said, "I am the concubine of the Dark Demon Hall's old ancestor, Yang Si Yuan." Lu Yiping took a shot and brought it to himself. Yang Si Yuan's concubine? So what? Who are you? Kojak shuddered. Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping said blandly. Both Ku Jie and Zhao Ziheo's faces changed drastically when they heard, "You're Lu Yiping." The matter of Eam Ghost Sect's young sect master Hao Shan had now spread, and all the experts of the Divine Martial Continent's super sects had heard of Lu Yiping's name like thunder. The two had just guessed the identity of the blue-shirted young man in front of them, guessing that the other party was someone from the Cultivation sect, but they didn't expect that the blue-shirted young man in front of them was Lu Yiping, who had recently been known as the Qin Immortal. However, the two of them couldn't figure out that the Shura sect was only a second-rate force in the Divine Martial Continent. So how could this Lu Yiping get involved with this Shura sect? Lu Yiping didn't rush to kill this 100 Flowers sect Supreme Elder Ku Jie, but rather searched his soul. He wanted to know whose orders this Ku Jie had followed and killed a group of experts from the Shura sect. Soon, the soul search was over. Lu Yiping's face turned cold. The one who made Ku Jie move to kill the group of experts from the Shura sect was not the 100 Flower sect's master, but the 100 Flower sect's oldest ancestor, Sun Fong. However, this Sun Fong, too, had surrendered to the Dark Devil Hall early on and was under the control of the Dark Devil Hall. Not only Sun Fong, the other old ancestor of the 100 Flowers sect and a group of supreme elders were already under the control of the Dark Devil Hall. Soul search ended. Lu Yiping, directly aflame, fell to the 100 Flowers sect 2 Elder Ku Jie body, only to see that the 100 Flowers sect 2 Elder Ku Jie instantly was engulfed in flames, dissipated in mid-air. Even ashes did not fall, and even its spirit, the fate of the palace, were incinerated cleanly. Zhao Zihao looked at Lu Yiping with horrified eyes. Regarding this Lu Yiping, now the Divine Martial Continent has all kinds of discussions. All say that this Lu Yiping is a madman, doing things according to preference, and now the fruit is as rumored. Even the concubine of the old ancestor of the Dark Devil Hall, Yang Si Yuan, said to kill and then killed. The screams came and went, only to see 1,000 Devil Sect expert after another being cut down by Lu Peng. The Black Sea Mountain is surrounded by the sea. These 1,000 Demon Sect experts were sealed power. Even if they want to fly to escape, they cannot fly to escape. It didn't take long for the screaming to stop, only to see the bodies of the 1,000 Devil Sect's experts on top of the square and all around the square. The smell of blood is pungent. Zhang Jin's few people and Lu Peng began to clean up the scene. Zhao Zihao stood there, wanting to leave but not daring to. Lu Yiping looked over to him. Feeling Lu Yiping's gaze, Zhao Zihao's heart trembled and he lowered his head, not daring to look at Lu Yiping. Your 9-dragon marksmanship, was it passed down to you by Zhang Jiujie? Lu Yiping said blandly. Zhang Jiujie? Zhao Zihao froze, then reacted to the fact that Lu Yiping was talking about his old ancestor of the Martial God Hall, the 9 Extremities Martial God. 9 Jedi Martial God. Is their Martial God Temple's most powerful and oldest old ancestor? Zhang Jiujie is his real name, but already many years ago no one dared to call 9 Jedi Martial God's real name directly. His 9-dragon gun technique was not passed down by the 9 Extremities Martial God, but by another Martial God of the Martial God Hall. Hearing Lu Yiping call their old ancestor, the 9 Extremities Martial God's real name, Zhao Zihao's face sank. Even if it was the Tai Sect's Jian Yu who met their old ancestor, he still addressed the 9 Extremities seniors. Lu Yiping, don't think that you are strong and invincible just because you killed a Hao Shan and Su Xiao. You are still nothing in front of the 9 Extreme Martial God Elder Ancestor of my Martial God Hall. And the name of the 9 Extreme Martial God Elder Ancestor of my Martial God Hall is not something you can call out directly, Zhao Zihao said in a cold voice. Is that so? Lu Yiping said blandly. Even when Zhang Jiujie was in front of me, I called him by his name. With that, he flicked Zhao Zihao out of the Four Seas Mountain. Go back and tell that brat Zhang Jiujie to take care of the Martial God Hall. If the Martial God Hall gets entangled with the Dark Demon Hall again, then I won't be to blame when the time comes. Lu Yiping's voice came out. Many of the Martial God Hall's old ancestors, disciples and the Dark Demon Hall were very close. Even the Martial God Hall experts. Some of them had even married female disciples from the Dark Demon Hall. Zhao Zihao was catapulted out of the Black Sea Mountain and smashed down on top of the Black Sea, listening to Lu Yiping's words with shock and anger. After a long time, he flew out from the bottom of the Black Sea and looked at the direction of the Black Sea Mountain's Shura Square, his eyes cold, before breaking into the air and leaving. In a short while, Lu Peng and Zhang Jin's few people cleaned up the scene. Lu Yiping walked into the Shura Grand Hall. Although the Shura Great Hall had been changed by the 1,000 Devil Sects experts, many of the buildings still retained some of the style from back then, and Lu Yiping casually walked around, unknowingly arriving at the Shura Sect's ancestral land. Chapter 49, The Daughter of the Luo Family. The Shura Sect's ancestral land, behind Black Sea Mountain. However, at this time, no birds and beasts within the ancestral land. Aura depletion, not to mention the spiritual medicine, that is, the spirit of grass are missing a tree. the entire ancestral land, full of silence, desolate, like a wasteland. Obviously, the spirit vein within the ancestral land had been dug out in its entirety, and all the valuable things in the ancestral land were taken clean. Lu Peng followed behind Lu Yiping, looking at the devastated Shura sect's ancestral land with a bitter heart. Decades ago, when he worshipped the Shura sect, although the Shura sect was already a second-rate force in the divine martial continent, there were still nearly 10,000 Shura sect disciples, and the Black Sea Mountain was still quite lively, which was as desolate and withered as it is now. Suddenly, Lu Yiping pressed one hand against the earth of the cultivation sect's ancestral land in the void, and immediately, a golden light burst out from the bottom of the cultivation sect's ancestral land, illuminating the entire sky above the ancestral land with a golden light. A surging power was continuously born from the ground. Lu Peng was shocked. This was the power of the ancestral source of their ancestral land? Many years ago, no one in their Shura sect would have been able to perform the secret method of activating the ancestral source power of their ancestral land. And Lu Yiping was actually able to activate the ancestral source power of their ancestral land? How did Lu Yiping know about this secret method? Lu Peng was puzzled in his mind. Lu Yiping flicked, and a spirit vein flew out, and instantly, divine spirit chi, like a sea of oceans, crazily swept through the ancestral land. God-level spirit vein, Lu Peng exclaimed. This divine-grade spirit vein flew out like a flying dragon, then flew into the bottom of the ancestral ground, fusing with the Shura sect's ancestral source. All of a sudden, the ancestral land that had just been withered, desolate, and like a wasteland, was surging with vitality, and the spiritual chi was compelling, and some of the withered tree trunks that had already dried up began to sprout, and the withered barks began to fall off, and new barks began to be born, and hill after hill, everywhere was tender and green and lovely. A burst of spiritual chi surged in. Lu Peng took a deep breath, and the pores of his entire body opened wide, as if his mind was purified. In the future, the Shura ancestral land ancestral source will be under your control, Lu Yiping said. Me? No. Lu Peng was startled when he heard this and squeaked. My lord, I'm just a small elder of the Shura sect, and I'm weak. The Shura sect might still have a fugitive Taishan elder. Lu Yiping opened his mouth to interrupt. If I let you take control, then you will take control. His face clouded over, and he finally respectfully responded. Although you have learned the cultivator sword technique now, the gongfu is too low level. Lu Yiping said, I will now pass on a set of gong methods to you. This set of gong methods, are those practiced by the ancient cultivator clan's royal family? Then a point was made on Lu Peng's brow, and a set of esoteric gong methods was branded in Lu Peng's mind. With this ancient cultivation clan royal clan technique, coupled with this cultivation ancestral ground divine spirit chi, and the true god golden pill that he had given to Lu Peng earlier, its cultivation would certainly be able to grow by leaps and bounds in a single day. Next, Lu Yiping had the four Zhang Jin and the immortal golden Phoenix 9 step in to remodel the Black Sea Mountain. Just as Zhang Jin's few people were remodeling the Black Sea Mountain, Zhao Zihao fled back to the Martial God Hall's branch on the Divine Martial Continent. Zhao Zihao's father, that is, the Martial God Temple and the Divine Martial Branch Temple Master Zhao Xiong saw Zhao Zihao's chest-shocking sword wound and asked Zhao Zihao what was going on. Zhao Zihao squeaked out about the Black Sea Mountain incident. Zhao Xiong's face sank. This Lu Yiping, reminding us that the Martial God Hall and the Dark Demon Hall should not get too close? Yes. He said that if the Martial God Hall and the Dark Demon Hall continue to entangle, he won't be blamed then. Zhao Zihao nodded. Who our Martial Divine Hall gets close to is our Martial Divine Hall's business. Who the hell is this Lu Yiping to be in charge of this? Yu Shifeng, the Deputy Temple Master of the Divine Martial Branch, sneered. He thinks he is the Lord of the Hong Yuan Plain? He has to control everything under the heavens? What a ing joke. Zhao Xiong mused. This Lu Yiping even went together with a tiny elder of the cultivation sect, and he killed Kujie for the sake of the cultivation sect's affairs, going so far as to offend Yang Xiyuan and the Flying Flower sect. What exactly is his relationship with the cultivation sect? Find out what exactly is the relationship between this Lu Yiping and the Shura sect. Also, inform the Dark Demon Hall and the Flying Flower sect that Kujie has been killed by Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping stayed at Black Sea Mountain for 2 days. Then he came over to the 100 Flowers Empire's imperial capital, the headquarters of the Flying Flower sect, close to the imperial capital of the 100 Flowers Empire, was not far away from crossing the 100 Flowers imperial capital. As they approached the 100 Flowers imperial capital, all the way to and from the city, almost all of them were women, rarely seeing men. This 100 Flowers Empire, it's a daughter country, isn't it? There are women all the way. The dragon-horned golden bull stared at the passing women. Most of these passing women are beauties. Zhang Jin laughed. 100 Flowers Empress Jiyu heavily utilizes female generals. 90% of the officials up and down the Hundred Flowers Empire are female. The Hundred Flowers Empire has an extremely strong women's culture, and many of the sect lords and family heads are also women. So there are extremely many women in the Hundred Flowers Empire, 3 to 4 times as many as men. When Lu Yiping's group arrived at the Hundred Flowers Imperial capital, they found that there were even fewer men in the Imperial City, and out of the 10 people, 9 of them were women. On both sides of the street, rings could be seen everywhere, with bouts written above them. Master, I also want to go up and try. The dragon-horned golden bull was itching to watch. Lu Yiping laughed. If you go up there, people may not look at you as a cow. Just then, suddenly, the crowd stirred. It's Holy Maiden Luotong. Holy Maiden Luotong is here. Lu Yiping looked over, only to see a luxury carriage slowly approaching from the distant street. On both sides of the carriage, were 2 teams of escorting experts, as many as 100 people. On top of the carriage, there was a beautiful woman sitting on top of the carriage. In the divine martial continent, of the 4 great families, the Wan family was the head of the 4 great families, while Yun Hai Tian's Yun family was at the bottom of the list, and second only to the Wan family was the Luo family. The old ancestor of the Luo family was the Luoning sword god, one of the 3 great sword gods of the divine martial continent, and the only remaining sword god in the divine martial continent now. This Luotong was the daughter of the Luo family, and like Yun Haitian, she was a double saint, but her fame even overshadowed Yun Haitian and Zhao Zihao, because, not only was this Luotong the daughter of the Luo family, she was also the disciple of the Tai sect's old ancestor, Jiang Susu. Jiang Susu is Jiang Yu's own sister. The disciples and experts from all sides around the street, seeing the carriage coming, all of them stepped back. Some of them even kneeled down to worship in excitement. Saintess Luotong came this time. I heard that she's going to the Flying Flower sect. She's a good sister to the Flying Flower sect master. Luotong Holy Maiden Double Saints capital. Beauty of the city. I do not know which man is lucky to get Luotong Holy Maiden's favor. I heard that even Zhao Zihao, Chen Yuan 2 gentlemen failed to get Luotong Holy Maiden's heart. The crowd, looking up. Soon, the Luotong convoy arrived before the Golden Horn Chariot. Chapter 50 10,000 Spirits Growth Formation. Luotong's convoy passed in front of the Golden Bull Chariot without stopping, and soon, it disappeared at the end of the street. The dragon-horned Golden Bull took a look at the caravan, but said, "This chick, why does she look so much like the goddess of Luo Shui?" The goddess of Luo Shui, one of the most dainty women of the ancient times. Back then, even the Lord of 10,000 gods had fallen for him. However, the Lord of the 10,000 gods did not end up with a beautiful woman, and some people said that the goddess Luo Shui had told the Lord of the 10,000 gods that her heart already belonged to someone else. The incident even caused a big stir at the time, with anyone guessing who actually took the beauty. This person even became the enemy of all parties. But in the end, no one knew what was in the heart of the goddess Luo Shui. Lu Yiping looked at the departing daughter of that Luo family, and they all looked contemplative as well. Luotong, Luo Shui, let's go. Lu Yiping spoke. Master, look, it's almost dark. We're out of the city and in the middle of nowhere. Why don't we just rest here for the night and go to the Flying Flower sect tomorrow? The dragon-horned Golden Bull said. It's still early in the day. Lu Yiping laughed. It was now afternoon, but there was still an hour or 2 before it would be almost dark. The mind of the Longhorn Golden Bull was certainly clear to him. Thus, the few people did not stop and cross the Imperial City, coming over towards where the Flying Flower Gate was. After leaving the Imperial City, it didn't take long for the few people to arrive at a plain, on top of which was filled with all kinds of flowers, colorful and in full bloom, with the wind blowing and the fragrance of the flowers. This was none other than the 100-flower plain of the 100-flower empire. Many flowers that were rarely seen elsewhere in the divine martial continent could be seen here. In the middle of the 100 flowers plain, there was an avenue. The chariot walks in the middle of the avenue, while all around it is full of fragrant flowers of all kinds, which makes one enter the world of flowers as if it were a world of flowers, which is pleasing to the eyes. This 100-flower plain has been destroyed countless times before, but the next year after each time, it comes back, Zhao Wen said. This time, Lu Yiping came over and only brought Zhang Jin and Zhao Wen. Lu Peng, Lu Xiaoyu stayed at Black Sea Mountain to cultivate and restore the Shura sect, and Wei Bing and Chen Yangyuan, both of them, also stayed at Black Sea Mountain. Lu Yiping nodded his head. Someone has set up the 10,000 spirit growth formation in this 100-flower plain. The 10,000 spirit growing array. Although it was not one of the 10 great divine arrays of the ancient world, it was still a very famous array of the ancient world. And within the coverage area of the 10,000 spirit growing array, the things that were destroyed would slowly recover and come back. Of course, the recovery ability of the 10,000 spirit growth array was limited. Not everything could be recovered. For example, If 100,000-year-old spirit medicine was planted here, if it was destroyed, the 10,000 spirit growth array would not be able to recover. Could it be that brat Chin Yu set it up? The longhorn golden bull said. No. Lu Yiping shook his head. This 10,000 spirit growth formation has quite a few flaws. It wasn't set up by that Chin Yu kid. Just as the chariot was walking amongst all the flowers, all of a sudden, the great mighty heavenly dragon formation that Lu Yiping had previously set up in the battlefield of the gods vibrated. Lu Yiping instantly sensed, turned his head in a flash, and in the center of his brow, a vertical eye appeared. A vertical eye that was flooded with lightning, as if it contained a sea of thunder within. This vertical eye, penetrating through the heavy space and time, came to the battlefield of the gods. Deep in the underground of the battlefield of the gods, in the space of the 9 extinction burial god formation, all the movements were reflected in the vertical eye. Only, in the 9 extinction burial god formation space, everything was calm and there were no abnormalities, and the previous great mighty heavenly dragon formation glow enveloped the 9 extremities burial god formation space. But after not finding any abnormality, it was hidden into the void again. Lu Yiping frowned as his eye of thunder punishment scanned the battlefield of the gods and withdrew it after a moment before allowing the dragon-horned golden bull to continue on its way. The night slowly darkened. A starry night. The night sky, like a piece of ink jade dotted with bits of starlight. When he passed by a small hill, Lu Yiping stopped, then set up a bonfire, drinking and roasting meat, thinking about the matter of the great mighty heavenly dragon formation vibrating just now. Master, was there a disturbance in the great mighty heavenly dragon formation just now? The dragon-horned golden bull asked. Lu Yiping shook his head. Just then, in the distance, someone hummed and sang, "Coming this way, wine getaway, heaven and earth at large. I'm drunk and free." The tune is good, but the words, a little out of tune. Only to see a scruffy dressed, hair-fluffy old man is riding a donkey, staggering over. The old man humming while holding a wine gourd to the mouth from time to time to pour a mouthful. Not caring about the chest is wet with wine. So free look. Suddenly, the old man smelled a fragrance of alien wine, and couldn't help but stop. That bad nose sniffing, followed by a fierce sniffing. His eyes brightened up, and he rode his donkey over to Lu Yiping's side. Soon, the other party discovered Lu Yiping several people. His eyes fell on the wine altar in Lu Yiping's hand. Then he leapt down and leapt from the donkey to the campfire. Then smiled with a slanderous face and said, "Little brother, what kind of wine do you have here? It smells so good." Hands kept rubbing together in a hungry and thirsty manner. Lu Yiping put the wine altar down, glanced at the donkey behind the other party, and laughed. "It's fine if you want to drink this wine. Take that donkey in exchange." The scruffy old man seemed to come to his senses when he heard this. He glanced at Lu Yiping in surprise, then shook his head and smiled. "That's no good. This is my lifeblood, my old flame. I won't exchange it for anything." Lu Yiping smiled bashfully. "This wine of mine is made from ice flame fruit, thunder flame lotus, Buddha heart leaf, purple smoke ice pulp, and earth heart flame." A dozen ingredients were named in a row. Every time he uttered a kind, the scruffy old man ate a shock and looked at the wine in front of Lu Yiping in disbelief. The treasure of the ice flame fruit goes without saying. In the beginning, but even He Shao of the Pill King Hall learned that this wine was brewed with the ice flame fruit and couldn't afford to drink it. And each of the other dozen or so ingredients such as the thunder flame lotus were even more difficult to come by than the ice flame fruit. It was no wonder that this scruffy old man was surprised and in disbelief. After Lu Yiping said a dozen or so materials in a row, he stopped and didn't continue. And the scruffy old man was so tickled by what was said that he couldn't help but reach out his hand towards the wine altar. However, when he had just extended his hand, it was blocked by the hand of Zhao Wen, who was on the side. The scruffy old man was surprised and looked Zhao Wen up and down, then laughed. "Late stage true god. Not bad." After saying that, his hand suddenly shook and turned into countless residual shadows, bypassing Zhao Wen's hand and continuing to probe towards the wine altar. However, just as he was about to touch the wine altar, he was blocked by a huge cow's leg. The scruffy old man gripped the huge ox leg and froze for a moment as he looked at the golden hairs on the leg that glowed with golden light even at night. At that moment, the bull's leg shook, and it shook the scruffy old man backward. The scruffy old man looked in disbelief at the dragon-horned golden bull sitting there still gnawing on the roasted meat. His gaze swept over Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen, and finally landed on Lu Yiping. "Who are you guys?" His face grew heavy. In the distance, there were footsteps ringing out, only to see a convoy traveling. It was none other than Luo Tong's convoy. QQ Reader has risen to 8th on the new book list, and there's another shift at 9 p.m. And 3 more tomorrow. Chapter 51, not a good thing. Lu Yiping, however, looked at the scruffy old man and said, "Phantom God Hand, practiced to the 7th space. Not bad." The scruffy old man's expression was visibly shaken. his eyes shining brightly as he stared at Lu Yiping as if he wanted to see through him. You know about the phantom god hand. This phantom divine hand has not appeared in the world for many years. He had performed in front of it people. Even many sect ancestors could not recognize it. How did this blue-shirted young man recognize it? Lu Yiping didn't answer, but instead looked at the scruffy old man. You have obtained the Phantom Demon King's technique inheritance? The scruffy old man was visibly startled when he heard this, and even more so, he looked at Lu Yiping in disbelief. At this time, Luo Tong's convoy had already approached. Luo Tong, who was sitting on the luxurious carriage, could not help but be stunned when she saw the scruffy old man and Lu Yiping's few people in front of her. Her eyes fell on the scruffy old man. Her beautiful eyes were surprised. Then she made the caravan stop and got down from the carriage. She marched to the scruffy old man, owed a bow, and respectfully said, "But Senior Zhou Chang?" The scruffy old man Zhou Chang sidled up, glanced at Luo Tong, and said with a smile, "So it's little doll Luo Tong. You're growing more and more watery. You're even prettier than your beautiful master." Luo Tong laughed delicately. Senior Zhou Chang is joking. Then he said, "Grandfather Lord has been thinking about Senior. Since Senior has come to the divine martial continent, do you have time to come and sit in the Luo family?" The grandfather she spoke of was the sword god Luo Ning. Upon hearing this, the scruffy old man Zhou Chang mocked. "That Luo Ning kid, he's thinking of my mastery. Right. Your grandfather, this person is not right in his heart. Let him be good." Luo Tong was stunned and her pretty smile was a bit awkward. Senior Zhou Chang is joking. The scruffy old man Zhou Chang also ignored Luo Tong as his gaze landed on Lu Yiping. "I wonder where young brother's teacher comes from." Lu Yiping shook his head. "I don't have a master. If we talk about the master, it would be that piece of the Hongmeng supreme treasure, the Jade Disc of Creation. His 1,000 Great Tao was obtained from the Jade Disc of Creation, and although he was an ancient cultivator who became famous in the ancient period, his true body was naturally extraordinary, and since he became conscious, that piece of the Hongmeng supreme treasure, the Jade Disc of Creation, was in his possession." Hearing Lu Yiping say that he didn't have a master, the scruffy old man Zhou Chang was greatly surprised. "No master?" He looked at Lu Yiping skeptically, obviously suspecting that Lu Yiping was unwilling to reveal his division. He hesitated for a moment, fished out a jade pendant from his bosom, and said, "This jade pendant is an ancient artifact. I wonder if my little friend would be willing to exchange it with me for an altar." He stared at the altar of wine in front of Lupin. Lu Yiping glanced at the jade pendant, unexpectedly, and mused, "Do you know where this jade came from?" The old man Zhou Chang shook his head. "I only know that this is an ancient object. It must be extraordinary and worth at least hundreds of millions." The hundreds of millions in his mouth naturally meant 100 million divine spirit stones. This jade pendant, which he had obtained from the Phantom Demon King's cave, he had been studying for many years, but had not been able to research anything. Lu Yiping took out an altar of wine from within the Qinkuan tripod and threw it to the old man Zhou Chang. The old man Zhou Chang didn't expect Lu Yiping to have another altar. Accidentally receiving the wine, he opened the lid of the altar and the smell of wine hit his nose. The old man, Zhou Chang, hurriedly covered it up and then threw the jade pendant to Lu Yiping as he smiled and said, "Many thanks, little friend. We'll see you later." This jade pendant was not very useful for staying in his hands, and it was naturally good to be able to exchange it for this jar of good wine from Lu Yiping. He put the wine away, then rode his donkey and left, ignoring Luo Tong on the side. Luo Tong shouted, "Senior Zhou Chang, wait, I've prepared a few jars of good wine for you." The old man Zhou Chang rode a donkey, but he did not turn his head back and shook his hand to the back, meaning no. Luo Tong opened her mouth, but in the end she didn't shout anymore and could only watch helplessly as the old man Zhou Chang rode away on his donkey. The old man Zhou Chang went far away and soon disappeared into the sea of flowers of the 100-flower plain, leaving behind only the fragrance of flowers. Luo Tong turned her head over and looked at Lu Yiping. Her eyes landed on the jade pendant in Lu Yiping's hand, and she smiled sweetly and coquettishly. "I don't know how to address the gentleman. This jade pendant, how about giving it to me?" The voice was soft and full of winks. "For you?" Lu Yiping smiled. This chick had just used the enchanted magic voice, and if she didn't have enough stamina, she would have nodded her head and answered, "But by the sound of it, it's going to be given directly to her for free?" She really thought that the world things she wanted, others will give her. However, with her posture, it is true that it can make many men for its soul. When Luo Tong saw Lu Yiping's eyes clear with mockery, she was stunned and smiled with a pretty face before saying, "Well, as long as the gentleman gives me this jade pendant, I'll give you 100 million divine spirit stones." The dragon-horned golden bull had long since stopped gnawing on the roasted meat and grunted, "Little, your enchanted demonic sound is far too poor compared to the Luo Shui goddess back then." Then he looked up and down at Luo Tong. "Of course, You're also far worse than Goddess Luo Shui. What did you say? Behind Luo Tong, a guard leader stepped forward and stared coldly at the dragon-horned golden bull, his saber buzzing in his waist. Luo Tong shook her head at the leader of her guards before smiling at Lu Yiping. I didn't realize that this bull of a Gongzi would know about the enchanted magic sound. A beat later, since the Gongzi refuses to part with that jade pendant, Luo Tong is not in a position to force it. Then returned to the carriage. The convoy departed slowly. The longhorn golden bull looked at the departing caravan and said to Lu Yiping, just now, that beggar said that this woman's grandfather's heart wasn't right, so I don't think this woman is any good either. Lu Yiping sat back down by the campfire, picked up the jade pendant, and examined it. The longhorn golden bull also stared at the jade pendant and said uncertainly, this is Longhan jade? Lu Yiping Dragon Han jade. There are 5 pieces, not ancient things, but something from the flood period. This is just one of the pieces. It is rumored that by gathering all 5 pieces, one can get the supreme techniques of the Flood Yuan Long, Flood Yuan Feng, and Water and Fire Unicorns, but it is only by gathering them all together. After storing the Dragon Han jade, Lu Yiping remembered the jade saucer of creation and wondered where the other 23 jade saucers were, and Luo Tong left and came over towards the flying flower gate. Miss, that young man doesn't know how to behave. If you want me to say, just make a direct move and snatch that jade, that guard leader said to Luo Tong on the carriage. Luo Tong shook her head. This young man is actually unaffected by my mesmerizing magic sound. It's not simple. Then mused. Old man Zhou Chang shouldn't have come to the divine martial continent for no reason. Could it be for the heavenly god river? The chief of the guards guessed. The night passed slowly. Lu Yiping's few people continued to rush. When the few people arrived at the flying flower gate, the sky was already bright. When Lu Yiping's few people arrived at the flying flower sect's mountain gate, they were stopped by the flying flower sect's disciples. Today, our flying flower sect does not receive outside guests. Several of you please return. Because of Luo Tong's arrival, the flying flower sect had refused to allow outside guests for fear of them disturbing Luo Tong. Chapter 52, We Meet Again. Not receiving foreign guests? The dragon-horned golden bull sniffed and smiled he, lifting its huge bull leg and violently stomping down towards the ground. Instantly, it was like a gigantic heavenly pillar bombarding the ground of the mountain gate of the flying flower sect. At this moment, within the great hall of the flying flower sect, the flying flower sect master Jilin and Luo Tong, as well as the flying flower sect's old ancestor Sun Feng, Tao Feng, and the others were all gathered in one hall. 100 Flower Empress Ji Yu was also there. Learning that Luo Tong had come to the flying flower sect, so the 100 Flower Empress and the experts of the 100 Flower Empire had also come over to the flying flower sect early. The crowd laughed and chatted. Suddenly, the old ancestor of the flying flower sect, Sun Feng, said, Sect Master, that Lu Yiping killed our flying flower sect's supreme elder. Ku Jia. This matter, could it be that I, the flying flower sect, will just let it go? The crowd in the great hall paused. Oh, that Lu Yiping killed the Fei Hua sect's supreme elder? Luo Tong was stunned. Flying flower sect master Jilin nodded her head, her pretty face a little unnatural. Another old ancestor Tao Feng coldly grunted. Yellow Springs demon sect Su Xiu was brutal and devouring to kill. This Lu Yiping, I see more brutal and devouring to kill than Su Xiu back in the day. If we allow him to go on like this, the divine martial continent doesn't know how many clans and how many family masters are going to die in his hands. Back then, all the great clans joined forces and surrounded Su Xiu. We should also join forces with all the great clans and surround the sun. Luo Tong nodded. I came back from the Tai sect this time, and I also heard about this Lu Yiping matter, and they all said that this Lu acted ruthlessly, with cruel means, and was a great devil without compromise. Saying this, his tone turned and added, a great devil like this. The one family even sat back and did nothing to suppress it. I see one Wu Xia, worthy of being the lord of the divine martial continent. The tone of his voice was permeated with a strong dissatisfaction towards the Wan family towards Wan Wuxie. The Luo family was the second family on the divine martial continent and had never had a good relationship with the Wan family. The Luo family had always wanted to compete for the position of lord of the divine martial continent. 100 Flower Empress Ji Yu wanted to argue on behalf of Lu Yiping, but she wanted to say something, and in the end, she didn't open her mouth. In fact, it's clear to anyone who's spreading these rumors. Right at this moment, suddenly, there was a loud sound that shook the sky, and the entire flying flower sect trembled violently. Countless sand and dust shook down from the roof of the flying flower sect's grand hall, and in many parts of the hall, a crack unexpectedly appeared, and the ground outside the great hall, even more so, crumbled apart. The Fei Hua sect master Jilin, Luo Tong and the others who were chatting in the main hall were all shocked. What's going on? Inside the great hall, everyone rose in shock and flew out of the hall. Looking at it, one could only see a mountain peak of the Flying Flower sect, with rocks rolling down and a rift valley that was still stretching out. Enemy attack! A terrified voice rang out from the major peaks of the Flying Flower sect. One by one, the female disciples of the Flying Flower sect flew up in clusters, all with astonished faces. Enemy attack! Flying Flower sect Master Jilin's pretty face sank. Although the Flying Flower sect had occasional disputes with other sects, but after so many years of establishment, it was still the first time that someone had fought their way to the headquarters of the Flying Flower sect. 100 Flower Empress Gu and Luotong were also stunned. Coming to my Flying Flower sect headquarters to cause trouble is simply looking for death. Flying Flower sect's old ancestor Sun Fong's face sank violently. Let's go over and take a look. Flying Flower sect Master Jilin said in a deep voice, then took the lead and flew up towards where the mountain gate was, while at the same time saying to one of the Flying Flower sect's supreme elders beside her, summon all the elders of Flying Flower sect, the supreme elders, and be ready to turn on the Flying Flower formation at any time to meet the incoming enemy. That Flying Flower sect supreme elder hurriedly answered respectfully and then passed on the order. Flying Flower sect's old ancestor Sun Fong, Tao Fong and the other Tai Shang elders present followed closely behind Flying Flower sect's Master Jilin. The 100 Flower Empress Gu, as well as the two girls, Luo Tong, also followed. It was at this moment, outside the mountain gate of the Flying Flower sect, the few Flying Flower sect disciples who had stopped Lu Yiping's chariot looked at the golden ox pulling the chariot in front of them with a face of horror. Only the ground cracks were densely packed beneath the feet of the dragon-horned golden bull, which was the source of the bursting cracks of all the peaks of the Flying Flower sect. Endless earth chi was continuously diffusing out from within the cracks in the ground. Lu Yiping sat on the chariot and looked towards the sky. In the sky, countless small black dots were rapidly flying this way. Nearby, it was none other than the Flying Flower sect Master Jilin, Luo Tong, 100 Flower Empress Gu, and the others. 100 Flower Empress Gu saw the golden bull chariot refracting its mesmerizing light in the sunlight from afar, and saw the blue-shirted young man on the chariot. Looking at that familiar face, 100 Flower Empress Gu's pretty face changed greatly and her heart thumped. It was him, and Luotong was all staggered. Wasn't this the blue-shirted young man he met on the road? The leader of the guards behind Luotong saw Lu Yiping from afar and his face turned cold. So it's this brat, still really looking for death. Upon hearing this, Sun Fong, the old ancestor of the Flying Flower sect, asked, "You know this young man?" That guard leader said, "We came to the road encountered this kid to our miss disrespect. In the road I was going to strike to teach him a lesson. Miss for its good words. I did not strike." The crowd couldn't help but look at Luotong. Luotong nodded her head, undoubtedly acknowledging the words of that guard leader. 100 Flower Empress Gu's face looked strange when she heard this. As she was about to speak, she saw the Flying Flower sect Master Jilin and the others speeding up and flying towards the chariot. In the blink of an eye, Flying Flower sect Master Jilin and the others arrived before the chariot. As soon as he arrived, the old ancestor of the Flying Flower sect, Sun Fong, looked at the blue-shirted young man sitting on the chariot and couldn't help but be enraged. This blue-shirted young man clearly saw them arrive. Even still sure ran there playing with a small golden bird. The Feihua sect's Master Jilin, as well as Luotong, all furrowed their brows. "Kid, which clan are you from? Get the hell off the chariot." Sun Fong snapped his claws, and with an imaginary shot, he was about to yank and throw Lu Yiping off the chariot. Lu Yiping on the chariot, motionless. Sun Fong and Flying Flower sect Master Jilin, Luotong and the others were all stunned. This Sun Fong, as an old ancestor of the Flying Flower sect, although not one of the strongest, was still an early divine spirit realm expert. Surprisingly, he couldn't catch this blue-shirted young man. Right at this moment, suddenly, the chariot gave birth to a shocking force, and then it blasted Sun Fong out, only to see Sun Fong rolling all the way on the ground, and smashing his chest on a huge boulder at the foot of a distant mountain. Boulders exploded into the air. All of the experts of the Flying Flower sect looked at Lu Yiping angrily. The arriving 100 Flower Empress Gu sharply and delicately shouted, "Stop!" Then she crossed over the crowd and walked towards the chariot. "Sister, what are you doing?" When the Flying Flower sect Master Jilin and the others saw the 100 Flower Empress move, they couldn't help but be shocked. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, 100 Flower Empress Gu came to the front of the chariot, owed her body, and said to Lu Yiping, "Mr. Lu, we meet again after a 10-day goodbye at the Beidou Imperial Palace." The crowd was stunned. "Mr. Lu, Beidou Imperial Palace? Wasn't it the Beidou Empire celebration the other day?" Listening to the 100 Flowers Empress words, she had seen this young man at the Beidou Empire's celebration, and it should be more than that. Recommended friends 2 Idle Worry new work, the original I Am the Villain Big Boss. Its old work Taiku Supreme is quite hot. The new book, the original I Am the Villain Big Boss novel subject matter. Welcome QQ reading friends to Search and Watch. Chapter 53, Flying Flower Formation. Lu Yiping had an okay impression of the 100 Flower Empress Jiyu and nodded at her. The crowd was surprised to see this. 100 Flowers Empress Jiyu owed her body to personally greet this young man, just nodding to him? Just as the people of the Flying Flower sect were speculating about Lu Yiping's identity, 100 Flower Empress Jiyu turned her head to the Flying Flower sect's Master Jilin and said, "Sister, this is Mr. Lu Yiping." Lu Yiping. Many experts of the Flying Flower sect were shocked. Even Luo Tong and all the experts around him were startled. Especially the guard leader's face changed. Other continental experts might not be very familiar with the name Lu Yiping, but the name Lu Yiping was now as familiar as thunder to many experts in the Divine Martial Continent. Flying Flower sect Master Jilin's pretty face changed, forcing a smile and smiling at Lu Yiping. "So it's Mr. Lu, I don't know what is it that Mr. Lu has come to my Flying Flower sect for?" Looking at Lu Yiping's stance, "I'm afraid it's not a good thing." Tao Feng, the old ancestor of the Flying Flower sect who had just clamored that they should join forces with all the major sects to surround and kill Lu Yiping, did not squeak at this time. "What is it?" Lu Yiping glanced at the Fei Hua sect's Master Jilin, and with a movement of his finger, he saw the Fei Hua sect's old ancestor Sun Feng, who had just been blown away, automatically hovering in the air and flying up to Lu Yiping's front. Seeing this, Jilin, the master of the Flying Flower sect, tightened her voice and said, "Mr. Lu, just now, old ancestor Sun Feng didn't know your identity and took a chance on you, so please forgive Mr. Lu and don't be general with him." Lu Yiping ignored Fei Hua sect Master Jilin. His eyes fell on Fei Hua sect old ancestor Sun Feng, only to see Fei Hua sect old ancestor Sun Feng suffered from the force of the chariot's repercussions just now. His body armor ruptured, his head was cloaked in hair, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Lu Yiping. "Did you instruct Kujie to kill the Cultivation Sect Master and a group of Cultivation Sect Patriarchs?" Lu Yiping opened his mouth and said indifferently. Sun Feng's heart thumped as she trembled. "Duke Lu, unjustly accused. I have no grievances or enmity with Cultivation Sect. How could I have instructed Kujie to kill the Cultivation Sect's Master and the Cultivation Sect's group of Patriarchs?" The experts of the Flying Flower sect looked at each other. "I didn't expect Lu Yiping to come for the matter of the Shura sect." Tao Feng, the Flying Flower sect's old ancestor, bravely stepped forward and said, "Yes, Duke Lu, old ancestor Sun Feng has no grudges with the Shura sect, so how could he possibly instruct Kujie to kill the Shura sect's master and a bunch of Shura sect's patriarchs? Old ancestor Sun Feng rarely leaves the Flying Flower sect, so how could he have crossed paths with the Shura sect?" Lu Yiping did not look at her and began to search the soul of Sun Feng, the old ancestor of the Flying Flower sect. Soon, the soul search was over. Lu Yiping's face turned cold. Seeing that Lu Yiping had moved to kill the old ancestor of the Flying Flower sect, Sun Feng, Jilin, the master of the Flying Flower sect, urgently said, "Sir Lu, if this matter is really the work of the old ancestor of Sun Feng, we will punish her according to the rules of the sect, and we will give a satisfactory explanation to Sir Lu, and we ask you to please leave the old ancestor of Sun Feng to be punished by us, the Flying Flower sect." At this time, Luo Tong also stepped forward and said, "Even if it's really old ancestor Sun Feng who did this, the crime is not fatal, so I hope that you won't kill innocent people indiscriminately. A crime that doesn't lead to death?" Lu Yiping snorted. Then with a casual twist of his hand, he twisted the head of that Flying Flower sect's old ancestor. Sun Feng, off alive. The Flying Flower sect's crowd of experts were astonished. Flying Flower sect's Master Jilin, Luo Tong all had ugly faces. Lu Yiping looked at Luo Tong indifferently. She ordered the killing of nearly 100 experts from Shura sect and had the 1,000 Demon sect exterminate nearly 10,000 disciples up and down Shura sect. Even some of the old, weak, women and children of Shura sect were brutally killed. According to you, her ordering the extermination of one Shura sect isn't fatal yet, and she needs to exterminate a few more sects like Shura sect for the Sun Feng to die, right? Luo Tong's pretty face flushed red, while her heart was irritated. She didn't expect that when she personally opened her mouth, this Lu Yiping not only ignored it, but also questioned her like this in front of everyone. She was the daughter of the Luo family, and her master was the Tai sect's oldest ancestor, Jiang Susu, and Jiang Yu was her senior uncle, and no one had ever embarrassed her so much. At this time, Lu Yiping searched out a diagram from within the Flying Flower sect's old ancestor Sun Feng's spatial ring. It's Shuriken. Sun Feng ordered the extermination of the Shura sect because of this map. Lu Yiping suddenly looked at Tao Feng, the old ancestor of the Flying Flower sect. The other half of this diagram is on you, isn't it? In addition to Sun Feng, the Flying Flower sect has another ancestor who has defected to the Dark Devil Hall, and that is this Tao Feng, who also had a part in the extermination of the Xiao Luo sect. When Tao Feng, the old ancestor of the Flying Flower sect, heard Lu Yiping ask about the other half of the diagram. Her pretty face went pale and bloodless, her eyes unable to hide her horror as she retreated to the side of Jilin, the Flying Flower sect's master. Sect master. This Lu Yiping is brutal and murderous. First killing my Fei Hua sect's Kujie Taishan elder at Black Sea Mountain, and now coming to the headquarters to kill my Fei Hua sect's Sun Fang elder ancestor, treating my Fei Hua sect as nothing. I also asked the sect master to open the Flying Flower formation and kill him. Flying Flower Grand Formation was the most powerful formation of Flying Flower sect, was created by the founding ancestor of Flying Flower sect. Later Flying Flower sect spent a large price and asked Chen Xingyang, the #1 formation master of Divine Martial Continent, to strengthen this Flying Flower Grand Formation again. At this moment, countless air-breaking sounds came from the sky, only to see that the other old ancestors of the Flying Flower sect had also rushed over from the Flying Flower sect's ancestral land one after another. In the blink of an eye, the other 9 old ancestors arrived. Upon the arrival of several old ancestors of the Flying Flower sect, they all had ugly faces when they saw Sun Fang's headless corpse. Lu Yiping, you are too unbridled. It wasn't enough for you to kill my Flying Flower sect's supreme elder, Ku Jie, but now you've come to my Flying Flower sect's headquarters to kill my Flying Flower sect's old ancestor. Sun Fang, one of the old women holding a phoenix-headed walking stick, glared angrily at Lu Yiping. Do you really think that my Flying Flower sect is a place where you can kill whoever you want? This old woman was none other than Jilin's master, Hu Ying, the previous master of the Flying Flower sect and the strongest of the Flying Flower sect, a late-stage true god. But as soon as her words fell, she saw Lu Yiping take a shot and bring the Flying Flower sect's old ancestor Tao Feng in front of him, and then with no expression on his face, he twisted the Flying Flower sect's old ancestor Tao Feng's head in the same way. Tao Feng was in the early divine spirit stage just like Sun Fang earlier. Everyone froze. Jilin master. Hu Ying is even more angry that her face is green. Her eyes are so cold that the air in the surrounding space seems to freeze. Lu Yiping's face was as normal as he searched the other half of the diagram from the space ring of Tao Feng, the old ancestor of the Flying Flower sect. When Hu Ying saw this, his eyes were even colder. Master. Jilin knew what Master was thinking at the moment and opened her mouth to try to persuade. Open the Flying Flower formation. Hu Ying's cold voice rang out. All the experts of the Flying Flower sect were in awe in their hearts, and then they flashed up and landed on top of the various peaks of the Flying Flower sect. Immediately, an astonishing ray of light rushed up from the various peaks of the Flying Flower sect, like a waterfall rushing up to the sky, continuously intertwining in the sky above the Flying Flower sect. Heavy power, looming down from high above, locked onto Lu Yiping in the chariot. As for the late true god Hu Ying, he landed on the peak of the Fei Hua sect's general hall, and his phoenix-headed walking stick flew up and inserted itself into the center of the square in front of the general hall. The Flying Flower Grand Formation was completely activated. The surging power of the Grand Formation startled experts from all sides of the 100 Flowers Empire. Chapter 54, Going to the Wan Family. Each of the sect's hidden ancestors all appeared high in the sky, looking in the direction of the Flying Flower sect. This is the Flying Flower Grand Formation. The Flying Flower sect has all opened the Flying Flower Grand Formation. Lin Xiong, the strongest elder ancestor of the Yihua Palace, was astonished. Flying Flower Formation is the most powerful formation of the Flying Flower sect, and is also the Jinzong Formation, which is usually not fully opened until the moment of life and death of the sect. Yihua Palace and the Flying Flower sect were both among the most powerful sects in the 100 Flowers Empire. Although the Flying Flower sect ancestor is gone, the Flying Flower sect and Chen Xingyang have always maintained a good relationship. Who on earth dares to touch the Flying Flower sect? The palace master of the Yihua Palace said in astonishment. Quickly have someone inquire. What's going on? Lin Xiong, the old ancestor of Yihua Palace, said with a grave expression. While all parties were speculating, in front of the mountain gate of the Flying Flower sect, Lu Yiping looked at the fully opened Flying Flower Grand Formation with a calm expression. Under the continuous infusion of divine power, true essence from Hu Ying and the other experts of the Flying Flower sect, the power of the Flying Flower Grand Formation was continuing to increase. The dragon-horned golden bull looked at the Flying Flower Grand Formation that was still continuing to increase in power, and skimmed his lips. This Flying Flower Grand Formation, it's quite beautiful. Only a flower-shaped array symbol glow appeared in the void under the power surge of the Flying Flower Grand Formation. Under the sunlight, these formation symbols glowed like a dream. It was quite beautiful. Of course, the words of the dragon-horned golden bull were permeated with mockery, meaning that the Flying Flower Grand Formation was flowery but not real. Hearing the mocking intent of the dragon-horned golden bull, Hu Ying, the old ancestor of the Flying Flower sect, sank his face and laughed coldly. Ignorant, ridiculous. For your information, this formation was created by my Flying Flower sect's ancestor, and afterward, Lord Qin Xingyang strengthened the flying flower grand formation. The might of this formation is not something that an ignorant cow like you can see through. With that said, a wave of the hands, falling flowers in color. One could only see the light of formation symbols that filled the sky high in the sky, constantly rotating like a sea of flowers, falling towards the dragon-horned golden bull and Lu Yiping, Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen and the others. Kill. Flying flower sect ancestor Hu Ying's eyes were cold. Countless array symbols immediately wrapped the dragon-horned golden bull, Lu Yiping and the others. The dragon-horned golden bull looked up at the colorful array talismans that were falling from high in the sky and didn't do anything about it, instead letting those array talismans fall on him. The same was true for several of Lu Yiping's people. Luo Tong, who was far away, was stunned when she saw that Lu Yiping's few people did not dodge, but let that formation symbol flood them. Miss, this Lu Yiping is either arrogant or a formation idiot. The leader of his guards laughed coldly when he saw this. The formation talisman of the flying flower grand formation. Even a late-stage true god's physical body would be branded through. At this time, countless array talismans completely landed on the dragon-horned golden bull, Lu Yiping's several people. But the longhorned golden bull was enjoying itself, saying, comfortable. As for Lu Yiping's few people, their faces were likewise as normal. Whether it was Luo Tong, the leader of his guards and the others, their eyes glazed over. The flying flower sect's old ancestor Hu Ying and the others were even more filled with disbelief. How? These formation talismans of the flying flower grand formation condensed the power of the earth's core fire within them. Peanut blossom extinction. The flying flower sect's old ancestor Hu Ying's face was livid as his entire body's divine power rose, coalescing into a sea of divine power around his back, and the true god's power was crazily infused into the flying flower grand formation eye. Under its control, only the roiling array symbols suddenly became dark. A power from the darkness, from death, from the gloomy world, burst out. But in the next instant, the formation talisman, which had originally become dark, shone brightly. A surge of light, vitality, and vigor, as if from the core of the sun. These two forces, constantly colliding, produced a destructive force that erupted like a volcano, blasting toward the battle force. Looking at the destructive power that came blasting in, the immortal golden phoenix in Lu Yiping's hand suddenly opened its mouth, and the terrifying devouring power swallowed that destructive power cleanly in the blink of an eye. Even all of the formation symbols in the void, affected by this terrifying devouring force, collapsed one by one. The flying flower sect and Luo Tong and the others were dumbfounded. Everyone looked in unison at the tiny golden bird in Lu Yiping's hand. When Lu Yiping was playing with this little golden bird just now, no one even bothered to pay attention to this little golden bird, and no one would pay attention to it either. This is? Luo Tong's beautiful eyes gazed at the small golden bird, but she didn't dare to be sure. At this moment, the immortal golden phoenix opened its mouth once again. An astonishing flame shot out. All of a sudden, the sky and the ground were filled with fire. Countless huge golden fireballs smashed down on the various peaks of the flying flower sect. The sky fell apart in a loud roar. A mountain peak of the flower flying sect was shattered. The formation patterns of the flying flower formation in each mountain peak were all incinerated cleanly. The several old ancestors of the flying flower sect, who presided over the grand formation, were all shaken and sent flying. Their entire body's divine armor was incinerated, while Hu Ying, the old ancestor of the flying flower sect, was even charred and blackened, and even his body's hair was incinerated away. She, looking at the small golden bird in Lu Yiping's hand in horror, cried out in disbelief. Phoenix fire! This is the Phoenix fire! Is that the divine beast Phoenix in your hand? 100 Flower Empress Gu. Luo Tong and the others were greatly shocked. The little golden bird that was being played with by Lu Yiping was actually the divine beast Phoenix. Just now, although Luo Tong had made some guesses, she thought that it was just a phoenix descendant. I didn't realize it was the divine beast Phoenix. The phoenix, the king of all birds, the longest of all flying birds and beasts. Master, Flying Flower Sect Master Jilin awoke with a start and came to Flying Flower Sect ancestor Hu Ying's side. Hu Ying, the old ancestor of the Flying Flower Sect, opened his mouth and spat out blood. The destruction of the great flying formation and the backlash from the power of the formation, coupled with the power of the phoenix flame, caused her injuries to be aggravated. Let's go, Lu Yiping said blandly. The chariot departed slowly. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from sight. 100 Flowers Empress Gu looked at the devastated Flying Flower Sect. Her mood was complicated and she didn't know what to say for a moment. Luo Tong looked at the departing chariot, stared at the blue figure, and said, I didn't expect this Lu Yiping to have so many treasures on him. First, the true copy of the Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist Secret Book, the true copy of the Time Divine Fist Secret Book, and the true copy of the Golden Flame Divine Fist. And now, the Divine Beast Phoenix. The flying flower sex old ancestor Huang looked at the departing chariot, his eyes shocked, angry and hateful, and after Lu Yiping and the others left, Lu Yiping took a fire essence out and threw it to the immortal golden phoenix to swallow and refine it as a reward. Master, then where are we going next? Zhang Jin asked. Go to the Wan family. Lu Yiping said blandly. Didn't Wan Wuxi want to see him? It's also time to visit Vanguard. With that, Lu Yiping's few people did not linger in the 100 Flowers Empire anymore and left it. Used to write 2 chapters a day. So write the 3rd chapter. It will be very tired. I beg you to see the end of the recommendation vote. Another recommended friend to Idle Sorrow's new work original I Am the Villain Big Boss. It's old book Taikozen but quite hot. Oh, the new book original I Am the Villain Big Boss novel subject matter. Welcome QQ reading friends to search and watch. Chapter 55, the head of the Wan family has been bombarded by us. Leaving the 100 Flowers Empire, Lu Yiping's few people traveled south. A few days later, Lu Yiping's few people came to a deserted mountainous area. High in the sky, thunderclouds pressed into the air, the wind gusted, and the night sky was as dark as ink. It looked like it was going to rain heavily. Although it was said that with Lu Yiping's cultivation, he was not afraid of this little rain, but Lu Yiping did not have the habit of rushing in torrential rainy weather. So when he saw that there was a bonfire fire halfway up the mountain peak in front of him, Lu Yiping and the long-horned golden calf went over along with the firelight. Before long, it came to a broken temple. When Lu Yiping's few people pushed the door in, they only saw a skinny old man and an extremely tall and stout teenager sitting around a campfire, roasting roasted meat, which was filling the air with fragrance. The old man and the teenager stood up when they saw Lu Yiping and the others enter, looking at Lu Yiping and the others with a wary face. Both of you, we were passing by and came in to take a rest. Excuse me, Lu Yiping said to the two. The old man glanced at Lu Yiping and laughed. Little brother is polite. This broken temple isn't ours either, and we've just come in, so if little brother doesn't mind, then join us? Lu Yiping didn't make any pretense, so he sat down by the campfire. The teenager, however, looked at the dragon-horned golden bull with an astonished face and said, Big brother, where did you buy this bull? It was obviously the first time he had seen a golden cow. The old man also looked deeply at the dragon-horned golden bull. Lu Yiping laughed. No. Then said, Stolen. Stolen? Both the teenager and the old man were surprised. The dragon-horned golden bull smiled in the sun. Master is the only dragon-horned golden bull in heaven and earth. I am the lord of 10,000 demons, ancestor of the thunder god, the emperor of the dragon clan. Here we go again. After so many years, this old habit of the longhorned golden bull still hasn't changed. In the ancient times, the dragon-horned golden bull introduced itself like this to almost everyone. The same words, the same tone of voice. The old man and the teenager froze. Lu Yiping laughed at the old man and the teenager. This bull of mine loves to brag, so don't take it seriously. The teenager smiled nervously. I used to have a cow pet, and this one of yours, its nature is quite similar. What about that cow pet of yours? The longhorn golden bull asked. The young man's face was sad. Dead, killed by the people of the extreme bliss sect some days ago. The longhorn golden bull almost choked. A few people sat around the campfire and made small talk. From the conversation with the old man and the teenager, Lu Yiping learned that the two of them, the master and the disciple, were going to Tiandu City. The Wan family was going to build a new legion, and the two of them were there to apply for the job and take the test. Mr. Lu is also going to Tiandu City? The old man Li Bin laughed. Then we'll go together tomorrow? The Wan clan's main residence, which is located in Tiandu City. Lu Yiping said. That's fine. The teenager Yang Gang asked. Mr. Lu, are you guys also signing up for the Wan family's new Legion soldier examination? Lu Yiping was stunned and smiled. That's not true. Then he said to the old man Li Bin. You and your disciples' roots and battle strength are both good, so you should have no problem assessing the wannabe legion. Li Bin was in the ancient emperor realm, while the teenager Yang Gang, although he was in the purple mansion realm, however, had a Titan giant bloodline, and although the Titan giant bloodline was a bit thin, there was nothing wrong with sweeping away ordinary experts of the same realm. Titans, a very powerful race in ancient times. As for Li Bin, the blood chi is like the sea. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels contain 5 elements of gas, obviously swallowed the 5 elements and other heavenly treasures, and the cultivation method is good. The two would definitely be able to pass the examination even if they joined the Vanguard Legion. The old man, Li Bin, smiled brightly at his words and said, I'll take Mr. Lu's good advice. A beat later, if Mr. Lu goes to take the Wan Family Legion recruitment test, I think he will definitely pass 100% as well. The dragon-horned golden bull was eating roasted meat, and when he heard this, he hurriedly swallowed the roasted meat in his mouth and grinned. letting our master go to work as a soldier for the Wan family? Even if our master is willing, the Wan clan wouldn't dare to accept it. By this time, it was raining heavily outside, pouring like a pillar, when suddenly, someone violently pushed the door in. The temple door was already a bit worn out, and when the other party pushed it violently with a clang, the door shook and rattled. The visitors were a large group. At the head of the group was a man and a woman. The man was handsome and the woman was dainty as hell, with good posture. Behind him, followed by a large group of guards, the old man Li Bin's face changed when he saw the large group of guards, which were the Wan family's escorting soldiers. This man and woman, they're core disciples of the Wan family? Only core disciples of the Wan clan were qualified to be fitted with the Wan clan's unique escort soldiers. After coming in, the male scanned Lu Yiping's few people and smiled at the female. Sister Lien, let's go over and sit as well. The female nodded. The two men came to the campfire. The male said to Li Bin, Lu Yiping, several people, do not mind if we sit down? He said politely, but he didn't wait for Li Bin, Lu Yiping to open his mouth, so he sat down with a big grin. The female sat down as well. The male approached Lu Yiping and sat down, smacking the space as a bit narrow. He said to Lu Yiping, kid, get up and sit on the opposite side. The tone was commanding. It looked like he had been in a high position for a long time and was used to ordering the people under him. Lu Yiping's face was bland. What if I don't get up? The male was stunned, then laughed. Kid, I'm being polite to you guys by letting you get up and sit across the room. It's pouring rain out here and I haven't even told you to get the hell out yet. At that moment, the dragon-horned golden bull slapped over, and then slapped the man so hard that he flew right through the broken temple door. The woman had just sat down and suddenly saw the man being slapped out of the broken temple by the dragon-horned golden bull and froze. It happened suddenly, and all of the Wan clan's guards were completely unprepared for the dragon-horned golden bull to strike. You seek death. A Wan clan guard expert was furious as he swung his large sword in his hand and chopped towards the dragon-horned golden bull, and the other Wan clan guards also struck out. This time, the dragon-horned golden bull did not make a move. Zhao Wen coldly grunted. His entire body swept with thunder light, transforming into a stunning thunder dragon. And the Wan family's crowd of guards were all sent flying by the thunder dragon. Inside the temple, the only sound left was the sound of the campfire firewood burning. The female's pretty face changed. The dragon-horned golden ox stared at the female, who rose in shock and broke into a flight out of the broken temple. Like a frightened bird, the Wan clan guards who were blasted out of the broken temple also fled in panic with the Wan clan disciples from earlier. The old man, Li Bin, opened his mouth and smiled bitterly. Mr. Lu, you guys just got into trouble. That man and woman, they should be core disciples of the Wan family. And that group of guards, they should be Wan family guards. So what if it's a core disciple of the Wan family? The dragon-horned golden bull laughed. The Wan family head has been blasted by us. The old man, Li Bin, froze, then laughed. Brother Shaojin is joking. After hesitating for a moment, he cupped his fists and said, Brother Lu, we still have some business to attend to, so we will leave first. Lu Yiping nodded. The old man, Li Bin, was obviously afraid that continuing to stay with him would cause the disciples of the Wan clan to misunderstand and be implicated. Thus, the old man Li Bin took his disciple Yang Gang out of the broken temple and disappeared into the rain in the blink of an eye. After the old man Li Bin left, Lu Yiping suddenly said to the distant void, You followed us all the way. It's time to come out. Chapter 56, Are the hairs on your body for sale? The other party didn't seem to expect Lu Yiping to find himself stopped for a moment. A scruffy old man riding a donkey was seen walking down from the void. This scruffy old man was clearly the old man Zhou Chang that Lu Yiping had met earlier in the 100-flower plain. The scruffy old man Zhou Chang rode a donkey into the broken temple, then jumped off the donkey and laughed at Lu Yiping. I didn't think that I would be able to hide from Mr. Lu even though I had performed the phantom escape technique. Lu Yiping face as usual. Back then even the Phantom Demon King cast this phantom recluse technique to escape the heavy space. Cannot escape him, let alone this old man Zhou Chang. This old man Zhou Chang's strength might be very strong in the current Hongyuan realm, but compared to the Phantom Demon King of that year, it was not a little bit worse. Lu Yiping glanced at the scruffy old man Zhou Chang and said, What is it? In fact, this Zhou Chang had been following them since they left the 100 Flowers Empire, but it was just that Lu Yiping was too lazy to pay attention to it. Zhou Chang grinned, revealing his yellow teeth, then sat down next to the campfire, rubbed his hands together, and laughed. It's not really a big deal. It's just a little bit of a small matter. As for what little thing, it wasn't explicitly stated, but Lu Yiping didn't ask. Fiddling with the roast, the dragon-horned golden bull, however, stared at the donkey and laughed. I say little fellow, are you selling this donkey? Master is lacking a mount. Like Lu Yiping, it had also long seen that the donkey was extraordinary and gluttonous. Zhou Chang sniffed with a strange look on his face, his mind thinking of the image of a cow riding a donkey. That donkey, however, glared fiercely at the longhorn golden bull and said, "Is the hair on your body for sale?" The dragon-horned golden bull froze, glared with both eyes, and said, "Hey, you little donkey has quite a temper." Then said, "Believe it or not, Master will pull out your fur now and roast it for dinner." Zhou Chang ignored the two beasts bickering and smiled at Lu Yiping. "Mr. Lu, do you still have that wine?" There was a rather embarrassed look on his face. Lu Yiping smiled and looked at the other party. "Of course I do. You still have jade?" Meaning Longhan jade. But unexpectedly, Zhou Chang nodded his head and then smiled. "I have another piece." Then he took a piece of jade out. Exactly the same as the piece of Dragon Han jade that he had given to Lu Yiping earlier. Lu Yiping was surprised. He had just asked casually, but he didn't expect Zhou Chang to actually have another piece. Long Han jade. There were 5 pieces in total, and this Zhou Chang even had 2 pieces. Lu Yiping took out a jar of wine and threw it to the other party. Zhou undertook to receive the wine and couldn't wait to open it before he threw the piece of jade to Lu Yiping. After throwing the jade to Lu Yiping, Zhou Chang took another sharp sniff near the lid of the wine altar, his mouth watering, his face intoxicated, wanting to drink but unable to do so. Seeing Zhou Chang's gluttonous drooling, but unable to drink, Lu Yiping laughed. "That altar of yours? It's not like you finished it, is it? It's only been a few days." Zhou Chang, however, laughed. No. A good wine like this, how can I afford to finish it? I only drink a small sip every day. Just a small sip. One small bite, he emphasized twice, but by the looks of it, it's clear that it's definitely more than just a small bite a day. Lu Yiping laughed. "This jade, you still have it?" Although the Long Han jade was precious, this thing was only of great use if you collected all 5 pieces. Zhou Chang shook his head and said with a serious face, "I only have 2 pieces. I really don't have any this time." Lu Yiping stared at the other party. "This jade, where did you find it?" Zhou Chang, however, smiled cheekily and said, "Is this a deal?" Lu Yiping took out another altar of wine, opened the altar. Immediately, the fragrance of the wine overflowed throughout the broken temple, even overflowed outside the temple. Even the torrential rain outside couldn't wash away the fragrance of the wine. Zhou Chang's eyes glared, staring straight at the altar of wine in front of Lu Yiping. His eyes were on fire, and his hoo-hoo became different. The flavor of the wine on the altar in front of Lu Yiping was stronger, and it was obvious that the vintage was longer than both of his altars. During the countless years that Lu Yiping stayed in the sacred forest, apart from cultivation, he was brewing wine, and every 10,000 years, he would brew a batch. Although the ingredients are the same, the vintage is different, and so, the flavor is different. The longer the vintage, the more mellow it is. Naturally, Lu Yiping said, "This jade, there are 5 pieces in one piece. If you tell me where you found it and help me find the remaining 5 pieces, this jar of wine is yours." Your 2 altars, the vintage is 200,000 years old, and this one, 400,000 years old, 400,000 years. Zhou Chang swallowed. He stared at the altar of wine with a deadpan, but only after a long time did he smile bitterly and say, "It's not that I don't want to tell your excellency the whereabouts of the other 3 pieces of jade. It's because this jade is something I found in the Phantom Demon King's cave, and the Phantom Demon King's cave doesn't have the other 3 pieces." But when he said this, he suddenly added, "However, the Phantom Demon King's cave, there are some places that I can't go in, so perhaps it's not certain that there's one inside." The Phantom Demon King was a powerful demon king of the ancient demon race, and the cave was heavily restricted, so Zhou Chang could only break a very small portion of it. Oh, Lu Yiping's eyes lit up when he heard this. Phantom Demon King's cave. "I'll tell you, but I want 2 jars of 400,000 years. Zhou Chang stammered. Moreover, at that time, if you have a way to enter the rest of the Phantom Demon King's cave, apart from the other 3 pieces of jade, I'll share 1/3 of the other treasures." Lu Yiping looked at Zhou Chang and smiled. "Aren't you afraid that I will capture you and search your soul?" Zhou Chang's wrinkled face twitched and laughed. "Mr. Lu was joking. Mr. Lu is not such a person." Luigi smiled and laughed. "So tell me, what am I like?" Zhou Chang squeaked and couldn't say anything. Lu Yiping didn't make things difficult for the other party and threw the 2 400,000-year-olds to the other party. Zhou Chang's face was elated and he put away all the 3 jars of wine as if they were treasures, and then told Lu Yiping about a place. Lu Yiping was surprised that the Phantom Demon King's cave was actually in that place. However, this time, after Zhou Chang got the wine, he didn't leave, but sat by the campfire, eating roasted meat and drinking with Lu Yiping. Of course, he took small sips. Lu Yiping was gulping it down. The burro, also sitting by the campfire, Had a bite without a bite to gnaw on the roast meat. The burrow is very thin. Like malnutrition. Eating roast meat some distracted. Eating is very mother. And the longhorn golden bull is biting his mouth full of oil. Masterfully. You're not leaving? Lu Yiping asked Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang laughed. I'm a wanderer anyway. I'm bored alone. So I might as well follow you. Sir, to have someone to keep you company and liven things up. And I can run errands for you in the future. Lu Yiping hummed. What calculations this Zhou Chang had in mind. Of course he knew clearly. But since the other party wanted to follow, it didn't matter to him. The night slowly faded. The rain stopped. The air is especially fresh in the morning after the rain. Lu Yiping and the few people from the Longhorn Golden Bull exited the temple and continued their journey, coming over to the Wan family, requesting recommendations, rewards, and 3 more tomorrow. Chapter 57. Is this young man from the Pill King's palace or not? Lu Yiping collected his chariot and only rode the dragon-horned golden bull, which was very fat, while the scruffy old man Zhou Chang rode the small donkey, which was very thin and small. The two rode side by side, walking among the mountains, while Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen followed behind on 2 Thunder Lin horses. Zhou Chang looked at the dragon-horned golden bull's unusually thick and sturdy legs and laughed at Lu Yiping. This bull of yours, you often eat roasted meat? No wonder it's so thick. The dragon-horned golden cow, but he smiled. Master, this is innate. Then he lifted his thick ox leg and showed the mighty beef on it. What? Envious? The donkey looked down on the dragon-horned golden bull and deflated. Good looking but not useful. Who would envy this thing? The dragon-horned golden bull snorted. Could it be that a skinny one like you is good looking and useful? At once, a donkey and a cow blared there again. Lu Yiping smiled and didn't stop. It was rare for this donkey and the longhorn golden bull to mix it up, and the road wasn't that boring. Seeing the two beasts bickering, Zhou Chang laughed at Lu Yiping and said, Duke Lu, this cow of yours, it's interesting. Lu Yiping smiled. A few people traveled along. In no time at all, it was through this wild mountainous area. However, not long after they had passed through this barren mountain range, several people heard the sounds of fighting. Nearby, Lu Yiping was surprised to see that the party fighting was none other than Li Bin and Yang Gang, who had left the broken temple last night, and the two were being surrounded by a group of experts in red robes. This group of experts dressed in red robes had colorful red robes. Extreme Bliss Sect. Zhou Chang saw the group of experts dressed in red robes and crooked his mouth. This group of things that are not girly. Extreme Music Door. In the Xinwu continent, fame is not small. Strength and Flying Flower Door is not the same, but the fame is much higher than the Flying Flower Door. No reason. This Extreme Music Door up and down the cultivation of the disciples are practicing a kind of martial arts called Extreme Music Treasure Code. Cultivation of the Extreme Music Treasure Code. After the birth of the body function changed greatly, become not male and female. Although the strength of the two masters and disciples, Li Bin and Yang Gang, were not weak, but under the siege of dozens of experts from the Extreme Bliss sect, they were already struggling on the left and right, and the ring was dangerously close. Both men already had multiple hangnails on their bodies, especially the teenager Yang Gang. His chest wound was visible as a bone, and his injuries were very serious. Li Bin, who was surrounded by the people of the Extreme Bliss sect, suddenly saw someone coming from the distance. It was Lu Yiping, and he couldn't help but feel hopeful and shouted, Mr. Lu, please also ask Mr. Lu to save my disciple. Lu Yiping eyed Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin would understand, but he didn't personally take action. The Thunder Lin horse under his seat opened its mouth, only to see the sky filled with divine thunder rumbling down, and immediately, the dozens of Extreme Bliss sex experts who had surrounded Li Bin were all sent flying out by the divine thunder. Li Bin was dumbfounded. Obviously, he didn't expect one of Lu Yiping's mounts to be this strong. One must know that among the experts of the Extreme Bliss sect who had just surrounded him, there were 2 ancient emperors, and it's an ancient emperor's 7th level expert. After being dumbfounded, Li Bin hurriedly flew over to Lu Yiping's side with his disciple Yang Gang. Arriving in front of Lu Yiping, Li Bin and his disciple Yang Gang clasped their fists with a look of gratitude. Many thanks to Mr. Lu for coming to the rescue. Lu Yiping nodded his head. With a flick of his finger, the 9 Shang unstoppable reincarnation needles flew out and inserted themselves into the chest of the teenager Yang Gang. A burst of fiery red light surged out. The teenager Yang Gang only felt that his chest was warm, and a stream of warmth flowed throughout his entire body, and his injuries recovered at a shocking speed, and even the wound in his chest kept on healing back. Although it was said that with Lu Yiping's strength, there were many ways to instantly restore the teenager Yang Gang's injuries, but he was used to using this lifelong unstoppable reincarnation needle in the ancient times. Now, keep up the habit. Soul returning 9 Yang needle. Li Bin was surprised. Mr. Lu is from the Pill King Hall? Zhou Chang was also surprised. This Lu Yiping, He even has the Pill King Hall's soul-restoring 9-yang needle? Could it be someone from the Pill King's palace? The extreme bliss sect expert who had just been blown away by the Thunder Lin horse climbed up, originally furious, and was shocked to see the soul-returning 9-yang needle. The Pill King Hall, which saved lives and helped the sick, had excellent relations with all the great sects in the Hongyuan Plain, and was second only to the Tai Yi sect in terms of prestige. Even the Martial God Hall, compared to the Pill King Hall, was slightly less prestigious. Seeing Li Bin and the others misunderstanding that he was someone from the Medicine King Hall again, Lu Yiping didn't bother to explain. And seeing that the teenager Yang Gang had recovered from his injuries, he put back the Shang unending reincarnation needle. How does it feel? Lu Yiping asked the teenager Yang Gang. For this naive teenager Yang Gang, Lu Yiping still had a good impression. The teenager Yang Gang ran his true essence, which ran smoothly, and laughed nervously. Mr. Lu is truly a divine doctor. It's already completely healed. At this time, an ancient emperor realm leader of the extreme bliss sect endured his injuries and stepped forward, boldly cupping his fists at Lu Yiping. Dare I ask if you are a member of the Pill King Hall? He also said. These two people were ordered by our extreme bliss sect's extreme ancestor to be apprehended and returned. The extreme ancestor was one of the two strongest old ancestors of the extreme bliss sect. Lu Yiping looked at the other party indifferently. And then, that extreme bliss sect ancient emperor realm head squeaked, not daring to say anything further. Let's go, Lu Yiping said to the longhorn golden bull. No one of the experts of the extreme bliss sect dared to make a move to stop them, and watched as Lu Yiping left with Li Bin and Yang Gang. Elder, the two of them are the people that the extreme ancestor has designated to be apprehended. If we go back empty-handed, the extreme ancestor is afraid that he will be furious. One of the experts of the extreme bliss sect gulped, thinking of how the extreme ancestor would be furious when the time came. The crowd shuddered. That ancient emperor realm expert's face was ugly as he said, if the Pill King Hall's people intervene, and the extreme ancestor knows about it, it shouldn't be good for him to punish us. At the same time, he had a look of astonishment. However, there are only a few people in the Pill King Hall who know how to return the soul 9-yang needle. This young man is definitely not one of those people. How come he knows how to return the soul 9-yang needle as well? Saying this, he said to an expert of the extreme bliss sect beside him, find out if this teenager is from the Pill King Hall or not. And after leaving, Li Bin followed behind Lu Yiping with an embarrassed face and said to Lu Yiping, Mr. Lu, what happened last night? You are not to blame for this matter. Lu Yiping shook his head. A few people walked along the way. Occasional breaks on the road. Day 3. Tendu City was far away. Tendu City, situated at the peak of the highest mountain in the Divine Martial Continent, Sun and Moon Mountain, was the veritable number one city in the Divine Martial Continent. Lu Yiping several people stood in the air and looked at Tendu City, only to see that at the peak of the Sun and Moon Mountain, Tendu City was cloudy and misty, as ethereal as a fairy city, and even if they were separated by a great distance, they could still feel the aura of Tendu City's monarchical presence, overlooking the world. High up in the sky, airships, chariots, from the Divine Martial Continent and even other continents, were flying towards Tiantu City from all directions. After stopping for a while, Lu Yiping's few people also flew towards Tiandu City. The closer he got to Tendu City, the more he could feel its immensity and majesty, only to see that the surroundings of Tendu City were filled with teams of patrolling Vanguard Legion soldiers. Lu Yiping rode the dragon-horned golden bull and entered Tendu City with Zhou Chang and a few others. Chapter 58, What if I have to take Jin in? Zhou Chang rode a small donkey and held a wine gourd, pouring wine continuously into his mouth. This wine, which he brewed himself, he couldn't afford to drink Lu Yiping's. In his words, Lu Yiping's wine, he had to drink it when he ate barbecue meat with Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping rode a golden ox, very handsome and handsome. Zhou Chang rode a small donkey, very scruffy and scruffy, and the two walked side by side, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Zhou Chang also ignored the gazes of the passers-by who were different, and while pouring wine, he said, rumor has it that this Tiandu City was created by the Lord of 10,000 gods of the ancient world, and back then, the Lord of 10,000 gods was here to give out orders and command the gods to fight. This Tiantu City, every brick, is ancient fine granite. The teenager Yang Gang was still hearing it for the first time, and looked at the bricks on the street floor with an astonished face. These bricks, they are all ancient things? Zhou Chang nodded. Not bad. Don't look at these bricks as no different from ordinary bricks, but every single brick of this Tiantu City has been blessed with the divine power of the ancient gods. And rumor has it that Supreme Being has also imbued Tendu City with divine power. This Tiantu City, there is also a great formation branded by that Supreme Being, and because of that, Tiantu City can endure countless years without decaying. Speaking of that being, Zhou Chang was in awe, excitement, and worship. That being? Li Bin didn't understand which one Zhou Chang was referring to. Zhou Chang stopped pouring the wine, and with a serious face, he slowly spat out, "Sacred forest! Sacred forest!" When Zhou Chang's words came out, the surroundings went silent. Li Bin's face changed drastically, but he didn't dare to open his mouth because that person was a taboo for the Hongyuan plain. The teenager Yang Gang, however, had a puzzled look on his face as he asked, "Sacred forest? Is it that sacred forest at the very end of the Wuji dynasty?" Normally, almost no one dared to talk about the matter of the sacred forest, and Yang had just cultivated for not long, so he hadn't heard anything about the sacred forest. Li Bin, however, was shocked, and with a stern face, he drank. Li Gang, shut up. Lu Yiping, however, had a calm face. Just as Lu Yiping's men were walking inside the Tendu city, a Wan clan guard soldier was stunned when he saw Lu Yiping's men, then turned around and ran towards the Wan clan legion barracks. This Wan clan guard soldier was one of the group of Wan clan guards who had been blown out of the broken temple by Zhaowen at that time. At this time, Wan Bai, a core disciple of the Wan family, was drinking mulled wine in the legion barracks, and in the past few days, whenever he remembered the scene in the broken temple where he was slapped out of the broken temple by that bull, he was on fire. As a core disciple of the Wan clan, and as the vice commander of the Wan clan's legion, it was the first time that he had ever been so humiliated, and it was in front of the Wan family's crowd of guards and relatives that he was slapped by a cow. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and with a violent grip, he turned the wineglass in his hand into powder. Just then, he saw that Wan clan escort soldier run in sharply. "Lord Vice Commander, I just saw that blue-shirted young man," that Wan clan guard soldier said with gusto. "A young man in a blue shirt?" Wan Bai didn't react for a moment. "It's that blue-shirted young man from the broken temple," the Wan clan escort soldier reminded. When Wan Bai heard this, he immediately rejoiced. "Are you saying that the blue-shirted young man has come to Tiandu City?" That Wan clan escort soldier hurriedly replied. "Yes, Lord Vice Commander." "And that cow?" Wan Bai's eyes chilled as he said in a cold voice, "Gather everyone for me. I'm going to cut that cow, slice and dice. And that kid blue shirt, I'm going to tie him up on the execution ground in front of the gates of Tiandu City and play with him slowly." Just as Wan Bai gathered the soldiers of the Wan clan legion, Li Bin cupped his fists to Lu Yiping and said, "Mr. Lu, we'll go over to the Wan clan's new legion to enroll and take the test first." "Well, go ahead," Lu Yiping said. "After the examination, Li Bin will organize another banquet to thank Mr. Lu for saving him," Li Bin said gratefully, then saluted with his disciple Yang Gang before leaving. Zhou Chang looked at the departing Yang Gang and said, "It's a pity that the Titan giant bloodline is a bit thin." Then he smiled to Lu Yiping with his teeth showing and said, "That Mr. Lu, I also have some things to do, so I'll leave first, and we'll meet again at the Tiandu restaurant later?" Lu Yiping nodded. Thus, Zhou Chang also rode away on that little donkey. After Zhou Chang left as well, Lu Yiping looked in the direction of the Wan family headquarters, which was in the very center of Tiandu City, and the Wan family headquarters was also the residence of the Lord of 10,000 Gods back then. Lu Yiping rode the dragon-horned golden bull over towards the Wan clan's general mansion. In a short while, they arrived at the Wan family's main residence. Arriving in front of the Wan family's main residence, Lu Yiping looked at the two huge and strange stone statues in front of the residence, and felt much emotion in his heart. How many years had passed, and he had still returned here. The guards in front of the Wan family general mansion saw a blue-shirted young man arrive and stand in front of the gate staring at the strange stone statue in front of that mansion without the intention of leaving, so they couldn't help but step forward and say, "In front of the Wan family general mansion, you can't stay, don't quickly go away." Lu Yiping glanced at the Wan family guard and blandly said, "I am Lu Yiping, tell your family head that I am here." Lu Yiping, that Wan clan guard stiffened for a moment, then fled in fear, fleeing back within the mansion, almost crashing into the side of the mansion's gate. The other few Wan clan guards who stayed in place were trembling in their legs, their eyes tightly staring at Lu Yiping as they gripped the long spears in their hands so hard that the bones in their hands turned white. Lu Yiping's face was as usual. Soon, inside the Wan family residence, shadows flashed, a footstep sounded. One could only see group after group of Wan clan experts rushing out from within the mansion. At the head of the group was none other than Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family. Behind Wan Chang, there was Wan Hong, the Wan family's young master, and a group of the Wan family's supreme elders and elders. Originally, Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, was talking about his son Wan Chang and others about the fact that the Heavenly God River would reverse its flow in a few days, when he suddenly saw the guards of the Wan family coming in to report that Lu Yiping had come, and was startled, and in a panic, he summoned all of the Taishan elders in the residence, and all of the elders all came out. When he came out, He also had someone report to all the old ancestors within the ancestral land. Seeing Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, come out of the mansion as if he were an enemy, the long-horned golden bull skimmed his lips. Wan Chang looked at Lu Yiping, who was sitting on the dragon-horned golden ox. His heart was a little scared. He went forward and cupped his fists and said with a strong smile, "Mr. Lu has come to visit. Wan Sheng has missed the opportunity to welcome him. There's no need to welcome me from afar. Doesn't Wan Wuxia want to see me? Take me to him," Lu Yiping blandly said. Hearing Lu Yiping call out the name of their Wan family's old ancestor, Wan Wufei, the Wan family's crowd of supreme elders and elders were all enraged. Wan Chang, the head of the Wan clan, also frowned, but he still suppressed the displeasure in his heart and nodded his head stiffly. "Please follow me, Mr. Lu." However, he added, "But Duke Lu, my father said that he would only see you alone, so I don't think you need to enter the ancestral grounds with this cow pet of yours. The ancestral land of the Wan clan is not something that a cow can just enter." Lu Yiping glanced at Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family. "What if I have to bring little Jean in?" Chapter 59, Blowing Up in One Breath. Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, was extremely unhappy in his heart when he heard this. An old ancestor who had rushed over from the Wan family's ancestral land heard this, and his face immediately sank. This Lu Yiping had come to Tiandu City, to the Wan family's general mansion, and even in front of the Wan family's general mansion, he was all so crazy. When he arrived, he had a sullen face and said to Lu Yiping, "Lu Yiping, my family's old ancestor is the lord of the divine martial continent. It would be your great honor to see you. Even if Baidu Emperor Zhou Dingtian wanted to see our old ancestor, he wouldn't be able to. Do you think that you, a cow pet, have the qualifications to do so?" Right at this moment, the dragon-horned golden bull grinned as its thick bull legs violently stomped towards the ground. Knock! The entire heavenly capital city seemed to have received a heaven-shaking blow, shaking violently as if it was about to fall from the peak of Sun Moon Mountain at any moment. The various powerful people in all corners of the Tendu city were loitering, drinking and laughing. When the Tendu city suddenly shook violently, all of them were shocked, and all of them stopped. As for the Wan family head, Wan Chang, and the others, they were all sent flying by the invisible airwaves, including that Wan family ancestor. The dragon-horned golden bull grunted coldly at Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family. "If it wasn't for my master's face of Wan Beibei, Wan Wuxia wouldn't even have the qualifications to kneel in front of my master, and to say that it is a great honor to meet my master. Do you think my master is someone who can just see me whenever he wants? Zhou Dingtian? Who the hell is Zhou Dingtian? How can he be compared to this ancestor? Wan Wuxia? What kind of bird is Wan Wuxia? No matter how big his bird is, he's nothing but scum in front of this ancestor. This ancestor could blow his bird up with a breath." The voice of the dragon-horned golden bull was so loud that it traveled to all corners of the Wan clan's general mansion, into the Wan clan's ancestral ground, and over the sky of the heavenly capital city. Inside Tendu City, everyone looked at each other. Many clan experts were confused. Who is this? A family head 8 and 8. Surprisingly, there was still someone who dared to say that blowing a breath could blow up that of the Lord of the Divine Martial Continent, Lord Wan Wufei. At this moment, a majestic voice came out from within the Wan clan's ancestral land. "Please invite Mr. Lu in." It was none other than Wan Wuxia's voice. Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, and the others climbed up and looked at the dragon-horned golden bull in shock and anger. "Mr. Lu, please." Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, had a complicated mood as his throat hemmed and hawed. The dragon-horned golden bull laughed coldly. "What? That Wan Wuxia Jr. can't see anyone and doesn't dare to come out to meet my master. Let him roll out personally, unbridled." At this moment, within the Wan clan's ancestral land, Wan Wu enemy's voice once again rang out. His voice shook the Tianta city buzzing, and anyone could hear that Wan Wu enemy was already furious. Only a golden fist seal flew out from within the Wan clan's ancestral land and violently blasted towards the dragon-horned golden bull and Lu Yiping. This golden fist print was ablaze with golden flames. Golden fist prints broke through the air, and wherever they passed, space trembled. The horrifyingly destructive power terrified everyone in Tiandu City. This is the power of the heavenly god. Lord Wan Wufei has broken through to heavenly god. Inside Tendu City, an old ancestor lost his voice and exclaimed, "For 10,000 deities, it was difficult for one to break through to a true god, and it was even more difficult for a true god to break through to a heavenly god. Of the top 10 super experts in the Hongyuan plane, only the first 3 were heavenly god experts. One could imagine how difficult it was to break through this heavenly god realm. Previously, as the lord of the divine martial continent, Wan Wufei was only at the peak of the late true god stage. Looking at the golden flame divine fist that came blasting down, the dragon-horned golden bull but snorted, opened its mouth, and blew out a breath. At that instant, the Golden Flame Divine Fist print, which was like a giant mountain with world-shaking power, unexpectedly exploded in midair with a loud bang. When the Golden Flame Divine Fist seal exploded, destructive power swept through the heavens and earth. The experts of the Wan clan flew away in terror to hide. Even Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, flew away in terror, and when he escaped in a mess, he looked and saw that near the Wan family's general mansion, all the buildings had been reduced to pieces. Wan Chang looked at the dragon-horned golden bull and was shocked in his heart. It's really a breath of fresh air. This cow, it's the heavenly god realm? This bull under Lu Yiping's seat was actually a heavenly god being. Like his father, he is a supreme heavenly god. The other experts of the Wan clan were even more fearful. On the other hand, Wan Wuxia himself, who had just struck within the ancestral ground, was recoiled by the power of the Golden Flame Divine Fist and retreated backward, exiting several miles away. Wan Wuxia stopped his body with a face of great shock and disbelief. At this moment, suddenly, the void of the Wan clan's ancestral land was directly torn apart by an invisible force, only to see a blue-shirted young man riding a gold-colored bull descending from the void. Wan Wuxia forced himself to suppress the vibrating qi and blood in his heart. The other 70 or so old ancestors of the Wan clan all nervously leaned behind Wan Wuxia, looking at the descending Lu Yiping and the dragon-horned golden bull as if they were enemies. Lu Yiping looked at Wan Wufei indifferently. You asked me to come to the Wan family ancestral ground because you wanted to borrow the power of the ancestral source of the Wan family ancestral ground to suppress me and obtain the true copy of the Golden Flame Divine Fist secret book? Then he said, I will allow you to use the power of the ancestral origin, and you can do it together. As long as you can catch a punch with 1/1000th of my power, I'll give you the true copy of the secret book. Wan Wuxia's face was ugly when he heard this. What did this Lu Yiping say just now? A punch with 1/100000th of the power. He took a deep breath of air, suppressed the anger in his heart, and coldly said, Fine, then we'll receive a punch with 1/100000th of your power. After saying that, he flew up and came to the center of the ancestral ground. His entire body surged with light, and his heavenly god realm power poured out crazily, while the other old ancestors of the Wan clan all came behind Wan Wufei in unison, and through a secret method, they all poured their entire body's divine power into Wan Wufei's body in unison. Having been infused with the divine power of all of the Wan clan's ancestors, Wan Wuxia's entire body was even surging with golden light, just like a golden Buddha. The power of Wan Wuxia and the others was like a world-destroying giant wave that continuously surged towards the Wan clan's ancestral land. Under the invocation of the power of Wan Wuxia and the others, deep within the Wan family ancestral ground, a surge of extreme power rushed up, and the power of the ancestral source of the Wan family was finally awakened by Wan Wuxia and the others. Heavy after heavy, the power of the Wan clan's ancestral source surged out as if it was endless, continuously adding to Wan Wuxia. Wan Wuxia, who had been infused with the divine power of the ancestors of the Wan clan, already had a rising aura, and now that he had been augmented by the power of the ancestral source of the Wan clan, his aura once again skyrocketed. In the end, Wan Wuxia's aura reached an extreme, a peak. Only then did Lu Yiping throw a punch, the same Golden Flame Divine Fist. However, when Lu Yiping's fist blasted out, billions of rays of light seemed to converge in the Golden Flame Fist print, and Wan Wui and the others had never seen such a radiant Golden Flame Divine Fist before. Ancestral source power. Break me. In his fear, Wan Wuxia crazily blasted out. The power of the Wan clan's source ancestor and the power of all of the Wan clan's old ancestors all converging into both of his fists to meet Lu Yiping's Golden Flame Divine Fist. Boom! There was a stutter in heaven and earth from the loud noise. The ancestral land of the Wan clan jerked violently. Chapter 60, Controlling the Power of the 10,000 Gods. Wan Wuxia and the others ultimately failed to blast through Lu Yiping's Golden Flame Fist seal. Lu Yiping's Golden Flame Fist print plowed through all of Wan Wuxia and all of the Wan family's old ancestors with a forceful momentum. The fist print did not stop, and plowed out hundreds of miles over the Wan family's ancestral land before coming to a stop. Sparingly, the space plowed through by the fist prints was still trembling, still stagnant with golden flames. The power of Lu Yiping's Golden Flame Divine Fist seemed to be permanently branded within space. Wan Wuxia was plowed away and collapsed to the ground of his ancestral land, his entire body covered in blood as he looked at Lu Yiping, his eyes filled with disbelief and horror. He had joined hands with all the power of the 70-odd ancestors of the Wan family, plus the power of the ancestral source of the Wan family, but he could not even block this Lu Yiping's punch. He can hardly believe it. Who are you? He looked at Lu Yiping in fear. This Lu Yiping, is he really from the 9 heavens? Lu Yiping didn't reply either, and slowly walked, and with a lift of his hand, he saw the power of the ancestral source of the Wan family gushing out from the ground, and this ancestral source, to his surprise, transformed into a flying dragon that surrounded Lu Yiping. Wan Wuxia and the many old ancestors of the Wan clan's eyes glared. You can actually control the power of my Wan clan's ancestral source? Wan Wufei was shocked. Wasn't the power of their Wan family's ancestral source only known to be controlled by the successive generations of Wan family heads? Moreover, only by possessing the bloodline of the Wan clan could one control the power of the ancestral source of the Wan clan. Both, one without the other. This Liu Yiping, an outsider, now, was able to control the power of their Wan family's ancestral source. Liu Yiping blandly said, "A Wan family ancestral source power is just that." Saying this, he casually lifted one hand and saw Tendu City vibrate as a ray of divine light shot up into the sky. In the sky above Tendu City, the light of the gods was suddenly filled with the light of the gods, and under the light of the gods, Tendu City was enveloped under the divine might. And everyone in the city was prostrate on the ground by this divine might, including the scruffy old man Zhou Chang and his donkey, and including Wan Wuyu and the many old ancestors of the Wan family, Wan Wuxie, who was crushed to the point of slumping there, and the many old ancestors of the Wan clan. Their eyes were filled with shock. This Liu Yiping, not only was he able to control the power of their Wan clan's ancestral source, but he was even able to control the power of the 10,000 gods of the heavenly capital city. This heavenly capital city was built by the Lord of all gods. Inside the city, there was the power of the gods that had been added by the Lord of 10,000 gods and the gods under his command. And other than the Lord of 10,000 gods, no one in the later generations could even control the power of the 10,000 gods in the heavenly capital city. Not even he, the Lord of the divine martial continent. He had studied it painstakingly for countless years and was not allowed the mystery. However, with a wave of his hand, Liu Yiping was able to activate all of the 10,000 gods' power in Tianta City. On the other hand, within the heavenly capital city, the scruffy old man Zhou Chang, who was pressed down by the might of the gods, was startled. Could it be that Wan Wuxia has finally realized the mysteries of the heavenly capital city? The power of the 10,000 gods of Tiandu City has been agitated. The Luo family, Yun family, and Chen family experts within the city were shocked. Quickly, report to Lord Family Head. Wan Wuxia has taken control of the power of the 10,000 gods of Tiandu City. Wan Wuxia controlling the power of the 10,000 gods of the celestial capital city was a major event for the divine martial continent and even the entire constant elemental plane. In the heavenly capital city, the power of the gods surged, and in the end, in the sky above the heavenly capital city, it coalesced into a powerful soul of an ancient god. All of these ancient god souls paid homage to Liu Yiping within the Wan clan's ancestral land. Outside the ancestral ground, the other experts couldn't see that it was directed at Liu Yiping, but within the ancestral ground, Wan Wuxie and the ancestors of the Wan clan were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. These souls of the ancient gods actually paid homage to Liu Yiping. Why? Just because Liu Yiping controlled the power of the 10,000 gods of Tianta City? Even if Liu Yiping controlled the power of the 10,000 gods of Tianta City, there was no need for these souls of the ancient gods to pay homage to Liu Yiping, right? Unless Liu Yiping was the Lord of all gods. However, the Lord of all gods had long since perished. So, who is Liu Yiping? What the hell are you? Wan Wuxia trembled and asked. With a wave of Liu Yiping's hand, all the divine power of the heavenly capital city dispersed, and all the souls of the ancient gods gradually dissipated, and everything returned to normal. The divine might that pressed down on the hearts of everyone in Tiandu City disappeared. Did your Wan clan patriarch, Wan Bei, not tell you who passed on the golden flame divine fist to her? Liu Yiping glanced at Wan Wufei and stood with his arms crossed as he said, "Our patriarch?" Wan Wuxia and all the old ancestors of the Wan clan were like being struck by heavenly thunder. You are? Wan Wuxia's eyes were horrified as he looked at Liu Yiping in disbelief. Is Liu Yiping it? Liu Yiping threw a token to Wan Wufei, but it wasn't the one that he had given to Yang Cheng of the Lei Ke sword sect. Wan Wuxia received the token and looked at it clearly. His hands trembled. The token seemed as heavy as a chaotic giant mountain in his hands, while all the ancestors of the Wan clan also looked at the token and all trembled. Wan Wao enemy, son and grandson of the Wan clan, meet your excellency. Wan Wuxia's face went pale as he prostrated himself, trembling, excited, in awe, and fearful. How could the ancestors of the Wan clan dare to hesitate any longer? They all prostrated themselves as well, sticking to the ground, not daring to breathe. Wan Wuxia prostrated there, seeing that Liu Yiping did not speak for a long time. His forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and he said in a trembling voice, Wan Wuxia did not know that it was your lord's presence in the world, and he had eyes without a pearl, and offended your lordship, a crime punishable by 10,000 deaths. For a long time, just when Wan Wuxia thought that he was bound to die, Liu Yiping's cold voice rang out, "You get up." Wan Wuxia was stunned, and then he got up with a shudder. But the other old ancestors of the Wan clan didn't dare to get up. Wan Bei, when did you leave the Hong Yuan dimension? Liu Yiping asked. Wan Wuxia didn't expect Lu Yiping to suddenly ask this question. His whole body tensed up and hurriedly recalled and answered. Lord Patriarch left more than 300,000 years ago. Lu Yiping asked about Wan Beibei and the Divine Martial Continent, as well as some things about the Hong Yuan Plain. Outside, Wan Chang, the Wan family's head, Wan Hong, the Wan family's young master, and the others were unaware of the situation in the ancestral ground, and they were all apprehensive. I don't know what's going on within the ancestral land now. Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, frowned with deep concern. Father, don't worry. With the power of our Wan family's ancestral source, even the Tai Sex Jian you can only retreat. Wan Hong, the young master of the Wan clan, said, even if Lu Yiping and that bull are as strong as they are, they will surely be no match for Grandpa and the others. Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, thought back to the earlier scene of the dragon-horned golden bull blowing up the golden flame divine fist in a single breath, but he shook his head and didn't open his mouth. At this time, within the ancestral land, Wan Wuxia's voice was heard. Everyone in the Wan family is not allowed to spread the word about today's matter, and whoever dares to mention half a word to the outside world, I will personally enforce the Wan family's family law. The voice was filled with majesty and killing intent. All of them were aghast and hurriedly responded with respectful voices. Wan Chang, Wan Hong, you guys come in, Wan Wuxia added. Wan Chang, the head of the Wan family, was puzzled, and the two of them, Wan Hong, the young head of the Wan family, entered the ancestral ground. After the two entered the ancestral land, they saw Lu Yiping from afar, they saw Wan Wufei, and they saw the ancestors of the Wan clan. Just when the two men saw the ancestors of the Wan family prostrate on the ground, the two men's eyes rounded. What is this situation? Chapter 61, Always Looking for You. Seeing the arrival of the two men, Wan Wuxia drank. What are you stupidly standing there for? Why don't you quickly come over to pay your respects to your excellency? Calling on his excellency? Hearing Wan Wuxia's thunderous chorus, the two of them, Wan Chang, the Wan family head, and Wan Hong, the Wan family young master, were confused. Your Honor? Lu Yiping? Seeing that the two were still dumbfounded, Wan Wuxia coldly grunted and his eyes looked over like 10,000 years of cold blades, frightening Wan Chang, the Wan family head, and Wan Hong, the Wan family young master, who didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and in a panic, they came to Lu Yiping's front to pay their respects to Lu Yiping. Since Lu Yiping had withdrawn the power of the 10,000 gods from Tendu City, the pedestrians of Tendu City had recovered again. Wan Bai, a core disciple of the Wan clan, asked his men to investigate the whereabouts of Lu Yiping. Vice Commander, the whereabouts of that blue-shirted young man have not been traced for the time being. However, the old man and the teenager who were with them earlier, we have traced that they are signing up at our new Legion registration and assessment location, and it looks like they want to be assessed to enter our Wan clan's new Legion. His men replied. Signing up to test our Wan family's new Legion? Wan Bai smiled coldly at his words. Good. Then let's capture the old man and the teenager first, and then ask the blue-shirted young man and the whereabouts of the cow. Let's go to the new Legion enrollment test location. Thus, Wan Bai, a core disciple of the Wan clan, led the soldiers under his command over towards the location of the new Legion enrollment test. At this time, Li Bin and his disciple Yang Gang were enrolling in the soldiers' examination for the new Legion of the Wan family, and were undergoing the examination. Lu Yiping saw correctly that Li Bin had indeed swallowed the 5 elemental type of heavenly treasures. Therefore, his physical body and blood chi were much stronger than the experts of the same realm. Plus his gong method was good. Therefore, he passed the new Legion examination of the Wan family all the way through. And his disciple Yang Gang, who possessed a titanic giant bloodline, both easily passed the Wan clan's new Legion examination. The two of them, Li Bin and disciple Yang Gang, stood before the list and both of them revealed delighted smiles when they saw that both of their names were at the top of the list. In all realms, each batch of examination results could be passed as long as they were in the top 100, and both of them were ranked in the teens. Master, we passed the examination. The teenager Yang Gang smiled nervously at Li Bin. Well, we passed. Li Bin laughed loudly. We'll go to the Tiandu restaurant later and make an early reservation. Then treat Mr. Lu and the others to a good drink. Drink a good time? At this moment, an arrogant voice laughed. There's no need to go to the Tiandu restaurant, right? Later on, I'll accompany you to the execution ground in front of the Tiandu city gate to have a drink. Then, he saw Wan Bai, a disciple of the Wan clan, leading hundreds of his own soldiers over this way. Li Bin's face changed when he saw that it was Wan Bai, and the Legion captain who was in charge of the examination at the scene hurriedly greeted Wan Bai when he saw that it was him. My subordinate has met Lord Vice Commander. Then asked, Lord Vice Commander, what are you? Li Bin's heart sank again when he heard that Wan Bai in front of him was the Vice Commander. Before they came, they had learned about the official ranks of the Vanguard Family Legion. From low to high, they were the junior captain, the lieutenant captain, the senior captain, and only above the senior captain was the vice commander. Vice commander. It could be considered a very high official position in the Vanguard Legion. These two have previously offended me, Wanbai said to the captain who was in charge of the examination, then said to his personal soldiers behind him, take the two of them down and take them away. The captain in charge of the assessment heard this and had a puzzled face. Vice Commander Lord, these two have already passed the new Legion's assessment. According to the regulations, they are now soldiers of the Legion. They didn't commit any offense. You guys just take them away directly like this. This is not in line with the Legion's regulations. Once Wanbai heard this, he smiled coldly and directly slapped that examination captain in the face, knocking him back a few steps. Who said they passed the test? When I say they didn't pass, they didn't pass, Wanbai said coldly. Take them down for me. The soldiers behind him surged up towards Li Bin, Yang Gang and the two of them. Inside the ancestral land of the Wan family, Wan Wu enemy trembled as he said to Lu Yiping, my lord, since you have come out of the world and descended upon the Wan family this time, stay in the Wan family for a few more days, so that we, the late generations of the Wan family, can also serve your lordship for the patriarch lord. Lu Yiping glanced at Wan Wufei and blandly said, I will stay in Tiandu City for a few days this time I'm here. He naturally didn't come to Tiandu City this time just to make a trip to the Wan clan. He had other things on his mind. Upon hearing this, Wan Wuxia was ecstatic and said, then I'll have a banquet prepared right now to receive your lordship. There's no need for a reception. Lu Yiping blandly said, I've already made an appointment to go to the Tiandu restaurant. Tiandu restaurant? Wan Wuxia was stunned. Then said, then I'll have the people organize the Lord Patriarch's compound and give it to His Excellency to live in. Lu Yiping said, no need. I'll just stay at the 10,000 Gods residence when the time comes. 10,000 Gods residence? Wan Wuxia was stunned. The 10,000 Gods residence was the place where the Lord of 10,000 Gods resided back then. It was also within the 10,000 family residence, but the 10,000 Gods residence was heavily forbidden. Even the 10,000 family patriarch, Wan Bei, couldn't go in back then. However, Wan Wuxia quickly reacted and respectfully answered, then I will wait at the 10,000 Gods residence at that time, waiting for your excellency to come back from the heavenly capital restaurant. And if your excellency has anything to ask at that time, I will also answer your excellency. Lu Yiping didn't object, and then he and the Longhorn Golden Bull left the Wan clan's ancestral land. Afterward, Lu Yiping rode the dragon-horned Golden Bull over towards the place where the Wan clan's new legion had signed up for the examination. At this moment, at the Wan clan's new legion enrollment test, Li Bin and Yang Gang had been captured, and the two of them looked angrily at Wan Bai and the soldiers under his command. That blue-shirted young man and that cow, where are they now? Wan Bai asked coldly. Yang Gang stared angrily at the other party. I don't know. No, Wan Bai's eyes were cold. He took a step forward, and with a fierce punch, he blasted at Yang Gang's dantian, shattering it. Yang Gang, Li Bin shouted angrily. Stop, mister. Lu is a member of the Pill King Hall. Wan Bai was stunned. Pill King Hall? Following that, he snorted. No wonder he dared to bombard me, saying this, with a vicious face, but so what if he's from the Pill King Hall? Even if he's a disciple of the Pill King Hall, I'm still going to waste him all the same. Yeah, a cold one rang out. When Li Bin, Yang Gang heard this familiar voice, their hearts were delighted and they looked over to see that Lu Yiping was coming from the end of the street on his dragon-horned golden bull. Behind them, followed by Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen too. When Wan Bai saw Lu Yiping, and saw the dragon-horned golden bull under Lu Yiping's seat, his eyes flashed with a ferocious light and he walked towards Lu Yiping. He stared at Lu Yiping. Kid, you've come at the right time. Then he looked at the dragon-horned golden bull. These past few days, I've been looking for you and this bull pet of yours. Chapter 62, The Een Ghost Sex Army. Wan Bai, a core disciple of the Wan clan, said this with ruthless eyes. Waste them for me. The soldiers under his command were then about to surge towards Lu Yiping. However, before this group of soldiers could surge in front of Lu Yiping, suddenly, a person rushed out from behind Lu Yiping, and with a fierce punch, the other party blew away Wan Bai and this group of Wan family legion soldiers. The person who struck out was none other than Wan Rong, one of the old ancestors of the Wan clan. This Wan Rong is of the same generation as Wan Wuxia. Wan Waomei is afraid that there will be some ungrateful people in Tiandu City who will disturb Lu Yiping, so he sends Wan Rong to secretly protect Lu Yiping from afar. Wan Rong, the old ancestor of the Wan clan who was following Lu Yiping, almost lost his soul when he saw Wan Bai, a disciple of the Wan clan, trying to take a shot at Lu Yiping. How could he care about anything else and directly rushed out to take a shot? A scream. Wan Bai fell into the crowd, realizing that all the meridians in his body, the dantian, were actually blown to pieces by the other party. He could not help but be unusually sad and angry, and his killing intent went berserk. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Wan Rong. Who are you? Wan Rong was of the same generation as Wan Wufei and hadn't been out of the Wan clan's ancestral land for many years, and it was difficult to see Wan Rong with Wan Bai's status, so he didn't recognize Wan Rong. When Wan Rong saw Wan Bai glaring at him with bloodshot eyes, asking who he was, he couldn't help but turn cold and slap him again. I'm your ancestor. Wan Bai was fanned into the crowd. The crowd was in turmoil for a moment. At that moment, footsteps surged, only to see team after team of Vanguard Legion soldiers rushing over. At the head of the group was the deputy head of the Vanguard's new legion. That deputy army chief saw Wan Rong from afar, and only felt that Wan Rong was familiar, took a closer look, and when he saw that it was Wan Rong, he was so scared that his legs went weak, and hurriedly came in front of Wan Rong to pay his respects. Old ancestor Wan Rong, you, how did you come out? Wan Bai, who was fanned into the crowd, heard and ate. Old ancestor Wan Rong? This old man was really his ancestor? Li Bin, Yang Gang and all the experts around the Wan clan were stunned. This, the silver-haired old man who suddenly struck out, was Wan Rong, the old ancestor of the Wan family? Wan Rong is the second expert of the Wan family, a peak late-stage true god existence. Even in the Hong Yuan realm, it was all renowned. Wan Rong, the oldest ancestor of the Wan clan, ignored the crowd and turned his head to Lu Yiping, bowing and saying, "My lord, these ungrateful things didn't startle you, did they?" Cold sweat unknowingly broke out on his forehead. Seeing Wan Rong, the oldest ancestor of the Wan clan who was second only to Wan Wufei, bowing and addressing Lu Yiping as his lord, Wan Bai's mind went blank. Li Bin, Yang Gang and the others, on the other hand, were confused. Lu Yiping, on the other hand, got down from the back of the dragon-horned golden bull and came in front of Li Bin and Yang Gang, his hand lifted up, his fingers surged with green light, a green droplet of water appeared between his fingers, and a surging breath of life filled the air. Wan Rong, the oldest ancestor of the Wan clan, looked at the green droplets of water between Lu Yiping's fingers and was surprised. This was the power of the ancient god of life's origin. The power of life? Lu Yiping pointed his finger and the drop of life force fell into Yang Gang's dantian. At that instant, Yang Gang's dantian that had just been shattered by Wan Bai, a core disciple of the Wan family, continued to heal and eventually recovered completely. And Yang Gang could clearly feel that the recovered dantian was even tougher and whiter than before. Many thanks, Your Excellency, Yang Gang said with unabashed gratitude. Lu Yiping nodded. As for Li Bin, his injuries weren't serious, and after swallowing an elixir, he had recovered a lot. Only then did Lu Yiping say to Wan Rong, the oldest ancestor of the Wan clan, since he is a disciple of the Wan clan, then your Wan clan will be dealt with according to the Wan clan's family law, meaning Wan Bai. The voice was flat, but when Wan Rong, the oldest ancestor of the Wan clan, heard it, his heart was tightened, and he hurriedly answered in a respectful voice, looking at Wan Bai, the core disciple of the Wan clan, as if he was looking at a dead person. Afterwards, Lu Yiping and Li Bin, Yang Gang and a few others left the scene. After leaving the scene, Lu Yiping's few people then arrived at the Tiandu restaurant. Li Bin, following behind Lu Yiping, speculated in his mind, guessing the identity of Lu Yiping. Since Lu Yiping was someone from the Pil King Hall, then, since even Wan Rong, the old ancestor of the Wan clan, treated him with such respect, could it be the Pil King Lord of the Pil King Hall, or was it the Pil King Hall's ancestor Lai, the only two people who could make Wan Rong, the old ancestor of the Wan clan, so respectful were the Pil King and ancestor Lai of the Pil King Hall. Legend had it that the Pil King of the Pil King Hall had swallowed the Chaos Divine Pill and was eternally young in appearance. Just as Li Bin was guessing, Lu Yiping spoke. You don't have to guess. I'm not from the Pil King Hall. Li Bin was stunned, scratched his head, and said, I thought your excellency was Lord Pil King. The dragon-horned golden bull laughed. That what's his name Pil King. Although he said that he also has an everlasting appearance. He's not as handsome as my master, right? Li Bin choked, and at this point, he really wasn't good at interfacing. An existence like the Pil King of the Pil King Hall was not something he could casually discuss. Not long after arriving at the Tiandu restaurant, he saw the scruffy old man Zhou Chang riding a donkey over. However, when he was about to enter the restaurant, Zhou Chang and the donkey were stopped by the restaurant's cook. Lu Yiping felt funny when he saw this. In the end, it was Li Bin who went out and brought it in. When he came in, Zhou Chang said to Lu Yiping, it was you who fought with that Wan Wuxia kid? Li Bin was surprised when he heard, the one who just made such a big move in Tianduching and fought with the Lord of the Divine Martial Continent. Lord Wan Wufei, was Duke Lu? Zhou Chang added. The Yin Ghost Sect and the Yellow Springs Demon Sect, as well as the Dark Demon Hall are already plotting. They should be joining forces to surround you, and I'm afraid that it won't take long for the Yin Ghost Sect, the Yellow Springs Demon Sect and the Dark Demon Hall's armies to arrive. The Yin Ghost Sect communicated with the Nine Heavens, the Divine Soil and the Hell of the Underworld, and had already learned that Lu Yiping was not from the Nine Heavens, the Divine Soil or the Hell of the Underworld, much less any Divine Son. Lu Yiping sniffed, his face bland. Yin Ghost Sect, Yellow Springs Demon Sect playing to give Haoshan. Su Xiu's revenge banner is false. They are nothing more than fancying the heavenly elephant Divine Prison Fist in his body. Time Divine Fist Secret Book Real Book. It was even thought that he had gotten the Holy Devil, Old Man Time's cave treasure. The dragon-horned golden bull smiled but said, I hope that what Yin Ghost Sect, Yellow Springs Demon Sect and Dark Demon Hall won't just come with a few kittens and puppies by then. Otherwise, they won't even be enough for my old bull to stuff his teeth. Li Bin is listening to the clouds. Yin Ghost Sect, Yellow Springs Demon Sect, Dark Demon Hall Army? Zhou Chang said to Li Bin, I'm afraid you don't know. This is Mr. Lu Yiping, who is known as the Qin Immortal. Prince Lu Yiping. Li Bin was surprised to hear that. He also only knew Lu Yiping's surname Lu earlier, and he really didn't know Lu Yiping's identity. The donkey, however, squinted at the longhorn golden bull. Don't talk too much too soon. Maybe when the Yin Ghost Sect's army arrives, you'll be so scared that your fur will turn black. After drinking, Lu Yiping and the Longhorn Golden Bull then went back to the Wan clan's general mansion, while Li Bin, Yang Gang and the two of them went to report to the Wan clan's new legion. As for Zhou Chang, he also came to the Wan clan's general mansion with Lu Yiping. Wan Wuxia had long been waiting in front of the 10,000 Gods residence, only to be greatly surprised when he saw Zhou Chang beside Lu Yiping. What's the matter, Invincible Kid? After becoming the lord of the Divine Martial Continent, you don't recognize me, the old beggar? Zhou Chang said. Chapter 63, The Pupil of the Eternal Night. When Wan Wuxia heard this, he hurriedly laughed. Senior Zhou Chang is joking. I just didn't expect Senior Zhou Chang to come over with His Excellency and froze for a moment. So don't be offended, Senior Zhou Chang. Then he said, I'll send that Shanghai wine over to Senior Zhou Chang later. Zhou Chang smiled in satisfaction. You and Chen Qingyang, Luo Ning and these few. I'll just look at you with a smooth eye. While the two of them, Wan Wuxia and Zhou Chang, chatted idly, Lu Yiping arrived in front of the 10,000 Gods residence before taking a step in, unimpeded. Wan Wuxia froze. This 10,000 Gods residence, the big formation forbidding horror, he had tried countless times, simply could not get close to within 10 meters, but Lu Yiping even walked into it like this? Even Zhou Chang was surprised. The 10,000 Gods residence, which no one could enter, was something that many experts in the Hongyuan plain knew. The two of them, Zhou Chang and Wan Wuxia, also tried to take a step inside. To the dismay of the two, the Great Formation prohibition of the 10,000 Gods residence did not appear either, and the two similarly walked in unimpeded. What's going on here? Could it be that the Great Formation restriction of the 10,000 Gods residence had been broken? However, they did not see Lu Yiping strike just now. Don't blame me for not reminding you. It's fine to come in. Don't touch anything, Lu Yiping blandly said. Otherwise, you'll be dead by then. The two of them, Zhou Chang and Wan Wuxia, were aghast in their hearts. In fact, there wasn't anything important in this 10,000 Gods residence, which was why Lu Yiping let the two in. The two of them, Zhou Chang, followed behind Lu Yiping and saw that the stone table in the courtyard was actually made from a whole piece of purple sunstone. Purple sunstone is a rare divine stone. Even in the 9 heavens it is hard to see. The Heavenly Chamber of Commerce once auctioned a square meter of purple sunstone and auctioned it for 1 billion. Through the front yard, a divine tree appeared in front of several people. Green flame divine tree. Zhou Chang, Wan Wuxia and the two of them were stunned. The green flame divine tree. The leaves it produces carry their own green divine flame, and its green divine flame can quench divine pills, can quench divine bodies, has all sorts of wonderful uses, and is worth more than the purple sunstone. There's one at Tai Yi Gate. In the Hongyuan plain, there was only the one from the Tai Yi sect, but the one at Tai Yi sect, the green flame has not yet transformed into a spirit, and the one in front of me, the green flame has already transformed into a spirit. After the green flame divine tree, Lu Yiping led several people to the front hall. In the main hall of the former temple, there towered 4 copper-colored pillars that only a few people could embrace. On top of the copper pillars, there were all sorts of ancient patterns carved. The two of them discovered that this copper pillar was actually made of Xianhuang crystal iron. Xianhuang crystal iron was one of the toughest divine-grade materials in the Hongyuan plain, and it could be used to cast extreme divine weapons. And extreme divine weapons forged with Xianhuang crystal iron were far more powerful than other extreme divine weapons, and everything in the Great Hall. All the other items were not mortal. Lu Yiping looked at these things, his face as usual. These things, they don't do much for him. Finally, Lu Yiping arrived at the inner hall of the 10,000 gods' residence, where the Lord of 10,000 gods usually practiced. On the wall of the inner sanctum, a long sword hung. The long sword, ink black in color, exuded a cold aura. Apart from the long sword, there was a cold jade bed and nothing else. This was the place where the Lord of 10,000 gods lived back then, not his cave, which was in another place. Lu Yiping took his long sword out and drew it. The entire hall was suddenly plunged into darkness. Even Zhou Chang, Wan Wuxia both could not see the 10 fingers. Not only that, but the two realized that in this darkness, the divine sense was unexpectedly unable to sense everything around them. Being completely shielded by this dark power, Lu Yiping put his sword back into the scabbard, and the hall was then restored. Pupil of Eternal Night? Zhou Chang and Wan Wuxia both looked at the sword in Lu Yiping's hand with awe. The Pupil of Eternal Night, the supreme magic sword of the demon race. Not bad. This is the sword of the lord of the demon clan of that year. Eternal Night's pupil. Lu Yiping said. Sure enough, the two Zhou Changs were shocked when they heard Lu Yiping say that this was the pupil of Eternal Night. Half an hour later, the two of them left the 10,000 gods' residence. Coming out of the 10,000 gods' residence, Zhou Chang mused. The pupil of Eternal Night. How did it end up in the 10,000 gods' residence of the Lord of 10,000 gods? Could it be that the Lord of the demon race was killed by the Lord of all gods back then? According to the divine canon, the Lord of the demon race, the Eternal Night monarch, suddenly died violently in his own chambers. And as for the murderer, no one knows. And the Eternal Night monarch's sword, the pupil of the Eternal Night, also disappeared with it. Now, the pupil of Eternal Night, however, appeared in the All Souls residence, causing Zhou Chang to be astonished. Wan Wuxia, on the other hand, his face changed. Invincible boy, do you know something? Seeing Wan Wuxia's expression, Zhou Chang asked, this Lu Yiping's origin, you surely know, don't you? What exactly is his origin? Wan Wuxia shook his head. Senior Zhou Chang, you shouldn't ask me. When Zhou Chang saw this, he was even more astonished. Earlier, he had made many guesses about the origin of this Lu Yiping's identity, but now it seemed that it was not. After Wan Wuxia, Zhou Chang and the two left, Lu Yiping wiped the pupil of Eternal Night. This pupil of Eternal Night, in addition to being the sword of the Eternal Night monarch back then, had another important significance for the demon race. So for so many years, the experts of the various clans of the demon race had been searching for this pupil of Eternal Night. Could Su Chang's death back then be related to this pupil of Eternal Night? The dragon-horned golden bull suddenly spoke. The Lord of all gods was originally named Su Chang. Lu Yiping heard the meaning of the dragon-horned golden bull and shook his head. I don't think so. Back then, no one knew that I gave the pupil of Eternal Night to Su Chang. What if it is Su Chang's closest person? The longhorn golden bull said. Maybe. Lu Yiping's eyes were deep. The next day, Lu Yiping and the dragon-horned golden bull left the 10,000 gods' residence and arrived before a dilapidated manor house in Tianta City. The wooden gate to the yard is completely rotted and the yard is overgrown with weeds. Lu Yiping came to the moss-covered stone steps of the courtyard and sat down, then took the wine out and drank it for an hour. After an hour, he and the dragon-horned golden bull left and went to an ancient bell tower in Tianta City. After circling around Tiandu City, it was already dark when they returned to the 10,000 gods' residence again. For several days like this, Lu Yiping was like this, wandering around Tiandu City with the dragon-horned golden bull. On this day, just as Lu Yiping rode his dragon-horned golden bull through a downtown area, suddenly, an extremely astonishing sword chi cut through the void and instantly stabbed in front of Lu Yiping. Seeing that the sword chi was about to slice Lu Yiping's throat, Lu Yiping clamped his hands together. Then he clamped the sword chi in midair, and then with a wave, the sword chi didn't enter the crowd. Instantly, a middle-aged man was struck by the sword chi and fell out of the crowd. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Yiping in astonishment. It was not expected that the surefire sword just now would be blocked by Lu Yiping. Sword of Arya. Lu Yiping looked at his opponent indifferently. An assassin of the Way of Killing? The Life-Killing Dao. One of the most mysterious and oldest assassin organizations in the Hong Yuan realm. The Life-Killing Dao had successfully assassinated even experts of the Heavenly God realm. The middle-aged man in front of him was a peak late-stage true god. And it was a peak late true god who had comprehended over 100 Heavenly God laws. Chapter 64, Sword God Luo Ning. After one's cultivation reached the peak of the late true god stage, one could comprehend the Heavenly God laws. And after comprehending 10,000 Heavenly God laws, and successfully fusing those 10,000 Heavenly God laws, that was when one broke through to the Heavenly God realm. Therefore, there was a difference in strength between late peak true god experts. There would be quite a difference in battle power between comprehending 100 heavenly god laws and comprehending 200 heavenly god laws. The difference between comprehending 1,000 heavenly Tao laws and comprehending 500 was even greater. Of course, the heavenly god laws weren't that easy to comprehend. The further back one went, the harder it was to comprehend. And it was already not easy for the slayer of the life-killing Tao in front of him to have comprehended more than 100 heavenly god laws. The middle-aged man coldly looked at Lu Yiping. I didn't expect you to be so strong, but I failed in my assassination. And the Lord God of Killing will send someone stronger to kill you next time. The God of Killing is the leader of the life-killing Tao. There were many assassin organizations in the Hongyuan plain, but the only one who could earn the title of God of Killing was the leader of the Killing Tao. As for the strength of this killing god, no one knew. However, right at this moment, suddenly, a dagger instantly stabbed behind Lu Yiping. Extremely fast, much faster than the sword she just now. Moreover, on top of the dagger, there was a piece of ink, obviously tainted with poison. The life-killing Tao had not only sent the middle-aged man from earlier to assassinate Lu Yiping this time, but also sent another person who was stronger than the middle-aged man from earlier. However, just as the dagger stabbed an inch into Lu Yiping's back, it suddenly stopped. The dagger-wielding assassin of the Slayer's Way was astonished. Spatial stagnation? Lu Yiping turned his head over and looked at the other party, who was a woman, with a cold gaze, a very beautiful woman, god-eating poison. The longhorn golden bull looked at the dagger. The poison on the dagger was none other than the most powerful poison in the world. The god-eating poison. Even if a heavenly god realm expert was infected with this poison, it would be difficult to get rid of it. And below the heavenly god realm, one must die. With a shock of light from his entire body, Lu Yiping sent his opponent flying. The dagger, on the other hand, was shattered into pieces. Ruaner, you go! The middle-aged man from earlier then shouted to the female assassin that appeared behind him. And then, the light of his entire body surged and transformed into countless blade chi, chopping towards Lu Yiping. The woman in the back didn't hesitate, and immediately broke into the air. In an instant, he disappeared into the crowd. Go! Lu Yiping smiled coldly. And with a single hand, he saw that the female assassin who had already vanished and disappeared was once again taken out of the void by Lu Yiping, and fell back to her original position. As for the middle-aged man's blade chi, it was shattered by the dragon-horned golden bull's palm, and he, himself, was slapped down to the ground. The dragon-horned golden bull's huge bull's leg directly stepped into the opponent's chest, stomping the armor on the opponent's body. The middle-aged man who was stepped on by the dragon-horned golden bull suddenly spilled black blood from the corner of his mouth, and his entire body surface instantly turned purple and black. Obviously, the other party saw that the assassination had failed and took poison, the very same god-eating poison from earlier. The woman, after the middle-aged man, the corners of her mouth also overflowed with black blood, and her whole body also became purple and black. Seeing that the two were going to die by taking the poison, Lu Yiping's fingers suddenly glowed and a ray of light surged into the surrounding space, and the two were horrified to find that not only did the surrounding spacetime come to a complete standstill, but it also began to reverse its flow, returning to the time before the two had taken the poison. Time reversal. The two couldn't believe it. Time and space reversal. Then space stagnation is more difficult to understand, but also more difficult to control. Even the Taisek Jianyu cannot control this time and space reversal. After Lu Yiping reversed time and space, he regained the two men in front of him and then searched their souls. Soon after, the soul search ended. Lu Yiping extracted all of the heavenly god laws from the two men's divine compartments and typed them into the divine compartments of Zhang Jin and Zhaowen before crushing the two men and throwing them into the Qiankuan cauldron. The fight between Lu Yiping and the two assassins of the life-slaying Tao was completely isolated by Lu Yiping using the laws of space in an alien space, so it did not startle the surrounding crowd. Master, was it the Yin Ghost sect and the Yellow Springs Demon sect that hired assassins from the life-killing Tao? The longhorn golden bull asked. It shouldn't be. Lu Yiping shook his head. The two life-killing Tao assassins just now also didn't know their employer, but Lu Yiping's intuition told him otherwise. If the experts of the Yin Ghost sect and the Yellow Springs Demon sect wanted to kill him, they would do it themselves and wouldn't go through the trouble of hiring killers from the life-killing Tao. However, the two life-killing Tao assassins didn't know who their employer was, but the life-killing Tao leader, the god of killers, surely knew. Lu Yiping returned to the Wan clan's main residence and called Wan Wufei here. Life-killing Tao? Wan Wuxia couldn't help but be surprised when he heard Lu Yiping ask about the life-killing Tao. There were just two life-killing Tao experts who assassinated Master. The Dragonhorn Golden Bull said. What? When Wan Wuxia heard this, his face sank. Then I will blockade Tianta City right now and search the entire city. No need. Lu Yiping, only two of them came, and they were already killed by me. Do you know the headquarters of the life-killing road? Wan Wuxia shook his head and mused. The life-killing Dao headquarters is a mystery. Only one person knows the life-killing Dao headquarters. Who? Lu Yiping asked. Tai Sek Jiangyu, Wan Wuxia said in a different tone. Oh. Lu Yiping was surprised. Wan Wuxia said. I heard that Jiangyu fought with the life-killing Dao killing god and is the only one who has fought with the killing god and survived. This killing god is so strong. Why isn't he ranked among the top 10 experts in the Hongyuan Plain? The Longhorn Golden Bull asked. Because no one knows his true strength. It is simply impossible to rank him. Wan Wuxia said. The 9 extreme martial god seniors of the martial god hall haven't made a move in many years either. So, there is likewise no ranking. As Wan Wuxia said this, he carefully glanced at Lu Yiping. The 9 extremities martial god of the martial god palace had entered the sacred forest. And as for the relationship between the 9 extremities martial god and Lu Yiping, many people were speculating. Just then, all of a sudden, the talisman on Lu Yiping's waist shook. He took it out and looked at it. The message of the talisman was sent to him by Sun Lishuan, the president of the Heavenly Chance Chamber of Commerce branch. At first, he had asked the Tianji Chamber of Commerce to help him investigate the matter of Yang Dong's disappearance back then. And now, there were already results. After reading the messenger message, Lu Yiping smiled coldly. Luo Ning. Back then, Yang Dong was invited into the battlefield of the gods and later disappeared. And now, the Tianji Chamber of Commerce had investigated that the person who invited Yang Dong back then was none other than the sword god Luo Ning. Hearing Lu Yiping suddenly mention Luo Ning, Wan Wuxi was staggered. Lu Yiping threw the letter talisman to Wan Wuxi, who read it and was all surprised. So, Yang Dong's disappearance back then had something to do with Luo Ning? Master, Luo Ning isn't simple. Wan Wuxia thought for a moment and said, he's on good terms with the Tai Ching sword sect of the 9 heavens. Speaking of the Tai Ching sword sect, Wan Wuxia's face was grave. In the constant elemental plane, there were 10 superpowers, and the Tai sect was the head of the 10 superpowers. However, above the Tai sect, there were 3 special existences, 9 days, God's Earth, the prison of the underworld. These 3 places, overriding the Tai sect, the Tai Ching sword sect, on the other hand, was the strongest of the many super sects in the 9 heavens. Chapter 65, The Heart of a Demon from the Past. Oh, the Tai Ching sword sect. Lu Yiping sniffed and did not move. The Longhorn Golden Bull sniffed and laughed flirtatiously. So it's that group of old birds from the Tai Ching sword sect. This Luo Ning wouldn't be a disciple of that group of old birds, would it? Old bird? Wan Wuxia's face mumbled at his words. He knew which ones the Longhorn Golden Bull was talking about, but he was not good at interfacing regarding those. We'll leave later. Lu Yiping said. Your Excellency will leave later? Wan Wuxia was surprised and wanted to speak. Lu Yiping glanced at Wan Wufei and said, are you wanting some green flames to quench your divine body? Wan Wuxia's face flushed. He didn't expect his mind to be seen by Lu Yiping. He had just broken through the realm of Heavenly God. If he could use the green flame of the green flame divine tree to quench the Heavenly God's body, then it could save him hundreds of years of bitter cultivation. Lu Yiping said, although the green flame of the green flame divine tree is wonderfully useful, however, the effect is still inferior. Saying this, a golden flame appeared at the tip of his finger. The surrounding space was suddenly like being in a fiery plasma. Wan Wufei looked at the golden flame in Lu Yiping's hand and said in surprise, this is the phoenix flame? Not bad. It is precisely the phoenix flame born from the phoenix god tree. Lu Yiping said, and then with a single point, the phoenix flame at the tip of his finger didn't enter Wan Wuxia's body. This phoenix flame is many times better than the green flame of the green flame divine tree. Lu Yiping said, when you refine it, you can carefully refer to the laws of fire in it. Wan Wuxia respectfully bowed down and said with a grateful face, many thanks, Your Excellency. Get up. Lu Yiping said, in your cultivation, if there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me now. Wan Wuxia was ecstatic, and when he got up, he asked Lu Yiping for advice on the problems he had encountered in his cultivation over the years. An hour later, Lu Yiping and the dragon-horned golden bull, Zhou Chang and a few others left Tiandu City. One person, Wan Wuxia, personally delivered it to the outside of Tiandu City. It wasn't until Lu Yiping had disappeared into the sky for a long time that Wan Wuxia returned to the Wan clan's ancestral land. I didn't realize that what happened to that brat Yang Dong back then had something to do with this Luoning bastard. After leaving, Zhou Chang frowned. The talisman. He read it too. It was also known that Lu Yiping's trip was to Luofu. Speaking of this, Zhou Chang looked at Lu Yiping. What are you going to do then? The dragon-horned golden bull hemmed and hawed. I hope that the death of that brat Yang Dong has nothing to do with him. After a beat, if it has something to do with him, then his end will be worse than Yang Dong's. Lu Yiping, on the other hand, was expressionless. Zhou Chang sighed. This Luo Ning fellow, I've long since seen that his heart is not right. Then he added, however, his relationship with the Nine Heavens Tai Ching Sword sect is not simple. All these years, he's also been coveting the position of Lord of the Divine Martial Continent, begging for compensation for not having the Tai Ching Sword sect behind him. When it came to the Nine Heavens Tai Ching Sword sect, Zhou Chang also had a grave look on his face. 3 days later, Lu Yiping's few people arrived at the Evil God Plains. The Evil God Plains, the largest plains in the Divine Martial Continent. It was also the most chaotic plain in the Divine Martial Continent. Within the plains, the forces are intricate. Here, no imperial power, not even the Wan family, could govern this place. Here, the many evil forces of the Divine Martial Continent were gathered. The Een Ghost sect, the Yellow Springs Demon sect, and most of the Tan clan's power in the Divine Martial Continent were converged here. Here, there was the Een Ghost sect, the Yellow Springs Demon sect, the Tan family branch, and it was the most important branch in the Divine Martial Continent. In addition to the Een Ghost sect, the Yellow Springs Demon sect, and the Tan family branch, there were also the Blazing Fire sect, the Ultimate Bliss sect, the Evil God sect, and the Celestial Ghost sect, all of which had their power headquarters built on top of this Evil God plane. Here, there are fights and killings everywhere. The Luofu forces were at the other end of the Evil God Plains. Lu Yiping's few people only had to cross the Evil God Plains to reach the Luofu territory. It is rumored that the ancient Evil God perished here, which is why here, the evil aura is so thick. Zhou Chang rode on a donkey, poured wine, and said, there are also people who say that the ancient evil god didn't actually die out, and that his heart is still alive. The ancient evil god was the greatest enemy of the Lord of 10,000 gods. However, the ancient evil god was powerful, and with the Lord of 10,000 gods being one of the top 10 experts of the ancient world, the Lord of 10,000 gods had been unable to do anything about the other party. The dragon-horned golden bull sniffed and said, that kid Xiangliang has already cultivated the ancient demon heart. Even if his divine soul is extinguished and his physical body is destroyed, his heart, he will still be able to live on. Ancient evil god, originally named Changliang, eternal demon heart. Zhou Cheng's face changed when he heard that. He was aware of how difficult it was to successfully cultivate the eternal demon heart. Only one person had cultivated the eternal demon heart in the Hongyuan plain from ancient times to the present day. However, I haven't heard that the ancient evil god also cultivated successfully. The dragon-horned golden bull hummed. This kid, his talent is indeed demonic, and he has obtained the supreme evil demon technique of the ancient Qigong and cultivated it to the last layer. Zhou Chang didn't know who ancient Qigong was, but expected it to be an evil demon expert from ancient times. The ancient evil god really cultivated the eternal demon heart? Zhou Chang asked in disbelief. But the ancient divine canon doesn't have any relevant information recorded. The dragon-horned golden bull hemmed and hawed. There are a lot of things that the divine canon hasn't recorded. That kid Xiangliang's body hair is purple, and I haven't seen the divine canon recorded either. Zhou Chang sprayed the wine in his mouth. There's more to this? You know all this? He looked skeptically at the longhorn golden bull. All this? How do you know? The longhorn golden bull hemmed and hawed and said, because I plucked that kid's body hair. The donkey snorted at that. Why don't you say that you've plucked the ancient celestial emperor's hair? Zhou Chang also shook his head. Lu Yiping didn't say anything. In the ancient times, the evil god Xiangliang's body hair was indeed plucked by Xiao Jin, and it was the entire body hair that was plucked. However, Lu Yiping was still quite obedient to that kid. Chang Liang, this kid does things rashly, but he doesn't smear the living. After the battle of the gods back then, he stayed hidden in the sacred forest, and it was only after many years that he learned about the ancient evil gods perishing. After entering the evil god plains, feeling the faint evil aura of the plain space, Lu Yiping frowned. Who had set up this large formation? Was it the person who killed evil god Changliang? Since the other party had killed the evil god Changliang, yet why had they set up this big formation here? It didn't take long for a few people to see an ancient city. The ancient city stretched across the evil god plains, and the walls were almost full of sword marks, blade marks, and marks caused by various weapons. The Great Wasteland City. Above the city gate, 3 words were inscribed in an ancient script. The Great Desolate City. The largest city in the evil god plains, was also the oldest city in the evil god. Although it was called the Great Desolate City, it was not desolate at all. And within the city, there was an endless stream of experts of all shapes and sizes from all parties. I heard that the Earth Treasury Scripture has appeared, and that a kid executed the Earth Treasury Scripture Mastery and killed the elder of the Extreme Bliss sect. Whispers of expectancy continued to come from the crowd. The most talked about by the passing experts of all parties was the news of the emergence of the Earth Store Sutra, one of the 4 great Buddhist scriptures. Chapter 66, The 1000 Buddha Hands of Jizo. Jizo Sutra. Zhou Chang was surprised to hear that. The four great Buddhist scriptures were supreme treasures of the Hongyuan realm, and whichever one of them came out, it could be a great event for the Hongyuan realm. Lu Yiping was also surprised. Now that the Fire Dragon Sutra is in his hands, has another Earth Store Sutra also come out? The Earth Hidden Scriptures Earth Hidden Thousand Buddha Hands is the supreme mastery of the Buddhist path. I heard that once this Earth Hidden Thousand Buddha Hands is performed, all demons are destroyed, and the battle power can be increased 1,000 times, and no one can defeat it. More than that, the 1,000 Buddha Hands of Jizo can pick the stars in the sky and explore the river of yellow springs in hell. Now the entire evil god plane is looking for this kid. I heard that this kid wears a blue shirt, looks to be in his 20s, and is handsome. The passing experts around them, one by one, murmured. Lu Yiping was stunned. The other party also wore a blue shirt? Zhou Chang looked sideways at Lu Yiping and jokingly said, "It can't be about you, right?" Originally, Zhou Chang was only joking, but many of the surrounding experts had their eyes on Lu Yiping. One of the disciples of the Flame sect even walked towards Lu Yiping. The other looked Lu Yiping up and down and said suspiciously, "Are you that blue-shirt kid?" Another disciple of the Blazing Fire sect laughed. "Whether it is or not, search him to see if he has the Earth Treasury scripture on him and you'll know." Several disciples of the Flame sect were not polite, and immediately probed and grabbed at Lu Yiping. However, when these few Flame sect disciples' hands probed in front of Lu Yiping, suddenly, inside Lu Yiping's body, a 1,000-foot fire dragon flew out. The fire dragon's dragon roar shook the sky and rose up to the heavens. These few disciples of the Flame sect were all incinerated into ashes by the flames on the fire dragon. Things changed suddenly, and all the passing disciples of the various great sects and experts were all looking at the huge fire dragon high in the sky in shock. Fire dragon? Just as the crowd was in disbelief, one of the Blood Sword sect's supreme elders suddenly spoke. "This is an artifact spirit." Then he said, "The fire dragon contains Buddhist power within it. Could it be the artifact spirit of the fire dragon Buddhist scripture?" Fire dragon. As soon as the words came out, there was a shock, and Zhou Chang stayed for a long time. The Fire Dragon Sutra? Holy! Not only did Lu Yiping have the heavenly elephant divine prison fist of the Holy Devil and the Time Elder, and the true copy of the Time Divine Fist secret, but he even had one of the four great Buddhist scriptures. The Fire Dragon Buddhist scripture? Lu Yiping looked at the vibrating surrounding crowd and blandly said, "Not bad. This is the Fire Dragon Buddhist scripture." Saying this, the fire dragon flew down and returned to Lu Yiping's side, winding around Lu Yiping's body. Just as Lu Yiping's words fell, all of a sudden, 1,000-foot blade arrows broke through the air and chopped down towards Lu Yiping. There was no sign of Lu Yiping's movements. The fire dragon broke through the air and instantly shattered the blade awnings. Then the huge dragon claw directly slapped down. The crowd was shocked and dodged in panic. Only a loud boom could be heard, and the ground around them trembled greatly. A huge flame dragon claw pit appeared in front of the ground. Just shot the one, was shot into the dragon claw pit by the fire dragon, has become a piece of charcoal. It seems to be Wu Yu, the supreme elder of fallen Devil Valley. Some of the experts were alarmed. Wu Yu, the supreme elder of the Demon Fall Valley, was a great emperor 10th level expert, with the prospect of achieving divine spirit, and he was slapped to death just like that? The fire dragon suddenly flickered with light and turned into a book of golden flames that landed in the palm of Lu Yiping's hand. When the crowd saw it, their eyes blazed even more. All of them were staring at the fire dragon Buddhist scripture with dead eyes. "Anyone else want to make a move?" Lu Yiping said blandly, but there was silence all around. Lu Yiping retrieved the fire dragon Buddhist scripture, then rode the dragon-horned golden bull and left with Zhang Jin and a few others. Just as Lu Yiping was about to leave, suddenly, an expert from the Yin Ghost sect broke through the air. The other party stood in the air and looked at Lu Yiping coldly. "Kid, a Buddhist sect treasure like the fire dragon Buddhist scripture is not something you can possess." But just as he finished speaking, suddenly, he was directly chopped in half by a sword chi. The one who struck out was none other than Zhang Jin. The crowd looked at Zhang Jin in astonishment. This time, no one was in the way. The crowd watched as Lu Yiping's few people left. When Lu Yiping left, there was an uproar and dryness in the original place. The Fire Dragon Buddhist scripture has even come out. I've heard that after cultivating any of the four great Buddhist scriptures, one can possess a supreme Buddha body. Back then, the Tan family extinguished the Fire Dragon Temple and searched hard for years for the Fire Dragon scripture. But it was on this blue-shirted young man. They wear the same blue shirt. Could they be fellow disciples? Soon, the news of the Fire Dragon Buddhist scripture coming out spread throughout the evil god plains. Once again, all parties are moving in a big way. And after Lu Yiping left, Zhou Chang spoke. "Did you do it on purpose?" Lu Yiping revealed the Fire Dragon Buddhist scripture. "Obviously on purpose. You want to lure all the experts from the Yin Ghost sect, the Yellow Springs Demon sect, And the dark demon haul over? Lu Yiping's face was calm. He did do it on purpose. Since he was passing through the evil god planes, he would settle the forces of the Een Ghost sect, the Yellow Springs demon sect, and the dark demon hall in the evil god planes. However, instead of looking for the others one by one, it would be better to lure the Een Ghost sect, the Yellow Springs demon sect, and the dark demon hall over together. Inside a certain tavern, a young man who wore the same blue shirt as Lu Yiping listened to the crowd in the tavern discussing and staggered. Fire Dragon Buddhist scripture? Is this a coincidence? His original desire for coming to the Divine Martial Continent this time was to go to the Fire Dragon Temple and search for the Fire Dragon Buddhist scriptures. It seems that there is no need to go to the Fire Dragon Temple. The young man laughed coldly and his figure disappeared in thin air. It's night. The night was quiet. However, the smell of blood still hung in the air of the evil god plains. Within a dilapidated courtyard, Lu Yiping's few people were gathered around a campfire. At that moment, several people walked in. Zhou Chang was surprised to see the few people who came in. The ones who came were disciples of the Luo family. He glanced at Lu Yiping, not expecting that the Fire Dragon Buddhist scripture would first attract not the experts of the Een Ghost sect, Yellow Springs demon sect, and Dark Demon Hall, but the disciples of the Luo family. Several Luo family disciples came in. Their gazes fell on Lu Yiping, and a young man at the head of them cupped his fists and smiled. My name is Luo Jia. I am the young master of the Luo family. Is the Fire Dragon Buddhist scripture on your son? Zhou Chang looked up and down at the young man in front of him and said, Are you Luo Tong, that chick's big brother? Luo Jia was stunned and laughed. Elder knows my sister? I don't know what senior's name is? Zhou Chang shook his head and said, For the sake of that chick Luo Tong, listen to my advice and go back. Luo Jia smiled, obviously not taking Zhou Chang's words to heart, as he looked at Lu Yiping. Sir, I wonder which sect's disciple you are. Lu Yiping didn't open his mouth, waiting for the other party to continue. You killed the experts of the Flame sect, Demon Falling Valley, and Een Ghost sect during the daytime. And now, the experts of the Flame sect, Demon Falling Valley, and Een Ghost sect have put you on their must-kill list. Luo Jia laughed. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for your son to get out of the evil god plains. Lu Yiping smiled at his words, and then, he had guessed what the other man was going to say. Sure enough, Luo family's young lord, Luo Jia, laughed. I can take you out of the evil god plains peacefully, and you will be safe and sound as long as you stay in my Luo family's territory. Lu Yiping smirked. The condition is the Fire Dragon Buddhist scripture? Chapter 67 Ancient Evil God Kara. When Luo family's young master, Luo Jia, saw Lu Yiping's teasing smile, he frowned, then laughed. I only want to borrow the Fire Dragon Buddhist scripture for a while, and after a month, I will return it to your excellency. The Fire Dragon Buddhist scripture is still the Duke's. You have nothing to lose, so you can consider it. Then he laughed. In the evil god plains, the only one who can protect you from leaving peacefully is our Luo family. Suddenly, the Longhorn Golden Bull smiled. Kid, what if we don't borrow it? Luo clan young master Luo Jia's smile remained the same. Then I am disturbing you. Cupping his fists, he said, farewell. But as he walked out of the courtyard, he added, if your excellency changes his mind in the future, you can contact my Luo family at any time. Then he left with the Luo family's experts. After leaving, Luo family's young master, Luo Jia, had a gloomy face. Young lord, we're not going to make a move? An expert of the Luo family said. Luo Jia shook his head. That kid, I can't see through him, and the strength of the guards around him isn't low, so wait for our Luo family's experts to arrive before making a move. Order all the experts in the vicinity of the Luo clan to come over as fast as they can. I want to strike before the Een Ghost sect, Yellow Springs demon sect and the rest of them. The dragon-horned golden bull looked at the departing Luo family's young lord, Luo Jiao, and snorted. The same goods as that chick, Luo Tong. Lu Yiping suddenly said, you guys wait here for me. After saying that, he disappeared in thin air. Zhou Chang was stunned, unfolding his divine sense to cover the four directions, even penetrating the heavy space, but also did not find Lu Yiping breath. Lu Yiping seems to have completely disappeared in this heaven and earth. He had a look of surprise on his face. Just now, how did Lu Yiping leave? Is it spatial dislocation? And when Lu Yiping reappeared, he had already arrived at an alien space deep beneath the evil god plains. This alien space, in the deepest part of the evil god plains Earth's core. In the entire space, the devilish aura rushed to the sky and the evil aura raged, condensing into a mass of terrifying hurricanes. And above the space was a huge black heart. The black heart was blocked high up in the sky by 8 bright iron chains emitting holy light through it. The entire heart, which was densely covered with magic lines, the heart emitted an eternal aura. Around this heart, the demonic chi had unexpectedly liquefied, and it had transformed into a demonic spirit. All of the demonic energy within the space, all of the evil energy, emanated from this heart. Ancient demon heart, Lu Yiping said as he looked at the huge heart in front of him. This was none other than the heart of the ancient evil god Changliang, the eternal demon heart. Seemingly sensing Lu Yiping's arrival, the eternal demon heart's demonic light vibrated, but its power was completely blocked by the 8 chains of light, and it could not break free at all. Lu Yiping flew up and arrived in front of the eternal demon heart, looking at the 8 bright iron chains that emitted a holy light. These 8 bright iron chains, each 10,000 feet long, reached into the depths of the void after penetrating through the eternal demon heart through 8 directions, completely merging into one with this space. 8 directions purification formation. Lu Yiping's eyes became sharp. Another ancient array. Although this 8 directions purification grand formation was not as good as the 9 absolute burial god grand formation in the battlefield of the gods, it was also one of the extremely powerful grand formations of ancient times. Was it the person who killed the ancient evil god Changliang who laid down this 8 directions purification formation to blockade the eternal demon heart here? Lu Yiping came to one of the bright iron chains, and with a pinch of his fingers, he pinched that bright iron chain right off. When Lu Yiping pinched that bright iron chain, the remaining 7 chains, in unison, erupted with heavy bright power, flooding toward Lu Yiping. Each and every one of these heavy light powers was enough to blast down a huge mountain of the Taigu. Lu Yiping allowed these bright forces to bombard him. When these forces that were enough to destroy countless Taigu mountains bombarded Lu Yiping's body, Lu Yiping did not move at all. With that, Lu Yiping came to the other 7 bright iron chains and did as he had done, then pinched off the other 7 chains. When Lu Yiping pinched all 8 bright iron chains, immediately, the magic light of the eternal demon heart, which had been sealed for countless years, shook with horrifying power as it burst out. When the lurid power of the eternal demon heart erupted out, the entire evil god plane was rattled and shaken violently. At this moment, all the experts of the evil god plane felt the violent vibrations of the evil god plane. Luo Jia and the Luo family experts looked at the evil aura that was practically boiling up high in the sky and were shocked. What's going on? How could the evil aura of the evil god planes be so different? The evil aura of the evil god planes had never been so different. Each and every hidden evil demon also flew out from the ancestral lands of each sect and clan. Zhou Chang was equally astonished and rose from the campfire with a huff. Only the dragon-horned golden bull vaguely guessed the reason. Inside the foreign space, the light of the ancient demon heart was getting stronger and stronger. The evil aura was monstrous, like an endless ocean, and the demonic aura burst out, bombarding the foreign space as if it was about to collapse. The 8 bright iron chain although was Lu Yiping pinch off, but there are 8 sections wherein the ancient magic heart. But now, by the ancient magic heart monstrous evil gas are shocked out. 8 sections of the chain chi ran shot into the space earth, will be shot through the earth. When the evil chi of the eternal demon heart boiled to an extreme, Lu Yiping had an additional divine stone in his hand, which was bursting with multicolored light, precisely the chaotic multicolored stone. The heaven and earth Tao flame appeared in Lu Yiping's hand, refining the chaotic colorful stone into liquid form, and then, the liquid of the chaotic colorful stone flowed towards the eternal demon heart. The liquid of chaotic multicolored stones continuously rotated around the eternal demon heart. As it rotated, with the eternal demon heart as the center, a human head gradually appeared, followed by the neck, chest, arms, and then the lower limbs. A young man with a tall figure appeared in the sky above. When this tall youth was successfully molded, Lu Yiping took a shot into the void, only to see dots of light continuously converge from the evil god plane's void, and then slowly seeped into the center of the youth's brow. The youth's eyes, originally lifeless, gradually flexed and glowed. After a few minutes of this, Lu Yiping stopped, then took out a black divine armor and gave it to the youth to put on. The youth opened his palms and looked at his new body. Even with his heart nature, it was difficult to suppress the excitement in his heart. After a moment's reprieve, the youth came before Lu Yiping, respectfully, and bowed down. Many thanks to your excellency for saving me and remodeling Changliang's chaotic god body. Lu Yiping looked at the ancient evil god Changliang who was bowing down and revealed a smile. Get up. After the ancient evil god Changliang got up, Lu Yiping asked, who killed you back then? Was the 8 directions purification formation set up by this person? Changliang recalled. The other party wore a ghost head mask. The 8 directions purification formation was also set up by him, and the other party was extremely tall as 3 meters, and his strength. Speaking of this, with a gloomy face, extremely terrifying. Extremely scary. That is how he described the man. Ghost head mask? Lu Yiping couldn't help but think of the masked man who had commissioned the Tianji Chamber of Commerce to auction off the Order of 10,000 Gods. Chapter 68 Tang Xiaobai's Disciple. Lu Yiping looked around this alien space and said, let's go out first. Then he and the ancient evil god Qiangliang left this alien space underneath the evil god planes. The evil qi above the evil god planes, which was originally paralyzed and almost boiling over, suddenly calmed down. Luo family's young master Luo Jia and the experts from all sides were even more astonished as they looked at the evil aura that had suddenly become calm in the high sky. Have someone find out what's going on, Luo Jia said to the Luo family's experts. That Luo family expert respectfully answered yes. Just then, all of a sudden, Luo Jia's letter talisman trembled loudly. He took it out to have a look and his eyes glared. Young lord, what's wrong? An expert of the Luo clan asked when he saw the look on Luo Jia's face. Luo Li gave the missive to that Luo clan expert, who took a look at it and said in surprise, "What? This blue-shirted young man could be Lu Yiping." The messenger was sent by Luo Tong. When Luo Jie heard Zhou Chang say that he knew his sister, he was curious and asked his sister about the identities of Zhou Chang and Lu Yiping, to see if her sister really knew a few people. Unexpectedly, that blue-shirted young man was actually Lu Yiping. Young lord, then what do we do now? An expert of the Luo family said. Rocky frowned. At the Baidu Empire's celebration, Lu Yiping killed the Yin Ghost sect's young sect leader Hao Shan with a single sword. At the time of the Flying Flower sect, a divine beast phoenix under Lu Yiping's hand broke the Flying Flower sect's protective formation. The Flying Flower formation, coupled with the fact that the Yellow Springs demon sect's old ancestor, Su Xiao, had died at the hands of Lu Yiping. So all the forces were now speculating that Lu Yiping's strength should be a peak late-stage true god. Some even said that Lu Yiping was most likely an early-stage heavenly god. That divine beast, the phoenix, should also be at the peak of the late true god stage. When Zhou Chang saw the evil aura that suddenly calmed down again in the high sky, he was also all alarmed. However, as he was about to sit down again, he saw Lu Yiping walk in with a black-robed youth. Seeing the black-robed youth, Zhou Chang was puzzled. At that moment, he saw the dragon-horned golden bull stand up and laughed at the black-robed youth. Little Liangzi, I knew your kid wouldn't die that easily. The black-robed youth smiled awkwardly when he saw the dragon-horned golden bull. Greetings to Little Gold Senior. Zhou Chang looked at the ancient evil god, Chang Liang, and opened his mouth to ask Lu Yiping. Mr. Lu, I don't know what to call this little brother, the longhorned golden bull, however, said, you can call him Little Evil or call him Purple Hair. Little Evil? Purple Hair? Zhou Chang was stunned. On the contrary, when the ancient evil god Chang Liang heard the dragon-horned golden bull speak of the appellation Purple Hair, his face instantly became colorful. So it's Little Evil brother. Zhou Chang addressed. Ancient evil god Chang Liang heard Zhou Chang address him as such an emd, not taking it personally, and sat down with Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping took out the wine and threw an altar to the ancient evil god Chang Liang. Chang Liang took the wine, took a hard gulp, wiped his mouth, and laughed. In this world, only your wancher wine, my lord, can be drunk. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chang laughed. So this wine is called 10,000 lives wine. However, even supreme existences that have surpassed the heavenly gods can only live for one life, and no one can live for 2 lives, let alone 10,000 lives. Lu Yiping was silent. Mansei? Lu Yiping suddenly looked somewhere in the night sky and blandly said, since you're here, why hide? Zhou Chang sniffed and followed Lu Yiping's eyes and looked over with a suspicious face. Someone? But with his cultivation level, he could not sense any abnormality. Just as Zhou Chang was suspicious, he saw a blue-shirted young man walk out from the depths of the night sky. The blue-shirted young man came out and looked at Lu Yiping suspiciously. He had a heavy treasure on his body that could completely conceal his aura. How did the other party see through his hiding? He swept his gaze over Lu Yiping, Zhou Chang, Chang Liang, the longhorn golden bull, the donkey, Zhang Jin, and Zhao Wen. The fire dragon Buddhist scripture is on you? His eyes forced themselves on Lu Yiping, the dragon-horned golden bull. However, hemmed and hawed, you're the kid who got the earth treasury scripture. The blue-shirted young man ignored the dragon-horned golden bull and said indifferently to Lu Yiping, hand over the fire dragon Buddhist scriptures and you will be spared from death. The dragon-horned golden bull continued to gnaw on the roasted meat. The ancient evil god Chang Liang and Zhou Chang continued to pour the wine, and the burro was knocking back to sleep. When the blue-shirted young man saw this, his face sank, and he leapt up. His long sword swung out, and 10 million sword-ons flared the sky and the earth. Sword breaks the void. The blue-shirted young man's voice was cold. Zhou Chang was surprised. Void Sword Qi, you're Tang Xiaobai's disciple? 3,000 years ago, Tang Xiaobai came out of nowhere, both good and evil, doing things according to preference, slaughtering countless masters of the evil sects and even the righteous sects, and was later surrounded by the Tai sect and died at the Soul Burial Cliff. Although Tang Xiaobai was dead, the amazing power of Tang Xiaobai's mastery of Void Sword Qi was still brought up from time to time by the strongest members of the Hongyuan realm. Seeing Zhou recognize the Void Sword Qi, the blue-shirted young man said in a cold voice. Not bad. Void sword chi. His 10 million sword chi stabbed in front of Lu Yiping. Looking at the stabbing sword chi, Lu Yiping raised his hand and pointed out with a finger. The blue-shirted young man saw that Lu Yiping was so careless, and laughed coldly. Idiot, kid. This void sword chi of mine is a dual attack on the soul and the physical. Even if an early heavenly god realm expert receives a sword from me, his soul will be damaged. As for the heavenly god below, he will die. But at that moment, suddenly, at the tip of Lu Yiping's finger, a pillar of light blasted out. When this pillar of light blasted out, the strong and overwhelming power caused space and time to stop for a moment. Wherever the pillar of light passed, all space shattered. That's right, it just crumbles like a lens. The pillar of light plowed through thousands of void sword chi, plowed through the night sky, and blasted at the chest of the blue-shirted young man, following through the other party's chest in a single pass. The column of light went without stopping, like perishing stars, constantly blasting away the night sky of the evil god planes. Almost the entire evil god planes experts saw this exceptionally eye-catching column of light. The blue-shirted young man froze in midair in the courtyard, looking at his chest in disbelief, only to see that his chest had been completely blasted through, the entire chest becoming a large hole. He was wearing Tang Xiaobai's void clothes, which could not only conceal his cultivation, but also his defense was invincible. However, his 5 organs and 6 viscera, including his heart and dantian, completely disappeared. Everything in his chest was blown away by the blow just now. Lu Yiping looked at the other party and blandly said, with your strength, wearing the void clothes, it would be difficult for even an early-stage heavenly god expert to kill you. But unfortunately, I am not an early-stage heavenly god. The blue-shirted young man smashed down from over the courtyard. The power of Lu Yiping's earlier strike was still destroying his entire body's vitality, and his eyes gradually became lax. A peak late-stage true god, and a peak late-stage true god who had cultivated more than 8,000 heavenly god laws died just like that. Comprehending 10,000 heavenly god laws and fusing them together would break through to the heavenly god realm. This blue-shirted young man was already extremely close to a heavenly god. His face was full of disbelief. He had obtained the techniques and masterpieces left behind by Tang Xiaobai, and he had even obtained one of the 4 great Buddhist scriptures, the Earth Store Sutra, and this time when he came out of the world, he had thought that it would be like Tang Xiaobai, and would amaze an era. But now, it's dead in this crumbling little yard. He hadn't even had time to perform the Earth Store Sutra's mastery. Chapter 69, the successor of the Eternal Night King. Lu Yiping looked at the corpse of the blue-shirted young man, and with a hand, a book permeated with golden Buddhist light flew out from within his body. It is the Earth Store Sutra, one of the 4 great Buddhist scriptures. The golden Buddha light of this Earth Store Sutra was again a little different from the golden Buddha light of the Fire Dragon Sutra. The flames of the Fire Dragon Sutra were permeated with fire, while the light of the Earth Store Sutra was a little darker. Zhou Cheng, however, looked at the blue-shirted young man's corpse with a complicated heart. He was actually vague about Lu Yiping's strength earlier, thinking that Lu Yiping was also just an early heavenly god, but now it seemed to be a mid-heavenly god? Immediately, Lu Yiping pulled out all of the heavenly god laws from the blue-shirted young man's godhead and integrated them into the godheads of Zhang Jin and Zhao Wen, while the corpse was thrown into the Qin Kuan tripod, and then flipped through the Earth Treasury Scriptures. The Earth Store Sutra, the first of the 4 great Buddhist scriptures, was created by the Buddha realm's Earth Store Bodhisattva, and contained supreme Buddhist Tao mysteries that were incomparably profound, even more so than the Fire Dragon Buddhist scripture. However, Lu Yiping flipped through it quickly, and soon, it was finished. For this Earth Store Sutra, he was already completely familiar with it. Lu Yiping put the Earth Store Sutra away and looked at the night, suddenly saying, "The night is beautiful tonight." Only then did Zhou Cheng notice that the evil aura enveloping the evil god planes had actually dissipated a lot, and the night sky was dotted with stars, which was indeed beautiful. But the night slowly faded. The starlight disappeared. After the young man in the blue shirt, the night was uneventful. Lu Yiping got up and left the courtyard with a few people from the Longhorn Golden Bull. Not far ahead, it's the Dark Demon Hall Evil God Plains Branch Temple, right? Lu Yiping suddenly spoke. Zhou Cheng said, well, less than 10,000 miles after leaving the Great Wasteland City, there is the Evil God Plains Branch Temple of the Dark Devil Temple. He also said, the Dark Devil Hall's branch temple here has many experts, and there are 3 true God realms alone. As for the Divine Spirit realm, there are even as many as 16 true God realm experts. Very scarce. Like the Dark Demon Hall, such a superpower, generally a branch hall, there is only one true god to guard, but this Evil God Plains Branch Hall, but there are as many as 3. Visible Dark Demon Hall. On the importance of this Evil God Plains Branch Hall. 3 honors? Lu Yiping's face was calm. Lu Yiping. Several people went out of the Great Wasteland City. and in a short while, they arrived in front of the Dark Demon Hall branch. Dark Devil Temple Evil God Plains here Subtemple. The building is extremely magnificent atmosphere. The palace is continuous, covers an area of thousands of square kilometers. Looking at the imposing building in front of him, Lu Yiping signaled Zhang Jin and Zhao Wen to make a move. Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen both stepped forward and directly blasted out with a punch. The waves of fists rolled. The buildings of the Dark Demon Hall continuously dissolved into collapse as the waves of fists passed by. Inside the main hall of the Dark Devil Hall, Hallmaster Yu Hai was talking and laughing with Yu Shifeng, the Vice Hall Master of the Martial God Hall branch. This time, Yu Shifeng, the Deputy Temple Master of the Martial God Temple branch, led a group of experts from the Martial God Temple over and was talking with the Dark Devil Temple about joining forces into the battlefield of the gods to explore for treasures. When all of a sudden, there was a loud boom, and the great hall shook. Yu Hai, Yu Shifeng and the others were stunned. Someone is attacking the Temple of Darkness? The Dark Demon Hall and Martial God Hall's crowd of experts were all in disbelief. Yu Hai's face was as gloomy as water as he led the Dark Demon Hall's experts out of the main hall. Yu Shifeng, the Deputy Temple Master of the Martial God Temple branch, also led all the experts of the Martial God Temple to trail out. Yu Hai, Yu Shifeng and the others had just come out when they saw two huge deep ditches in the ground. Apparently, it was caused by Fistwave, and the Dark Devil Temple building collapsed countless times. In the midst of a ruin, the corpses of the Dark Demon Hall disciples lay strewn about. On top of the ruins, a blue-shirted young man was riding a golden ox to break through the air, and next to the young man was a scruffy old man riding a donkey. A disciple of the Dark Demon Hall saw Lu Yiping and said to Haidao, "Hall Master, he's the blue-shirted young man who obtained the Fire Dragon Buddhist scripture." There was an uproar at these words. Yu Hai looked at Lu Yiping, who had broken through the air, unexpectedly, seemingly not expecting Lu Yiping to automatically come over to them. And when Zhao Zihao, who was standing next to Yu Shifeng, saw that it was Lu Yiping, his face changed and he said offhandedly, "Lu Yiping." The crowd of experts from the Dark Demon Hall and the Martial God Hall that had just been stirring suddenly quieted down, and all of them looked towards Zhao Zihao. Zhao Zihao told Yu Shifeng, "Yu Haidao, he is Lu Yiping." "What? He is Lu Yiping?" Yu Hai of the Dark Demon Hall was surprised. The Dark Demon Hall and Martial God Hall's crowd of experts were stunned. The blue-shirted young man who had obtained the Fire Dragon Buddhist scripture was surprisingly the Zither Immortal Duke. Lu Yiping. Yu Hai cupped his fists in front of him. "So it's Prince Qin Xian. I don't know what's the matter with Prince Qin Xian coming to my Dark Demon Hall?" Lu Yiping smiled blandly. "What is it? Isn't your Dark Demon Hall going to join forces with the Yin Ghost sect and the Yellow Springs Demon sect to surround and kill me? And the army of your Dark Devil Hall's General Hall will soon be arriving at the Divine Martial Continent, right?" Hearing the killing intent in Lu Yiping's words, Yu Hai's face shifted as he laughed. "This is a rumor that someone deliberately spread. There is absolutely no such thing. Our Dark Demon Hall has never had this idea." Lu Yiping looked at Zhao Zihao. "It seems that you, the Martial God Hall, did not take my warning to heart." Zhao Zihao didn't know how to speak for a moment. Earlier at the Black Sea Mountain, Lu Yiping had warned him that the Martial God Palace shouldn't get involved with the Dark Demon Palace. Yu Shifeng, the Vice Temple Master of the Martial God Temple branch, sniffed and knew what Lu Yiping was referring to, and smiled coldly. "Lu Yiping, you're meddling too broadly, aren't you? It's not your turn to dictate who we, the Martial God Temple, are allied with, and who we are walking with. Who the hell do you think you are? Think you're the lord of our Han Yuan Plain?" Just as his words fell, all of a sudden, Lu Yiping had an additional ink-black longsword in his hand, which was sheathed, and with a soul-deterring sound, the entire heaven and earth became dark. Everyone's mind panicked, but in an instant, the heavens and earth returned to light, while Yu Shifeng, the Vice Temple Master of the Martial God Temple branch, was covering his neck as he looked at Lu Yiping and the long sword in Lu Yiping's hand in horror. "Pupil of Eternal Night, you are the heir of the Eternal Night Monarch?" Many disciples of the Dark Demon Hall and Martial God Hall didn't know about the Eternal Night Monarch, but Yu Hai, Zhao Zihao and the others were all in a state of shock. The Lord of the Ancient Demon Race, the Eternal Night Monarch. At that moment, the crowd saw that Yu Shifeng, the Deputy Temple Master of the Martial God Temple branch, had his head fall off and rolled to the ground. Everyone was stunned and stagnant. Yu Shifeng, the Deputy Head of the Martial God Hall branch, a late-stage true god, died just like that? Zhao Zihao's face was unsightly. Earlier, Lu Yiping's warning was not on his mind. His father and Yu Shifeng and the others likewise did not take it to heart. Unexpectedly, Lu Yiping actually dared to kill Yu Shifeng for this. The other true God realm elder ancestor of the Martial God Hall who came this time looked at Yu Shifeng's rolling head, and looked at Lu Yiping in shock and anger. "Lu Yiping, our Martial God Hall and you will not rest in death. When the time comes, We will ask the 9 extremities martial god old ancestor to come forth and we'll behead you. Yeah. Lu Yiping blandly said. Then I'll wait. Kill. People of the Dark Demon Hall. Die. The temple of the martial god. Ruined. Lu Yiping's cold voice rang out. When Lu Yiping's voice fell, the vast evil chi in the body of the ancient evil god Strong Liang, who had not made a move, rose up into the sky, and immediately, the heavens and earth changed color. Chapter 70 Soulbreaker's evil hand reappears in the world. When the vast evil aura of the ancient evil god Xianlian's body rose up to the sky, the evil aura that had calmed down last night high above the evil god plains boiled up once again. This time, it was a real boil. The evil aura of the evil god's high altitude was actually boiling like boiling water. The experts in all corners of the evil god plains saw this soul-shaking scene. Luo Zhao and the Luo family experts hadn't left the evil god plains yet, and they all saw this scene as well. What's going on? The evil chi of the evil god plains is so paralyzed again. Just like last night, and it's even more parched than last night. Luo Jia was greatly alarmed. The Dark Demon Hall and Martial God Hall experts were even more suffocated under the ancient evil god Strong Liang's vast evil aura. Even Yu Hai, who was at the peak of the late true god stage, had a feeling that it was difficult to breathe. And as for the other experts of the Dark Demon Hall and the Martial God Hall, there was no need to mention them. The crowd was appalled. Who is this young man? How could he have such a horrible evil aura? Beside Lu Yiping, there was suddenly another such terrifying expert. Not only the Dark Demon Hall and Martial God Hall, even Zhou Chang and the donkey he sat on were frightened. Zhou Chang stood beside the ancient evil god Xiangliang, and coldly almost fell off his donkey from the sudden vastness of the ancient evil god Xiangliang's evil aura. In the midst of the horror of the crowd, the ancient evil god Xiangliang grabbed in the void, only to see that in the void, the evil chi that was originally boiling in the sky above the evil god plains suddenly coalesced and transformed into a gigantic evil hand that was like a chaotic divine mountain. This evil hand, its evil aura was raging, and in the center of its palm there was even a hidden ancient evil character. Upon seeing this heaven-shrouding evil hand, Dark Demon Hall Subtemple Master Yu Hai and Zhou Chang spoke in unison. Soul-severing evil hand. Zhao Zihao and the others were also shocked when they heard. This is the soul-severing evil hand of the ancient evil god? Ancient evil god, one of the 10 greatest experts of the ancient world, the greatest enemy of the Lord of all gods. Ever since the ancient evil god perished, the soul-severing evil hand had not come out again. The soul-severing evil hand only exists in the historical records of the divine canon. Now this youth beside Lu Yiping actually knew the soul-severing evil hand. At that moment, the sky-covering soul-severing evil hand came down with a bang. Run away, Yu Hai, the Dark Devil Hall Branch Temple Master, shouted out of breath. The soul-severing evil hand has reappeared in the world. Report to Ancestor Blue Cold as soon as possible. Ancestor of the Dark Devil Hall, Blue Cold, the second best expert in the Hongyuan Plain. All the experts of the Dark Demon Hall fled in panic in all directions in terror. Yu Hai was even more reckless in burning his chi and blood, his vitality, tearing through the void and escaping. The soul-severing evil hand finally came down with a bang. When the soul-severing evil hand fell, the light of that ancient evil character in the middle of the palm burst out, and heavy evil chi penetrated into the heavy space. And Yu Hai, the Dark Demon Hall Branch Temple Master who had already torn through the void and fled, was blasted out by the evil chi once again. Boom! Soulbreaker's evil hand prints to the ground. When the evil hand printed on the ground shook, sand and rocks rolled, and the entire ground was actually slapped and caved in, while all the buildings of the Dark Demon Hall were reduced to pieces in the area covered by the evil hand. Even the large hall where Yu Hai, Zhao Zihao and the others had just deliberated had become a sandy powder. Countless experts of the Dark Demon Hall were sealed into the ground by the evil hands in unison. But no screams. The evil hand brushed down past Zhao Zihao and the other Martial God Hall experts. Zhao Zihao and the other Martial God Hall experts were too late to dodge the countless sand and dust that covered Zhao Zihao and the others. Zhao Zihao and the others were dumbfounded as they looked at the earth that had completely collapsed down in front of them, and at the huge palm that covered the ground. The Dark Demon Hall, the 3 true gods, the 16 divine spirit realms, and the many great emperor realms and ancient emperor realms were all blown down by this handprint. As Zhao Zihao and the others were dumbfounded, they saw that the soul-severing evil hand suddenly clenched and took 1 Yuan-shen out of the deep pit. These Yuan-shen were precisely the Yuan-shen of Yu Hai and the others. As soon as the ancient evil god Chang Liang exerted his force, he pinched and burst them all, transforming them into the purest essence of Yuan-shen power, and then with a single mouth, he devoured them all into his body. Soul-devouring demon scripture. Seeing this scene, that true god realm ancestor of the Martial God Hall turned pale and said, "What kind of person are you from the ancient evil god?" The soul-devouring demon scripture is also the technique of an ancient evil god. And at that moment, Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen and the two of them made their move and rushed into the crowd of the martial god hall. Behind Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen and the two of them, the sky-supporting giant elephant coalesced. The moment the two of them struck, it was the heavenly elephant divine prison fist. These days, the two had received the true god gold pill bestowed by Lu Yiping to cultivate, and then fused the slayer of the killing Tao as well as the blue-shirted young man's heavenly god laws. Their strength was so strong that it had surpassed that of many late-stage peak true gods. And these people from the palace of the martial god could not stop the two from attacking. The martial god hall experts were blown away in unison. However, the two complied with Lu Yiping's orders and only wasted the martial god hall crowd. Soon, the two returned to Lu Yiping, only to see that all the people of the martial god hall had already collapsed and lay on the ground. Lu Yiping took a shot with one hand, only to see a rumble in the distant ground. A huge treasure trove rising from the ground. Precisely the treasure trove of the evil god plains branch of the dark demon hall. Inside the treasury were the spiritual medicines, spiritual stones, and all sorts of treasures that the dark demon hall branch had scavenged in the evil god plains over the years. Things that were not useful to Lu Yiping, but could be used in the future when he created a force. Lu Yiping and the crowd left the scene. Next battle, Yin Ghost Sect Evil God Plains Division. The true God Realm expert of the martial god hall, feeling the divine veins, Dan Tian, and Yuan Shen that were completely blasted to pieces within his body, could not help but feel despair and grief, as he looked at the departing Lu Yiping and roared, "Lu Yiping, our martial god will not let you go. Our 9 Jedi old ancestors will not let you go. You have the balls to kill us all." At that moment, a sword chi broke through the air. This martial god hall true god realm expert's head was thrown up. The rest of the martial god hall was silenced. After leaving, Zhou Cheng's face was complicated as he asked Lu Yiping, "Little evil brother is a descendant of Lord Evil God?" Lu Yiping shook his head. No. Zhou Cheng was greatly surprised, then asked, "Then it's a pro-disciple?" Lu Yiping shook his head without answering. Not long after, the Yin Ghost Sect's Evil God Plains branch was in sight. It didn't take long for all the experts of the Evil God Plane to see that the evil chi that had just calmed down in the sky above the Evil God Plane once again boiled up. Half a day later, the descendant of the evil god has come forth. The soul-severing evil hand reappears in the world. The Dark Demon Hall, the Yin Ghost Sect, and the Yellow Springs Demon Sect, tens of thousands of experts were all exterminated by Lu Yiping and the evil god's descendants. Dozens of experts from the martial god hall were wasted. Yu Shifang and Sun Liang, two true gods, even had their heads on the ground. News after news spread throughout the evil god plains. The Luo family's young master Luo Jie and the Luo family's experts who had originally stayed in the evil god plains were all horrified when they heard the news. This Lu Yiping, is he trying to raise the world? After a long time, a Luo clan expert said with a hoarse voice, "I heard that not only has he obtained the fire dragon Buddhist scripture, even the eternal night monarch's eternal night pupil, the lord of the ancient demon race, is in his hands, and he has already gotten the eternal night pupil to recognize his master." An expert of the Luo clan was astonished. It's all being rumored now that he's the heir of the ancient demon clan's lord of the eternal night monarch. Chapter 71, The Nine Heavens Tai Ching Sword Sect. Luo clan's young master, Luo Jie, suppressed the shock in his heart and laughed coldly. This Lu Yiping, now that he's offended the Dark Demon Hall, Yellow Springs Demon Sect, Yin Ghost Sect, and the Palace of the Martial God, even if he's the heir of the Eternal Night Monarch, he's still bound to die. The 9 Jedi Martial God of the Martial God Temple, who got to enter the sacred forest back then and came out already invincible, is now in hiding for so many years, and his cultivation is already astounding. Unless the Eternal Night Monarch is resurrected, no one can save Lu Yiping. If the 9 extreme martial god strikes, not even Zhang Yu of the Tai sect will be able to shelter Lu Yiping. Another Luo clan expert laughed. Young Lord is right. The 9 extremities martial god is extremely protective of his shortcomings. Lu Yiping killed 2 true gods of the temple of the martial god. With the temperament of the 9 extremities martial god, he will definitely strike. Luo family's young master, Luo Jie, had an extra piece of blood-red jade in his hand and laughed. In a few days, it will be Lord Grandfather's birthday banquet. This piece of dragon blood jade, Lord Grandfather will definitely like it. In a few days, is the sword god Luo Ning birthday banquet. He came to the great desert city, is to buy this piece of dragon blood jade. This piece of dragon blood jade, contains extremely pure dragon's blood, is to prolong life treasure. An expert of the Luo clan laughed. I heard that not only will Lord Jiang Susu of the Tai sect come to the old ancestor's birthday banquet this time, but even the 9 Heavens Tai Ching Sword sect will have experts coming to wish the old ancestor a happy birthday. I see that even Lord Jiang Yu of the Tai sect may not have such a big face in this Hongyuan realm. 9 Heavens, Tai Ching Sword sect. A birthday banquet that would allow the Tai Ching Sword sect's experts to come and participate was a supreme honor. Luo Jia also laughed. The old ancestor has already comprehended 999 heavenly god laws. Within 1,000 years, he will definitely break through to heavenly god. At that time, with the support of the Taiqing sword sect, the position of Lord of the Divine Martial Continent will definitely be our Luo families. Although he had also heard that Wan Wuxia had broken through to the heavenly god realm. In his opinion, with the support of the Taiqing sword sect, once their old ancestor broke through to the heavenly god realm, he was expected to seize the position of the Lord of the Divine Martial Continent. A few moments later, Luo family's young master, Luo Jie, didn't delay any longer and left the evil god plane with the Luo family's experts to return to the Luo mansion. While the crowd was boiling over the Dark Demon Hall, Yellow Springs Demon Sect, Yin Ghost Sect, and Martial God Hall, Lu Yiping and his group of several people arrived at the Evil God Sect. Ancient Evil God Chang Liang looked at the Evil God cult building in front of him with mixed emotions. Back then, he founded the Evil God Sect, with hundreds of millions of followers spread across the 46 continents of the Hongyuan Plain. And now, the Evil God Sect can only shrink to live in a corner of the Divine Martial Continent, lingering on in this Evil God Plane. Back then, there were countless true gods of the Evil God Sect, but now, there were only a few. Of course, the current Evil God Sect was no longer the Evil God Sect he founded back then. When his physical body was destroyed, the eternal demon heart was sealed. The Evil God Sect was besieged and eaten by the ancient sects, and had long since been destroyed. This present-day Evil God cult was created by the descendant of a later member of the Evil God cult. There was still some connection with him, but it was no longer his cult of the gods. The arrival of Lu Yiping's few people immediately caught the attention of the Evil God Sect's experts. A few of you don't know what you're doing here in my cult divine sect? An Evil God cult guard disciple stepped forward and asked. Lu Yiping's few people didn't say anything either. Ancient Evil God Strong Liang broke through the air and lifted one hand towards the ground in the void, and then he saw the ground around him rumble and rattle, and a certain palace of the Evil God Sect was even shaking. At that moment, shadows flashed. Obviously the Evil God Sect's crowd of experts were startled. When the Evil God Sect master came out, he looked at Lu Yiping's few people in astonishment. Suddenly, a certain palace of the Evil God Sect exploded, and a pair of huge side-shaped blades broke through the air and flew out from the depths of the earth before landing in the hands of the ancient Evil God Chang Liang. This huge blade, with its shocking evil aura and wildly surging blood qi, emitted a sound that deterred the soul, sounding like countless evil demons screaming harshly. The ancient Evil God, Chang Liang, held his giant blade in both hands and revealed a smile. Old guy Mark, are you alright? The twin blades emitted a buzzing sound and vibrated, as the blood qi glow gulped. This was none other than the ancient Evil God Chang Liang's divine weapon back then, the Evil God Blade. A few people came over to get this Evil God Blade. An Evil God Sect expert said to the current Sect Master of the Evil God Sect, Sect Master, that seems to be the Evil God Blade of Lord Evil God back then. The Evil God Sect Master did not open his mouth. His heart shook. The Evil God Blade of the ancient Evil God Lord had actually been in the Evil God Sect all along. Just as Lu Yiping was about to leave, the Evil God Sect Master opened his mouth and said, Few of you came to my Evil God Sect and took away my Evil God Sect's belongings, and you're planning to leave without even making a sound? Lu Yiping's few people stopped. Ancient Evil God Chang Liang smiled evilly. The things of your Evil God cult? Then a beat, then I take it away now. What are you going to do? That Evil God Sect Master's face turned cold. Although my Evil God Sect is not the Yin Ghost Sect or the Yellow Springs Demon Sect, it is also not a place where your excellency's few people can come and go as they please. Put down the Evil God's blade. Ancient Evil God Chang Liang suddenly chopped out with both blades, and immediately, 10,000 feet of blood-red blades flew out, and the 10,000 feet of blood-red blades instantly passed by the Evil God Sect Master and the Evil God Sect's crowd of experts in a single pass. The Evil God Sect Master and the Evil God Sect congregation simply did not have time to react, only feeling a coldness in their bodies, followed by their entire body robes all bursting open. On every Evil God Sect disciple at the scene, there were 2 more blood-red blade marks, blood seeping out from them. The Evil God Sect Master and the Evil God Sect congregation's entire body stiffened, only feeling that the blood in their entire body had a feeling that it was going to completely freeze. Go, Lu Yiping said. Then he and the ancient Evil God Chang Liang and a few others broke through the air and left. Only after Lu Yiping and the others had left did the Evil God Sect Master and the others return with a breath of relief. The crowd swallowed in their throats as they looked at the blood-red blade marks all over their bodies. Just now, if it wasn't for that youth's mercy, I'm afraid that all of the people would have been disintegrated into countless pieces by now. Sect Master, that blue-shirted young man, could he be the Zither Immortal Duke? Lu Yiping. Suddenly, a sect of gods experts squeaked out. Prince Shen Xian. Lu Yiping, is he? At that moment, the evil god sect's crowd was greatly alarmed. That black-robed youth. Could it be the descendant of Lord Evil God? The evil god sect lord swallowed. After leaving, Lu Yiping asked the ancient evil god Changliang, "You really don't want to rebuild the evil god sect again?" Ancient evil god Changliang's face was complicated and he finally shook his head. "Let's talk about it later." Lu Yiping didn't persuade any further, and the few of them traveled in the direction of the Luo mansion. Half a day later, a few people went out of the evil god plains. After leaving the evil god plains, it was the Luo province boundary. The evil god plain is filled with killing and blood everywhere, and the plain is shrouded in an evil aura, while the fighting is less when you enter the Luo province's boundaries. And the wind and sun are beautiful, and the mountains are green and the water is beautiful. As he approached the Luo family's main residence, he saw that there were gradually more experts from all sides coming and going. Lord Luo Ning's sword god's birthday banquet. This time even the Nine Heavens Tai Ching sword god has sent experts to celebrate his birthday. This face, it's too big. I heard that the Nine Heavens Tai Ching sword sect didn't come with a true god expert this time, but a heavenly god. A few disciples talked on the distant avenue. Chapter 72. There's a young man in a blue shirt outside, listening to the disciples in front of them talk. Lu Yiping's several people were surprised. Luo Ning birthday banquet? The dragon-horned golden bull laughed. This kid's birthday banquet. What birthday gift will we give him later? The donkey glanced at the longhorn golden bull. Send a few golden hairs over. The longhorn golden bull's eyes glared. Send your 3 donkey legs over there. Zhou Chang, however, looked at Lu Yiping. I didn't realize that the Tai Ching sword sect had sent a heavenly god expert to celebrate Luo Ning's birthday. After a pause, he said, "Why don't we wait for the birthday banquet to end before we make our move?" Right now, the Tai Ching sword sect's experts were present, and if Lu Yiping made a move, he would inevitably move against the Tai Ching sword sect's experts. Waiting for the birthday banquet to end? Lu Yiping's face was calm. There's no need for that. At this time, the Luo family's general mansion was bustling with activity. The mansion was decorated with lights and colors, a joyous celebration. Luo family's young master, Luo Jie, and a group of Luo family's experts were in front of the Luo family's main residence to greet the experts from all sides who had come. Ancestor of the Pyumiao divine sect has arrived. A congratulatory gift of the Taishan divine sword. The evil king's mansion lord has arrived. A congratulatory gift of a 200,000-year-old dragon king blood ginseng. One of the Luo family's supreme elders who received them shouted, "The misty god sect, the evil king's mansion," were all among the superpowers of the divine martial continent. This time, those who came to celebrate the birthday were almost all the major superpowers of the divine martial continent. The moon-worshipping emperor has arrived, delivering the congratulatory gift of a pair of phoenix eyes. Suddenly, the Luo family's supreme elder shouted. As soon as the voice came out, there was a small commotion among the experts from the various parties that had come. The moon-worshipping empire was the second largest empire in the divine martial continent, second only to the existence of the Beidou Empire, and no one had expected that the moon-worshipping emperor would personally come. I've long heard that the moon-worshipping emperor is interested in an alliance with the Luo family, so it seems to be true. The moon-worshipping emperor has been in conflict with the Northern Dipper emperor, and the two countries are constantly at war. The moon-worshipping emperor's alliance with the Luo family is afraid that he wants to utilize the relationship between the Luo family, the Tai sect, and the Tai Ching sword sect to suppress the Northern Dipper emperor. Among the guests, some joints crossed their ears. In the gaze of the crowd, wearing a golden battle robe and walking with a dragon's footsteps, the moon-worshipping great emperor walked in surrounded by the moon-worshipping empire's experts. Moon-worshipper Emperor Lin Jun, an imperial emperor whose fame and prestige was not inferior to Beidou Emperor Zhou Dingtian, Luo Jin, head of the Luo family, and Luo Jie, the young master of the Luo family, welcomed the moon-worshipping emperor, Lin Jun, into the grand hall. Not long after the moon-worshipping emperor Lin Jun had entered the main hall, he heard the Luo family's supreme elder call out excitedly, "Elder Ancestor Lin Yi and Elder Ancestor Yuan Iwa of the Nine Heavens Tai Ching sword sect have arrived. Elder Ancestor Jiang Susu of the Tai sect has arrived." As soon as the voice came out, the scene was shaken. Elder Lin Yi, Ancestor Yuan Iwa. The Tai Ching sword sect actually sent 2 heavenly god realm experts. The experts who came from all sides were surprised. Even the moon-worshipping Emperor Lin Jun, who had just entered the Great Hall, was surprised. Heavenly God realm experts. This was a truly supreme existence in the Hongyuan plain. How honorable was their status. This time, the Tai Ching sword sect had even sent 2 of them. As for the Tai sect's Jiang Susu, although she was not a heavenly god, she was also a peak late-stage true god, and was extremely close to the existence of a heavenly father, with a strength that was no weaker than that of the sword god Luo Ning, and was even the pro-sister of the number 1 person of the constant elemental plane. Jiang Yu. In the midst of the crowd's clamor, they only saw the two old ancestors of the Tai Ching sword sect, Lin Yi and Yuan Yi Hua, striding towards them, while the Tai sect's Jiang Susu was a step behind. Along with Jiang Susu, was Luo Tong, the daughter of the Luo family. Luo Ning, who was originally in the Great Hall, sitting peacefully, heard the sound and hurriedly got up, personally coming out to meet him. Greetings to the two lords Lin Yi and Yuan Yiwa. After coming out, Luo Ning hurriedly went forward. Lin Yi, Yuan Yiwa and the two of them nodded with smiles on their faces. Afterward, Luo Ning greeted Jiang Susu of the Tai sect before discreetly welcoming the crowd from the Tai Ching sword sect and the Tai sect into the Grand Hall. After the Tai Ching sword sect and Tai sect's crowd of experts entered the inner hall, the crowd of experts in the outer hall talked again. The Tai Ching sword sect sent two heavenly god experts this time. Could it be related to the fact that the Heavenly God River is about to reverse its flow? The Heavenly God River, the number one river in the Hongyuan Plain. It was also the most legendary river in the Hongyuan Plain, spanning several continents, and every 10,000 years, the entire river would reverse its flow. And when the flow was reversed, at the bottom of the Heavenly God River, countless treasures would surface. In a few more days, it would be the next time the Heavenly God River would reverse its flow. Lin Yi, Yuan Yiwa and the two of them entered the Great Hall and sat down before laughing and talking with Luo Ning, Jiang Susu and the others. In the midst of the casual conversation, Lin Yi suddenly said, I heard that a junior named Lu Yiping has recently emerged from the Hongyuan Plain, and that he has obtained the cave inheritance of the sacred demon and the Elder of Time. All the people in the Great Hall stopped talking. Lu Yiping? Could it be that Tai Ching Sword had sent the two adults here with the true purpose of Lu Yiping? Luo Ning sniffed and hurriedly said, Indeed. This Lu Yiping, not only does he have the Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist and the true copy of the Time Divine Fist Secret, but he also has the true copy of the Wan family's Golden Flame Divine Fist Secret. Yesterday, Lu Yiping even held the Pupil of Eternal Night and slaughtered tens of thousands of experts from the Evil God Plains Dark Demon Hall, Yin Ghost Sect, and Yellow Springs Demon Sect. Lin Yi, an old ancestor of the Tai Ching Sword Sect, and Yuan Yiwa were taken aback when they heard the Pupil of Eternal Night. Yesterday, when Lu Yiping slaughtered the Dark Demon Hall, Yin Ghost Sect, and Yellow Springs Demon Sect's experts with the Pupil of Eternal Night in his hand, the matter hadn't spread completely, and the two of them didn't know about it. Now it's all a surprise to hear. But the Eternal Night Pupil of the Lord of the Demon Clan's Eternal Night Monarch from the ancient times? Yuan Yiwa asked anxiously. Yes, it's the Eternal Night Monarch's Eternal Night Pupil, Luo Ning hurriedly replied. Is it really the Eternal Night Monarch's Eternal Night Pupil? Lin Yishuang asked. Luo Ning replied. It should be. Lu Yiping used this Eternal Night Pupil to kill Yu Zhifeng, the Vice Hall Master of the Martial God Hall branch. When he used this Pupil of Eternal Night, all the surroundings were plunged into a state of eternal night, and the divine sense of the Martial God Hall's experts were unable to sense the surrounding area at all. Lin Yi, Yuan Yihua both looked at each other and were surprised. In that case, it was undoubtedly the Pupil of Eternal Night. This Lu Yiping, where is he now? Yuan Yihua said. Yesterday, after Lu Yiping slaughtered tens of thousands of experts from the three major forces of the Dark Demon Hall, he disappeared. Luo Ning said. He should still be in the Evil God Plains right now. If the two lords want to find this Lu Yiping, I'll send someone to investigate this Lu Yiping's whereabouts right now. Lin Yi said. Use all your power to uncover this Lu Yiping for me as soon as possible. The Pupil of Eternal Night hid a secret that many people in the Hongyuan Plain did not know. Please don't worry, two lords. I'll have someone investigate Lu Yiping's whereabouts right now. Luo Ning sniffed and assured. We should find out Lu Yiping's whereabouts soon. Just at this moment, he saw a Luo family supreme elder walk in hurriedly and reported. Old ancestor, family master, a blue-shirted young man has come outside. He calls himself Lu Yiping and says he wants to see you. Lu Yiping, Luo family's young master. Luo Jie changed his face. The crowd in the Great Hall was shocked. Loring was also all wrong. Chapter 73, False Accusations. Everyone looked at Loring. Luo Ning's birthday banquet. Lu Yiping even came? Lu Yiping wants to see Luo Ning. Why? Luo Ning was also puzzled. He had no interactions with this Lu Yiping. Why did this Lu Yiping come to see him? And after the two of them, Lin Yi and Yuan Yiwa, the old ancestors of the Tai Ching Sword Sect, heard that Lu Yiping had come, and after being surprised, Lin Yi flirted and laughed. Could it be that this Lu Yiping knew that we were looking for him? And so, he came over on his own. Yuan Yihual also laughed. I've heard that this son has excellent sword skills and is extremely fast. Some say faster than the Thunderwind sword technique of our Nine Heavens Tai Ching sword sect. Then he said to Luo Ning, let him come in. Luo Ning nodded, then said to that supreme elder of the Luo clan, let him in. that Luo family supreme elder hesitantly said. In addition to Lu Yiping, there are a few of his men out there as well. You see? Let them all in. Loring said. That Luo family supreme elder respectfully answered yes and then retreated. All the people in the Great Hall were staring in the direction of the gate. Recently, the matter of Lu Yiping had been rumored in the divine martial continent, and everyone sitting there was curious about Lu Yiping. The moon-worshipping Emperor Lin Jun was also curious if this Lu Yiping was really the first beautiful man in the Hongyuan plain as rumors said, and if he was really a superb swordsman and a zither player who had entered the immortal as rumors said. Sword is the first of the 100 soldiers. Therefore, almost everyone who practiced cultivation had practiced swordplay. He was no exception. And, moreover, he was extremely obsessed with the way of the sword. Since he heard that Lu Yiping had chopped off the head of Een Ghost Sect's young sect leader Hao Shan with a single sword, and that his sword skills were amazing, he also wanted to see this Lu Yiping's sword skills. Although he was the second emperor of the divine martial continent, his cultivation was no weaker than the northern dipper Emperor Zhou Dingtian, and the height of his sword Dao was all straight after the older generation sword god Luo Ning and the others. The crowd looked forward to it with different minds. Under the gaze of the crowd, a blue-shirted young man rode in on a golden ox. Luo Ning saw this and his face sank. Today was his birthday banquet. This Lu Yiping entered his Luo residence and even rode in on a mount. But when Luo Ning saw the scruffy old man and the donkey beside Lu Yiping, she was stunned. Senior Zhou Chang? Luo Ning couldn't help but rise. The crowd was surprised. The moon-worshipping Emperor Lin Jun, however, changed his face. Prajna divine beggar. The crowd was not surprised. This old man, surprisingly, is the Prajna divine beggar. Regarding this bonjour divine beggar, there were all sorts of legendary miracle legends in the Hongyuan plain. This bonjour divine beggar, from the Taihua Buddhist sect, the number one Buddhist sect in the Hongyuan plain, was the oldest existence of the Taihua Buddhist sect, and his seniority was even higher than that of the sword god Luo Ning, Zhang Yu, and the others. It was a powerhouse from the same era as the nine extremities martial god of the martial god hall. When the crowd heard that this old man was actually the bonjour divine beggar, they all got up as well. Although the Prajna divine beggar was not included in the ranking of the 10 great super masters of the Hongyuan plain, all the people in the hall knew that the Prajna divine beggar was a heavenly god realm expert. The Tai sect's elder ancestor Jiang Susu also got up and smiled at Zhou Chang. So it's Senior Zhou Chang. I didn't want to meet Senior Zhou Chang here. If we had known that Senior Zhou Chang was coming, we would have gone out to greet him long ago. Zhou Chang poured a mouthful of wine, glanced at Jiang Susu and grinned. So it's Susu Beauty. Then he looked at the crowd in the main hall and laughed. Hey, it's quite lively, but Luo Ning kid, it's not me who came over to look for you today. It's Duke Lu who's looking for you for a bit. Speaking of a little something, Zhou Chang that, a little hairy in his heart. Only then did everyone's eyes fall back onto Lu Yiping. Luo Ning couldn't grasp the relationship between Zhou Chang and Lu Yiping and asked Lu Yiping, I wonder what Mr. Lu wants to see me about? Lu Yiping blandly said. Back then, Yang Dong was invited into the battlefield of the gods and later disappeared. The person who invited Yang Dong into the battlefield of the gods back then was you. Right. When the crowd heard this, they were all stunned, and they all looked at Luo Ning. Back then, the disappearance of sword god Yang Dong caused quite a stir. This matter, surprisingly, is related to Luo Ning? Luo Ning's face changed for a moment, but he recovered instantly as he looked at Lu Yiping. Ridiculous. Yang Dong and I have not crossed paths, much less invited him into the battlefield of the gods. At the same time, he said in a deep voice, I don't know where Mr. Luo has offended Mr. Lu, allowing you to slander me like this. At that moment, the two old ancestors of the Tai Ching sword sect, Lin Yi and Yuan Yi Hua, walked over. Lin Yi stared at Lu Yiping with a heated gaze. Lu Yiping, right, the Eternal Night Monarch's Eternal Night pupil was in your possession back then? Lu Yiping ignored Lin Yi. His gaze fell on Luo Ning, his voice cold. Slander? Whether it's slander or not, I'll soon know after I search my soul. Hearing Lu Yiping say that he wanted to search Luo Ning's soul, the people in the Great Hall frowned, all feeling that Lu Yiping was too arrogant, designating that the matter of Yang Dong back then was related to the sword god Luo Ning as soon as he arrived, and also ignoring the questioning of the old ancestor of the Tai Ching sword sect, Lord Lin Yi. Just now, he even said that he wanted to search sword god Luo Ning's soul in front of all the experts of the Tai Ching sword sect and the Tai sect. Luo Zhen, the head of the Luo family, could no longer hold back and drew his sword, pointing angrily at Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping, you came to my Luo family to make up lies and slander my grandfather. The two adults of the Tai Ching sword sect are here today. It's not your turn to act recklessly here. Lu Yiping looked at Luo Zhen, the Luo family head who had drawn his sword and pointed it angrily at himself. His eyes glowed as he saw Luo Zhen, the Luo family head. screaming miserably as countless sword chi shot out violently from his chest at his heart. Then, Luo Jin, the head of the Luo family, fell to the ground with a loud bang. It was so sudden that everyone froze. The crowd looked in disbelief at the collapsed Luo family head. Luo Jin. Heart Sword. Moon-worshipping Emperor Lin Jun's eye pupils shrunk as he said, Heart Sword. The crowd in the Great Hall was shocked. The realm of the sword, from low to high, is the human sword, the earthly sword, the heavenly sword, the sword of eternity, and the sword of infinity. Above the sword of infinity is the sword of the heart. The sword of the heart, and the sword of the heart's demon, can be through the intention, urging a human heart-centered demon to induce the sword chi, killing in the invisible. Father, Luo family's young master, Luo Jie, as well as the two of them, Luo Tong, stepped forward and helped Luo family's master, Luo Jin, up as they cried out in sorrow. Luo Jin, the Luo family head, opened his mouth and a large mouthful of blood sprayed out. Luo Jiao, Luo Tong, and all the Luo family's experts all stared angrily at Lu Yiping. Jiang Susu, the old ancestor of the Tai sect, looked at Lu Yiping. His face sank violently, his entire body surged with light, and his amazing aura was released, only to see a divine frame fly out from the top of his head, and on top of the divine frame, a heavenly god law was entwined, surprisingly reaching more than 9,800 channels. Supreme Godhead, Feathered Godhead, over 9,800 heavenly god laws. The crowd gasped out in shock. The Supreme Godhead was the most difficult godhead to condense in the world, and even in the recent ancient mid-period, the number of powerful people who could condense a Supreme Godhead was extremely rare. And with over 9,800 heavenly god laws, this was already extremely close to the cultivation of the current top 10 super experts of the Hongyuan Plain. Immediately after, everyone saw that countless sword chi filled the area around Jiang Susu's body, and these sword chi were divided into black and white. Yin Yang sword chi, execute the gods. Jiang Susu's voice was cold, and the countless yin and yang sword chi throughout her body transformed into two rivers of swords that blasted towards Lu Yiping. Chapter 74, Removing Hongyuan's Harm. Yin Yang sword chi. The Pyumiao divine sect ancestor in the Great Hall was shocked. This is the highest realm of the Tai sword code. The Tai sword dictionary was the strongest sword art of the Tai sect. It was also one of the top 10 sword dictionaries in the Hongyuan Plain right now. Once the Tai sword canon was cultivated to the highest realm of yin and yang, the sword chi would carry the power of yin and yang in it, which was incredibly powerful. The people in the Great Hall were all experts, and when they saw Jiang Susu's yin yang sword chi, they were all moved. The two yin yang sword rivers instantly bombarded and killed in front of Lu Yiping. While the crowd was marveling at Jiang Susu's yin and yang sword chi, they didn't notice that sword god Luo Ning had sent out several flying needles from her sleeve. These flying needles, invisible and colorless, crossed the space without causing a little fluctuation in the space, and instantly attacked Lu Yiping's waist. Just as the yin-yang sword river bombarded and killed in front of Lu Yiping, the several invisible and colorless flying needles sank in from Lu Yiping's waist. Sword god Luo Ning smiled coldly when he saw this, as he watched the yin-yang sword river bombard Lu Yiping. Suddenly, behind Lu Yiping, 1,000 Buddha hands appeared. Vast Buddhist power swept through. Affected by the vastness of the Buddha's power, the entire hall shook. Some of the experts who were close by were all forced to retreat by this vastness of Buddha power. Jaizo 1,000 Buddha hands. Seeing the thousands of Buddha hands that suddenly appeared behind Lu Yiping, the evil king's mansion lord was shocked. At that moment, 1,000 Buddha hands fell with a single clap. Thousands of Buddha palms were like a small mountain, instantly bursting the yin-yang sword river before continuing to fall towards Jiang Susu. Xuanwu divine armor. As Jiang Susu looked at the thousands of falling Buddha palms, in great shock, light surged throughout her body, surfacing a single rune, which formed a Xuanwu shell on the surface of her body. Xuanwu is the strongest divine beast of defense in heaven and earth. This Xuanwu divine armor, which she had obtained from a technique left behind by a powerful person in the Middle Ages, was invincible in terms of defense, and even if it was a strong person at the early stage of the heavenly god, she was confident that she could block its blow. Boom! 1,000 Buddha hands blasted down. The Xuanwu divine armor was like an eggshell, instantly bursting apart. Jiang Susu only felt her entire body give a lurch, as if she had been bombarded by 1,000 huge mountains, and her entire body was instantly blown into the floor of the Great Hall. The floor tiles of the Grand Hall, which were cast with green jade, turned into pieces, and the surroundings of the Grand Hall continued to crack. Everyone exited the hall in shock. When the crowd exited the hall, they looked and saw that Jiang Susu of the Tai sect had been slapped into the ground of the hall. The supreme divine lattice feathered divine lattice had burst into countless pieces of broken sand, and Jiang Susu herself was set in the ground, unmoving, dead. The Pyumiao divine sect ancestor, the evil king's mansion lord, the moon-worshipping emperor, and the others were all dumbfounded. The first person of the Hongyuan plain, Jiang Yu's own sister, the Tai sect's oldest ancestor, Jiang Susu, was dead. Even Zhou Chang, who was riding on the donkey, swallowed. Sword god Luo Ning also had a look of disbelief on his face. Everyone had the feeling that the sky was falling. Only, the sword god Luo Ning was puzzled in his mind. Just now Lu Yiping had clearly been hit by his Taiyin Xianxian underworld needle, so why was he still fine until now? Once the Taiyin Xianxian needle entered the body, it would travel along the blood of the entire body, and then the Xianxian poison would cover the entire body. And right now, Lu Yiping should be stiff all over. While Luo Ning was puzzled, he saw Lu Yiping turn his head over and look at him with a cold gaze. Are you wondering why I'm fine even though I've been hit by your Taiyin Xianxian needle? The crowd was stunned. Sword god Luo Ning's face sank. What Taiyin Xuanhe needle? I don't understand what you're saying. At this moment, only a few Taiyin Xianxian underworld needles that had just disappeared into Lu Yiping's body flew out of Lu Yiping's body. No more, no less. 5 pieces in all. 5 extremely tiny Taiyin Xianxian underworld needles were as tiny as a hair. The originally formless and colorless Taiyin Xianxian underworld needle was emitting a shocking cold aura, and a terrifying purple and black aura permeated the cold aura. When the crowd saw the Taiyin Xianxian underworld needle, they couldn't help but look at sword god Luo Ning with strange faces. Undoubtedly, when Jiang Susu had struck out at Lu Yiping just now, sword god Luo Ning had used the Taiyin Xianxian underworld needle to sneak attack Lu Yiping. Some of the experts who were familiar with the Taiyin Xianwei needle were shocked to see that it was really the Taiyin Xianwei needle. This Taiyin Xianwei needle, once in more than 100,000 years ago, near ancient times appeared. The person who was hit by no medicine can be saved. Even the pharmaceutical king hall of the masters faced this Taiyin Xianwei needle cannot do anything. Only, after the near ancient times, the Taiyin Xianxian underworld needle no longer appeared. The sword god, Luo Ning, would actually have this Taiyin Xianxian underworld needle. Lu Yiping, you're spitting blood. Upon seeing this, sword god Luo Ning angrily said, this Taiyin Xianxian underworld needle simply belongs to you, and you took it out to slander me. You said that I sneak attacked you just now, and with so many people in this great hall, did no one notice? No one noticed? Lu Yiping looked towards Lin Yi and Yuan Yihawa of the Taiching sword sect. Lin Yi, Yuan Yihawa and the two of them averted their eyes. In fact, the two of them had just seen sword god Luo Ning's sneak attack, but it was naturally impossible for the two of them to open their mouths and reveal it. At this time, sword god Luo Ning said to the Pilmiao divine sect ancestor, the evil king's mansion master, the moon-worshipping great emperor, and the others, gentlemen, this Lu Yiping is brutally murderous, and has brutally killed experts from various sects since his debut, so demonic that we should join forces to round him up and kill him. The faces of the misty god sect ancestor, the moon-worshipping emperor, and the others changed. Lu Yiping waved his one hand, only to see the 5 Taiyin Xianxian underworld needles break through the air and shoot into sword god Luo Ning in unison. The speed was so fast that sword god Luo Ning was unable to react at all. As soon as the Taiyin Xianxian underworld needle entered his body, sword god Luo Ning instantly felt that the blood in his entire body felt like it was going to condense, and a cold aura swept through his entire body, eating away at his entire vitality. Sword god Luo Ning was terrified. This Taiyin Xianxian needle, there was no cure, although he had the Taiyin Xianxian needle. However, there was also no antidote. In a state of panic, he couldn't help but look towards Lin Yi and Yuan Yihawa. Both of you, please still save me. Lin Yi, Yuan Yihawa and the two of them both struck out, their palms thundering and slapping at sword god Luo Ning's chest, but it was useless. Even the Thunder Dollar deity Qi of the Taiching Sword School was unable to dispel and seal this Taiyin Xianxian underworld needle. Lu Yiping suddenly took a shot and brought sword god Luo Ning before him. Seeing this, Lin Yi, the old ancestor of the Taiching sword sect, his face was as gloomy as water. His eyes were frosty. Lu Yiping, you have vicious means. First you brutally killed the Dark Demon Hall, Yellow Springs Demon Sect, Yin Ghost Sect, and now you brutally killed the Tai Sect, the Luofu crowd. It seems like you're such a fiend that everyone has to be put to death. Today, the two of us, master and brother, will join forces and kill you to rid Hongyuan of evil. Lu Yiping smiled coldly. The two were clearly looking at the pupil of eternal night on him and wanted to kill him to take it. And now, they were speaking in a righteous and decent manner. After the Taiching sword sect's old ancestor Lin Yi finished speaking, the two of them and Yuan Yihawa broke through the air. The aura of a heavenly god powerhouse was completely released from the two. The surging power of the heavenly god, like an ocean, continuously swept away, and everything around was destroyed. At the same time, the berserk power of thunder roared and surged out from the two of them. Affected by the power of the two heavenly gods, The winds and clouds of heaven and earth changed color, and in the sky above the entire Luofu region, a sheet of thunderclouds shrouded the entire Luofu region, and at this moment, all the cities in the Luofu region, all the clans, and all the family experts felt the terrifying force of oppression. Chapter 75, What's all this nonsense? And Luo House within the Pyongyang Divine Sect Ancestor, the evil king's mansion lord and other experts, but also as if the heart was pressed by 10,000 major mountains, under the shock, flying outward in succession. It wasn't until they flew out for a long time that the crowd felt better. So strong, this is the power of a heavenly god powerhouse. The Misty God Sect Ancestor was filled with fear. As the Misty God Sect Ancestor, he was at least a mid-true god expert, but under the might of the two heavenly gods, Lin Yi and Yuan Yewa, he actually had the feeling of being as weak as an ant. Even if he was facing a peak late true god expert like Jiang Susu, he would be able to fight, but facing the two of them, Lin Yi and Yuan Yewa, he surprisingly couldn't raise any thoughts of resistance at all. The Luo family's young master, Luo Jie, Luo Tong and others are even more panicked, but fled a long way, only to stop, all pale, gasping for breath. Luo Li looked at the two men, Lin Yi and Yuan Yihua, who were already completely entangled in lightning high in the sky, like two ancient thunder gods, and in awe, but with a hideous laugh. Lin Yi, Yuan Yihua, the two lords are joining forces. This Lu Yiping will surely die. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked in Lu Yiping's direction. I just hate that I can't kill this evil thief with my own hands. If I had the strength of Lords Lin Yi and Yuan Yewa, I'd really want to personally skin him and break his bones, extract his tendons and refine his soul. Luo Tong also looked at Lu Yiping with a hateful face. Don't worry, when Lords Lin Yi and Yuan Yewa kill this Lu Yiping, we will beg Lords Lin Yi and Yuan Yewa to keep the lives of his men. His men will be worse than dead. In the distance, the moon-worshipping Emperor Lin Jun looked at the two of them, Lin Yi and Yuan Yewa, with a look of adoration on his face. If I were to have such strength, why would I worry about not being able to unify the divine martial continent? A grand marshal of the moon-worshipping said. The two lords Lin Yi and Yuan Yewa look like they have already comprehended the extreme Upanishadic power of Thunder Force. With the power of the two lords, even an ordinary early-stage heavenly deity wouldn't be an enemy of the two in a single strike. With the two adults joining forces now, this Lu Yiping and a few of his men will not be able to escape by the looks of it. As for Zhou Chang, he frowned as he looked at the increasingly dense thunder yuan power surrounding the bodies of Lin Yi and Yuan Yewa. Lin Yi, Yuan Yewa had actually comprehended the extreme Upanishadic power of Thunder Force, and the strength of the two was beyond his expectations. Can Lu Yiping resist? He contemplates whether or not to make a move. Is it worth it to offend the Nine Heavens Tai Ching Sword Sect for the sake of Lu Yiping? When he thought of that huge giant of the Nine Heavens Tai Ching Sword Sect, his heart sank. At this time, Lin Yi, Yuan Yihua both had an extra long sword in their hands. Two people in the hands of the long sword is exactly the same. Above the long sword, are engraved with thunder symbols. This was none other than the wind and thunder twin swords of the Tai Ching sword school. The two of them executed the thunder wind sword technique at the same time, and when the two swords were combined, their power would be multiplied. Under the infusion of the power of the two heavenly gods, the wind and thunder twin swords surged with light, and a thunderbolt was even more violent. Lin Yi looked at Lu Yiping coldly. Lu Yiping, this wind and thunder twin sword is the supreme sword of our Tai Ching sword sect. To be able to die under the wind and thunder twin swords, you can rest in peace. After saying this, the two of them launched their swords at the same time. At that moment, millions of sword-ons dazzled the heavens and earth. The thunder and lightning in the sky turned into a sea of thunder. Everything in heaven and earth seemed to be drowned and swallowed by this sea of thunder. At the scene, the moon-worshipping Emperor Lin Jun, the Pyongyang Divine Sect's ancestor, the evil king's mansion lord, and the others looked at this world-destroying strike, and all of them were appalled. And all of the experts within the Luofu territory also looked up, staring in horror at the crazy rolling sea of thunder high in the sky. Luo family's young master, Luo Jie, looked at the sea of thunder that was blasting down, at the millions of swords blasting towards Lu Yiping, and clenched his fists. Zhou Chang looked at the falling millions of swords. His face was grave as he removed the wine gourd on his waist, and in the end, he decided to make a move. Just as Zhou Chang was about to strike, suddenly, two blood-colored blades broke through the air, and when the two blood-colored blades broke through the air, the horrifying evil chi rushed up to the sky, roaring through the nine heavens, and that horrifying sea of thunder was unexpectedly scattered by the evil chi. Then, everyone at the scene saw that the two blood-colored blades instantly cut through the millions of sword awnings, and then, the two blood-colored blades slashed through the necks of Lin Yi and Yuan Yewa. The 10 million sword-ons that had just shaken the heavens and earth suddenly disappeared, and the sea of thunder that flooded the Luofu territory all came to a grinding halt. Zhou Chang was dumbfounded. finally seeing clearly. Those two blood-colored blades were clearly evil god blades. After cutting the throats of Lin Yi and Yuan Iwa, the evil god's blade was still circling high in the sky, emitting an evil demonic scream. At the scene, the moon-worshipping Emperor Lin Jun, the Pyongyang divine sex ancestor, the evil king's mansion lord, and the others looked at the evil god's blade that was circling back high in the sky and froze. At that moment, the evil god blade swung back and fell back into the hands of the ancient evil god Changliang. The ancient evil god, Changliang, pinned the evil god blade back to his waist and said coldly, "What nonsense!" When his words fell, he only saw the heads of Lin Yi, the old ancestor of the Taiching sword sect, and Yuan Iwa, who were high in the sky, fall from their necks, with columns of blood spraying out. The young master of the Luo family, Luo Jie, Luo Tong, the Luo family's experts, and the other experts of the Tai sect looked at the heads of Lin Yi and Yuan Iwa as they fell from the heights, their minds going blank. Lin Yi and Yuan Iwa's heads smashed into the ground, and the ground made a muffled sound like two smashing peaks, splashing up heavy sand and dust. Sand and dust drifted with the wind. Dead. Luo family's young master, Luo Jie, was filled with shock and disbelief. The two heavenly god realm old ancestors of the Taiching sword sect, Lin Yi and Yuan Iwa, had died just like that? He was killed by a youth under Lu Yiping's hand with a single move. The experts from all sides of the moon-worshipping empire, the Pyongyang divine sect, and the evil king's mansion woke back up, and all of them looked at the black-robed youth beside Lu Yiping with horror. With one slash, he killed two heavenly gods. Although they were two early-stage heavenly gods, these were two early-stage heavenly god experts, the supreme being of the Everdu realm. It was just a breeze to kill. The sword god Luo Ning, who had been taken in Lu Yiping's hands and had not yet died, was even colder. His hands and feet were cold, and as he looked at the ancient evil god Chanliang next to him, he could only feel his bones creeping out and a chill spreading continuously from the bottom of his heart. With a single hand, Lu Yiping pulled out the heavenly god laws from the two divine compartments of Lin Yi and Yuan Iwa, and then struck them into the divine compartments of Zhang Jin and Zhao Wen. With that, Lu Yiping searched sword god Luo Ning's soul. Soon, the soul search was over. Lu Yiping's eyes were cold. Sure enough, behind sword god Luo Ning was the Yin Borer clan. After searching his soul, Lu Yiping landed a flame on sword god Luo Ning, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, sword god Luo Ning incinerated into a cloud of ashes. Go, Lu Yiping said blandly, riding away on the ox. Ancient evil god Changliang, Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen, and Zhou Chang followed. Looking at the departing Lu Yiping, the ancient evil god Changliang several people, the crowd stood there rigidly, not daring to move, until Lu Yiping's several people disappeared in the sky. The crowd only gasped for breath. Some family experts could not even stand unsteadily and fell to sit on the ground. The crowd looked at Lin Yi, Yuan Iwa and Jiang Susu's corpses and were momentarily stunned. Who is that black-robed youth? An old ancestor of the evil king's mansion's tongue trembled as he spoke out, meaning ancient evil god Strong Liang. 3 more tomorrow. Next, it's the plot of the heavenly god river reversal. Still want to kill it, brothers? Chapter 76, The Tai Army. It was rumored before that he was the descendant of an ancient evil god. Now that he can even catalyze the evil god blade, it seems to be true. The evil king's mansion lord's eyes were astonished. Only a descendant of an evil god, with the bloodline of an evil god, could be able to catalyze the evil god blade. The moon-worshipping Emperor Lin Jun was in a complicated mood as he said, I didn't realize that this Lu Yiping had such an expert by his side. What is the strength of this evil god descendant? I'm only afraid that it's a mid-heavenly god, or even higher. Mid-heavenly god, even higher. The hearts of all the people sank. Having reached the realm of the heavenly god, it was extremely difficult to raise each small step. Some early heavenly gods even struggled to break through to the middle heavenly god stage for 10,000 years. And once they broke through to the middle heavenly god stage, their strength was far stronger than that of the early heavenly god stage. It was no exaggeration to say that once one broke through to the mid-heavenly god stage, one could completely and easily defeat 2 early heavenly gods or even 3 early heavenly gods. However, Jiang Susu is dead, and Lord Jiangyu only has such a sister. There's absolutely no way he would let Lu Yiping go. Many years ago, Lord Jiangyu was at the peak of the mid-heavenly god stage, right? He might have broken through to the late heavenly god stage by now, the Misty God sect ancestor said. The evil king's mansion lord said, this Lu Yiping, along the way, has offended the Dark Demon Hall, the Eam Ghost sect, the Yellow Springs Demon sect, the Martial God Hall, and now the Luo family, the Tai sect, and the Taiching Sword sect. The Dark Demon Hall, Eam Ghost sect, and Yellow Springs Demon sect armies will arrive soon. The Martial God Hall, the Tai sect and even the Taiching Sword sect armies will only be arriving soon. At that time, The divine martial continent will only fight to collapse. Speaking of this, the evil King Mansion Lord smiled bitterly. Let's hope that the place where they are fighting is not near my evil King Mansion. Otherwise, everything that my evil King Mansion has painstakingly worked for will be destroyed cleanly. Ancestor of the Misty God sect said, as I see it, I'll simply lead my disciples to leave the divine martial continent to hide for a while before returning. The several Tai sect experts who came with Jiang Susu, came to Jiang Susu's corpse, looked at Jiang Susu's already shapeless corpse. All of them had a face of grief and indignation, and respectfully bowed, before carefully bringing up Jiang Susu's corpse, and then broke into the air and left. Obviously, it was back to the Tai sect. The experts from all parties who had come to congratulate the birthday celebrations had also taken their leave. In the end, only the Luo family disciples remained. Half a day ago, a festive Luo mansion was left in a state of disarray and sadness. Luo Jin, the Luo family head who was seriously injured by the heart sword, swallowed the elixir and had recovered quite a bit. Looking at everything on the scene, anger and hatred. His throat was hot and his blood sprayed out again. Jiar, his voice was hoarse. You and Luotong take the corpses of the two lords Lin Yi and Yuan Iwa up to the Nine Heavens Taiching sword sect and ask the Taiching ancestor to do justice for the two lords and my Luo family. Luo family's young master, Luo Jie, and Luotong both nodded their heads. Father, don't worry, Luo family's young master, Luo Jie, said in a hateful voice, I will bring the two adults' corpses up to the Nine Heavens Taiching sword sect. When the Taiching sword sect's army descends on Hong Yuan, Lu Yiping will surely die. Luo Jin, the Luo family head, nodded his head. He still knew more or less about the strength of the Taiching sword sect, and the matter of the Luo family, very quickly, spread. Shenmu shook. Sword god Luo Ning died without a body. Tai Yi Jiang Su Su was slapped into pulp. The two heavenly god realm elders of the Taiching sword sect, Lin Yi and Yuan Iwa, had their heads sliced off. No matter which one, it was enough to cause Shenwu and even Hong Yuan to shake. The Tianlong continent, the largest continent in the Hong Yuan plain, was also the strongest continent and the oldest continent in the Hong Yuan plain. Not only the Long family, the Tan family, the Lu family, but even the Tai sect's headquarters were established in the Tianlong continent. Tai Mountain, the highest and largest mountain in the Tianlong continent. Tai Mountain, standing in the Tianlong continent like a small landmass, between the peaks of the mountain. Disciples of the Tai sect flying with their swords could be seen everywhere. The Tai sect, being the number one sect in the Hong Yuan plain, had 10 million inner disciples alone, not to mention that the outer disciples had empires, imperial dynasties, and various great family forces under their command. At this time, inside the Grand Hall at the very peak of Tai Mountain, the ancestor of Tai Mountain, Zhang Yu, looked at the disembodied body of Jiang Susu that had been sent back to him. His hands trembled and his voice choked with sobs. Susu. His eyes, tears dripping from his eyes. For the first time in many years, he dripped tears. On the main hall, the Tai sect master and the many old ancestors were all silent. Only after a long time did the ancestor of the Tai sect, Zhang Yu, stand up, his body murderous and his sword intent monstrous. In the sky above Tai Mountain, millions of sword chi, condensed into a mass of sword clouds, which rolled around, surprisingly covering one of the peaks of Tai Mountain. At this moment, all the disciples of the Tai sect trembled and crouched. Lu Yiping, the Tai sect's ancestor Zhang Yu slowly said, his voice resounding through Tai Mountain as everyone felt the monstrous killing intent of the Tai sect's ancestor Zhang Yu. Gather all of the Tai sect's ancestors, all of the supreme elders, all of the imperial armies, and all of the clan's powerhouses above the great emperor realm, to the divine martial continent. The voice of the Tai sect's ancestor, Zhang Yu, spread throughout Tai Mountain. We will follow the order. Tai sect master Wang Wei and the many old ancestors all answered in a respectful voice. In the Tai sect, Zhang Yu's orders were divine decree. Of course, in the Tai sect, Zhang Yu was the only god. Just as the ancestor of the Tai sect, Zhang Yu, ordered the summoning of all of the Tai sect's old ancestors, all of the supreme elders, all of the imperial armies, and all of the family great emperor powerhouses under his command. The chief palace master of the palace of the martial god, Di Lin, and the others all bowed down in front of the mountain of the martial god and recounted the matter of Lu Yiping's slaying of the palace of the martial god Zhu Shifeng. Please also ask the Nine Extremities old ancestor to come forth. Martial god Hall General Master Di Lin respectfully shouted. After a moment of silence, suddenly, a tall figure broke out of the inner belly of the martial god mountain. When the crowd saw the tall figure, they all looked excited and fell down in obeisance, saying excitedly, greetings to the Nine Extremities old ancestor. The person who came out is the oldest, most legendary and strongest ancestor of the martial god temple, the Nine Extremities martial god, Wu Jiujie. Which Jiao looked at the kneeling crowd and spoke. Get up, all of you. You're saying that Lu Yiping, he's the heir to the Eternal Night Monarch? Martial God Hall General Master Lin hurriedly replied. Yes, it was precisely with the pupil of Eternal Night that he killed Yu Zhifeng. Pupil of Eternal Night. Which Jiao had a contemplative look on his face. Although he was able to enter the sacred forest back then and became Lu Yiping's last-named disciple, he did not know Lu Yiping's real name. He's still in the divine martial continent now? Which Jiao opened his mouth and asked. Yes, old ancestor. Lin respectfully said. We've gotten word that he's currently at the Heavenly God Mountain, and the Heavenly God River is about to reverse its flow, so he should be waiting for the day when the Heavenly God River reverses its flow. Prepare yourselves and follow me to the divine martial continent. A moment later, Wu Jiao said. Upon hearing this, Lin and the group of experts from the Martial God Hall rejoiced and respectfully answered yes. Chapter 77, Huangzu. Just as the Tai Sec's army and the Martial God Hall's crowd of experts were rushing to the divine martial continent in great numbers, the depths of the Ghost Demon continent also all flew up one army after another. These armies were none other than the Yin Ghost Sec's armies that had been brewing for a long time, only to see that the Yin Ghost Sec's army was as vast as constant sand, and at a glance, one couldn't even see the edges, filling the sky and the ground. The Yin Ghost Sect, being the strongest force in the Ghost Demon continent, controlled almost half of the forces in the Ghost Demon continent. The Ghost Demon continent was one of the strongest and largest continents in the Hongyuan plain. Half of the forces. How many empires were there? How many imperial dynasties? How many families? One imperial army after another, converging together, covering the sky and changing the wind and clouds. Each imperial army, wearing different battle armor. Each of the great imperial armies has 100 million troops, and these 100 million troops are the most elite troops of every empire. Over 100 empires in all. The imperial army alone is over 10 billion. This was not counting the disciples of the Yin Ghost Sect's own clan and the troops of the other royal dynasties and other clans in the Ghost Demon continent. When the Yin Ghost Sect's army passes through the sky, all the empires, all the cities, and all the strong families in the Ghost Demon continent are all trembling with fear and trepidation. Some of the imperial elder ancestors were even more trembling when they saw the two old men at the very front of the Yin Ghost Sect whose faces were covered in strange runes. It's the Huang ancestor of the Yin Ghost Sect. The Huang ancestor of the Yin Ghost Sect has actually come out. An old ancestor looked at one of them and said in a trembling voice, the brilliant ancestor of the Yin Ghost Sect, an extremely ancient being, 2 eras ago. It was hidden from the world. Brilliant ancestor? Who is the brilliant ancestor? Some family heads were puzzled when they saw their own ancestors looking so shocked. Its old ancestor's voice was still hard to suppress the trembling. Ancestor Huang. He's the Yin Ghost Sect's Lord Zhang Yu's senior uncle. What? Lord Zhang Yu's senior uncle? The crowd of powerhouses were shocked. Zhang Yu was the master of the current patriarch of the Yin Ghost Sect. He was ranked 3rd among the top 10 experts in the Hongyuan plain right now. Huang Zu, on the other hand, was his master's uncle. That cultivation would be so astounding. Who is that old man next to Ancestor Huang? The crowd, in shock, could not help but ask in confusion, but no one recognized who the old man beside Huang Zu was. However, since it was able to parallel the brilliant ancestor, it was thought that it was also in existence not weaker than the brilliant ancestor. The old man Tang's silence, who was parallel to Ancestor Huang, had a sharp voice. Old Huang. In fact, what's the need to raise such a large crowd to kill a junior? In fact, I'll just go over there alone, and directly twist down that what's his name Lu Yiping's head on the line. The brilliant ancestor shook his head, his voice a little low, his cloudy eyes looking at the sky. I will personally bring back the pupil of eternal night. And the Heavenly God River is flowing backwards this time. It's the period of 1,000,000 years, and what comes out will be extraordinary. Even Lord Nine Extremities has come out of the world. Lord Nine Extremities may not be heading towards the Heavenly God River this time out. There's also the lone old ghost, the white impermanence, and they've come out of the world. Upon hearing this, Tang's silence was surprised. Lord Nine Jedi has come out? Ancestor Huang nodded. Not bad. This time when the Heavenly God River reverses its flow, something to increase longevity might appear. Even a heavenly god powerhouse, or even an existence that surpassed a heavenly god, had a limit to their lifespan, and no one could live forever or live forever. Therefore, for old monsters who had lived long enough, it didn't matter what kind of technique or what kind of divine weapon was important. What mattered was the thing that increased longevity. Every 10,000 years, the Heavenly God River would reverse its flow and countless treasures would come out, but every 1,000,000 years, something rare would appear. Ancestor Huang added, millions of years ago, I heard that a 1,000,000-year-old grade 9 colored divine chi had appeared. A 1,000,000-year grade 9 colored divine chi. The old man Tang's silence was surprised. The 9 colored divine chi was originally an item that increased longevity. and at the million-year level, it was absolutely rare. Ancestor Huang nodded. However, it's too long ago to examine, and the divine canon didn't record this matter, so I don't know if it's true or not, but this is a record that I saw on a shattered tablet in a cave somewhere. Dark Silence Continent. In the far north, there is a dark, rolling mountain range. Here, it was exactly where the headquarters of the Dark Devil Temple was located. At this time, the Dark Demon Hall's armies all rose up in great numbers as well, heading to the Divine Martial Continent. Although the Dark Demon Hall army was not as strong as the Een Ghost Sect's army as the River of Constant Sand, they were all extremely large, and with the Imperial Army under their command, their aura was no weaker than the Een Ghost Sect's Imperial Army. The person at the head of the Dark Demon Hall's army was an old man with ghostly green eyes and as thin as a wood, and this old man was none other than the lone old ghost in the mouth of the Een Ghost Sect's Huang ancestor earlier. Lone old ghost, last name Lone, real name no one knows, old ancestor. I've just gotten word that the Martial God Hall's Lord Nine Extremities Martial God has already emerged, and with all of the Martial God Hall's experts are on their way to the Divine Martial Continent. Dark Demon Hall Master Yin Qing said in a respectful voice to the lone old ghost. There's also Ancestor Huang, White Impermanence, and Jiang Yu who are also on their way to the Divine Martial Continent. The lone old ghost gave a and recalled. I wonder if these old guys have refined their strength now. Dark Devil Hall Master Yin Qing said. I've heard that the brilliant ancestor has come out this time for that Lu Yiping's Eternal Night pupil as well. This time, one of the purposes of the Dark Demon Hall was also the pupil of Eternal Night. The lone old ghost said in a cold voice. This time, I will seize the pupil of Eternal Night. No one in the Dark Demon Hall crowd dared to squeak, while the Tai army, the Martial God Hall's army, the Een Ghost Sect's army, the Dark Demon Hall's army, and the Yellow Springs Demon Sect's army were out. The news spread, and all the forces in the Hongyuan Plain changed their colors. Lord Jiang Yu of the Tai sect has personally led the Tai sect's army here, vowing to kill Lu Yiping. Lord Nine Extreme Martial God of the Martial God Hall has finally come out. The Een Ghost Sect's brilliant ancestor, the Dark Demon Hall's lone old ghost, and the Yellow Springs Demon Sect's White Impermanence have surprisingly come out at the same time. In this battle, the heavens are bound to fall apart. On the Divine Martial Continent, within the Yun family's main residence, Yun family head Yun Wei heard the news and lamented. The Cloud family's young lord, Yun Haitian, also lamented. This Lu Yiping, it's a pity. If he is given enough time, he will only be able to suppress an era horizontally. Yun family head Yun Wei shook his head. It's not that easy to suppress an era horizontally. Although he's stunning, he's still far from it. Yun Hai Tian, the young master of the Yun family, said. I heard that back then, Lord Saint Demon was invincible across 3 eras. Yun family head Yun Wei had a face of adoration. Lord Saint Demon is indeed the most astonishing person since the recent past. No one can surpass him. Then he said, the Heavenly God River is about to reverse its flow, so get ready. Let's head to the Heavenly God Mountain as well. And by the way, let's see how Lu Yiping died. Yes, Lord Father. As the Heavenly God River was about to reverse its flow, powerful people from all sides of the Divine Martial Continent began to rush to the Heavenly God Mountain. The Heavenly God River spanned several continents, but the source was at the Heavenly God Mountain. The closer you get to the source, the more treasures there are, and the rarer they become. Lu Yiping and the ancient evil god Changliang had also arrived at the Heavenly God Mountain early and stood at the top of the Heavenly God Mountain. There's another one at 9 p.m. Chapter 78. Let me have Lu Yiping's life. Lu Yiping stood on the top of the Heavenly God Mountain, looking down at the rolling and rushing Heavenly God River below. The Heavenly God River, which had existed in a very, very long time. It had existed at least as long as Lu Yiping could remember. The Heavenly God River, which started from the Heavenly God Mountain and flowed towards the end of the heavens, spanning several continents, was so clear that one could see through to the bottom of the river at a glance. The ancient evil god Changliang looked at the rolling blue waves of the Heavenly God River and said, this Heavenly God River obviously doesn't have anything in it, but when it flows against the current, how did those things appear? For countless years, countless powerhouses had studied the Heavenly God River, but none of them were able to study its mysteries. Lu Yiping's eyes were deep as he looked at the bottom of the Heavenly God River and said, the Heavenly God River. There are countless repetitions of time and space, and these time and space only appear when the flow is reversed. Under the influence of the force of the countercurrent, what is in the countless times and spaces will flow out. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chang was surprised. The Heavenly God River has countless repetitions of time and space, but why does it only appear when it is flowing against the current? Lu Yiping said blandly, the world is a big place, and there are some things that you can't think of. It doesn't mean it's impossible. The dragon-horned golden bull, however, grinned. Another million years, this time the Heavenly God River. There should be something good. millions of years ago. It still remembered the scene when the heavenly god river flowed backwards. Lu Yiping laughed. The nine-colored god Qi. There shouldn't be a second one. Back then, the nine-colored god Qi was given to this guy. And at that moment, strong people from all sides arrived one after another. Strong people from all sides also gathered around the heavenly god mountain. The crowd looked at Lu Yiping's few people on top of the mountain. All of them had mixed emotions and exchanged words. At that moment, there was a commotion in the crowd. It's Lord Chen Xingyang. Lord Chen Xingyang is here, someone said. When the crowd looked, they only saw a group of experts breaking through the air from afar. The person at the head is a magnificent middle-aged man. Middle-aged man hair sideburns have been white. Middle-aged man wearing a gray robe. Through a twilight. It was none other than Chen Xingyang, the number one formation master of the Divine Martial Continent. Chen Xingyang was not only the number one formation master in the Divine Martial Continent, he was also a numbered expert in the Divine Martial Continent. The Chen family, the four great families of the Divine Martial Continent, was also created by him. When Chen Xingyang arrived, none of the various powerhouses present addressed him respectfully. Even many of the imperial emperors who had already arrived came forward to pay their respects. Chen Xingyang smiled and nodded to the crowd before his gaze landed on the blue-shirt figure at the top of the heavenly god mountain. He's Lu Yiping? He was shocked in his eyes. A Chen clan supreme elder nodded and said, it should be this person. Then he said, it is said that this person's zither skills have entered the immortals and his sword skills are excellent. It is just that I don't know how the formation skills are. At this time, Chen Xingyang's son, Chen Yuan, laughed. I guess the formation is just average. Otherwise, I'm afraid that it would have already spread. In the beginning, the young master of the Yin Ghost sect, Hao Shan, if he was competing with him in the formation, not the zither, I'm afraid that he could win him. Another Chen family supreme elder said, I've heard that Yin Ghost sect young patriarch Hao Shan's formation technique has already reached the realm of condensing talismans into formations, and that he can condense more than 4,000 formation talismans without interruption. Formation techniques are even higher than Duke Xiao Zihao. As the Chen family's crowd was talking, suddenly, they saw another commotion from the crowd, only to see that Zhao Xiong, the martial god hall branch hall master, was leading a group of experts from the branch hall to break through the air. Along with them, there were also Yun family master Yun Wei, Yun family young master Yun Haitian, and other Yun family experts. Seeing this, Chen Xingyang led the Chen clan's experts forward to greet Zhao Xiong, Yun Wei and the others. Up to this point, the four great families of the Divine Martial Continent were still short of the Wan family. Zhao Xiong of the Martial God Temple arrived and looked at Lu Yiping's figure on the mountain top from afar. His eyes filled with coldness. When the evil god Plains, his son Zhao Zihao was shattered by Lu Yiping's hands to break the divine vein, Dan Tian, and Yuan Shen. Now, it was already an invalid. Don't worry, Your Highness. Lord Nine Jedi Martial God will soon arrive with our Martial God Palace army. And once Lord Nine Jedi Martial God arrives, it will be the time for Lu Yiping's death, an expert of the Martial God Hall said. Zhao Xiong nodded his head and suppressed the killing intent in his heart. At that moment, someone in the crowd excitedly called out, it's Lord Jiangyu. Lord Jiangyu is here. The crowd looks on. Sure enough, seeing that the Tai sect's crowd of experts were breaking through the sky, so vast that the entire sky was completely obscured. At the head of the group was none other than the first person of the Hong Yuan plain, Jiangyu. After Jiangyu, there was a group of Tai sect's ancestors, supreme elders, disciples, many imperial armies under the Tai sect's command, and many family powerhouses. Even if they were separated by a great distance, the crowd could still feel the overriding killing intent of Zhang Yu's body. Heavy sword chi was seen condensing high in the sky, moving along with Zhang Yu. The breath of countless powerhouses of the Tai sect was even more like a monstrous flood, rolling in and covering the sky, as if it was going to drown the heavens and the earth. The people at the scene were all terrified as they looked at the Tai sect's army that was coming from all over the place. Some of the powerhouses that had originally surrounded the Heavenly God Mountain neighborhood also ducked away, fearing that they would be victimized by the fish. Zhao Xiong's face was joyful when he saw that Zhang Yu of the Tai sect had arrived at the head of the Tai sect's experts. He smiled at Chen Xingyang, Yun Wei, and said, both of you, Lord Zhang Yu has arrived. Let's go up and pay our respects. Chen Xingyang, Yun for the two nodded their heads. However, just as the three of them were about to go forward, suddenly, they saw that on the other side of the sky, 10,000 ghosts were crying and whistling, and the gloomy and cold aura rolled and swirled, and heaven and earth actually had a feeling of freezing for it. The Yin Ghost sect, the crowd at the scene, all of them, had their faces changed greatly. The Yin Ghost sect's army, with its strong aura, even overshadowed the Tai sect's army. Its brilliant ancestor, Zhao Xiong, Yun Wei, and the others couldn't help their voices trembling when they saw the Huang ancestor at the forefront of the Yin Ghost Sect's army from afar. Although they were considered to be a dominant party in the divine martial continent, they were equally terrified in their hearts when faced with such a terrifying old devil like the Huang ancestor. Although the brilliant ancestor had been hidden from the world for many years, his demonic reputation was simply too great. But immediately after the Yin Ghost Sect's army, only to see the other two sides of the sky, both of them also appeared with darkness and monstrous demonic aura that covered the sky. It was the Dark Demon Hall's army and the Yellow Springs Demon Sect's army that had arrived. The Tai Sect, the Yin Ghost Sect, the Dark Demon Hall, and the Yellow Springs Demon Sect, the four great armies, rolled in from the east, west, south, and north, respectively, and the four directions of the sky were completely obscured. In the midst of the panic and hiding retreat of the various powerhouses on the scene, the army of the four directions finally arrived at the scene. The Heavenly God Mountain was surrounded. Looking from the Heavenly God Mountain, one could no longer see the sky outside, as all of heaven and earth beyond the Heavenly God Mountain had been completely submerged by the four great armies. Jiang Yu of the Tai Sect looked at the three of them, Huang Zhu, Lone Old Ghost, and White Impermanence, and said in a deep voice, I also ask the three seniors to let me have Lu Yiping's life. I can do without the Pupil of Eternal Night, Heavenly Elephant Divine Prison Fist, and the true copy of the Time God Fist secret book on him. When the brilliant ancestor heard this, a smile appeared on his face that was filled with strange runes. It's a good thing. His life? I don't want it. I just want the Pupil of Eternal Night. The Lone Old Ghost of the Dark Demon Hall hemmed and hawed. I only need the Pupil of Eternal Night as well. Chapter 79. Wan Wu Di came a step too late. The White Impermanence of the Yellow Springs Demon Sect, on the other hand, did not speak. His face, which was so white that it looked like it had been coated with white paint, was staring expressionlessly at Lu Yiping. Jiang Yu of the Tai Sect said to Huang Zhu, the Lone Old Ghost and the two of them, after I kill Lu Yiping, who the Pupil of Eternal Night belongs to will then be decided by the two seniors. Huang Zhu, the Lone Old Ghost and the two of them looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded their heads. Jiang Yu turned his head over and looked coldly at Lu Yiping. My sister died under your earthly thousand Buddha hands, and I would like to learn your earthly thousand Buddha hands as well. Let's see if the four great Buddhist scripture masterpieces are really as amazingly powerful as the legends say. After saying that, his entire body was filled with sword chi. One could only see his entire body's sword chi, spreading out to the four directions of heaven and earth like ocean waves. Amidst the heavy waves of swords, a fire-like glow unexpectedly rose. Then came the water light, then the gold light, the wood light, and the earth light. The 5 rays of light shone in the heavens and the earth, and the heavens and the earth were greatly illuminated. The crowd was not surprised. This is the 5 elements sword chi, Chen Xingyang exclaimed in shock. When the Yin Ghost Sect's Huang Zhu, the Dark Demon Hall's Lone Old Ghost, and the Yellow Springs Demon Sect's White Impermanence saw this 5 elements sword chi, they were all unmoved as well. Chen Xingyang's son, Chen Yuan, saw this and said, Father, is this the sword of the 5 elements that no one has cultivated since near ancient times? Chen Xingyang's face was grave, not bad. Above the heart sword is the sword of time and space, and above the sword of time and space is the sword of the 5 elements. When heaven and earth first opened, Hongmeng evolved, chaos was created, and the 5 elements were transformed into everything. Everything in this world is made of the 5 elements. However, it's as difficult as heaven to comprehend the 5 elements, so no one has been able to cultivate the sword of the 5 elements at all since near ancient times. And now, Jiang Yu of the Tai Sect has cultivated it. Tang Silence, who was beside the Yin Ghost Sect's Huang ancestor, also exclaimed, this son is worthy of being the number 1 person of Han Yuan's generation. There weren't many people who could win his praise. And now, after seeing the Tai Sect's Jiang Yu's sword of the 5 elements, they all heartily praised it as well. And at this moment, the 5 elemental sword chi around Tai Sect's Jiang Yu's body was still increasing, spreading and strengthening. Within the 5 elements sword chi, the 5 elements of water, fire, gold, earth, and would continue to derive and evolve the 5 transformations, just like a newborn world of 5 elements, and the aura of the Tai Sect's Jiang Yu itself, all of them kept releasing and climbing. Peak mid-heavenly god stage, the Yin Ghost Sect's Huang ancestor said, it may be about to break through to the late heavenly god stage at any time. This is the realm of Jiang Yu, although we haven't broken through to the late heavenly god stage yet, with the battle power of the sword of 5 elements, we can already fight with the late heavenly god stage, the Dark Demon Hall's Lone Old Ghost said. Lu Yiping didn't make a move either, but let Tai Sect's Jiang Yu catalyze the 5 elements sword chi, letting him unleash his entire body's power. The dragon-horned golden bull scratched its bull's ears, rather impatient. Finally, the Tai Sect's Jiang Yu's 5 elemental sword chi was strong to the extreme. and his divine power at the peak of the mid-heavenly god stage was catalyzed to the extreme. He looked at Lu Yiping, who was still standing with his arms folded, his eyes cold. As early as hundreds of years ago, I had realized the 5 elements sword chi. And this 5 elements sword chi of mine is enough to open up the heavens and split the earth. Are you ready? Lu Yiping glanced at the other party's 5 elements sword chi and blandly said, "It's just 5 elements sword chi. I can kill you with a snap of my fingers." Strike! Lu Yiping's words came out, and the surrounding area clamored. When Jiang Yu of the Tai sect heard this, his face sank completely, his eyes blazing with sword ons as he laughed. "Good, then I will wait for you to snap your fingers and destroy me." After saying this, the 5 elemental sword chi that was like an ocean throughout his body violently roared and blasted towards Lu Yiping. One could only see the 5 elements of sword chi rising up to the sky, covering the sky and earth, carrying the might of destroying the sky and earth, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived at the top of the heavenly god mountain. Just then, all of a sudden, a loud voice rang out from the distant sky, "The power of 10,000 gods." Then, a huge city broke through the air. This gigantic city had divine energy rushing like the sea, and countless ancient deities were floating and sinking in the city. The city met Tai sect's Jiang Yu's 5 elemental sword chi. Clank! The 5 elemental sword chi blasted on top of the huge city, resounding with a dense and loud sound, sounding like explosive thunder and splashing heavy rays of light. The crowd was greatly surprised. Everyone looked at this huge city that had suddenly appeared. Tiandu City. Many experts were shocked. Tiandu City, the first city of the divine martial continent. Then, everyone looked towards the sky, only to see that in the sky, a person stepped into the air, and it was none other than the lord of the divine martial continent, Wan Wuxia. The heavenly capital city is an ancient supreme divine artifact. It was refined by the lord of 10,000 gods and the gods under his command. After the lord of 10,000 gods perished, I've never heard of anyone being able to take control of the heavenly capital city, and 10,000 Invincible actually took control of it. In Ghost Sect Zheng Yu was surprised. In the ranking of the top 10 super experts, he was ranked 3rd and Wan Wuxia was ranked 4th. A few days ago, the crowd was rumoring that Wan Wuxia had broken through the heavenly god realm and was in control of Tiandu City. He didn't believe in it, but now that he saw that Wan Wuxia was really in control of Tiandu City, he was surprised. When the crowd saw that Wan Wuxia, who had just broken through the heavenly god realm, had blocked Jiang Yu's 5 elements sword chi with the heavenly capital city, they all marveled at the power of the heavenly capital city. But why did Wan Wuxia make a move to stop it? An old ancestor was puzzled. The crowd was also puzzled. Couldn't figure out why Wan Wuxia stopped Jiang Yu from killing Lu Yiping. Behind Wan Wuxia, it was instead the Wan clan's numerous elder ancestors, the numerous great elders, the Wan clan legion, and the great armies of the major empires under the Wan clan's command. In the blink of an eye, Wan Wuxia arrived in front of the crowd. The Tai sect's Jiang Yu looked at Wan Wuxia, his face grim, his eyes chilling as he questioned, "Wan Wuxia, what do you mean by this?" Wan Wuxia didn't look at the Tai sect's Jiang Yu, but instead walked over to Lu Yiping. The crowd looked at each other, not understanding what Wan Wuxia was trying to do. Just as the crowd was puzzled, Wan Wuxia arrived in front of Lu Yiping and, in fear, bowed down. "Wan Wuxia pays his respects to your excellency." The crowd was confused. At this time, Wan Wuxia cowed out again and said, "Wan Wuxia came one step too late. Your excellency, forgive me." The crowd was dumbfounded. "Your honor? Lu Yiping? Forgiveness? What's going on?" The crowd was in disbelief. Their minds could not turn back for a moment. Even the Tai sect's Jiang Yu himself, as well as the In Ghost sect's Huang Zhu, the Dark Demon Hall's lone old ghost, and the Yellow Springs Demon sect's White Impermanence were all stunned. As the lord of the divine martial continent, when had Wan Wufei defected to Lu Yiping? I heard that the other day. Lu Yiping even went to Tiantu City to fight the Wan family. Lu Yiping even entered the Wan family's ancestral land. Could it be that at that time, Wan Wuxia defected to Lu Yiping? "Get up!" Lu Yiping looked at the kneeling and crouching Wan Wuxia and blandly said. Only then did Wan Wuxia rise respectfully. Jiang Yu of the Tai sect looked at Wan Wufei coldly. "Wan Wufei, I don't care what caused you to defect to Lu Yiping. Today Lu Yiping, I will kill. You get out of the way now. Otherwise, I'll destroy you and the Wan family together." And at this moment, all of the Martial God Hall's armies were also approaching this side of the divine martial continent. Since the Martial God Hall was located on a farther continent, it came slower than the In Ghost sect, the Dark Demon Hall, and the Yellow Springs Demon sect. Ninjue Martial God Wu Jiojie looked at the divine martial continent that was close to his eyes, and had a complicated mood. I don't know how the master's old man is now. He is about to run out of life. Maybe he can't see the master's old man in his life. Feel good. Recommend. Reward if you can. Next chapter. Hopefully shoot. Chapter 80, Undesirable Disciple Wu Jiujie. The Nine Extremities Martial God, which Nine would never be reminded of the days in the sacred forest back then. Martial God Hall Chief Master Di Lin didn't know what Wu Jiujie was thinking. Seeing Wu Jiujie looking in the direction of the divine martial continent, he said, "Old ancestor, the divine martial continent is almost here. I've just gotten word that the Dark Demon Hall, Yellow Springs Demon Sect, Een Ghost Sect, and Tai Sect have already rushed to the Heavenly God Mountain." At that moment, his letter talisman shook, and he took it out to look at it. Unexpectedly, "What is it?" which Jiujie asked at the sight. Martial God Hall Chief Master Di Lin hurriedly replied, "Just now, Zhao Xiong sent word that Tai Sect's Jiang Yu has cultivated the 5 elements sword chi." Oh, Wu Jiujie was surprised. 5 elemental sword chi. I didn't expect this Jiang Yu to have such a high talent for sword Dao. Martial God Hall General Master Di Lin said. However, just as Tai Sect's Jiang Yu executed his 5 elemental sword chi to blast Lu Yiping, Wan Wuxia suddenly arrived and stepped in to block Jiang Yu's 5 elemental sword chi strike. Furthermore, what makes it strange is that Wan Wufei has actually defected to this Lu Yiping, and upon his arrival, he bowed down to Lu Yiping and addressed him as Lord Lu Yiping. Martial God Hall Chief Master Di Lin added. What? Which Zhouqian was surprised. When the experts of the Martial God Hall heard this, they were also surprised and astonished. Wan Wuxia has defected to Lu Yiping? This can't be possible, right? A Martial God Hall ancestor said in shock. This matter is, indeed, puzzling. Martial God Hall General Master Di Lin said. Wu Jiujie murmured. Speed up and rush to the Heavenly God Mountain. Thus, under the orders of which Jiujie, the army of the Martial God Palace accelerated its speed. At this time, on the Heavenly God Mountain, Wan Wuxia looked at Jiang Yu of the Tai Sect and sneered. Jiang Yu, you have already committed a capital offense by offending His Excellency. And if you ask His Excellency for forgiveness now, perhaps, only you will die. Jiang Yu of the Tai Sect smiled angrily at his words. Let me ask Lu Yiping for forgiveness? Fine. Then I will now kill you first. Exterminate your Wan family, and then kill Lu Yiping. After saying that, the 5 elemental sword chi of his entire body flourished and buzzed loudly as he fiercely blasted towards Wan Wuxia. Wan Wuxia, on the other hand, urged the heavenly capital city to meet him. Boom! The sky-shaking sound rang out again. The aftermath of the terrifying airwave swept through. Kill, destroy the Wan clan for me. High up in the sky, Tai Sect's Jiang Yu's cold voice rang out. At that instant, the Tai Sect master led the Tai Sect's experts to rush towards the Wan clan's experts. The Imperial Army under the Tai Sect also collided with the Imperial Army under the Wan clan. You are the descendant of the evil god? At this time, the Yellow Springs Demon Sect's White Impermanence's gaze fell on the ancient evil god, Chang Liang, and he suddenly said, the evil god's blade is on you, isn't it? The crowd's eyes returned to Lu Yiping's few people. Ancient evil god Chang Liang smiled evilly. Little one, you want to see my evil god blade? Hearing the ancient evil god Chang Liang call himself a little fellow, the Yellow Spring Demon Sect's White Impermanence's entire body surged with demonic light and let out a strange laugh. The Martial God Hall army has arrived. At that moment, someone called out. The Een Ghost Sect's Huang Zhu, the Dark Demon Hall's lone old ghost, and the Yellow Springs Demon Sect's White Impermanence all looked over. Everyone's gazes fell on a tall middle-aged man at the very front of the Martial God Palace's army, the 9 extreme Martial God of the Temple of Martial God, the oldest existence in the Everdu realm. It was also one of the most legendary existences in the Hongyuan Plain. Even the 3 of them, Huang Zhu, Lone Old Ghost, and White Impermanence, were all a generation younger than the 9 Extremities Martial God. When the 9 Extremities Martial God, which 9 Extremities, arrived, all eyes were drawn to him. Even though Witch Jiujie didn't display a strong and overwhelming aura and just walked calmly, it gave the crowd the feeling that Witch Jiujie was a giant peak in the sky. It was as if Witch Jiujie was the center of heaven and earth, as if they moved with him. Di Lin, the general master of the Martial God Temple who followed Witch Jiujie, looked at the 2 of them, Wan Wu Enemy and Jiang Yu, who were fighting high up in the sky in the distance and marveled. Wan Wu Enemy has indeed taken control of Tendu City. However, I'm afraid that the Wan clan's army won't be able to hold out for long. If they were talking about strength, the Wan clan and the Tai sect were still quite far apart. The Tai sect was, after all, the number 1 sect in the Hongyuan Plain. Di Lin looked through the Wan clan and the crowd of disciples from the Tai sect at the pale blue figure on the top of the Heavenly God Mountain and said, Old ancestor, that's the Eternal Night Monarch's heir, Lu Yiping. Witch Jiujie followed Di Lin's eyes as he too was curious about what this Eternal Night Monarch's heir, who had recently stirred up Hongyuan, looked like. Since the Wan clan and the Tai sect were at war, the large army more or less obscured Lu Yiping's figure. Which Jiujie looked through the Wan clan and Tai Yi sect disciples to the top of the Heavenly God Mountain. When he saw the blue-shirt figure at the top of the Heavenly God Mountain, it was like being struck by lightning, and his entire body froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at that handsome and extraordinary face. This is? Suddenly, Witch Jiujie's entire body trembled, and his eyes actually turned red. Master, is that you, old man? Is it really your old man? Martial God Palace Chief Master Di Lin didn't notice Wu Jiujie's dissimilarity as he looked at Lu Yiping from afar and said, "This Lu Yiping is surprisingly calm in the face of the Dark Demon Palace, Yellow Springs Demon Sect, and in Ghost Sect's army. His heart is not bad at all." At this moment, Zhao Xiong of the Martial God Hall branch led all the experts of the Martial God Hall branch to excitedly greet them. Greetings to old ancestor Jiujie. Zhao Xiong and all the experts of the Martial God Hall branch came before Witch Nine Extremities and bowed to the ground. Witch Jiujie, on the other hand, passed by Zhao Xiong and the others as if he hadn't heard anything, then flew towards the top of the Heavenly God Mountain. Martial God Hall Di Lin and the others couldn't help but stare. Zhao Xiong, who had originally bowed down, was even more dismayed. The many experts of the Dark Demon Hall, Yellow Springs Demon Sect, and in Ghost Sect were equally surprised when they saw that Witch Nine definitely ignored Zhao Xiong and the others, and then flew straight over. Huang Zhu, Tang Silence, Lone Old Ghost, and White Impermanence were even more shocked when they saw the tear stains on Wu Jiujie's face. What's wrong with Lord Nine Jedi? In the midst of everyone's astonishment, Witch Jiujie flew towards Lu Yiping. The closer he got to Lu Yiping, the more excited Wu Jiujie became. Zhou Chang, who was standing beside Lu Yiping, also looked astonished. What was it that could make a strong person like Witch Jiujie so excited? In everyone's astonishment, Wu Jiujie came to Lu Yiping's front. Wu Jiujie suddenly knelt down to Lu Yiping, tears in his eyes, which could no longer be held back, once again dripped. He choked. Unworthy disciple Wu Jiujie pays his respects to master. Unworthy disciple Wu Jiujie, teacher's father. Everyone's heads exploded at the sound. Even the Tai sect's Zhang Yu, who was fighting with Wan Wuxia, froze there. Master? The In Ghost sect's brilliant ancestor trembled, looking horrified at the blue-shirt figure standing in front of Witch Jiujie. The lone old ghost of the Dark Demon Hall and the White Impermanence of the Yellow Springs Demon Sect were similarly filled with horror. Martial God Hall Zhao Xiong was equally appalled. Could he be? As the Tai sect's Zhang Yu rigidly stopped, all the experts of the Tai sect and the Wan clan all stopped as well. The originally earth-shattering hissing sounds suddenly disappeared. The heavens and the earth were silent. Everyone looked at the blue-shirted young man at the top of the Heavenly God. Even the Heavenly God River seemed to have slowed down. Only the wind, whistling. LOL. Yes. Chapter 81, Beyond the Heavenly Gods. In the silence of the heavens and earth, Lu Yiping let out a sigh and looked at Wu Jiujie, who was kneeling in front of him, and said, "Get up. I told you that in the future. You little fellows are not permitted to refer to me as master when you see me." During his long years in the sacred forest, he had taken in 4 personal disciples and dozens of named disciples. When they left, Lu Yiping had all told them that when they saw themselves again in the future, they were not allowed to call themselves master. As for the reason, Lu Yiping didn't say. Witch Jiujie, who was about to get up, heard the words and said in fear, "Master, just now, my disciple was in a moment of excitement and forgot about master's teachings. My disciple deserves to die. I still ask for master teacher's chastisement." When the crowd saw that the Nine Extremities martial god Witch Nine Extremities was so terrified due to Lu Yiping's words, they all felt strange in their hearts. There were many legends about the sacred forest, but most of them were rather vague, and no one knew what strength the one from the sacred forest was. Moreover, it is only a legend. Besides, some things are too long ago, and there is no record in basis. Some people actually half believe. Many experts on the scene to see the 9 Jedi god of Wushu Jiujie so terrified look. They all think that Wushu Jiujie is too much of an exaggeration. Even if this Lu Yiping is really his master, there is no need to be so terrified, right? With Wu Jiujie's current status and position in the Hongyuan plain, there was absolutely no need to be like this to Lu Yiping. Even Zhou Chang was quite surprised. Lu Yiping saw Wu Jiujie's sincere and terrified appearance, and with a single hand, helped him up. "Get up. Just remember next time." "Yes, master." Wu Jiujie immediately responded respectfully. Hearing that Wu Jiujie was still addressing his master, Lu Yiping secretly shook his head, but didn't say anything else as his gaze fell on the In Ghost Sect's Huang Zhu, the Dark Demon Hall's lone old ghost, and the Yellow Springs Demon Sect's White Impermanence. In Lu Yiping's hand, the pupil of eternal night appeared. The Huang ancestor, the lone old ghost, and the White Impermanence group of experts stared at the pupil of eternal night, their eyes blazing. "Don't you guys want the pupil of eternal night? You can make your move." Lu Yiping's voice was indifferent. Huang Zu, Lone Old Ghost, and White Impermanence were hesitant. Although the 9 Jedi Martial God was powerful, the 3 of them were still confident that they could suppress the 9 Jedi Martial God if they joined forces. But they were a little unsure when faced with a Liu Yiping who had no idea what his strength was. What? Don't dare to make a move? Liu Yiping spoke coldly. Tang's silence. The old man beside the Huang ancestor couldn't help but sneer. Living older doesn't mean being stronger. I don't believe that you're really that strong. It's true that living older doesn't make you stronger. Many of the younger generation, some of whom were only 1,000 years old, had already achieved divinity, while there were great emperors who had lived for thousands of years and were unable to achieve divinity. Moreover, the lifespan is limited. The older one lives, the chi and blood will gradually dry up, and all aspects of the body's functions will gradually decline. Just like the 9 Jedi Martial God's lifespan is about to end, and his chi and blood have already dried up. As Tang Silence said this, his entire body's aura was released. Vast ghostly aura rushed to the sky. The 9 heavens were all shaken by it. An evil ghost surrounded his body, evolving into a party of evil ghost boundaries. The heavens and the earth were darkened. The wind is gusting and the ghosts are crying. The entire space around the Heavenly God Mountain seemed as if it was falling into the boundless ghost world. Some of the strongest people who were close had the feeling of being haunted by evil spirits, and their whole bodies shivered. Even many of the true gods are no exception. Peak late-stage Heavenly God? An expert beside the lone old ghost exclaimed. Indeed, it is the peak of the late Heavenly God stage. The lone old ghost nodded with a surprised expression. This old man beside Huang Zu, he had surprisingly never heard of him. When did the Yin Ghost sect have an additional peak late Heavenly God powerhouse? At this moment, around Tang Silence's body, a Heavenly God law twisted up in the vastness of the Heavenly God's power that was as vast as the sea. 81,643. The Yellow Spring Demon sect's White Impermanence moved, breaking through to the early stage of Heavenly God. The Heavenly God laws were only 10,000. As the realm rose, the number of Heavenly God laws that were sensed would increase. 81,643 Heavenly God laws was absolutely astonishing. This person's strength was not expected to be so strong, Lone Old Ghost said in a deep voice. 81,643. This was completely beyond his expectations. The old man, Tang Silence, pushed his entire body's Heavenly God power to the extreme, and in his hand, there was an additional huge ghost blade. This ghost blade, on the front side, was an evil ghost iconography, while on the reverse side, it was instead a strange runic text, a runic text that all the masters present couldn't even recognize as a runic text. Ghost Prison Blade. The Yellow Spring Demon sect's White Impermanence's eyes stared. Ghost Prison Sword? The old ancestor is saying that this is the Ghost Prison Sword of the Ghost Prison Demon Venerable in the Middle Ages? The Yellow Springs Demon Sect Patriarch was shocked. Upper, Middle, and Near Ancient. In every period, there are 10 great masters. Ghost Prison Demon Sovereign, one of the top 10 experts of the Heavenly Tribulation era in the Middle Ages. Not bad. It's none other than Ghost Prison Demon Venerable's Ghost Prison Blade. The Yellow Spring Demon sect's White Impermanence's face was grave. This blade is an extreme divine artifact, but it's more powerful than many extreme divine artifacts, and it can slice through mountains of ancient gods. The old man Tang Silence's Heavenly God power was infused, and the Ghost Prison Blade vaguely had the sound of 10,000 ghosts, and a shocking red blood aura swept through. Ghost Prison Absolute Blade. The old man, Tang Silence, broke through the air, and the Ghost Prison Blade in his hand chopped out at Liu Yiping. Heavy blade-ons broke through the air. I don't know how many of them there were, and accompanying the blade-ons were billions of evil ghosts. This Ghost Prison Jedi Blade was none other than the Ghost Prison Demon Exalt's strongest technique. The Divine Canon recorded that the Ghost Prison Demon Sovereign wielded the Ghost Prison Blade, and with a single strike of the Ghost Prison Jedi Blade, he decapitated hundreds of heavenly deities. Looking at the Ghost Prison Blade that chopped down, which Jiao, the dragon-horned golden bull was about to make a move when Liu Yiping blandly said, "No need." Then he let the Ghost Prison Blade chop down. Clank! The Ghost Prison Blade carried a shocking strike and chopped into the air above Liu Yiping's head. However, when the Ghost Prison Blade chopped into the air above Liu Yiping's head, it was as if it had chopped on top of an invisible dimensional boundary wall, making a loud clanging sound. The Ghost Prison Blade stopped there, unable to advance half an inch further. The crowd was dumbfounded. Could it be the power of dimensions? The Yin Ghost Sect Brilliant Ancestor looked at the invisible boundary wall surrounding Liu Yiping's body, and his face, which had been as normal as ever, finally changed. He's already surpassed a heavenly god? Bai Ruchang's face also changed. Only by transcending a heavenly god could one control the power of the dimensions. The Dark Demon Hall's Lone Old Ghost and a host of other experts all changed color. Transcending the heavenly gods and controlling the power of the dimensions. This was already the strength of a dimensional lord? Immediately afterward, the crowd saw that the ghost prison blade, which had chopped into the air above Lu Yiping's head, let out a crumbling sound, subtle but clear into everyone's ears, only to see that this ghost prison blade, which had chopped down an unknown number of true deities and a number of celestial deities, crumbled apart inch by inch. The old man, Tang Silence, was stunned as he watched the body of the ghost prison sword blade in his hand crumble into tiny fragments that floated down from high in the sky. This ghost prison blade, after he obtained it, was almost invincible, even for many extreme divine artifact level divine armor. He was able to cut through it easily, incomparably sharp and indestructible. Now, surprisingly, it was shattered. And this Lu Yiping, he hadn't really made a move yet. Chapter 82, Killing a God in One Step. The crowd was stunned as they looked at the ghost prison blade that had been shattered into countless pieces. The ghost prison blade, recorded by the divine canon, was a supreme ghost blade, its mighty reputation shaking the ancient world. And now, was this going to disappear forever from the history of the Han Yuan Plain? Many experts who were familiar with the ghost prison sword's mighty reputation, although they had seen it with their own eyes, they still found it hard to believe that the ghost prison sword was just going to disappear forever. At that moment, Lu Yiping swung out the pupil of eternal night in his hand. He didn't draw his sword either, just swung it casually. A dark ray of light cut through the ghost prison blade's 10,000 ghosts chi. Then, the dark light cut through the evil ghost boundary around the old man Tang Silence's body. The dark light then cut through the heavenly god laws surrounding its body. 81,643 heavenly god laws collapsed inch by inch. The heavenly gods' laws, which were laws, a certain power of heaven and earth coalesced, and were exceptionally tough. But now, they all crumbled as well. Finally, the dark light cut through the divine armor on the old man Tang Silence. The boundless ghostly aura and the raging yin wind just now completely dissipated. When the crowd looked, they only saw a bloodstain that extended from the old man Tang Silence's neck, all the way down to his lower abdomen. Tang Silence looked in disbelief at the divine armor and the bloodstain that had been completely cut open on his chest. This divine armor of his was also a highly prestigious divine armor from the Middle Ages. Is it so weak even before the plane of this road? Under everyone's gaze, the bloodstain on the old man Tang Silence's chest suddenly cracked open in its entirety. The old man, Tang Silence, split into two halves, blood splattered in the air, and its divine frame, its divine soul had all split into two halves. The crowd looked at the corpse of the old man, Tang Silence, and froze. In recent times, although there had been true god powerhouses that had perished, there had never been a heavenly god that had perished. Heavenly god powerhouses, whether it was their divine bodies or divine souls, were many times stronger than true gods, and were extremely difficult to kill. Now, a peak late heavenly god who had condensed 81,643 heavenly god laws died. The Yin ghost sects Huang Zhu, Zhang Yu, and the others looked at the old man Tang Silence's corpse with unsightly faces. Lu Yiping didn't look at the old man Tang Silence's corpse, looked at Huang Zhu, the lone old ghost, White Impermanence and the others, and blandly said, "Does anyone else want to make a move?" No one spoke up from Huang Zhu, lone old ghost, and White Impermanence. After a moment's reprieve, White Impermanence's white-painted face revealed a stiff smile. "Your Excellency is joking. My Yellow Springs Demon sect has come this time only for the Heavenly God River's countercurrent, and we, the Yellow Springs Demon sect, have absolutely no intention of making a move against your Excellency." The lone old ghost opened his mouth and said, "We didn't know your identity earlier. If we had known your identity earlier, we wouldn't have dared to come even if we were given 100 guts." Saying this, he bowed and said, "The Dark Demon Hall offended your Excellency earlier. It is because we have no eyes. We would like to offer tens of billions of divine stones to make amends. Please forgive us, my lord." Lu Yiping sniffed, his face indifferent. "It's already too late. Today, all of you must die." White Impermanence, lone old ghost, and the others' faces changed, and they couldn't help but back away. At this time, Huang Zhu said in a deep voice, "Lu Yiping, do you really want to make a fish out of water? Although you've surpassed the heavenly gods and have control over the power of the dimensions, every time you use the power of the dimensions, it also extremely consumes your divine power and soul power, and you won't be able to perform it more than a few times. We, the Yin Ghost sect, the Dark Demon Hall, and the Yellow Springs Demon sect, however, have an army of 100 billion. Even if we can't kill you, we can still kill everyone around you. There's no harm in telling you the truth. Our Yin Ghost sect has already allied with the Underworld's Prison of Lifelessness sect." When the crowd heard this, they were shocked. Lifeless Gate, the prison of the underworld, the door of lifelessness, the Lifeless sect, was the strongest of the many super sects in the underworld prison in terms of strength. If we talk about strength, it was even stronger than the Nine Heavens Tai Ching Sword sect. Moreover, the Lifeless sect, Their methods were cruel and unparalleled. If they were given a choice, they would rather offend the Tai Ching sword sect than the lifeless sect. When the brilliant ancestor finished speaking, he saw Lu Yiping take a step forward and swing out the pupil of eternal night in his hand. Huang Zu was shocked and reflexively retreated. At the same time, he activated the power of the heavenly god in his entire body. The laws of the heavenly god entwined, and his entire body glowed with darkness. His heavenly god's laws had clearly reached 89,724. There were more than 8,000 more than the old man Tang silenced just now. In front of him, there was even more of a giant shield of darkness. Shield of dark light. Someone recognized the giant shield of darkness. The shield of dark light is the Yin Ghost Sect's town treasure. Supreme defense artifact. This shield of dark light, which was forged from the skin of an ancient dark demon beast, was claimed to be able to absorb all attacks. Set up the Yin Ghost formation. Kill him, Huang Zu roared. The Dark Devil Hall's lone old ghost and the Yellow Springs Devil Sect's white impermanence saw that Lu Yiping refused to settle the matter. And once they clenched their teeth, they all drank. Set up the Dark Devil formation. Yellow Springs formation. Kill. At once, the ghostly, demonic, and necrotic auras covered the sky. At this time, the pupil of eternal night in Lu Yiping's hand passed through the shield of dark light and without stopping, pierced through the dark light on Huang Zu's body, broke through the opponent's heavenly god's laws, and finally pierced into the heart of the opponent's brow. The eternal night's pupil scabbard came through the back of the opponent's head. The Yin Ghost Sect's brilliant ancestor's eyes were rounded. Lu Yifan was expressionless, and with a tremor of the pupil of eternal night in his hand, he shattered the head of the brilliant ancestor to smithereens. Then, Lu Yiping took another step and swung his sword out, and the Dark Demon Hall lone elder ghost's head fell to the ground. With another step, the Yellow Springs Demon Sect white impermanence was sliced in half. One step to kill a god, and it was the peak of the three great late heavenly gods. At this moment, the ancient evil god Strong Liang evil god blades all flew out as well, transforming into two bloody blades of light that flew through the Yin Ghost Sect, Dark Devil Hall, and Yellow Springs Demon Sect's crowd of disciples. The dragon-horned golden bull, on the other hand, came directly over the Yin Ghost Sect's army, and its golden ox legs rose up and turned into prime pillars as it stomped down with one leg. The Yin Ghost Sect's army smashed down from the heights like a rainstorm. The ground rumbled. A rain of blood splattered. Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen and the two of them also charged into the Yellow Springs Demon Sect and Dark Demon Hall armies respectively. Seeing this, Zhou Chang also sacrificed his Buddha palm and imprinted on the Yellow Springs Demon Sect's army. The Nine Extremities Martial God then led the Martial God Hall's experts to kill the Tai Sect. The sound of killing vibrates in the sky. For an unknown number of miles around the Heavenly God Mountain, blood rained down high in the sky, and the entire sky was red. Miles of land, forests, all completely dyed red. Other clans, family experts fled to the extreme distance, looking at the rain of blood like a torrential downpour. Were dumbfounded. Is this a recreation of the battle of the ancient gods? Yun family head Yunwei only felt chills all over his body, but his palms kept sweating. After this battle, I'm only afraid that the Yin Ghost Sect, Yellow Springs Demon Sect, and Dark Demon Hall will be finished. Chen Xingyang, the Divine Martial Continent's #1 formation master, watched with a dry mouth. How many tens of thousands of years had there not been such a great battle in the Hongyuan Plain since the Middle Ages? Although there are also wars between the major empires of the Divine Martial Continent. But, compared to the killing of hundreds of billions of troops in front of us, it is simply a child's fight. Lu Yiping's eternal night pupil was never sheathed. However, his entire body was filled with sword chi, surprisingly condensing into tens of thousands of sword formations. Wherever he passed, all the experts of the Yin Ghost Sect, Yellow Springs Demon Sect, and Dark Demon Hall were all strangled by the sword formations. Lu Yiping arrived in front of Jiang Yu of the Tai Sect. Chapter 83, The Heavenly God River reverses its flow. Looking at Lu Yiping who suddenly came in front of him, Tai Sect's Jiang Yu's face was flustered as his whole body's 5 elemental sword chi blasted towards Lu Yiping. But when the 5 elemental sword chi came in front of Lu Yiping, it was shaken apart by an invisible force. Lu Yiping, my master is Lord Golden Light. He is currently in the 9 heavens in seclusion. The Tai Sect's Jiang Yu was shocked then retreated and said, tens of thousands of years ago, he also surpassed the heavenly god long ago, and is in the realm of the Lord of the Dimension. Just like you, if you let our Tai Sect leave, my Tai Sect will never set foot on the Divine Martial Continent again, and I will no longer be your enemy. The moment Tai Sect's Jiang Yu's words came out, the experts from all sides of the scene were in an uproar. The Golden Light Lord is surprisingly still alive? Chen Qingyun was surprised. He's a generation higher than the 9 Extremities Martial God, a powerhouse from the same era as Lord Saint Demon. If the Golden Light Lord transcends the Heavenly God and becomes a dimensional Lord, with a great increase in longevity, it is indeed possible. Yun family head Yunwei said. The Golden Light Superior, of great fame, was a supreme powerhouse of the sacred demon era. Someone once said that without the Holy Devil, the Golden Light Superior would definitely be able to crush the Invincible generation horizontally. Elder Golden Light. Lu Yiping's face was as usual. Not bad, my master. Supreme Lord Golden Light, obtained the Supreme Divine Canon and cultivated into the Supreme Tao. Jiang Yu of the Tai sect said. Lu Yiping, however, took a shot and brought the Tai sect's Jiang Yu shot in front of him. Jiang Yu of the Tai sect looked at Lu Yiping, who was close at hand, and panicked in his heart. With that, Lu Yiping searched his soul. Lu Yiping didn't kill him immediately because he wanted to learn the whereabouts of the killing god of the life-killing path from his memories. Soon, the soul search was over. Lu Yiping landed a heavenly thunderbolt, and the Tai sect's Jiang Yu was blown away. And when he landed, he had become a charcoal black mass. In the distance, Chen Xingyang, Yunwei and the others looked at the Tai sect's Jiang Yu, who was blasted into a charcoal black mess. All of them had complex hearts. Although Tai sect's Jiang Yu was not as strong as the Yin Ghost sect's Huangzu and the others, however, how could they say that he was also the number one person of their era? Now, Jiang Yu perished, which meant that, from this moment onwards, the era that belonged to Jiang Yu had come to an end. Seeing the death of Jiang Yu of the Tai sect, some experts of the Tai sect finally couldn't help but fly away. However, they had just fled out of the range of the Heavenly God Mountain not long ago, when a ball of sword chi fell in the void, and blew through these Tai sect's experts who were flying away. Lu Yiping said indifferently, the space around the Heavenly God Mountain has been laid down by me in a supreme sword formation. No one can leave, unless it kills me. Lu Yiping's voice resounded through the Heavenly God Mountain. The Tai sect, Dark Demon Hall, Yellow Springs Demon Sect, and Yin Ghost Sect experts who were originally still holding on to the idea of escaping could not help but despair. Kill Lu Yiping? Even Huangzu, Lone Old Ghost, and White Impermanence, the three peak late-stage heavenly goddesses, had all been killed by Lu Yiping with a single sword. Killing Lu Yiping was tantamount to a fool's dream. Ancient evil god Qiangliang held the evil god blade and transformed into a blood-colored hurricane that constantly swirled amidst the Dark Demon Hall, Yellow Springs Demon Sect, and Yin Ghost Sect armies. With each rotation, the blood-colored hurricane rose a circle in size and grew faster and faster. Countless disciples of the Dark Demon Hall, Yellow Springs Demon Sect, and Yin Ghost Sect were caught within the hurricane and then disintegrated, turning into part of the blood-colored hurricane. Watching the ancient evil god Strong Liang being invincible and sweeping across the land, wherever he passed, all the disciples of the Dark Demon Hall, Yellow Springs Demon Sect and Yin Ghost Sect fell to the ground in ambush. No one was an enemy of one of his strikes. Chen Xingyang, Yunwei and the others were all shocked. This evil god descendant is so terrifyingly strong. His strength is only as strong as that of the Huang ancestor, White Impermanence and the rest of them. And he might even have become a dimensional lord just like Lu Yiping? A Chun clan ancestor swallowed. The water of the Heavenly God River is really as clear as ever. When everyone looked, they only saw that when the rain of blood from the disciples of the Dark Demon Sect, Yellow Springs Demon Sect, and Yin Ghost Sect poured down onto the Heavenly Divine River, the water of the Heavenly Divine River wasn't affected in the slightest, and it was still as turquoise and clear as ever. The killing continues. I don't know how much time passed, but finally, some people from the Tai Sect, Yin Ghost Sect, Dark Demon Hall, and Yellow Springs Demon Sect armies began to retreat, began to crouch on the ground, and began to beg for mercy. When Lu Yiping, the dragon-horned golden bull, the ancient evil god Qiangliang and the others stopped, they only saw a mountain full of ground, all stained red with blood. At a glance, there is only red. The disciples of the Chun family and the Yun family who were hiding at great distances and watching from all sides vomited. As for the Tai Sect, the Yin Ghost Sect, the Dark Demon Hall, and the Yellow Springs Demon Sect's remaining disciples, and the Imperial Army under their command, all of them were prostrate on the ground, with no one left standing. At that moment, suddenly, the Heavenly God River roared. One could only see that the Heavenly God River, which was originally flowing downwards, had completely stopped, and then, it began to flow against the current. When the Heavenly God River flowed against the current, the entire river emitted a strange luster. The light shines in the sky. Above the surface of the source river of the Heavenly God River, various kinds of treasures emerged one by one. There are guns, knives, swords and other various artifacts. There is a secret book. There is a strain of elixir. Chen Xingyang, Yunwei and the others looked at the various treasures floating in the Heavenly God River, their hearts on fire, but no one dared to go forward and grab them. Everyone looked at the blue-shirt figure. Lu Yiping looked at the various artifacts, secret books, and elixirs that floated up, unmoved. These things were even trashier than the things in the space rings of Jiang Yu. Huang Zhu, Lone Old Ghost, and White Impermanence. However, Lu Yiping wasn't in a hurry. Good things didn't appear until later. This time, it was the period of 1,000,000 years of the Heavenly God River, and even if there was no second nine-colored divine Qi, there should be something comparable to the nine-colored divine Qi. An hour passed and suddenly, a black lotus floated up from the bottom of the river. This black lotus, black with red, half a man's height, emitting a burst of fragrance. Fragrance wafted out. The entire Heavenly God Mountain people smelled are refreshed. When the dragon-horned golden bull saw this black lotus, his eyes lit up and he smiled. The lotus of metaphysical color. The lotus of metaphysical color, like the nine-colored divine Qi, could increase longevity, and this lotus of metaphysical color in front of him was at the million-year level, just like the nine-colored divine Qi from back then. Lu Yiping opened one hand and saw that the lotus of metaphysical color fall into his hands. Lu Yiping looked at the dragon-horned golden bull whose eyes were on fire and laughed. Your ass is big enough. It's useless to ask for this lotus of metaphysical color. Then he gave the lotus of metaphysical color to Witch Jiujie who was on the side. Witch Jiujie's lifespan will end. With this Xian color lotus, it can increase his lifespan by a lot. At least these 10,000 years don't have to worry about Qi and blood drying up. Witch Jiujie did not expect Lu Yiping to give this metaphysical lotus to himself. And after a moment of stunned silence, he excitedly said, Master, this metaphysical lotus, disciple cannot take it. I'll give it to you and you'll take it. Lu Yiping shook his head. This thing, it doesn't work for me or Xiao Jin, and Xiao Jin actually just wants a taste. Wu Jiujie finally accepted it, bowed down, and kowtowed to thank Lu Yiping. After the metaphysical lotus, suddenly, on the surface of the Heavenly God River, an ancient jade pendant floated up. Seeing this jade pendant, Zhou Chang was greatly surprised. Wasn't this the same two pieces of jade he had given to Lu Yiping earlier? Chapter 84, Kuanping Divine Sect. The jade pendant that surfaced from the Heavenly God River was clearly a Longhan jade. Lu Yiping was also surprised when he looked at the Longhan Yu that had surfaced. Originally, he had planned to go to the Phantom Demon King's cave to see if there were any other three pieces once the Heavenly God River's reverse flow ended. But he didn't expect that a piece would appear now that the Heavenly God River was reversing its flow. With a single hand, Lu Yiping took the Longhan Yu registry on the surface of the river into his hands. Longhan jade, in the sunlight, refracts a fascinating light. Lu Yiping put the Longhan jade away. With this piece, it's the third. Well, there are two pieces left. Collecting all 5 pieces of Dragon Han jade. In fact, not only can you get the supreme techniques of the Flood Yuan Dragon, Flood Yuan Phoenix, and Water and Fire Karen, but you can also become the lord of the 3 clans of the Flood Dragon Clan, Flood Phoenix Clan, and Kirin Clan. And after Longhan Yu, another object surfaced from the Heavenly God River. The crowd was surprised to see this object. All that was seen floating out was a fist-sized oddly shaped rock. The surface of the stone is angular and has a color somewhat like silver ore. Even the ancient evil god Xiangliang had a puzzled look on his face, clearly unable to see what this stone was. Lu Yiping took the stone in his hand, looked at it for a while, and had a plan in mind. After the stone, the Heavenly God River slowly stopped reversing and nothing else appeared. With the end of the Heavenly God River's reverse flow, the matter of the Heavenly God River quickly spread. Whether it was Zhang Yu, Huang Zhu, Tang Silence, the Lone Old Ghost, or the White Impermanence, a host of heavenly deities perished. Still, the Tai sect, the Yin Ghost sect, the Dark Demon Hall, and the Yellow Springs Demon sect's $100 billion army was almost completely wiped out, all of which alarmed the 46 continents. Divine Martial Continent, Luo family, Luozhen, the Luo family head, couldn't believe it when he heard the news. Zhang Yu is dead? Even the Yin Ghost sect's Huang ancestor, the Dark Demon Hall's Lone Old Ghost, and the Yellow Springs Demon sect's White Impermanence, they're all dead? As the head of the Luo family, he certainly knew exactly what kind of existences Huang Zhu, Lone Old Ghost, and White Impermanence were. Yes, not only Zhang Yu, ancestor Huang, the Lone Old Ghost and White Impermanence. At that time, all the old ancestors, all the supreme elders, all the elders present from the Tai sect, the Yin Ghost sect, the Dark Demon Hall, and the Yellow Springs Demon sect all died. That Luo family expert trembled. What the hell is going on? Did you find out what exactly happened at that time? Luozhen was shocked and angry, because sword god Luo Ning had been killed. The Luo family had to deal with a whole host of things. So this time, when the Heavenly God River flowed backwards, the Luo family did not go. That Luo clan expert shook his head. I can't find out. At that time, none of the Tai sect, Yin Ghost sect, Dark Demon Hall and Yellow Springs Demon sect disciples who came back alive from the Heavenly Divine River dared to disclose what exactly happened in the Heavenly Divine River. Even the experts of the Chen clan, the Yun clan, the moon-worshipping empire, and other parties in Guangguan have kept their mouths shut about what happened in the Heavenly God River. Then he said in alarm, these people, the moment they mention Lu Yiping, they are filled with unrivaled fear, and they don't know if they have been threatened by Lu Yiping. The deaths of Zhang Yu, Huang Zhu, Lone Old Ghost and White Impermanence were still spoken of by the experts of the martial god's palace. Luoxian's face was as gloomy as water. However, the 4 clans of the Tai sect came to surround and kill Lu Yiping this time, so Zhang Yu, Ancestor Huang, the Lone Old Ghost, and White Impermanence should have died at the hands of Lu Yiping. That Luo clan expert swallowed. Many people are now speculating, saying that Lu Yiping may have surpassed the Heavenly God realm. Beyond the Heavenly God realm, Luoxian spilled the wine cup in his hand. The Lord of the Realms? He shuddered. That Luo family expert slowed down for a while before squeaking, Lord Family Master, the matter of the old ancestor. Why don't we just forget about it? Meaning the murder of the sword god Luo Ning. Luoxian's face was ugly. The Buddha-bearing continent was the southernmost continent in the Hongyuan plain. Almost all of the Buddhist sects in the constant elemental plane. The Buddhist forces were in the Buddha-bearing continent. In the Buddha-bearing continent, it was no exaggeration to say that out of 10 people, 5 of them were Buddhist disciples. This day, in a certain mountainous area of the Buddha-bearing continent, a blue-shirted young man rode a golden ox slowly, and by his side, a scruffy old man riding a donkey and a black-robed young man riding a thunder forest horse. A few people. It was none other than Lu Yiping, ancient evil god Chang Liang and Zhou Chang. This time, Lu Yiping had come for the Phantom Demon King's cave. Moreover, he had learned from the Tai sect's Zhang Yu's memories that the headquarters of the life-killing Tao was located in this Buddha succession continent. However, this time, Zhang Jin, Zhao Wen did not come along. Lu Yiping had the two stay at the Black Sea Mountain and rebuild the Shura sect together with Lu Peng, Lu Xiaoyu, Wei Bing, and Chen Yangyuan. Feeling the Buddha power permeating the Buddha-bearing continent, the ancient evil god Qiangliang suddenly spoke. That evil Buddha fellow. I wonder what happened to him afterward. In ancient times, there were 2 evils. One is an evil god and the other is an evil Buddha. Zhou Chang froze, then asked, is it Lord Buddha world honored by the ancient evil Buddha? The ancient evil god Qiangliang nodded his head. Zhou Chang said, Lord Buddha world honored later entered the 9 heavens. But I heard that he was surrounded by all the experts of the 9 heavens and died in the 9 heavens. Dead. Ancient evil god Strong Liang's voice was low. He didn't have many friends. The evil god was one. Zhou Chang added, Lord Buddha world honored one died a tragic death. According to the divine canon, after his death, the Buddha's relics were scooped up, and even his divine body was equally divided and refined into Buddha fat. When the ancient evil god Chang Liang heard this, his eyes chilled and his fists clenched. Who is it? Seeing the reaction of the ancient evil god Changliang, Zhou Chang felt strange and replied, according to the records, Lord Buddha world honored was killed by the 4 major divine kingdoms of the Kuanpeng divine sect of the 9 within, the 6 Eyes sect, the Demon Sealing sect, and the Floating sect, which all joined forces to encircle and kill him. However, the 6 Eyes sect, the Demon Sealing sect, and the Floating sect have long since broken up, and now only the Kuanpeng divine sect remains. At the mention of the Kuanpeng divine sect, Zhou Chang's face was grave. The Taiching sword sect is the strongest of the many super sects in the 9 heavens, but compared to the Kuanping divine sect, it is simply a small witch. The Kuanping divine sect has continued from the ancient times to the present day, after the Middle Ages, the near ancient times, and its forces, all over the 9 heavens in all corners of the 9 heavens, is the number 1 force in the 9 heavens. No one was sure how strong the Kuanpeng divine sect, a huge giant, was. Some people said that even if the other 9 super sects of the 9 heavens were added together, they would not be as good as the Kuanpeng divine sect. It was also the only power that had managed to survive to this day during the ancient times of the Hongyuan plain. The reason why the 6 Eyes sect, the Demon Sealing sect, and the Floating sect broke up in the first place was because they were annexed by the Kuanpeng divine sect. Kuanpeng divine sect. Ancient evil god Chang Liang coldly said. Lu Yiping said blandly, who is the strongest in the Kuanpeng divine sect right now? Zhou Chang was stunned and shook his head. I don't know. No one knows who is the strongest in the Kuanpeng divine sect. Right now the number 1 person in the 9 heavens is Kuanpeng divine sect patriarch Fei Jie, but there must be someone else in the Kuanpeng divine sect who is stronger than Fei Jie, and there might be more than one. By the way, this Fei Jie is still somewhat related to Zhang Yu's master, the Golden Light Superior, whose sister married Fei Jie. Oh, Lu Yiping said, so, this Fei Jie is the brother-in-law of the Golden Light Superior? Yes, Zhou Chang said as he glanced at Lu Yiping. The death of Zhang Yu of the Tai sect would only quickly reach the ears of the Golden Light Superior which, Chapter 85, Descendant of the Heavenly Demon. Half a day later, Lu Yiping's few people arrived at the Heavenly Demon Mountain Range. The Phantom Demon King's cave was located in the deepest part of this Heavenly Demon Mountain Range. The Heavenly Demon Mountain Range, which was very large, was one of the few largest mountain ranges in the Hongyuan Plain right now. When Lu Yiping's few people arrived at the Heavenly Demon Mountain Range, the sky had already dawned. Villages are sparse at the foot of the peaks ahead, Zhou Chang said. These villages, most of them are descended from the demon race. Some of them are even after the heavenly demons. Don't look at the smallness of these villages, but some of them don't lack true god experts. Oh, heavenly demon descendant? The dragon-horned golden bull was surprised. Ancient times, the sky demon is the lord of the demon race, and the lord of the 10,000 gods, the lord of the demon race, the lord of the eternal night monarch is the same period of time. The strength in Xiangliang is not the same, but also one of the top 10 masters at that time. Johara was also surprised. Zhou Chang nodded. Yes, however, these heavenly demon descendants have a thin heavenly demon bloodline, and the heavenly demon technique was lost back then, so it's difficult to restore the splendor of the heavenly demon clan from the ancient era. Lu Yiping suddenly spoke. The Phantom Demon King's cave is near the current Sky Demon tribe, isn't it? Zhou Chang said. Yes, the Phantom Demon King's cave is not far past the Sky Demon tribe. A few people walked and talked as they entered the Heavenly Demon Mountain Range. Outside the Heavenly Demon Mountain Range, one could not feel the demonic aura, but after entering the Heavenly Demon Mountain Range, the further one went inside, the more intense the demonic aura became. Not long after Lu Yiping's few people entered the Heavenly Demon Mountain Range, they saw a huge procession in front of them. The team has nearly 10,000 people, all riding a clear color of the dragon horse, wearing heavy armor. Each breath is powerful. The leader is a middle-aged man. Middle-aged man beside is a young woman wearing a light purple dress. It's someone from the Fighting Empire, Zhou Chang said. The Fighting Empire was the #1 empire in the Fo Chang continent. However, in terms of strength, it was several times stronger than the Baidu Empire of the Divine Martial continent. Just as Lu Yiping's few people passed by the other party, the middle-aged man and the young girl looked over. The middle-aged man suddenly spoke to Lu Yiping. Little brother, are you also entering the mountains to hunt demons? Lu Yiping glanced at the other party and blandly said, no, but just as Lu Yiping was about to leave with Chang Liang and Zhou Chang, the young woman suddenly spoke. Stop. When her words fell, at once, a group of experts from the Fighting Empire surrounded her. The young woman stared at Lu Yiping. Since you are not entering the mountain to hunt demons, what are you doing in the mountain? The dragon-horned golden bull slanted his eyes and laughed. Little girl, what are we doing in the mountain? It's none of your tit business. Do we have to tell you before we enter the mountain and fart? The young woman's pretty face was suddenly irritated. However, right at this moment, the middle-aged man spoke. Xiaoer, you must not be rude. The middle-aged man cupped his fists at Lu Yiping's few people and said, the canine daughter is reckless. A few of you will pardon me. The dragon-horned golden bull hemmed and hawed and stared hard at the woman's chest. That woman's pretty face turned even more green when she was stared at by the dragon-horned golden bull. After Lu Yiping and the others left, the female said, Father, that demonic bull is too hateful. If you hadn't stopped it, I would have gouged out its pair of bull's eyes. The middle-aged man's eyes were deep as he looked at the departing figure of Lu Yiping's few people and said, we are here for the Book of Heavenly Demons this time, so don't make more trouble. Then with a wave of his hand, he said to the crowd behind him, speed up and head to the Heavenly Demon tribe. The experts behind him respectfully responded, yes, Lord Prince. The middle-aged man was none other than Prince Yan of the Fighting War Empire. Zhu Yan. He is also the cousin uncle of the current great emperor of the Fighting Battle Empire, and he has a great deal of power in the Fighting Battle Empire, and his mansion is filled with experts. Thus, Zhu Yan's crowd sped up, and the sitting dragon horse sped like the wind. However, no matter how much Zhu Yan and the others sped up, they never saw the Lu Yiping. Several people who had just walked in front of them. Zhu Yan's daughter, Zhu Ling, furrowed her brows and said, a few of them are clearly in front of us. How come we didn't see them? Are they so fast? Or did they take another mountain path? Zhu Yan was also all puzzled. And at this time, 10,000 miles away, the donkey poo-pooed the longhorn golden bull. You colorful bird. Degrading. The dragon-horned golden bull, however, laughed. This bull has always been unskilled. Zhou Chang, however, said, that middle-aged man should be Prince Zhu Yan of the Fighting Empire. Saying this, he said doubtfully, they shouldn't just enter the mountains to hunt demons. It's impossible to send out so many experts if they just enter the mountains to hunt demons. Chang Liang said expressionlessly, whatever they're here for, just don't get in our way. A few people flew all the way forward. The demonic aura was getting stronger and stronger, especially near the Phantom Demon King's cave. the demonic chi condensed into a demonic shadow. These demonic shadows were condensed from the demonic chi spewed out by the strongest members of the demon race during their cultivation, and after countless years, they had already gradually developed a spirit, and could actively attack those who approached them, making it difficult for even ordinary great emperors to withstand them. These demonic shadows, bodiless and bloodless, were extremely difficult to kill, and it doesn't fear true fire, heavenly thunder. However, the demonic shadows that attacked were dispersed one by one before they could even get close to Lu Yiping and the others. Passing through dozens of miles of demon shadow regions, Lu Yiping's few people were in front of a mountain peak. The peak is small, like a giant stinging scorpion. The Phantom Demon King's cave is within the belly of this mountain, Zhou Chang said. However, this mountain is heavily restricted, and it took me decades back then to finally break in. As soon as his words fell, he saw Lu Yiping flick his finger, and a huge rune flew up and slammed down like a mountain. And immediately, the light exploded, only to see the mountain's heavy curtain of light rise and fall, and then a spatial entrance appeared halfway up the mountain's waist, which led straight to the mountain's belly. Zhou Chang was dumbfounded. The Phantom Demon King's cave restriction that he needed to spend decades to get in back then. This broke it? It wasn't until Lu Yiping and the Longhorn Golden Bull, Qianliang, went in that he reacted and hurriedly followed. After passing through the spatial entrance and arriving at the belly of the mountain, only to see what appeared in front of Lu Yiping's few people was a super large hall. The Great Hall was only hundreds of miles square, and above the Great Hall, there was a vast starry sky. Above the starry sky was a star, which were orbiting, and a ray of starlight shone down from above. Fighting star shift formation, Lu Yiping said as he looked at the stars orbiting in the sky. The Battle of the Stars formation, in the ancient times, is also a great reputation. Do not look at this starlight, and ordinary light is no different. But even if it is Huang Zhu, white impermanence, lone old ghosts a few people touched, but also to be blasted through. Zhou Chang looked at these starlights and was also scornful. Back then, he had learned the terror of these starlights. Follow us, Lu Yiping reminded, then rode the dragon-horned golden bull towards the inside of the Grand Hall, and Zhou Chang didn't dare to hesitate and followed closely. Zhou Chang realized that when Lu Yiping passed by, the starlight shining down from the stars moved to the side one by one. Soon enough, the few people passed through the bucket transformation formation and arrived at the innermost part of the Grand Hall. Chapter 86, What Trees Nuggets? At the innermost part of the hall, 4 huge stone pillars towered at the corners. Blue rocks. Qianliang looked at the 4 huge stone pillars in front of him and opened his mouth. The blue rock, like the purple sunstone within the 10,000 gods' residence in heavenly capital city, was a rare divine stone. Zhou Chang stared at the 4 huge stone pillars and pounded a mouthful of wine. These 4 stone pillars, which were linked together with the great halls doing star shift formation. Otherwise, he would have moved away earlier that year. Lu Yiping came to one of the stone pillars and suddenly threw a punch. And immediately, the stone pillar that only a dozen or so people could embrace was blasted out with a huge fist hole. Zhou Chang was speechless. This blue rock, but it was even harder than the purple sunstone. Moreover, there was also the power defense of the bucket transformation grand formation. So even if it was the early stage of the dimensional lord, I'm only afraid that it wouldn't be able to blast through it. Lu Yiping pulled out a crystal the size of 2 fists from within the stone pillar. In the center of this crystal, a golden flame was actually bubbling. Zhou Chang was puzzled. What kind of crystal was this? With his knowledge, he had never seen or heard of any other crystal in the world that could give birth to golden flames inside. Crystal of golden flame. The dragon-horned golden bull was however staring at the mass of crystals, its eyes blazing. Good stuff. Qianliang also spoke up. Lu Yiping looked at the crystal of golden flame in his hand and said, "Unfortunately, it's still a bit short of fire." Then he threw the crystal of golden flame in his hand to the longhorn golden bull. The dragon-horned golden bull opened its mouth and chewed, then swallowed it, its whole body shaking and spewing out wisps of golden fire. Cool. Zhou Chang came to another stone pillar and blasted through it with another punch before taking out a golden elixir. Jin Dan. The demonic aura swept through. The entire hall was darkened. This is? Zhou Chang was surprised. The demonic pills of a demon king powerhouse? Of course it's not a demon king's demonic pills. The dragon-horned golden bull said. The demonic aura of a demon king level powerhouse's demonic elixir is much stronger than this. Zhou Chang was stunned. Subsequently, Lu Yiping blasted open the other 2 stone pillars and took out the items within them. The 3rd stone pillar, a book, Heavenly Demon Divine Canon. Zhou Chang was puzzled. He knew about the Book of Heavenly Demons, but he had never heard of the Heavenly Demon Divine Canon. The 4th stone pillar, on the other hand, is a block of trees. The tree blocks are completely dry and not a bit of life is left in them. The longhorn golden bull looked at the tree block and were also puzzled. What kind of tree block is this? Johara was also puzzled. Lu Yiping looked through it and mused. It should be something from before the flood. He could only tell that it was something from before the flood, but he couldn't tell exactly what kind of tree's chunks it was. He then planted the tree block on top of one of the pieces of 9 heavenly resting soil. Although this tree block was completely devoid of life, the 9 heavenly breath loam might be able to revitalize it. Then, Lu Yiping arrived in front of the inner temple gate. Now, where they are is in the outer sanctum, not yet the heart of the cave. The inner hall gate, also cast in blue rock, was covered with 3 ancient grand formations, each of which was no weaker than the Battle of the Stars grand formation. And these 3 great formations, they complement each other. However, Lu Yiping only gave a gentle push, and the inner temple door was pushed open. Zhou Chang naturally looked dazed. Back then, he had used all sorts of methods, but he was unable to open the door to this inner sanctum. The inner hall, not big, only a few hundred square meters, 4 walls, all books, and in the center of the hall, there is a cauldron for alchemy. Other than that, there is nothing else. A vertical eye appeared on Lu Yiping's brow, scanning the hall. All corners of the hall, all hidden spaces, were reflected in the vertical eye, but a moment later, Lu Yiping withdrew his vertical eyes with a disappointed expression. Originally, he was still holding out hope that the other 2 pieces of Dragon Han Jade would not be in the inner hall space of the Phantom Demon King's cave, but after some searching just now, he did not find the other 2 pieces of Dragon Han Jade. This is the Mirage Divine Cauldron used by the Mirage Demon King for alchemy back then? Zhou Chang arrived in front of the cauldron in the center of the inner hall, his eyes on fire. Not bad. This is the Phantom God Cauldron. Lu Yiping flicked his finger, and the lid of the Mirage Divine Cauldron flew up, and immediately, the haze filled the sky, and a single golden dan flew out of it, unexpectedly trying to escape. However, just as these Jindans were about to fly out of the inner hall, they were all taken back by Lu Yiping. Divine artifacts had artifact spirits, and these golden dawn, after millions of years, had all given birth to Dan spirits as well. According to the previous agreement, Lu Yiping gave 1/3 of these pills and other things in the Grand Hall to Zhou Chang. Lu Yiping took away all the books in the Great Hall to see if he could find any records about the remaining 2 Longhan Jades. As for the Phantom God Cauldron and the blue rock pillars in the outer hall, Lu Yiping's few people also took them away. It was useless to stay here anyway. Afterward, Lu Yiping's few people didn't stay much longer and left the cave. Master, we're going to the Heavenly Demon Tribe? The dragon-horned golden bull asked. Since it's not far, then go over and take a look. Lu Yiping said. The longhorn golden bull was quite close to the demon race. In the ancient times, the heavenly demon was its descendant. Thus, several people came over towards the Sky Demon Tribe. Not long after, the Sky Demon Tribe was far away. Just as several people were approaching the Sky Demon Tribe, a group of experts flew out from within the Sky Demon Tribe in the distance. The person in the lead was the current patriarch of the Sky Demon Tribe, Hao Xian. Hao Xian saw Zhou Chang from afar and laughed excitedly. I heard the people below say that it was Senior Zhou Chang who came. I didn't believe it originally, but when I came out to take a look, it was really Senior Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang scratched his head, a little embarrassed, and said to Lu Yiping, I spent many years in the Phantom Demon King's cave back then, so I'm still quite familiar with these boys from the Sky Demon Tribe. After arriving in front of Lu Yiping and the others, Heavenly Demon Tribe Patriarch Hao Xian and the others gave Zhou Chang a salute. Senior Zhou Chang, who are these people? Hao Xian asked. Zhou Chang looked at Lu Yiping. Regarding Lu Yiping's identity, he was not in a position to take the liberty of introducing for Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping blandly said, Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping? Hao Xian was startled when he heard Prince Qin Xian? Although the Heavenly Demon Tribe was secluded in the Heavenly Demon Mountain range and seldom went out, even the people of the Heavenly Demon Tribe had heard about the battle at the Heavenly God River. The Sky Demon Tribe's crowd even turned pale. Just call me Duke Lu. Lu Yiping said. We were passing through and came to the Sky Demon Tribe to take a look. Hao Xian reacted and hurriedly said, It is the honor of my Heavenly Demon Tribe for Duke Lu and Senior Zhou Chang to descend on the Heavenly Demon Tribe. Duke Lu, Senior Zhou Chang, please. Under the welcome of the people of the Sky Demon Tribe, Lu Yiping and the others entered the Sky Demon Tribe. Not long after Lu Yiping and the others entered the Sky Demon Tribe, the crowd from the Fighting Empire arrived outside the Sky Demon Tribe. Zhu Yan looked at the Heavenly Demon Tribe between the ancient trees in the sky and his voice was cold. Set up the Great Thunder Sound killing formation and block all the retreating paths of the Heavenly Demon Tribe. Chapter 87 News of the Jade Disc of Creation. At this moment, Lu Yiping and the others followed the Heavenly Demon Clan Chief Hao Xian into the inner hall of the Heavenly Clan Tribe. However, when he came to the inner hall, Lu Yiping discovered that the Jade Disc of Creation inside him had actually begun to vibrate. Lu Yiping was greatly surprised. Since he had possessed the Jade Disc of Creation, The jade disk of creation had never been so different. What's going on? He was connected to the jade disk of creation by heart and soul, and could clearly feel the jade disk of creation guiding him into the deeper depths of the heavenly demon tribe. Lu Yiping's vertical eye at the center of his brow opened, passing through the inner halls and heavy spaces, looking in the direction that the jade disk of creation had guided him to, and finally arriving at the ancestral shrine of the heavenly demon tribe. Within the heavenly demon tribe's ancestral shrine, a jade plate was being placed, and in the very center was a jade-colored dish. That jade-colored saucer was clearly a piece of jade saucer of creation. The jade saucer of creation, which was transformed from the 24 petals of the lotus flower in the green lotus of creation before the formation of the heavens and the earth, had 24 pieces in total. He had the most central and important piece, while the other 23 pieces were nowhere to be found. Now, within the ancestral shrine of the Sky Demon tribe, there was actually a piece of it. Lu Yiping could not suppress the excitement in his heart, and with a single shot in the air, he saw the jade disk of creation fly out from within the heavenly demon ancestral shrine, pass through the heavy obstacles, and fall into Lu Yiping's hands. Hao Xian, the patriarch of the heavenly demon clan, was about to invite Lu Yiping to sit down, when he suddenly saw a jade disk in Lu Yiping's hand, and when he took a look at it and realized that it was the jade within the ancestral shrine, he couldn't help but say, "Sir Lu, this is the object of our ancestral shrine? This piece of jade, where did you get it?" Lu Yiping looked at the other party searingly. Hao Xian replied, "Thousands of years ago. This piece of jade is one of my clan uncle Hao Bai out of a travel obtained. Exactly what is it? We do not know, but this jade can be meditative and clear the mind, can be retreated from the evil ghosts, and there are many other wonderful use. Then where is your clan uncle Hao Bai now?" Lu Yiping asked. "My clan uncle Hao Bai has always liked to travel in all directions. He left the Sky Demon tribe 4,000 years ago and never came back." Hao Xian shook his head. Lu Yiping frowned. After thinking about it, he said to Hao Xian, "How about I exchange 10 extreme divine artifacts, plus 100 extreme divine pills and 10 billion divine stones with you for this jade?" Hao Xian and the Sky Demon tribe's experts were stunned. Even Zhou Chang and Chang Liang were greatly surprised. Even though Chang Liang was an ancient evil god, he couldn't recognize the jade saucer of creation. "My lord, allow me to confer with the tribal elders." Hao Xian quickly woke back up and said. Lu Yiping nodded. Just as Hao Xian was about to discuss with the Sky Demon tribe's old ancestors, suddenly, the sky and the earth instantly darkened, only to see dense thunderclouds and constant lightning explosions high in the sky. This thunderous sound transformed into an invisible wave that swept through the heavenly demon tribe. The Sky Demon tribe's experts were all shocked. Great thunder sound killing formation. Lu Yiping looked at the thunderbolts exploding continuously high in the sky. His face turned cold as he pointed in the air. The sky and the earth brightened up, and everyone saw that a column of finger power light like a pillar of the heavens roared up, straight into the 9 heavens. The original high altitude that was densely covered with thunderclouds and exploding thunder and lightning was instantly blasted apart. All the thunderclouds instantly dissipated. Not only that, but that prime finger force then blasted down like a heavenly pillar. The crowd of experts from the Fighting Empire who were setting up the great thunder sound killing formation outside were instantly blasted into a mist of blood by this prime finger force. Zhu Yan and his daughter Zhu Ling, who were standing outside the great thunder sound killing formation, looked at the blood mist in front of them with their entire bodies stiffened. The crowd of experts from the Fighting Empire that followed him, all of whom were great emperors or above, as well as some deities and even 6 true gods, were all blown away by a single finger. "Prime finger," Zhu Yan said with a hard throat as he looked at the finger force that suddenly blasted down. A kind of mastery that had disappeared after the ancient times. With a single stride, Lu Yiping arrived outside the Sky Demon tribe. "It's you!" Zhu Ling looked at Lu Yiping, who came out in disbelief. At this time, Zhou Chang, Hao Xian and others all followed out, only to see the outside. Hundreds of miles in a circle, not an inch of grass. All were bombarded into a piece of nothingness. The ground seems to have been cut flat. A cloud of blood mist, still floating in midair. At this time, Chang Liang removed the evil god blade from his waist, and just as Chang Liang was about to strike, Zhou Chang suddenly spoke. Slow, then he looked at Lu Yiping. "Mr. Lu, I was a close friend of the Fighting Empire Patriarch back in the day, so please ask Mr. Lu to spare the 2 for my sake. How about it?" Hearing Zhou Chang say that he was a close friend with the Fighting Empire Patriarch, Zhu Yan was shocked. "Your senior Zhou Chang?" Lu Yiping didn't make a sound. Zhou Chang knew that Lu Yiping was acquiescing, which allowed Zhu Yan, Zhu Ling and the 2 fathers and daughters to kowtow before letting the 2 leave. In fact, Zhou Chang also knew that just now. The 2 father and daughter Zhu Yan had asked the people under their command to set up the great thunder sound killing formation to deal with the people of the heavenly demon tribe, and not to deal with Lu Yiping. so he dared to plead for leniency. Many thanks to Mr. Lu for coming to the rescue of the Sky Demon tribe. After a long time, Heavenly Demon tribe leader Hao Shen cupped his fists and said to Lu Yiping, "It's just a casual thing." Lu Yiping shook his head. "Handy." The Heavenly Demon tribe's experts looked at the hundreds of miles in a circle where not a single inch of grass grew, and they only felt chills on their backs. Lu Yiping and the crowd of Heavenly Demon experts re-entered the main hall. Just now, Hao Shen, the leader of the Heavenly Demon clan, who had originally said that he would confer with all the Heavenly Demon ancestors before deciding on the matter of the Jade Disc exchange, had immediately agreed after re-entering the main hall. However, when collecting Lu Yiping's divine artifacts, divine pills and divine stones, Hao Xian had a rather embarrassed face. Night. Lu Yiping was sitting in the room arranged by the Heavenly Demon tribe, with the celebration cloud above his head, and the two jade discs of creation were reflecting each other, blossoming with heavy haze and rays of color. The people of the Heavenly Demon tribe were unable to comprehend the jade disc of creation, which was in the hands of the Heavenly Demon tribe, and was in fact quite an ordinary artifact, but at this moment, a great Tao was constantly flowing out from it. Lu Yiping envisioned the great Tao in it. A night that passed quickly. Lu Yiping woke up and put the jade disc of creation inside his body. The second jade disc of creation had a total of 100 avenues, containing the avenues of darkness, light, and stars, together with the first piece. Now, it is 1100 avenues. Subsequently, Lu Yiping didn't stay in the Sky Demon tribe and left the Sky Demon tribe with the several people from the dragon-horned golden bull. When he left, Lu Yiping asked Hao Shen, the leader of the Heavenly Demon clan, to contact himself as soon as he had news of his clan uncle Hao Bai. After leaving the Heavenly Demon tribe, Lu Yiping came over towards the imperial capital of the Fighting War Empire. The headquarters of the life-killing Tao was located in the imperial capital of the Fighting Empire. However, just as Lu Yiping and the others were coming over toward the imperial capital of the Fighting Battle Empire, on the way, Zhou Chang received a messenger, and his face changed drastically as he said to Lu Yiping, "Duke Lu, something has happened in the Taiwa Buddha sect. I need to go back." Lu Yiping saw Zhou Chang's face and said, "Do you want us to help?" Zhou Chang shook his head and said it wasn't a big deal, then hugged his farewells with Lu Yiping and a few others and rode away on a donkey. The dragon-horned golden bull watched Zhou Chang ride away on a donkey and said, "It looks like something big has happened to the Taiwa Buddha sect." Chapter 88 Miss Su Feng's Zither Club. However, with the strength of this boy Zhou Chang, he should be able to solve it. Chang Liang said. Although Zhou Chang was not the lord of the realm, his strength was not weaker than the three of the Yin Ghost sects: Huang Zhu, the lone old ghost, and the white impermanence. With that, Lu Yiping's few people then continued over to the imperial capital of the Fighting Empire. 2 days later, Lu Yiping's few people arrived at the imperial capital of the Fighting Empire. Entering the imperial capital of the Fighting War Empire, only to see both sides of the street. Everywhere you can see Buddha statues, Buddhist buildings, and both sides of the stores. The things sold, but also almost all of them are Buddhist things. This Fighting Imperial capital has the look of the Holy Buddha Imperial capital back then, Chang Liang said as he looked at the bustling buildings within the Fighting Imperial capital. In ancient times, the Holy Buddha Empire was the first empire of the Hong Yuan Plain. The Holy Buddha Emperor, who was from the same time period as him, was a blood brother to the evil Buddha world-honored one. The dragon-horned golden bull's eyes were deep. "It's a pity about that kid, Buddha Shizuan." Back then, the Buddha Shakyamun made an appointment to fight the lord of the demon race in the heavenly demon domain of the underworld prison. In that battle, the fight nearly collapsed the heavenly demon domain, but in the end, Buddha Shakyamuni was killed. The blood of Buddha Shakyamuni stained the countless mountains and rivers of the heavenly demon domain red. Back then, when he heard that Buddha Shizuan had died in battle, the longhorn golden bull had even shed tears. Lu Yiping said in a cold voice, "Everyone from the Yin Bara clan deserves to die." Back then, if it wasn't for the Yin Bara clan, Buddha Shakyamuni wouldn't have died in the heavenly demon domain. Could the 9 extinction burial god formation in the battlefield of the gods have been set up by the Yin Bara clan? The dragon-horned golden bull said. Lu Yiping shook his head. "I don't know yet. The battlefield of the gods has the 9 extinction burial god formation?" Chang Liang opened his mouth. His face moved. Lu Yiping nodded his head and spoke about the matter of the 9 extinction burial god grand formation in the mysterious space underneath the battlefield of the gods. Chang Liang's eyes were cold. "If it's really related to the Yin Bara clan, I will kill the Yin Bara clan." The dragon-horned golden bull shook his head. "To exterminate those monsters of the Yin Bara clan talk can be easy. In the ancient times, the Yin Bara clan appeared, but it has continued until now. No one knows how many people there are in the Yin Bara clan and how strong the power is." Chang Liang frowned. He suspected that the ghost-headed masked man who sealed his eternal demon heart back then was an expert of the Borer clan. Of course, he couldn't be sure if it was or not. Who would have thought that the headquarters of the life-killing Tao would be within the imperial capital of this fighting war empire? The dragon-horned golden bull changed the topic and said, but this descendant, Sun Yen, is quite clever. The leader of the killing Tao, whose real name is Sun Yen, is nicknamed the god of killing. Of course, he had another identity in the fighting war empire, the great marshal of the fighting war empire, Suing. Therefore, Lu Yiping's several people walked and chatted as they came towards the Grand Marshal's mansion. Just as Lu Yiping's few people were coming towards the Sun Yen Marshal's mansion, suddenly, behind them, a large group of experts came riding tiger beasts. When the surrounding passers-by saw the visitor, they all retreated to the sides in panic. It's His Highness the Third Prince. The people who came were none other than the Third Prince of the Fighting War Empire, Zhu Yong, and his men. Zhu Yong and his men arrived in the blink of an eye, then passed by Lu Yiping's men. A gust of wind rolled up, looking at the direction of His Highness the Third Prince. He should be going to attend the zither party of Miss Su Feng of Marshal Su's residence? It should be. Miss Su Feng holds a zither concert every year, and this time, she even invited the young patriarch of the Easy Buddha sect, a disciple of the star-picking Buddha. And I heard that even the young patriarch of the palace of the Pill King came. Even the young hall master of the Pill King Hall has come. This Miss Su Feng has too much face. Miss Su Feng is the #1 beauty of our fighting empire and the #1 beauty of our Buddha-bearing continent. Even when compared to the Luo family's saintess Luo Tong, the surrounding crowd looked at the departing third prince of the fighting empire in disgust. A zither club? The longhorn golden bull laughed. I love listening to the zither the most. Chang Liang smiled in a rare moment. Senior Xiao Jin practiced the zither after His Excellency. I wonder how well he practiced. The longhorn golden bull laughed. I have already cultivated to the 4th realm of the zither immortal. Zither immortals, too, have realms. The highest a zither immortal can be is 10th weight. Lu Yiping smiled. This old bull, bragging has always been without a draft. You're still at the 4th level of the Qin immortal? The realm of the zither. The 10th level was the realm of the zither immortal, while the 4th level was the realm of the zither child. Now, the dragon-horned golden calf had barely entered the realm of the zither child, and was able to play a small tune that was out of tune only. Hearing the dragon-horned golden bull say that it had cultivated to the 4th realm of the zither immortal, Chang Liang laughed and said, then when I have time, I would like to listen to Senior Little Gold's way of the zither immortal. The longhorn golden bull coughed. We'll talk about this later. At this time, inside the grand hall of the Sun Yen Marshal's mansion, a group of young men and women were sitting. In the main seat of the great hall, it was none other than Su Feng, the daughter of Sun Yen. Su Feng, born with a phoenix body. In terms of talent and beauty, she was on par with Luo Tong of the Luo family. In the middle of the hall, a young man wearing a light white robe, showing the elegance of the youth, is playing the zither. It was only that after the sound of the zither came out of the zither, it actually floated around the hall like smoke. The sound of the piano curls up. The sound of the zither was originally intangible, but now, it was flying out in a condensed form, influenced by the sound of the piano. The handsome mansion in the back garden, many flowers and butterflies, birds are flying to the hall, dancing in the hall. All the people in the great hall were listening in silence. After a while, the song ends. The crowd was still enraptured in the realm of the zither just now. Su Feng was the first to clap his hands and smiled at the elegant young man. Shi Yen Young Hall Master's High Qin realm. Su Feng's heart is convinced. I think, even Hao Shan is far from being able to compare with Shi Yen Young Hall Master. The elegant youth was none other than the young master of the Pill King Hall. Shi Yen laughed. Shame on me. Hao Shan is the senior disciple of the six-fingered Qin demon. How dare I compare my zither skills with Hao Shan's? Xia Xiaohong, a disciple of the Picking Star Buddha, opened his mouth and said, it's Shi Yen that you're being modest. If I were to look at it, with your zither skills, it's that Lu Yiping that's not as good as you. And the people say that this Lu Yiping has already entered the realm of the zither immortal. But I think it's just words of flattery. Zhu Yong, the third prince of the fighting empire, also laughed. Brother Xia Xiaohong is right. I also feel that the so-called realm of the zither immortal is nothing more than the flattery of those vulgar people towards Lu Yiping. Brother Shi Yen is not only unrivaled in the Qin realm, even the Dan Dao is unrivaled. Coupled with your strength, Brother Shi Yen, I don't think it will take long before you can inherit the position of Pill King Hall Master. Young sect master He Feng of the Free Buddha sect laughed. Young Hall Master Shi Yen of the Hall of Pill Kings laughed. Father does have this intention, saying that he will let me familiarize myself with all the affairs of the Hall of Pill Kings for these 3 years, meaning that he would be in charge of the Pill King Hall in 3 years. The people all clasped their fists in congratulations. Su Feng was about to open his mouth when, suddenly, There was a miserable scream. The crowd in the great hall was stunned. Su Feng furrowed her willow brows and said to an attendant beside her, "Go out and see what's going on." This maid beside her was an expert. That maid answered yes and then came out from the main hall. Just as she came out, she saw a few Su Mansion disciples guarding the outside of the mansion being kicked in. When her face sank, she saw a blue-shirted young man and a black-robed young man riding in on a cow and a horse respectively. Chapter 89, Breaking into the Battle Imperial Palace. Seeing that a blue-shirted young man and a black-robed young man had actually barged in on a bull and a horse, the maid angrily shouted, "Bold, who are you guys? Dare to trespass the marshal's mansion?" After saying this, she regaled one hand towards Lu Yiping and Changliang. A shocking aura burst out from its body. It was clearly a divine spirit powerhouse, and it was an early-stage divine spirit. When the dragon-horned golden bull saw that maid make a move, it directly lifted its leg and slapped it into the ground. Boom! The entire handsome house was shaken. Then, the dragon-horned golden bull stepped over the corpse of that maid. This maid, although well disguised, practiced the dark code technique of the life-killing Tao, so it struck without mercy. Inside the hall, Su Feng, Pil King Hall Young Hall Master Xian, and the third prince of the fighting empire, Zhu Yong, were stunned when they heard the vibrations outside, then stood up. Just then, several people saw that a blue-shirted young man rode in on a bull, followed by a black-robed youth. The crowd was surprised. "Who are you guys?" Su Feng's face sank as he stared at Lu Yiping and Chang Liang. "Where is my maid?" "Dead." The dragon-horned golden bull didn't care. "You guys? Damn you!" Su Feng was furious, fiercely slapping his palm towards Lu Yiping and Chang Liang. The aura of an early-stage true god powerhouse swept over. The divine power was vast. The palm power was surprisingly turquoise-green in color. The coldness was astonishing. The great hall was unexpectedly instantly flooded with turquoise-green shattered ice. The dragon-horned golden bull, however, directly swept his leg over, and that Su Feng was swept, and the entire person shot backwards, smashing through the main hall, and then smashing through the heavy buildings of the handsome mansion, and finally falling within the garden of the backyard. It happened so suddenly that the young master of the Pil King Hall, Shi Yan, the third prince of the fighting empire, Zhu Yong, the disciple of the star-picking Buddha, Xia Xiaohong, the young master of the easy Buddha sect, He Feng, and the other dozen or so people froze. No one expected this blue-shirted young man to suddenly barge in. Then Su Feng struck out and Su Feng was swept away. It all happened too fast, but the crowd quickly responded. The Pil King Hall's young hall master Shi Yan, the fighting empire's third prince Zhu Yong, and the others all had ugly faces. Shi Yan looked at Lu Yiping coldly. "Who is your excellency, daring to trespass the marshal's mansion in the imperial capital of the fighting war empire, and killing and injuring people with impunity?" Zhu Yong, the third prince of the fighting war empire, even had cold eyes. "I don't care who you are, if you dare to kill someone in my fighting war empire's imperial capital marshal's mansion, there is no place for you in the vastness of heaven and earth." With a single hand, Lu Yiping took Su Feng from the back garden back in front of him, only to see that Su Feng, who was graceful and noble just now, at this time, with her hair scattered, her whole body covered in mud, and her blood stains. "Where is Sun Yen?" Lu Yiping asked blandly. Just now, he had swept the Grand Marshal's mansion with his divine thoughts, and Su Ling was not in the Grand Marshal's mansion. This Su Feng, his identity was the head of a certain hall of the Slayer Dao. "What Sun Yen? I don't know what you're talking about." Su Feng looked angrily at Lu Yiping, his eyes full of killing intent. That look, hating that he couldn't kill Lu Yiping. Pil King Hall Young Hall Master Xian stepped forward and looked angrily at Lu Yiping. "My name is Pil King Hall Young Hall Master Xian. Release the person. This is the Fighting Empire's Grand Marshal Su Ying's residence. There is no one you are looking for." Zhu Yong, the third prince of the Fighting War Empire, also said angrily, "I've already sent orders to the Imperial Capital's army just now, and my Fighting War Imperial Capital's army will soon arrive." He Feng, the young patriarch of the Easy Buddha sect, clasped his fists and said, "I am the young patriarch of the Easy Buddha sect. Is there some misunderstanding on your part? Please release the people." Xia Xiaohong, a disciple of the star-picking Buddha, looked at Lu Yiping coldly. "I am Xia Xiaohong, a disciple of the star-picking Buddha. Your excellency had better release the person now, or else no one in the world will be able to save you." Hall of the Medicine King, Fighting Empire, the Easy Buddha sect, one of the 4 super sects of the Buddha-bearing continent. Buddha inherited one of the 5 Buddhas of the continent, the star-picking Buddha. These forces together. Indeed, it was not an exaggeration to say that no one really dared to shelter Lu Yiping. Even if Zhang Yu of the Tai sect is still around, he has to think about it. Lu Yiping, however, stared at that Su Feng and indifferently said, "You don't know what I'm talking about? Your father, Su Ying, His real name is Sun Yen. He is the leader of the life-killing Dao. And you, whose real name is Sun Feng, are the head of one of the halls of the life-slaying Dao. Pil King Hall Young Hall Master Shi Yan and the others were surprised. Su Feng, however, looked at Lu Yiping angrily. Nonsense. Full of nonsense. Xia Xiaohong, a disciple of the Peking Star Buddha, stared coldly at Lu Yiping. I told you to release the people. Didn't you hear me? Noisy. Lu Yiping waved one hand and slapping on the face of that star-extracting Buddha disciple Xia Xiaohong. That star-extracting Buddha disciple Xia Xiaohong was instantly slapped and sent flying, hitting the stone pillars of the Great Hall. The crowd was shocked. Lu Yiping then searched Su Feng's soul. In fact, Lu Yiping really didn't want to search the woman's memory. Soon, the soul search was over. It turned out that Sun Yan had been summoned into the imperial palace of the Fighting Battle Empire by the great emperor of the Fighting Battle Empire, Zhu Zhang. Lu Yiping finished his soul search, and with a heavenly thunderbolt in his palm, he blasted Su Feng into black charcoal, and then with the dragon-horned golden bull, Chang Liang left the Grand Marshal's mansion. In the Great Hall, the crowd was dumbfounded as they looked at Su Feng, who had been blasted into a ball of black charcoal. Su Feng, Xia Xiaohong, a disciple of the star-extracting Buddha, shouted sadly, following which, his eyes were bloodshot as he roared. I don't care who you are. I'm going to kill you. However, one of the young lords of the Grand Hall said, looking at the direction he left, it seems like he's going to the Battle Emperor Palace. The crowd poured out, and sure enough, they saw that Lu Yiping and Chang Liang were heading over to the Battle Emperor Palace. Zhu Yong, the third prince of the Fighting Battle Empire, was cold. Marshal Suing was summoned into the Imperial Palace by my father, and by the looks of it, he is indeed trying to break into the Imperial Palace, but he's looking for death. He thinks that my Fighting Battle Emperor Palace is a Grand Marshal's palace, that he can just barge in and leave whenever he wants. With my Fighting Empire Patriarch here, even a heavenly god powerhouse wouldn't dare to act recklessly in my Fighting Empire Palace. The Patriarch of the Fighting Empire, and Zhou Cheng of the Taihua Buddhist sect, and the Nine Extremities Martial God of the Martial God Temple were powerhouses of the same period. At this moment, within the palace of the Fighting Battle Emperor, the Fighting Battle Great Emperor Zhu Zhang had summoned a group of great marshals of the Fighting Battle Empire, and the old ancestors were discussing things. Zhu Zhang looked grave and said, I just received news that someone has broken open the Taihua Buddhist sect's Devil's Cave formation, and billions of great devils are continuously pouring out of the Devil's Cave within the Devil's Cave formation. What? The Taihua Buddhist sect's demon cave has been broken? An old ancestor of the Fighting Empire was surprised. This Devil's Cave formation has suppressed hundreds of millions of great devils since near ancient times. If these great devils escape, not only will the Taihua Buddhist sect be destroyed, I'm afraid that the entire Fo Chang continent will be devastated. Our Fighting Empire will be affected. Zhu Zhang nodded. I heard that even Senior Zhou Chang has rushed back. Then he said in a deep voice, but there are billions of great devils in the Devil's Cave. Even if Senior Zhou Chang and a group of experts from the Taihua Buddhist sect had stepped in, they would not be able to suppress them, and countless disciples of the Taihua Buddhist sect have already been sucked by these great devils. Within 3 days, the Taihua Buddhist sect will only be destroyed. Right now, many sect and empire experts have rushed to Taihua Buddhist sect to support them, but it's not very effective. Zhu Zhang added. Moreover, some sects and imperial experts are going to the Taihua Buddhist sect to support them in the open, but in reality, they are eyeing the many Buddhist treasures in the Taihua Buddhist sect's treasures, and are plundering the Taihua Buddhist sect's Buddhist treasures. This was undoubtedly adding insult to injury for the Taihua Buddhist sect. Chapter 90 Ancestor of the Fighting Empire. Fighting Emperor Zhu Zhang swept his eyes over the crowd. What do you all think about this matter? Sun Yen, who hadn't been speaking, suddenly spoke up. I suggest that we should also lead our troops to the Taihua Buddhist sect and plunder the Taihua Buddhist sect's Buddhist treasures. The Devil's Cave formation is broken. It can't be repaired. As long as it can't be repaired, the great devils inside will still keep coming out. It can't be suppressed at all. The destruction of the Taihua Buddhist sect is a certainty. Since that's the case, it's useless for us to support them. Those Buddhist treasures would be better off in the hands of our Fighting Battle Empire rather than being cheaper for other sects and empires. With these Buddhist treasures, our Fighting Empire's strength will surely increase a lot. Sun Yan's words caused the crowd in the Great Hall to freeze. Fighting Emperor Zhu Zhang did not open his mouth, his eyes flickering as he was clearly considering Sun Yan's suggestion. Sun Yan added, and Taihua Buddhist sect overthrow, to our Fighting Empire, begs not a good thing. All these years, if it is not Taihua Buddhist sect in the way, our Fighting Empire is afraid that has long united the Buddha-Cheng continent. The Taihua Buddhist sect was the #1 Buddhist sect in the Buddha-bearing continent, and in order to unify the Buddha-bearing continent, the Taihua Buddhist sect was a hurdle that could not be bypassed. Not bad. I agree with Marshal Su Ying's suggestion. an old ancestor of the fighting empire spoke up. With the destruction of the Taihua Buddhist sect, our fighting empire will be able to unify the Buddha Chen continent. Great Emperor, we can gather a team of powerful people above the divine spirit realm right now, then rush to the Taihua Buddhist sect at a rapid pace to plunder the Taihua Buddhist sect's Buddhist treasures. Sun Yan added. The destruction of the Taihua Buddhist sect and the billions of great devils coming out of the Devil's Cave, although it also has an impact on our fighting war empire, but these great devils will escape in all directions after escaping from the Taihua Buddhist sect and their power will be dispersed, so it will not have much of an impact on our fighting war empire. Fighting war Emperor Zhu Zhang spoke. Good. Since that's the case, pass on my order to gather all the divine spirit realm and above experts in the empire to come to the imperial palace at once. Just then, suddenly, there was a loud boom. As the crowd looked through the hall, they only saw a team of imperial palace guards being blown away, falling in unison on top of the square outside the hall. Everyone was staggered. Fighting Emperor Zhu Zhang's face sank, and with a single stride, he exited the great hall. The crowd all poured out of the hall. At that moment, countless experts and guards came out in a steady stream inside the Battle Emperor Palace, filling the sky and the ground. However, after the dueling Emperor Palace and the guards surged out, wave after wave was blasted back. From afar, these guards of the fighting empire were like densely packed locusts that kept smashing down. However, the fighting empire guards that came out from every direction surged back up. The other party seemed to be impatient to kill. And suddenly, a sky-shaking bull roar rang out, only to see that in the sky above the fighting emperor palace, the guards and experts that had been continuously pouring out were all shaken down by the terrifying waves of sound. Up above, 4-1. Immediately afterward, there was a flash of light in front of the crowd, and a blue-shirted young man and a black-robed young man appeared in front of them. Fighting War Emperor Zhu Zhang looked at Lu Yiping with an ugly expression. Who is your excellency? I wonder what has offended your excellency about my fighting war empire. Lu Yiping scanned the group of great marshals and old ancestors of the fighting empire, and finally his gaze landed on Sun Yan. Sun Yan, the leader of the life-killing Dao. Lu Yiping indifferently said. Sun Yan's face suddenly turned cold. Your excellency has recognized the wrong person. He also said. Your excellency is relying on force to barge into my fighting battle imperial palace. Could it be that you really think that there is no one in my fighting battle empire? Saying this, he fiercely blasted a fist towards Lu Yiping. The power of the fist rolled out, only to see amazing waves of fire. And the waves of fire were purple gold in color. Violet gold divine flame. The violet gold divine flame was a rare divine flame in the heavens and earth. And after it was taken in, it could be integrated into the divine power. And when it urged the divine power to attack, the violet gold divine flame would attack along with it. When Lu Yiping saw that Sun Yan actually possessed the purple gold divine flame, his face was as normal as he casually pointed a finger. A black finger wave broke through the air and collided with the other party's fist power. The purple gold divine flame, which was claimed to incinerate everything, was instantly frozen in midair, and the black finger waves, in an instant, arrived in front of Sun Yan. Feeling the terrifying power of the black finger waves, Sun Yan's face changed drastically. Not bothering to hide his strength anymore, he fully activated the power of the heavenly god in his body. The vast might of the heavenly god swept through the heavens and earth. All of the marshals and old ancestors of the fighting battle empire were rushed back by Sun Yan's vast heavenly god power, and none of them were greatly shocked. Heavenly god? Even fighting Emperor Zhu Zhan was stunned. The grand marshal under his command, Hua Ying, was actually a heavenly god. Although he was a great emperor of the fighting empire, he was only a peak late stage true god. Peak mid-heavenly god stage. Lu Yiping blandly said. This Sun Yan was the same as Zheng Yu of the Tai sect, a peak mid-heavenly god. Sun Yan violently blasted out a palm with all his might. Compassionate demon palm. As his palm slapped out, demonic aura rolled out. But in the midst of the demonic aura rolling out, there was a Buddha light of compassion. Compassionate demon palm, created by a Buddhist and demonic dual cultivation expert in the recent ancient period of the Buddha-bearing continent. This palm was listed as one of the top 10 strongest palms in the recent ancient period of the Buddha-bearing continent. The palm force of the compassionate demon palm collided with Lu Yiping's black finger waves. Bursts of air exploded. The ground square was lifted up one by one, and the surrounding palaces, moreover, drifted away like pieces of powder. The crowd recoiled in horror. The crowd then saw that Lu Yiping's black finger wave pierced through the center of the compassionate demon palm's palm force and instantly blasted into Sun Yan's chest. Sun Yan was blown away. When Sun Yan landed on the ground, he could only see that his chest had been blasted through by the finger waves. Black arcane ice that was spreading out from its chest at an astonishing speed. Lu Yiping brought Sun Yan region to himself. Right at this moment, a low voice came from the depths of the fighting battle imperial palace. My name is Zhu Yan. I still ask your excellency to release the marshal of my fighting battle empire for the sake of the old man. The voice was not loud. However, it contained supreme divine might. Zhu Yan, fighting empire patriarch. Lu Yiping continued to search Sun Yan's soul as if he hadn't heard anything. Suddenly, deep within the Do Battle Imperial Palace, surging golden light rose up to the sky, changing the color of heaven and earth, and the vast pressure, like a chaotic mountain, pressed down on the people of the Do Battle Empire, causing everyone in the Do Battle Empire to choke. Then, the void cracked open and a tall, gray-haired old man walked out. Upon seeing the old man, fighting Emperor Zhu Zhang and the others all fell to their knees, excited. Greetings to Lord Patriarch. Zhu Yan, however, looked at Lu Yiping with heated eyes. I don't care what grudges you have with the commander of my empire. Right now, you must release him. I can make you leave. At this time, Lu Yiping ended his soul search and held it with one hand. At that instant, he saw Sun Yan, the leader of the life-slaying Dao, boom and explode into a cloud of blood mist. The crowd of the fighting empire was stunned. Zhu Yan's eyes shot out coldly as he said word for word, all of you must die. After saying that, an aura that surpassed that of a heavenly god was released, swallowing the heavens and the earth. The heavens and the earth roared, and all the experts in the entire fighting imperial capital were all horrified. Chapter 91 Immortality? This is the Dimensional Lord? Lord Beginner has surpassed the heavenly gods. Fighting Emperor Zhu Zhang felt Zhu Yan's terrifying aura and was thrilled in disbelief. The experts of the fighting empire were even more excited. Lord Patriarch has achieved Dimensional Lord. He will be able to crush these people. It's just around the corner for us. The fighting empire, to sweep the Foshang continent. One of the old ancestors of the fighting empire, the marshal said incoherently, with a face of excitement. Lu Yiping's face was calm. He could tell that this fighting empire patriarch Zhu Yan was a dimensional lord who had just recently broken through. The realm of the dimensional lord was actually not very solid yet. Feeling the bizarre aura, if any, in his opponent's surging power, Lu Yiping sneered. Zhu Yan's whole body aura was still rising. The power of the dimensional lord, unbridled, sweeping across heaven and earth. He looked coldly at Lu Yiping. Originally, if you had listened to me just now and put the people down, you would still be able to leave alive. But now, not only you, but your men and your sitting beasts are all going to die. The dragon-horned golden bull smiled and hemmed and hawed. At this moment, the power of Zhu Yan's dimensional lord operated to the extreme as he fiercely blasted his fist towards the three of them. Lu Yiping, Longhorn Golden Bull, and Chang Liang. It was clear that he intended to finish off the three Lu Yiping people with a single punch. Black Dragon Prison. Waves of fists rolled. The darkness whistled wildly. Only a dragon of darkness was seen forming. These dragons of darkness were precisely the coalescence of the power of the dimensions. The power of the realm was far above the power of the heavenly god and the power of the true god's power. Looking at the rolling waves of black dragon fists, Lu Yiping raised his hand and casually blasted out a fist. When Lu Yiping blasted out with his fist, it was as if the sun had exploded. The fist glowed 10 million feet, and the heavens and earth lit up. Not only did the crowd of the fighting battle imperial capital see the 10 million feet of light, but even the many cities and towns that were far away from the fighting battle imperial capital saw the horrifying fist aura. The lurid fist aura collided with the black dragon fist wave. Heaven and earth are stuttering. All of the surrounding experts of the fighting empire had their hearts and minds shaken and spewed blood. The crowd was appalled. At this time, the black dragon fist wave condensed by the power of the dimensions continuously crumbled and burst apart. The lurid fist aura instantly passed through the black dragon's body with a destructive momentum, blasting the fighting empire patriarch Zhu Yan away. Zhu Yan exploded into a fine mass of blood and flesh when he was in midair. The chaotic giant mountain-like pressure that had originally pressed down on the crowd of the fighting imperial capital disappeared. The crowd of the fighting empire froze. Impossible. How could Lord Beginner Ancestor die when he broke through the dimensional lord? Fighting Emperor Zhu Zhang's eyes were stupefied. His face full of excitement had disappeared, and he had an expression of disbelief. The other elder ancestors and grand marshals of the fighting war empire were also deathly pale. Who says that you can't die after breaking through a dimensional lord? The dragon-horned golden bull snorted. Even if one surpasses a dimensional lord, one will likewise die. Right at this moment, Zhu Yan, who had been blasted into a mass of finely shredded blood and flesh, suddenly glowed with a flood of light as the blood and flesh continued to coalesce and began to merge. And in the end, once again, Zhu Yan was coalesced. The crowd of the fighting empire was stunned. Then delighted. Chang Liang's eyes narrowed. The dragon-horned golden bull laughed coldly. The regenerative power of the Yin Borer clan. I've long felt strange. It's really those old undead puppets of the Yin Borer clan. The ancient Yin Borer clan. Blood, flesh, and soul possessed the power of regeneration. And even if they were blown up, they were still able to coalesce and regenerate again. However, This fighting empire patriarch Zhu Yan in front of him was not a true Inbora race, but rather, he had received the blood bestowed by the Inbora race and possessed the power of regeneration. It's like the blood ancestor shogun, who, after being bitten by him, possesses the abilities of a blood. When the people of the fighting empire heard the dragon-horned golden bull mention the Inbora clan, they were puzzled. Zhu Yan, however, was in disbelief, obviously not expecting Lu Yiping's few people to even know about the Inbora clan. At that moment, Lu Yiping took a single hand shot and brought Zhu Yan to the front. Zhu Yan was startled and laughed coldly. Who are you? Since you know about the Inbora clan, you know that our Inbora clan is the supreme hegemon of the world, and anyone who goes against our Inbora clan has no good end. Moreover, you can't kill me at all. Now, if you let me go and defect to our Inbora clan, I can beg Lord Holy Lord to grant you immortality. Zhu Yan's words made the dragon-horned golden bull puff and spit out his mouth. Granting us immortality? You really think you're immortal after getting a bit of blood from those inhuman things of the Inbora clan? My master didn't kill you just now. You really think you can't be killed? Lu Yiping didn't bother to talk nonsense with the other party and then searched his soul. However, just as Lu Yiping was about to search his soul, suddenly, he encountered a strong resistance. The Inbora clan's expert had clearly planted a prohibition in Zhu Yan's divine soul. Lu Yiping coldly grunted and directly blasted the Inbora clan's prohibition. Soon, Lu Yiping's soul search ended and a golden flame appeared in his palm, which wrapped around Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan exclaimed in horror. Impossible. Lord Holy Lord said that I possess an immortal body and can't be killed at all. Who are you? Going against the Inbora clan. The Inbora clan will not let you go. In Zhu Yan's mournful yell, soon, he was incinerated cleanly, and in the end, turned into nothingness. The Inbora tribe does have the power of regeneration, but if the flesh and blood are completely incinerated, they will be equally dead, and will not be allowed to reincarnate for eternity. Lu Yiping walked towards the group of old ancestors and grand marshals of the fighting war empire. Many of these old ancestors of the fighting empire, the grand marshals, were people of the life-killing Tao. Seeing Lu Yiping come over, the group of old ancestors of the fighting empire, the grand marshals, backed away in terror and suddenly fled in panic. Looking at the group of old ancestors of the fighting empire that fled in all directions, Marshal, the pupil of eternal night appeared in Lu Yiping's hand, and the heavens and earth instantly darkened down, falling into eternal night. When the heavens and earth were restored to light, Zhu Zhang, the great battle emperor, realized that almost half of the group of old ancestors and marshals who had fled in a panic had fallen into a pool of blood, with their heads rolling down to the ground. By this point, the top echelons of the life-killing Tao had almost perished. Lu Yiping looked at Zhu Zhang coldly. The life-killing Tao. There are still tens of thousands of disciples lurking in your fighting war empire's army. Amongst the officials, within a month, if you haven't cleaned it up, at that time, I'll personally make a move. But if I personally make a move, more than tens of thousands of people will die. Then he and the longhorn golden bull, Qiangliang, left. Fighting Emperor Zhu Zhang looked at the departing Lu Yiping with an ugly expression on his face. As for Lu Yiping, after leaving the Battle Imperial Palace, he directly left the Battle Imperial capital and headed to the Taihua Buddha sect. At this moment, in the center of the Taihua Buddha sect, a deep, invisible abyss several miles in circumference appeared on the ground. Within the abyss, billions of great devils laughed maniacally as they continuously flew out from it, killing and sucking the disciples of the Taihua Buddha sect. A screaming, bloody mess. The Taihua Buddha sect, being the head of the Buddha sect, was usually filled with Buddha's light, but at this moment, the devilish aura was rushing into the sky, and it had completely turned into a blood prison. As the billions of great devils rushed out of the abyssal demon cave, a large group of experts appeared in the sky above the Taihua Buddha sect. These experts, from all the sects and disciplines of the Buddha-bearing continent, among the first few people, the star-picking Buddha indifferently looked at the Taihua Buddha sect disciples below who were being continuously sucked up and spoke. The destruction of the Taihua Buddha sect is imminent, so everyone head to the Taihua Buddha sect's treasures and take away all the many Buddhist treasures, and don't let these Buddhist treasures fall into the hands of these heavenly demons. Chapter 92, The Danger of Taihua. Standing next to the star-picking Buddha, Easy Buddha sect patriarch He Qian also spoke up. Brother Han Xing is right. These Buddhist treasures, which were retained by our Buddha sect predecessors in the Buddha-bearing continent, can't fall into the hands of these heavenly demons, especially that Taihua Buddha lotus. It can't fall into the hands of the heavenly devil. Everyone now, quickly travel with us to the Taihua Buddhist sect's treasure. Immediately, the star-picking Buddha, the Easy Buddha sect patriarch, and the Dragon Buddha, the Illusory Sea Buddha sect patriarch led the experts under their command over towards where the Taihua Buddha sect's treasure was located. The Buddha-bearing continent, the 5 Buddhas, are the 5 people recognized as the most profound in Buddhism in the Buddha-bearing continent. As for the prosperous Buddha sect, the illusory Sea Buddha sect was one of the 4 great super sects of the Buddha-bearing continent, along with the Tai Hwa Buddha sect. The 4 of them, Picking Star Buddha, Dragon Buddha, Easy Buddha sect Patriarch, and Illusory Sea Buddha sect Patriarch, opened the way, and wherever they passed, all of the Tai Hwa Buddha sect's disciples who were blocking the way were blasted to death one by one. At this moment, Zhou Cheng was in front of the Tai Hwa Buddhist sect's treasure with the Tai Hwa Buddhist sect's sect master Gu Yuan as well as a group of Tai Hwa Buddhist sect's experts, doing their best to kill the countless heavenly demons that kept pouring over. The Buddhist treasures within the treasures of the Tai Hwa Buddhist sect could suppress evil demons, but these heavenly demons, if obtained, could be refined, and the Buddha and demons would cultivate together, increasing their strength greatly. Therefore, after many heavenly devils escaped from the devil's cave, they all flocked to the Tai Hwa Buddhist sect's treasure side. Zhou Cheng's entire body was filled with Buddha's light. A heavy layer of Buddha's light propped up, just like the reincarnation of a great Buddha. Under the vastness of Zhou Cheng's sea-like Buddha power, the heavenly demons that came close were all blasted away one by one. Zhou Cheng's face was a bit gray. In the past 2 days and nights, he had continuously uninterruptedly executed the Tai Hwa Buddha technique to bombard and kill the heavenly demons, without any time at all to regulate, and the power of the heavenly god in his body was extremely depleted. At this rate, he could only hold out for a day at most. Senior uncle, I'm afraid the Tai Hwa Buddha sect will only be unable to keep them, so you protect these Buddhist treasures and leave. An old ancestor of the Tai Hwa Buddha sect said urgently to Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng shook his head and didn't open his mouth. Senior uncle, with your strength, you can completely leave peacefully. Tai Hwa Buddhist sect master Gu Yuan also both urgently advised. There's no need to die with us here. When the time comes, you protect the Tai Hwa Buddha lotus and leave. Zhou Cheng shook his head. Don't you guys try to persuade me. I'll fend off these heavenly demons and those Buddhist experts. You guys take these Buddhist treasures and leave. I've lived long enough anyway. If I die, I'll die in the Tai Hwa Buddhist sect. At the mention of those Buddhist experts who took advantage of the fire, Zhou Cheng's eyes were furious. If the Tai Hwa Buddhist sect can survive this calamity, I will kill these wolf-hearted things. These Buddhist sects, in normal times, had not been taken care of by the Tai Hwa Buddhist sect, and now that they saw that the destruction of the Tai Hwa Buddhist sect was imminent, the vast majority of them not only didn't help each other out, but instead, they took advantage of the fire to rob the Tai Hwa Buddhist sect of its Buddhist treasures. Fortunately, there are still some Buddhist sects that help the Tai Hwa Buddhist sect. Otherwise, the Tai Hwa Buddhist sect would have been destroyed long ago. The Buddha cave heavenly demons were simply too many, countless, covering the sky. The entire Tai Hwa Buddha sect had been completely flooded by these heavenly demons, and it was difficult for the Tai Hwa Buddha sect to support itself, even if it was the #1 sect in the Buddha-bearing continent. Right at this moment, suddenly, a huge Buddha palm fell down in the air. An old ancestor of Tai Hwa Buddha sect was not on guard and was sent flying out by the palm, and by the time he landed, his entire person had been slapped and completely dented. The crowd was shocked. Looking over, he saw that the star-picking Buddha, Dragon Buddha, the Easy Buddha sect Patriarch, and the Illusory Sea Buddha sect Patriarch were leading a large group of experts over. The one who had just struck out was none other than star-picking Buddha Han Xing. Seeing the appearance of the star-picking Buddha, Dragon Buddha, and the others, the hearts of the group of experts from the Tai Hwa Buddha sect sank. Previously, although there were many Buddhist sects that took advantage of the fire, but these Buddhist sects were not strong, and the Tai Hwa Buddhist sect could still barely cope with them. But now, the arrival of the star-picking Buddha, the Dragon Buddha, the Easy Buddha sect, and the Illusory Sea Buddha sect in unison undoubtedly added to the Tai Hwa Buddhist sect's woes. Picking Star Buddha arrived and saw Zhou Cheng who was blocking the treasure gate and laughed. So it's Senior Zhou Cheng. Many years have passed since I've seen you. Senior Zhou Cheng is old and strong, which, Zhou Cheng's eyes went cold. Even though I'm old and dim, it's still more than enough to kill you sons of ES. Picking Star Buddha wasn't angry either, and smiled. We certainly don't dare to underestimate Senior Zhou Cheng's strength. However, you have been constantly activating the Tai Hwa Buddha technique to bombard and kill the heavenly demons for the past 2 days, and your divine power has been severely depleted. Right now, if you want to kill us, I'm afraid that you are only a little bit out of your depth. He was pinching time. After 2 days and 2 nights, Zhou Cheng and the others had almost consumed their divine power. Although they weren't at the end of the mountain yet, their 4 superpowers joined forces and were completely unafraid of Zhou Cheng and the Tai Hwa Buddhist sect. At this time, a group of heavenly devils attacked towards it, only to see the Buddha light above the head of the star-picking Buddha flourish. The heavy Buddha circle held open, and a golden relic flew out, and around the relic, the Buddha text was entwined. When the Sherry's light bloomed, it directly suppressed this group of heavenly demons on the spot. True body relics. The surrounding crowd was shocked to see this. The Buddha-bearing continent majored in Buddhism, but there were only a handful of Buddhist experts who could cultivate a true body relic. The true body relics of the star-picking Buddha were different from ordinary true body relics again, being 2 circles larger than ordinary true body relics, incomparably solid, and even more entwined with Buddhist texts. Buddhist true body relics, in fact, like the Godhead, have a high or low rank. This true body relic of the star-picking Buddha had reached the perfection level. Zhou Chang glanced at the true body relic on top of the picking star Buddha's head and smiled coldly. A perfection-grade true body relic. No wonder it has such a bottom line. He Qian, patriarch of the Free Buddha sect, laughed. We are also looking out for the Buddha-bearing continent. If these Buddhist treasures of the Taihua Buddha sect fall into the hands of the heavenly demons, the consequences would be unimaginable. These Buddhist treasures are the treasures of our Buddha-bearing continent. We are escorting these Buddhist treasures away because we also want to share and contribute to the Buddha-bearing continent. These Taihua Buddha sect Buddhist treasures, in the mouth of he dried, are from the Buddha successor continent. Moreover, they had come to seize the Buddha's treasure, but instead, they had become sharing the effort for the Buddha-bearing continent. The dragon Buddha's voice was hoarse. Make a move. After saying that, he was the first to strike, slapping out with a palm. The Buddha power was vast, and within the Buddha power, it carried a shocking dragon power. One of the 5 Buddhas, the dragon Buddha, itself is a dragon, and is a Buddhist dragon among the dragons, so the cultivation of Buddhism is unique. Among the 5 Buddhas, the dragon Buddha ranking higher than the picking star Buddha, under the dragon Buddha's palm. Instantly, hundreds of disciples of the Taihua Buddha sect were sent flying. Seeing this, the star-picking Buddha, the easy Buddha sect patriarch, and the illusory sea Buddha sect patriarch also struck out. The 4 of them joined forces and were unstoppable. Even Taihua Buddhist sect master Gu Yuan was forced to retreat back and forth. And finally, the 4 of them arrived in front of Zhou Chang in front of the treasure gate. At this time, the dragon Buddha transformed into his Buddha dragon body, while the easy Buddha sect patriarch and the illusory sea Buddha sect patriarch took out their Buddha treasures. Star-picking Buddha hand, Buddha dragon strike, fade away the Buddha palm, phantom sea Buddha sound. The 4 of them executed their strongest strikes at the same time. The vastness of the Buddha's power covered the sky covering Buddha hands, 10,000 feet of Buddha dragons, roaming Buddha palms, and Buddha sounds blasted at Zhou Chang in all directions in unison. Chapter 93, Fake Wuji Transportation Amulet. Zhou Chang's face turned cold, his hands phantomed, and countless Buddha palms transformed into remnants, meeting the star-picking Buddha hand, Buddha dragon strike, easy Buddha palm, and illusory sea demonic sound, a huge sound that shook the sky. Terrifying air waves swept through. Some of the heavenly demons that came close were all shattered into pieces by the power of a few people. The experts from all sides of the Taihua divine sect were also shocked, then retreated. In front of the treasure gate, it became an empty field for a moment. With a loud boom, Zhou Chang was shaken back and forth. The 4 people, the star-picking Buddha, the dragon Buddha, the easy Buddha sect patriarch, and the illusory sea Buddha sect patriarch, were likewise shaken back a few steps. Picking star Buddha 4 people were shocked. Combined 4 people full force attack, but only forced back Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang's strength, obviously beyond the 4 people expected. This is still the case of Zhou Chang's previous divine power consumption. If not Zhou Chang's previous divine power consumption, I'm afraid that the 4 may not be able to get the upper hand just now. Between the 4 people's mind flashes, they struck again. This time they dared not to be careless, and used all their strength to strike with all their might. Zhou Chang retreated back and forth as the 4 of them joined forces to surround him with their full strength. Taihua Buddha sect master Gu Yuan and the others were being held back by other experts from the star-picking Buddha, dragon Buddha, easy Buddha sect, and illusory seed Buddha sect, and they were simply unable to split up to support Zhou Chang. Surrounded by picking star Buddha, dragon Buddha and the 4 of them, Zhou Chang was momentarily unguarded, and was slapped in the back by picking star Buddha, flying diagonally out, and when he landed, he spurted more than blood. When that donkey rushed over in spite of everything, it was also all lifted off by the easy Buddha sect patriarch's palm, and by the time it landed, it was already a bloody mess. Ah Mao! Zhou Chang shouted in sorrow and anger. The 4 of them, plucking Buddha Han Xing, struck out once again and slapped Zhou Chang out. The 4 Han Xing people sneered. Zhou Chang suddenly grinned as he looked at the 4 Han Xing people. For your information, I came to the Buddha-bearing continent with Duke Lu this time. Easy Buddha sect patriarch He Qian was astonished. Lu Yiping? Zhou Chang laughed. Not bad. Han Xing sneered. Bluff, since Lu Yiping came with you, why don't you see Lu Yiping? You think you can scare us off by casually lifting Lu Yiping out? Not to mention that Lu Yiping isn't here, even if he really is. We're not afraid. A green jade Buddha seal appeared in Han Xing's palm. Green Buddha seal, someone exclaimed. The seal of the Green Buddha, a highly prestigious Buddhist treasure from the recent ancient period of the Buddha-bearing continent, was refined by a powerful person called the Green Buddha in the recent ancient period. Han Xing was holding the Green Buddha seal, and with the infusion of Buddhist power, the Green Buddha seal instantly grew in size, transforming into the size of a small mountain, and in the midst of the Buddha's light, it fell down towards Zhou Chang with a loud bang. Just as the Green Buddha seal was about to fall, suddenly, a blood-red light broke through the sky. As the blood-red light passed by, the Green Buddha seal stopped in midair and suddenly cracked and became two halves, falling to the ground. Everyone's eyes went wide. Han Xing was even more incredulous. The crowd looked and saw that a bull-riding blue-shirted young man and black-robed youth had appeared at some point in the sky above the manhwa Buddhist sect. The blood-red light fell back into the hands of the black-robed youth, and the crowd realized that it was a blood-red blade. With a single stride, Lu Yiping arrived in front of the treasure gate. His finger a green light wrapped around and then did not enter Zhou Chang's body, only to see the originally severely injured Zhou Chang, green light surging, the palm prints on his back dissipating in the blink of an eye, and his vitality continuously recovering. Is everything alright? Lu Yiping spoke. Zhou Chang got up, shook his head and laughed. It's fine, but if it wasn't for Mr. Lu rushing here, I'm afraid that this old life of mine would really have to be handed over here. Duke Lu, the name of the man, the shadow of the tree. Upon hearing Zhou Chang's address, none of the star-picking Buddha Han Xing and the others were greatly shocked. The star-picking Buddha, who had just said that he would not be afraid even if Lu Yiping was there, were all startled and then retreated. Lu Yiping turned his head over. His entire body's sword chi condensed countless sword formations. Billions of sword-ons broke through the air, only to see the sky full of heavenly devils of the manhwa Buddha sect all being shot through by the sword-ons. Even true God Realm and Heavenly God Realm heavenly demons couldn't dodge it. The sky above the manhwa Buddhist sect, which was originally obscured by the heavenly devil and darkened by the sun, was cleared. The light returns. Then, with a wave of Lu Yiping's hand, countless array symbols flew out, transforming into a flying dragon, which connected head to tail, forming a huge dragon circle, then flew down onto the top of the Devil's Cave in the center of the manhwa Buddha sect. At that moment, all of the heavenly demons that flew out from the Devil's Cave in a steady stream were shaken back down, behind the crazy surge out of the heavenly devil. Once entangled in that huge dragon circle, all the body smoke, terrified and screaming. Heavenly Dragon Vorpal Formation. Long Buddha could not hide the shock in his heart when he saw that huge dragon circle. The Heavenly Dragon Vorpal Formation was an ancient dragon clan formation, even if many of the ancient dragon clan's oldest ancestor level figures would not be able to. Moreover, the Heavenly Dragon Demon Voldemortal Array, the power does not seem to be so strong. The billions of heavenly devils in the Devil's Cave unexpectedly could not shake this Heavenly Dragon Demon Voldemortal Array in the slightest. All of them stopped. The experts who had followed the star-selecting Buddha, Dragon Buddha and a few others, even retreated behind the star-selecting Buddha, Dragon Buddha and the four others, looking at Lu Yiping with fear in their eyes. However, Lu Yiping did not look at plucked Star Buddha and the others. Instead, he took a shot in the air, only to see a black-robed man wearing a ghost head mask fall down from the heights. Lord Zien, Picking Star Buddha, Dragon Buddha, Easy Buddha Sect Patriarch, and Illusory Sea Buddha Sect Patriarch were all surprised to see the man in black. The four were precisely guided by the man in black to come to the manhwa Buddhist sect. Chang Liang's eyes narrowed when he saw the ghost head mask worn by the man in black. This ghost head mask was similar to the mysterious expert who sealed the ghost head mask of his eternal demon heart back then. The man in black got up from the ground. He looked at Lu Yiping, shocked and suspicious. Who are you? Meaning Lu Yiping's true identity. Kill your people, Lu Yiping said blandly. The man in black suddenly laughed, his laughter like a lord. Kill me? Little fellow, your strength is good, but in this world and earth, there are some things that you can't afford to mess with, and I advise you to better stay out of manhwa Buddhist sect's business. Save yourself the trouble of incurring extermination. Moreover, I am standing here for you to kill. Can you kill it? Speaking of this, around his body, a rune emerged. This rune, which was only the size of a palm, was, however, filled with vast might. Wuji Transportation Rune. Chang Liang looked at the rune and frowned. The man in black was stunned, then laughed. Not bad. The Wuji Transportation Talisman. This Wuji Transportation Talisman allows me to travel through the heavens, and even the Lord of the Dimension cannot break the temporal and spatial power of this Wuji Transportation Talisman. At this time, Lu Yiping took the black-clothed man in front of him with a single hand. Then, reaching out, he tore the Wuji Transportation Talisman from the other party's body, and then placed it between his palms. kneading it into a ball of scrap paper. And the runic patterns on the infinite transportation talisman were constantly crumbling apart. The black-robed man was dumbfounded as he watched the infinite transportation talisman turn into a piece of scrap paper. The longhorn golden bull laughed. This Wuji transportation talisman of yours, it can't be a fake, right? The man in black opened his mouth. Fake? Lu Yiping's finger picked the other party's ghost head mask, and the crowd was surprised to see that underneath the ghost head mask was a face that possessed unrivaled looks. It's a woman. Chapter 94 Purple Extreme Demon Race. Earlier, the other party had used a male voice and had changed his physical form, so if he hadn't unmasked, the crowd really didn't think that the other party would be a woman. Purple Extreme Demon Race. Lu Yiping's eyes went cold. At the corner of the other party's eyes, there was a demonic purple stripe, which was precisely the characteristic of the ancient Purple Extreme Demon Race. In ancient times, the lord of the demon race, the Eternal Night Monarch, came from the Eternal Night Clan. The Eternal Night Clan, the strongest clan of the ancient demon race, and second only to the Eternal Night Clan was the Purple Extreme Demon Clan. Purple Extreme Demon Race. Zin didn't expect Lu Yiping to recognize that he was from the Purple Extreme Demon Race. His heart sank, and he coldly said, "Who the hell are you? Since you know that I am of the Purple Extreme Demon Race, then you should know what kind of existence the Purple Extreme Demon Race is. No matter how strong you are, in front of the Violet Extreme Demon Clan, you are nothing more than a mole cricket." Lu Yiping smiled blandly at his words. "Griffin, didn't your ancestors tell you how Zi Tai died?" Upon hearing this, Zi Yin's expression was greatly shocked. "You know our Purple Extremity great ancestor, Violet Tai, the great ancestor of the Violet Extreme Demon Clan, was also the second strongest person in the Demon Clan back then." Lu Yiping didn't open his mouth and directly searched the other party's soul. After searching his soul, Lu Yiping's face went cold. As he had expected, it was this woman who had commissioned the Tianji Chamber of Commerce to auction off the Order of 10,000 Gods and the Lord of Qian Kuan's heirloom jade in the first place. This woman was the descendant of Zi Tai back then. And what made Lu Yiping's eyes intense with killing intent was that the Purple Extreme Demon Race had already defected to the Yin Bora race. Zin was finished with the soul search and his consciousness was restored. He was shocked to see Lu Yiping's eyes were intense with killing intent. He was just about to open his mouth when he saw Lu Yiping's single hand clasping in the void, and the terrifying power of space bombarded and pressed from all directions. Then he saw that purple cane being blasted. Purple rain sprinkled down. Originally, the Buddha, the Dragon Buddha and others relied on the Purple Extreme Demon Race. That is, in the face of Lu Yiping, the heart still has the bottom. Now, see Lu Yiping even without blinking his eyes will be Zin killed. Cannot help but face changed greatly. However, when the star-picking Buddha and the others were just about to flee in panic, Lu Yiping's indifferent voice rang out. "Kill them all." Chang Liang moved, transforming into a blood-colored light. The screams rose and fell. Pillars of blood kept shooting up. When the blood-colored light stopped, one could only see the star-selecting Buddha, the Dragon Buddha, the Lord of the Easy Buddha sect, the Lord of the Illusory Sea Buddha sect, and the thousands of experts they had brought with them, all lying in a pool of blood. The true body relic of the picking star Buddha shattered into countless pieces and scattered on the ground, dulling the light. The body of Dragon Buddha's 1,000-foot Buddha dragon, on the other hand, was sliced and split into two halves from head to tail. The head of the prosperous Buddha sect, the Illusory Sea Buddha sect, was still rolling on the ground. The experts from various other clans and countries that coveted the Buddhist treasures of the Taihua Buddha sect froze at the sight of the corpses of the star-picking Buddha, Dragon Buddha, and the others. Plucked Buddha, Dragon Buddha, died just like that? Lu Yiping scanned around the experts from various clans and countries that coveted the Buddhist treasures of the Taihua Buddhist sect. Those experts from various clans and countries who coveted the Buddhist treasures of the Taihua Buddhist sect were also scared that their legs went limp and prostrated on the ground. "Mr. Lu, we listened to the instigation of its people and made a mistake for a moment. Please spare our lives." Mr. Lu, spare your life. A plea for mercy. These experts from various clans and countries, among them, there was no lack of the head of a clan and a great emperor of a country. But now, they were crying out in pain. Lu Yiping sneered. "Spare their lives? Then who can spare the lives of those disciples of the Taihua Buddhist sect who died at your hands? Why didn't you spare their lives when you killed them just now?" With that said, a foot was lifted and downward. The ground shook, only to see the horrible light wave like the end of the world giant wave, with horrifying speed instantly spread. Those clans, empire experts were terrified, frantic and fled, but it was useless. Just as they got up, they were drowned by the horrible light wave. These clans, imperial experts exploded one by one without even a sound of screams. Blood rains down. The wave of terrifying light continued. Only after all the clans that had set out to surround the Taihua Buddha sect, The imperial experts were all drowned out. Did they stop? Only when the waves of light stopped did the rain of blood from high above slowly sprinkle down. Blood, gathered in rivers on the ground. Those experts who were supporting the Taihua Buddha sect, when they saw this scene, all of them were also straight up cold, their livers and guts trembling. The Taihua Buddhist sect's Lord Gu Yuan and the others, likewise, had dry mouths. Zhou Chang had seen the battle at the Heavenly God River, so it was fine. Afterward, he had the people of the Taihua Buddha sect clean up the scene before welcoming Lu Yiping, Chang Liang, and the dragon-horned golden bull into the Taihua Buddha sect's main hall. Into the night. The night is serene. The faint smell of blood still permeated the space of the Taihua Buddhist sect. However, the ground had already been cleaned up by the crowd of disciples from the Taihua Buddhist sect, but many buildings has been destroyed. No decades. Taihua Buddha sect is afraid that it will be difficult to restore the previous appearance. Lu Yiping stood in the middle of one of the courtyards of the Taihua Buddhist sect, holding the jade of transmission in his hand, and exuding a chilling aura. It was now certain that his disciple, the Lord of Qiankuan, had died at the hands of the purple extreme demon race, and it should be related to the Inbora race. Back then, after the Lord of the Demon Clan, the Eternal Night Monarch, died, the Eternal Night Clan was gradually replaced by the Purple Extreme Demon Clan, and the Purple Extreme Demon Clan became the overlord of the Demon Clan. But then, the Purple Extreme Demon Clan suddenly raised their clan and disappeared, and no one knew where the Purple Extreme Demon Clan had gone. At this time, Lu Yiping's letter talisman shook. He took it out and looked at it. It was from Hao Xian, the leader of the Heavenly Demon Clan, saying that he had learned the news of his clan uncle Hao Bai. After Hao Bai left the Sky Demon tribe more than 4,000 years ago, he went to the 9 heavens. 9 heavens, Lu Yiping recited. The next day, Mr. Lu is going into the 9 heavens? Early in the morning, Zhou Chang was dismayed to learn that Lu Yiping was leaving. Originally, he had thought that Lu Yiping would stay in the Fo Chang continent for some more days. Lu Yiping nodded. Hao Xian, the leader of the Heavenly Demon Clan, came with news that his clan uncle Hao Bai had entered the 9 heavens that year. Zhou Chang sniffed and said, then, Mr. Lu should be careful of the Taiching Sword sect, the Golden Light Superior and the Kunping Divine sect when you get there. Then he scratched his head. This bit of strength of mine is fine in the Buddha-bearing continent, but it's enough to look at when I enter the 9 heavens. I won't go into the 9 heavens with Mr. Lu, so as not to become a burden. Lu Yiping hummed. Half an hour later, under Zhou Chang and the Taihua Buddhist sect's many experts who were all in unison to respectfully escort them, Lu Yiping and the dragon-horned golden bull and Chang Liang broke through the air and, in the blink of an eye, disappeared into the sky. Several days passed, and Lu Yiping's group arrived at the end of the Endless Sea. Above the end of the Endless Sea was a huge spatial vortex. Here, it is the entrance to the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens was located within the Hongyuan plain, but it was a separate space. Lu Yiping's few people directly tore through the spatial vortex and disappeared over the Endless Sea. Within the spatial vortex, a huge tearing force came, a whirl of heaven and earth. In about 7 or 8 minutes, Lu Yiping's eyes lit up, only to feel his body lighten up and arrive over a mountain range. Nothing seems to have changed here after so many years. The dragon-horned golden bull took a deep breath of the faint aura around it and lamented. After stopping for a while, Lu Yiping's few people broke into the air and left, coming over to the nearby city. Chapter 95. The 9 heavens are crueler than the divine martial continent. I wonder how that boy Chu Tong is doing now. While flying, the dragon-horned golden bull suddenly spoke. The 9 Jedi martial god was Lu Yiping's last-named disciple. While Chu Tong, a little earlier than the 9 Jedi martial god, before Chu Tong, there was the sacred demon. Chu Tong, from the 9 heavens, was a disciple of the Chu family of the 9 heavens, and then after coming out of the sacred forest and returning to the 9 heavens, he founded the Guiyuan Sword sect and became the ancestor of the Guiyuan Sword sect. This is the Tsong divine domain, and the Guiyuan Sword sect isn't far away. Master, why don't we go and take a look? The dragon-horned golden bull added. Good, let's go over and take a look. I also want to see how the Guiyuan Sword sect founded by this kid is doing. Lu Yiping laughed. Chang Liang mused. My lord, I would like to go over to Mount Rokumei to have a look. Lu Yiping was stunned. World-honored one died at Mount Six Eyes, and I want to erect a monument stone for him at Mount Six Eyes. Xiangliang's voice was low. Back then, the evil Buddha world-honored one was surrounded by the Six Eyes sect, the Seal Demon sect, the Floating sect, and the Qiankuan Divine sect and died on Six Eyes Mountain. Lu Yiping hummed. Go on. I will stay in the Guiyuan Sword sect for some days. Good, Chang Liang said. I'll come back for your excellency when the time comes. Then he respectfully saluted and broke through the air. In the sunlight, Xianliang's departing figure was somewhat depressed and cold. Lu Yiping looked at Chang Liang's departing back with some emotion. Johara had few friends, but the Buddha's father had been dead for many years. After Chang Liang left, Lu Yiping and the dragon-horned golden bull continued to fly forward, and at the same time, Lu Yiping released the immortal golden phoenix Jiu, who was cultivating within the phoenix divine tree. These days, Phoenix Jiu had been hiding in the phoenix divine tree to cultivate, working hard to comprehend the heavenly god laws that Lu Yiping had bestowed upon him, and his strength was already worlds apart compared to when he had just left the battlefield of the gods. It didn't take long for Lu Yiping to see an ancient city close, only to see this ancient city has long been deserted for many years. The city wall is broken in many places, crawling with weeds. Inside the city, there were ruins everywhere. Lu Yiping and the dragon-horned golden bull, Phoenix 9 entered the ancient city. The dragon-horned golden bull looked at one of the destroyed tall buildings in the ancient city below and said, "The weak are the strong. This is true in any world. This is true in the divine martial continent. And this is also true in the 9 heavens. You can see from the old city buildings that it was once bustling, but now, it's in such disrepair. In the city, palm prints, deep pits and sword marks could be seen everywhere. It is evident that there was an amazing battle. The 9 heavens, it's much more brutal than the divine martial continent." Phoenix Jiu shook her head, then said with a sad face, "Tens of thousands of years ago, how prosperous the Phoenix God sect was, but it was destroyed overnight." The Phoenix God sect, back then, was also one of the superpowers of the 9 heavens. There are countless strong people. However, they were surrounded by Xin Tian sect and Tai Ching sword sect, and were destroyed in one night. When he came to the center of the ancient city, he saw the huge square below him, and Lu Yiping dropped down. This is the Big Dipper 2 instruments formation. The longhorn golden bull looked at the tattered runes on the square and said in surprise, "The Big Dipper in 2 instruments formation, one of the top 10 formations of ancient times." Lu Yiping shook his head. The person who set up the formation was not able to do so, and the Big Dipper in 2 instruments formation that was set up was incomplete, which is why it was broken so easily. I didn't realize that the Northern Dipper Divine Palace still has descendants in it. The Beta Tui Grand Formation was the sectarian divine formation of the Beta Divine Palace in the ancient times. The most delicate goddess of the ancient times, Luo Shui, was the personal disciple of the palace master of the Northern Dipper Divine Palace. The Baidu Divine Palace was definitely a huge giant in the ancient times. Even the Lord of 10,000 gods who commanded the 10,000 gods had to perform the rite of a junior when he saw the palace master of the Baidu Divine Palace. If one were to talk about strength, the current Kuanpeng Divine Sect was far from being able to compare to the Baidu Divine Palace from back then. Lu Yiping and the longhorn golden bull strolled along. From time to time, black crows flew up during the walk. The sky slowly darkened. At this moment, outside the ancient city, a man and a woman were flying towards the ancient city in a panic. The 2 men were dressed in flashy clothes, only that their clothes had been torn open in many places, obviously slashed by a sword, and blood had seeped red all around their clothes. In the end, the 2 of them escaped within the ancient city and saw that there were no more pursuers behind them. "In front of us is the entrance and exit of the 9 heavens," Fan Yulan said. "The Black Wind sex people shouldn't be chasing after us. As long as we escape to the divine martial continent we'll be safe. And the Wan clan should shelter us." The male suddenly opened his mouth and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. "Brother, how are you?" Fan Yulan's pretty face changed and asked, then looked at his back and realized that his back was already blackened at the palm prints. Fan Shang laughed softly, his voice hoarse, "Sis, I'm fine. I can still walk." Fan Yulan shook her head. "No, you're too badly injured. Let's first we go into the city to find a place to rest and treat your injuries." Fan Sun nodded. So, the 2 of them supported each other as they flew towards the city. When they came to the center of the ancient city, the 2 of them suddenly saw a large hall in the corner in front of them, which was in a hidden location. "Sister, let's go over to that big hall." Fan Shang opened his mouth. Fan Yulan hesitated and nodded. Soon, the 2 of them came to the entrance of the hall, then pushed open the door of the hall. Only, when the 2 of them pushed open the door of the hall, they saw that a blue-shirted year was sitting on a plate inside the hall, and was drinking wine. On the shoulder of the blue-shirted young man was a tiny little bird, and next to it sat a cow. The 2 men were stunned. None of them had expected that there was someone inside the great hall of this desolate city. "I'm sorry, Your Excellency. We didn't know that there was someone inside the grand hall." After being stunned, Fan Yulan opened her mouth, and after saying that, she was about to leave with her younger brother, Fan Shang. Only, when she was just about to leave with her younger brother Fan Shang, suddenly, she saw that in the distant sky, several black dots appeared. Seeing those several black dots, Fan Yulan's pretty face blushed. She hastily dashed into the great hall with her brother Fan Shang and closed the great hall door. However, The two had just closed the main hall door when the several black dots broke through the air and landed their bodies outside the main hall door. One of them kicked the door open. A few people fishtailed. He. Fan Yulan, do you really think you guys can escape to the divine martial continent? A tall and thin youth at the head sneered. To tell you the truth, even if you can escape to the divine martial continent, the Wan family can't shelter you. Wu Wei. Back then, if it wasn't for my Fan family repelling the Tao family for you, your Black Wind sect would have been exterminated a long time ago. Back then, if it wasn't for our grandfather Lord giving your Black Wind sect spirit stones, spirit medicines, and spirit pills, and helping you rebuild your sect, would your Black Wind sect be where it is today? Fan Yulan stared angrily at the other party. Now, you've even teamed up with the Tao family to surround and kill my Fan family. You Black Wind sect are a bunch of wolf-hearted things. Fan Yulan's chest rose and fell as she spoke with excitement. The tall and thin youth, Wu Wei, didn't get angry when he heard this and laughed loudly. You're right, our Black Wind sect is a bunch of wolfish things, but so what? Now, only you two siblings are left in the entire Fan family. Then he looked at the Great Hall and laughed. It's not bad for you guys to die in this Great Hall. At least you won't leave your bodies in the wilderness. Chapter 96, There is an acquaintance. Seen your brother Wu Wei. Then what about this blue-shirted young man? One of the Black Wind sect disciples asked Wu Wei. Wu Wei glanced at Lu Yiping and said indifferently, since we met, let's settle this by the way. He also said, kid, if you want to blame the Fan family siblings. They are the ones who hid in and implicated you. Then he signaled a Black Wind sect disciple next to him to make a move. A nearby disciple of the Black Wind sect understood, and with a single stride, a fierce punch was thrown at Lu Yiping. This Black Wind sect disciple's entire body was filled with imperial chi. It was clearly an ancient emperor realm, and it had already reached the 4th level of ancient emperor. This Black Wind sect disciple's fist waves rolled and the cold wind gusted, and the entire hall was suddenly cold, as if a blizzard had fallen. My lord, be careful. Fan Yulan spoke sharply and was about to strike when she was stopped by Wu Wei. However, right at this moment, suddenly, a golden light chopped out, only to see that Black Wind sect disciple instantly chopped away. When he landed, golden flames emerged from his entire body, and he was instantly incinerated cleanly. Not even ashes. A few people were stunned. Wu Wei's eyes narrowed and his face sank. Phoenix true flame. His eyes scanned and finally his gaze landed on the tiny bird on Lu Yiping's shoulder. Astonished, divine beast Phoenix? Fan Yulan and Fan Shang were a bit unconvinced. That tiny little bird that you couldn't see any aura at all. Could it be the divine beast Phoenix? Who are you? Wu Wei looked at Lu Yiping with a gloomy face. The dragon-horned golden bull stood up at this time, hemmed and hawed, and walked over to Wu Wei. My master is Prince Shenxian, who has shaken the 9 heavens above and the 9 secrets below, and who is renowned in all realms of the world. A beat, Lu Yiping. A few people froze. Mr. Gummed Fairy? Wu Wei frowned, obviously not having heard of any zither fairy prince. Lu Yiping sweated, and went up to shake the 9 heavens, shocking the 9 specters? This bull is getting good at blowing. The dragon-horned golden bull added, as for your grandfather bull, he is the only dragon-horned golden bull in heaven and earth, lord of all demons, ancestor of the thunder god, the emperor of the dragon clan. Lu Yiping was speechless. Wu Wei looked at Lu Yiping and said in a deep voice, this is a matter between my Black Wind sect and the Fan clan. Please do not interfere. Your Excellency. The dragon-horned golden bull shook its not-so-long tail behind it, then lashed over with its tail, instantly sending that Wu Wei flying. It slammed against the main door of the Great Hall. Everyone was stunned. The longhorned golden bull walked towards Wu Wei. Blood spurted from the corner of Wu Wei's mouth as he looked at the dragon-horned golden bull in shock and anger. You. The dragon-horned golden bull stomped down, flattening his chest directly. You say you won't intervene and you won't intervene? Wouldn't that make Master Ox lose face? The sound of bones breaking rang out. The bones in Wu Wei's chest were completely crushed by the stomping, and he almost fainted from the pain. A few disciples of the Black Wind sect were shocked and did not dare to make a move for a while. Among the several people, Wu Wei was the strongest, being a great emperor one, but even Wu Wei was half smacked by the bull's tail in front of him. I am a core disciple of the Black Wind sect, and my master is the Black Wind sect's old ancestor. Zhou Hei eyes. Wu Wei gasped and said. The dragon-horned golden bull directly kicked and stomped on his opponent's head, only to see that Wu Wei's head was directly stepped into the floor of the Great Hall, and his voice crunched to a halt. Black Wind sect ancestor Zhou Hei eyes? Don't recognize it. The longhorn golden bull sneered. A few other Black Wind sect disciples looked at Wu Wei's corpse and froze. Then with a look of horror, they were about to fly and escape, but a few of them had just moved when a golden light flame chopped down. A few people were chopped up and sent flying just like the Black Wind sect disciple from earlier. And when they landed, They were burned to the ground by the phoenix true flame. Fan Yulan, Fan Shang, two siblings, did not wake up for a moment. Two people were Wu Wei, several all the way to chase and kill, all the way to panic and flee. These days, day and night fear. Did not expect now Wu Wei suddenly killed. After slowing down, Fan Yulan came back to her senses, and with a grateful face, she said to Lu Yiping, "Thank you for saving me, my younger brother and I. We will remember this for the rest of our lives." Lu Yiping didn't care and spoke, "You're going to the Divine Martial Continent's Wan clan?" Fan Yulan nodded her head. "My grandfather's Lord and Lord Wan Wufei of the Wan family were close friends. Our Fan family was destroyed. The Black Wind sect and the Tao family are powerful. There is no place for us to stay in these 9 heavens. That's why we wanted to escape to the Divine Martial Continent and seek refuge with Lord Wan Wufei." Lu Yiping nodded, then took out 2 pills. At once, the fragrance of the Dan filled the great hall. The two of them, Fan Yulan, looked at the elixir in Lu Yiping's hand and were surprised. "This is the Extreme Divine Elixir?" Lu Yiping hummed. "This is the Extreme Bodhi Divine Elixir. It can recover from injuries." With a flick, it landed in the hands of the two. Fan Yulan swallowed and said, "My lord, take it. I'm acquainted with Wan Wuxie." Lu Yiping spoke. "Your Excellency knows Lord Wan Wuxie?" The two Fan Yulan were surprised. The dragon-horned golden bull laughed. "My master and Wan Wuxie are quite familiar with each other. We just came in from the Divine Martial Continent." The two of them sniffed, and without any further politeness, they each swallowed the Bodhi Divine Elixir. After refining the Bodhi Divine Elixir, the two of them quickly healed from their injuries and thanked Lu Yiping again. "Mr. Lu, the Black Wind sect is very powerful. When they see that Wu Wei didn't go back to resume his orders, they are only afraid that they will soon send another expert over. We'd better get out of here quickly." Fan Shang opened his mouth. "How strong is the Black Wind sect?" Lu Yiping asked. Fan Yulan said, "The Black Wind sect has 2 Heavenly God Realm experts and 27 True God Realm experts, making it one of the few largest forces in our Xong Divine Domain's Wind and Thunder Province. In the Crow God Domain, there were more than 30 prefectures in total. Wind and Thunder Mansion was the northernmost mansion of the Xong Divine Domain, closest to the entrance and exit of the 9 heavens. In the Divine Martial Continent, if a sect or family had a True God Realm expert sitting in their camp, then it would be called a superpower in a continent. But in the 9 heavens, only an existence such as a dimensional lord sitting in a sect could be called a superpower. A force like the Black Wind sect that had Heavenly God Realm experts could only be considered a first-class force in the 9 heavens. 2 heavenly gods? Lu Yiping's face was calm. Fan Shang nodded. "Not bad. The Black Wind sect's old ancestor Qi Yifan is even a peak early heavenly god, and is already close to the middle heavenly god stage. It's not too late. We'd better leave the 9 heavens quickly now and rush to the Divine Martial Continent." Lu Yiping shook his head. "You guys leave? I still have to go to the Guiyuan Sword Sect." Fan Yulan, Fan Shang and the two of them were stunned. "Guiyuan Sword Sect?" Fan Yulan asked curiously. "Is your excellency going to attend the returning Sword Sect Conference? Sword Sect Assembly?" Lu Yiping was surprised. Fan Yulan nodded. "The Guiyuan Sword Sect organizes the Sword Sect Conference. All experts in the Tsung God region can participate. The first 100 rewards are extremely generous, and the first 10, they even have the chance to be accepted by the Guiyuan Sword Sect's old ancestor as a personal disciple." The returning Sword Sect was the #1 sect in the Tsung God region, one of the giants of the 9 heavens. What an honor it would be if he could be accepted as a personal disciple by the old ancestor of the Guiyuan Sword Sect. The dragon-horned golden bull laughed. "My master is there to find someone." "Looking for someone?" The two of them, Fan Yulan, were stunned and asked, "Your excellency has an acquaintance in the Guiyuan Sword Sect?" Lu Yiping hummed. "There is an acquaintance." Chapter 97, The Power of a Hair. "I don't know who your son's acquaintance is?" Fan Yulan asked curiously, just as Lu Yiping was about to open his mouth. Suddenly, 3 astonishing auras broke through the air. The aura of a true god, sweeping through the heavens and earth, enveloping the entire ancient city. "Who is it that killed my disciple?" Immediately afterward, an angry voice droned out. Waves of sound rolled and boomed over the ancient city for a long time. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground was heard. It was the sound of the old city's buildings crumbling. Hearing the voice, Fan Yulan, Fan Shang, two siblings, did not change their faces greatly. "It's Black Wind sect ancestor Zhou Hei's, Wu Wei's master. He's actually in the neighborhood." At this time, the voice angrily droned again. "Get the hell out of here. You think that I won't be able to find you if you are cowering in any corner? I will now level this ancient city inch by inch. Let's see how long you can hide." Then, a huge sound shook the sky. Although it was extremely far away, the floor of the Great Hall also trembled violently. Apparently, the other side was bombing wildly. "Go out and take a look." Lu Yiping got up. Then he was going to go out with the dragon-horned golden bull and Phoenix 9. However, Fan Yulan said sharply, "Gongzi, don't go out. This Zhou Hei's is a peak late true god expert." However, as she was about to stop Lu Yiping had already walked out of the grand hall, and without masking his aura, he and the dragon-horned golden bull arrived at the square outside the grand hall. Zhou Hei's and the other two old ancestors of the Black Wind sect, who were high in the sky in the distance, looked over at once. Zhou Hei's eyes went cold when he saw Lu Yiping, and he immediately broke through the air and flew in with the other two old ancestors. In the blink of an eye, the three of them arrived over the square. The two siblings, Fan Yulan and Fan Shang, also came out, and when they saw Zhou Hei's, they could not hide their shock and hatred. The Fan family was destroyed, and both parents died in the hands of this Zhou Hei's. Zhou Hei's didn't look at Fan Yulan, Fan Shang's two siblings. His gaze landed on Lu Yiping. His eyes were grim. "You're the one who killed my disciple, the dragon-horned golden bull." However, grinned, "I killed your disciple, and just now I stomped his head into the ground." Zhou Hei's was stunned and stared at the dragon-horned golden bull, his eyes full of killing intent. "Since that's the case, then all of you die for me." After saying that, he fiercely slapped at Lu Yiping, the dragon-horned golden bull in unison. As it slapped towards Lu Yiping, the dragon-horned golden bull, only a huge spell seal coalesced in the void. The dark light of the spell seal blossomed like a giant dark sun, as if an endless evil breath was nurtured within it. "Black evil curse," Fan Sheng exclaimed. "The black evil mantra was the mastery of a supreme overlord of the 9 heavens? Black evil, 100,000 years ago. This black evil spell, vicious, evil, hit this black evil spell. The whole body vitality by the dark evil gas constantly erosion. Life is worse than death." Looking at the blasting black evil curse, Lu Yiping's face was calm as he suddenly plucked a golden cow hair from the dragon-horned golden cow and then swung it out. At once, the golden ox hairs exploded with golden light, and these golden lights transformed into countless golden guns. The golden spears in the sky flooded the high sky. All places, the black evil curse crumbles away. Zhou Hei's and the other two ancestors of the Black Wind sect looked at the golden gun that shot violently, covering the sky and the earth, and were shocked, feeling the terrifying power contained in that golden gun. The three of them madly urged the power of the true god in their bodies in unison. The three true gods, the power of the true gods converged, rolling and swirling like a monstrous river, and blasted in unison at the millions of golden guns. But it didn't work. The 10 million golden guns instantly pierced through the true god's power gathered by the three people, and then, they passed through the three people's entire body. The three of them, Zhou Hei's, stopped frozen high in the air. After the 10 million golden spears passed through the three people's bodies, they continued to blast into the void, and from afar, it looked like a huge golden river that cut through the void. Zhou Hazel three people who were frozen in the high altitude. Suddenly, the whole body appeared a golden gun hole. Golden light bloom and the three people's whole body dissipated into a little bit of golden light, disappeared in the high altitude. It was as if the three had never been there. Lu Yiping inserted that golden hair back into the dragon-horned golden bull. Fan Yulan, Fan Shang two siblings could not speak. Gross. It can be used like this? Gross. But it's still so powerful? Is this an extreme artifact? Even the best artifacts don't have this kind of power, right? Lu Yiping and the dragon-horned golden bull re-entered the main hall. The dragon-horned golden bull said, "Master, it hurt so much just now." Lu Yiping blandly said, "Then pull 2 next time." The longhorned golden bull choked. When Fan Yulan, Fan Shang two siblings woke back up and returned to the main hall, they saw Lu Yiping continuing to drink a little wine. "Gongzi, you're a heavenly god?" Fan Shang looked at Lu Yiping in awe. To be able to kill 3 major true gods in one fell swoop, and one of them was at the peak of the late true god stage, was definitely a heavenly god, and it might not even be an early heavenly god stage, it was a mid-heavenly god stage. Fan Yulan looked at Lu Yiping with the same awe. Even her grandfather had only just broken through to the heavenly god earlier, and definitely did not have the strength of this blue-shirted young man in front of him. A single hair kills the 3 great true gods. It was more than she could have imagined. Hearing that Fan Shang asked if he was a heavenly god, Lu Yiping smiled and nodded his head. Fan Yulan, Fan Shang two siblings looked at each other, then suddenly knelt and crouched down towards Lu Yiping. "Please also save us. We siblings would like to be oxen and horses to repay you." After the two finished speaking, they kowtowed heavily. Lu Yiping shook his head. "I said, I'm going to the Guiyuan sword sect. I won't accompany you to the divine martial continent." Fan Shang spoke. "We don't dare to beg your excellency to accompany us to the divine martial continent. We want to travel with your excellency to the Guiyuan sword sect." "As you wish," Lu Yiping said blandly. Since the two were going to follow, he was indifferent. Seeing Lu Yiping's promise, The two were greatly delighted and kowtowed their thanks. One night passed. Lu Yiping's few people left the ancient city and continued their journey. On the way, Lu Yiping and the others made few stops, and after a few days, a few of them arrived at Qingyunfu, where the Guiyuan sword sect was located. After entering the Green Cloud Mansion, there were more disciples from all the mansions, clans, and sects. I heard that the first place winner of this sword sect conference is rewarded with the extreme divine weapon Green Dragon Sword. There's also the Traceless Sword Technique. The Traceless Sword Technique is one of the top 10 sword techniques of the Guiyuan sword sect. Traceless Sword Technique is nothing. The first place winner of this sword sect conference will even be able to receive an audience and instruction from Lord Chutong. What? Lord Chutong receives and instructs. As they passed through a certain city, the passing disciples talked about it. Fan Yulan, Fan Shang too here this sword clan conference first place, unexpectedly expected to be received by Lord Chutong in guidance, also is excited. The Guiyuan sword sect was the #1 sect in the Zhongshan domain, and Chutong, as the founding ancestor of the Guiyuan sword sect, was the supreme in the hearts of countless experts in the Zhongshan domain. What an honor it is to be received by Lord Chutong. Fan Shang lamented. Fan Yulan laughed. We don't need to think about it. With this strength of ours, not to mention the first place in the sword sect assembly, even the top 1000 won't be able to squeeze in. Chapter 98, Slap You to Death. Zhongshan domain. A total of 34 mansions. Each mansion, families, clans, empires countless, genius disciples such as the crushing carp of the river. Although the two siblings are the best of the younger generation of the Fan family, and in the Wind and Thunder mansion is also considered to be famous, but placed in the Zhongshan domain, it would not be considered to be anything. Lu Yiping listened to the two Fan Shang siblings lament and asked, what realm is Chutong in now? Fan Yulan, Fan Shang two siblings were stunned. It's unclear. Fan Yulan shook her head. Many years ago, Lord Chutong was already a dimensional lord. Some people say that Lord Chutong is now in the middle stage of dimensional lords, while others say that he is in the late stage of dimensional lords. Some even say that Lord Chutong is already at the peak of the late stage of the dimensional lord. Lord Chutong once entered the Void Sky Divine Palace and obtained a supreme opportunity. Lu Yiping was surprised. Oh, the Void Sky Divine Palace. Fan Yulan nodded. Yes, I heard that Lord Chutong has obtained the Void Sky Divine Lord's object. What it is, no one knows. The Void Sky Divine Lord was a legendary figure in the 9 heavens back then. Gongzi, ahead is Star River City, and further past that is the Guiyuan sword sect. Fan Yulan said to Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping hummed. A few people entered Star River City. Star River City was bustling with cars and horses. Here, it was already the region of the Guiyuan sword sect, and around the streets, there were extremely many stores selling swords. As he passed a tavern, Lu Yiping stopped. Wushuang Tavern. The two words Wushuang. The dragon flew and the phoenix danced, implying the supreme laws of heaven and earth. The longhorn golden bull laughed. Peerless Tavern? That name? It's pretty awesome. Fan Shang laughed. Wushuang Tavern. Extremely famous in our 9 heavens. It's not an exaggeration to say it's the #1 tavern. It was created by the Wushuang wine saint, and Wushuang Tavern's wines are known throughout the world. Speaking of the peerless wine saint, he had a face of adoration and fervor in his eyes. The peerless wine saint is a supreme powerhouse of our 9 heavens, and there are still people who say that the peerless wine saint is the named disciple of Lord Saint Demon. Oh, Lu Yiping was surprised. A named disciple of the Holy Devil? Fan Yulan nodded. There are these legends. However, there are also people who say that Lord Saint Demon did not accept the Wushuang wine sage as a registered disciple, but only instructed the Wushuang wine sage. Lu Yiping's few people entered the Peerless Tavern. The tavern is huge. 2 floors in one. Lu Yiping went straight up to the 2nd floor. Recruiting the cook, Lu Yiping asked, what's the best wine you have here? The man's record laughed. Our Wushuang Tavern. The best wine is, of course, Star Thunder wine. However, this Star Thunder wine, due to the different vintages, therefore, the flavor of the wine is different as well. Then you serve us 5 jars of the best Star Thunder wine. Lu Yiping said. Dragon-horned golden bull. Phoenix Geo transformed into human form, plus the 2 siblings of Fan Yulan, a total of 5 people. After the dragon-horned golden bull took shape, it was very tall, 2 meters 1 or 2, especially the legs and hands were thick, and the appearance was quite handsome, except that this hair was golden, and the eyebrows were also golden. As for Phoenix Geo, compared to the dragon-horned golden bull, it was a bit slender, with a height similar to that of Lu Yiping, 1 meter 8, like a scholar. When the cook heard that Lu Yiping wanted 5 jars of the best Star Thunder wine, he hesitated for a moment. I'm afraid that you don't know the price of our Star Thunder wine? Ordinary Star Thunder wine costs 10,000 divine spirit stones for a single pot. The best, It'll be 1,000,000 a pop. 5 altars? That's 5,000,000. The dragon-horned golden bull then took out a spatial ring and opened it, only to see mountains of divine spirit stones inside. The man swallowed and respectfully said, "Wait a moment for a few adults. I'll send it over." When the other party left, Lu Yiping asked him to serve a table of food for drinks. Soon, Star Thunder wine and downers were served. Fan Yulan, Fan Sheng, two siblings, looked at the Star Thunder wine in front of them, are in a complex mood. Two people's father, although it is the Fan family head, but also only drank one Star Thunder wine, and only ordinary. At this moment, suddenly, a group of people were seen walking up to the second floor of the tavern, and a young man at the head of the group was scanning the second floor looking for a seat. When he saw Fan Yulan, Fan Sheng, two siblings, he was surprised, and then walked over. "I didn't expect to meet Sister Yulan here." After the young man came over, he cupped his fists and smiled. "Sister Yulan, you guys are also here for the Sword Sect conference?" After saying that, without asking Lu Yiping and the Longhorn Golden Bull, he sat down. The young man opened his mouth and said, "I also heard about the Fan family's matter. I heard about the grief at that time, and wanted to rate the family experts to save them, but I was stopped by the elders of the family." But he didn't look sad at all on his face. Obviously, words don't mean what they say. What grief and what elders have prevented is just a pretext. "Who agreed for you to sit down?" At that moment, a bland voice came out. The young man was stunned and looked at Lu Yiping. Fan Yulan coughed and solemnly introduced Lu Yiping to the young man. "This is Mr. Lu Yiping. We were being chased by the Black Wind sex experts and it was Mr. Lu Yiping who saved us." Then he said to Lu Yiping, "This is Duke Chi Wei of the Qi family of the Qingyun province." The Qi family was a great family of the Qingyun province. Although the Qi family did not have any strong dimensional lords, there were 4 heavenly god realm experts in the Qi family. If we were to talk about strength, the Qi family was a lot stronger than the Black Wind sect and the Tao family. Qi Wei looked up and down at Lu Yiping and asked with a smile, "Saved Sister Yulan? What? This Wushuang tavern is owned by Mr. Lu, and I still need your permission to sit down?" Behind him, the Qi clan's experts looked at Lu Yiping playfully. At this time, the dragon-horned golden bull grabbed Qi Wei by the back of his neck, then picked him up and threw him to the side. "Kid, if you yacked again, Master Bull will fan you to death with a single hair." Qi Wei was thrown by the dragon-horned golden bull and rolled to the ground, hitting a stone pillar, momentarily dazed. "Seek death." The Qi clan's group of experts reacted with fury, and a few of them rushed up, blasting their fists at the dragon-horned golden bull. Just as a few people came blasting in, the dragon-horned golden bull had a super thick golden hair in its hand at some point. Longhorn golden bull slapped a fur over. At that instant, those few Qi family experts were like being blasted by a pillar of the heavens, and shot out of the second floor window in unison, momentarily losing sight of them. The other experts of the Qi clan and the crowd of experts on the second floor of the tavern were all dumbfounded. Even Qi Wei, the young master of the Qi family, was dumbfounded. The few Qi clan experts who had just struck out were not at the divine spirit realm, but they were still experts close to the divine spirit realm. The Longhorn golden bull ground at Qi Wei and heatedly laughed. "Kid, you want to try it too?" Frightened, Qi Wei and the Qi clan's group of experts fled in panic. The Longhorn golden bull took back its golden hair. "Mother asterisk 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 her, you have to fan it before you leave." The two siblings, Fan Yulan and Fan Shang, didn't know what to say for a moment. Phoenix Jiu envied. "Little golden lord's golden fur is just too powerful." The dragon-horned golden bull laughed. "It's average. It's the adults that's powerful." The 3 Phoenix 9 almost choked. The Longhorn golden bull meant that Lu Yiping's fur was more powerful? At this time, someone at a distant wine table talked. "Heard about it. The disciple of the Blade God was killed by a black-robed youth at Six Eyes Mountain." Chapter 99, Jade Sword Chen Yuyan. Who is so bold as to kill a disciple of the Blade God? Fan Yulan, Fan Shang, two siblings, were surprised when they heard that. "This Blade God is famous?" Phoenix Jiu asked. Fan Yulan nodded. "The Blade God is one of the top 10 experts in the Taishu domain. Even in the entire 9 heavens, his reputation is very high, and he is a very powerful dimensional lord." At this time, the man at the distant wine table added, "The one who died was the youngest disciple of the Blade God." "What? The youngest disciple of the Blade God?" "The youngest disciple of the Blade God seems to be from the Yin family, right?" The crowd buzzed. "Yin family? The number 1 family in the Taishu domain. This person has stirred up a hornet's nest." Fan Shang shook his head. "The Yin family's forces are intricate and spread throughout the entire Taishu domain. This person killed a disciple of the Yin family, so I'm afraid he won't be able to escape the Taishu domain. I wonder who this man is?" Someone at a distant table asked. "I don't know, only that he uses 2 blood-red blades." Someone said, "Black-robed youth, blood-red double blades." Undoubtedly it's Johara. At this time, a yellow-robed young man from a side table came over and cupped his fists at the dragon-horned golden bull. This senior, the golden hair in your hand. I don't know if it's for sale? The longhorn golden bull took a hard gulp and laughed. You want to buy it? The young man nodded heavily, with a serious look on his face. He could see that the golden hair was absolutely extraordinary. The dragon-horned golden bull stretched out a finger. 100 million. Just when the young man thought it was 100 million divine spirit stones, the dragon-horned golden bull added, 100 million heavenly spirit stones. 100 million heavenly spirit stones. The young man ate and ate. Above the divine spirit stones are the heavenly spirit stones. Celestial spirit stones have a price. Even for the 9 heavens like the Tai Ching sword sect, the Guiyuan sword sect, and superpowers like the Yin family, it would be difficult to come up with 100 million heavenly spirit stones, and even if they could, they wouldn't be able to afford to spend 100 million heavenly spirit stones to buy a single hair. Elder is joking, right? The young man mumbled. The longhorn golden bull laughed. Do you think I look like I'm joking? The young man, not knowing what to say, clasped his hands and left, returning to his seat. A female at the same table as the young man furrowed her brows and couldn't help but say, what kind of Thai hair is selling for 100 million heavenly spirit stones? Even if you throw it on the ground, I'm afraid that no one would even take a look at it. The young man shook his head at the female. Dragon-horned golden bull heatedly laughed. Little girl child, what do you know? This bull master this hair. Up can kill the controller. Down can kill the lord of the underworld. Can be long, can be short, can be big, can be small, powerful and incomparable. I am looking at this little brother just now to be easy on the eyes. I'm only 100 million heavenly spirit stones. Do you think that anyone can buy this hair? The young man clasped his fists and said to the dragon-horned golden bull, my sister is ignorant. Senior, please forgive me. The female beamed. At this time, however, an old man walked up from the first floor, came in front of the young man, and respectfully said, is it the jade sword? Mr. Chen Yuyan? The crowd at the surrounding tables quieted, all looking at the young man in obvious surprise. I am. The young man nodded. My family's Duke Chu Xin heard of Duke Chen Yuyan's arrival and wanted to order me to come and invite Duke Chen Yuyan to the Chu mansion to burn wine and discuss swords. The old man laughed and then handed an invitation to the young man. Thunder Sword Prince Chu Xian. There was a commotion. The young man, Chen Yuyan, received the invitation and laughed. So it's Mr. Chu Xian. Since it's Mr. Chu Xian who has invited me, then I'll go over there with my younger sister now. Then he settled the bill and left the second floor with the female following the old man. The female glared at the longhorn golden bull as she left. Fan Shang looked at the young man's departing back and said, I didn't realize he was Jade Sword Chen Yuyan. Fan Yulan explained to Lu Yiping, in our Song Divine Domain, the most talented of the younger generation are the 5 of Chen Yuyan, Chu Xian, Fong Chang, Zheng Filong, and Jing Hong. Since all 5 of them use swords, they are, therefore, collectively known as the 5 swords. Jade Sword Chen Yuyan, Thunder Sword Chu Xian, Blood Sword Fong Chang, Dragon Sword Zhang Filong, Evil Sword Ding Hong. Although the 5 have cultivated for less than 1,000 years, they are all true god powerhouses who have condensed their godheads, and all of them are supreme godheads, and all of their sword realms have already reached the realm of the sword of the heart, and the head of the 5 swords, Mr. Chu Xian Yuan, has even reached the sword of time and space. Above the heart sword is the sword of time and space. Lu Yiping nodded, his face as usual. In the 9 heavens, a person who is no more than 1,000 years old is considered young. Hundreds of years. Condensing the godhead and becoming a true god is considered not bad. It seems that Chen Yuyan is also here to participate in the sword sect assembly? Fan Shang said, if several of them were to participate in this sword sect assembly, wouldn't the top 5 places be all wrapped up by them? That Chu Xian, is he a disciple of the Chu family? Phoenix Jiao asked. Fan Yulan said, yes, he is the nephew of the current head of the Chu family. He is also from Lord Chu Tong's lineage. Counting, Lord Chu Tong is his uncle. An hour later, Lu Yiping several people checked out and left. Not far ahead is the Star River, right? Lu Yiping opened his mouth and asked. Fan Yulan laughed. Yes, Your Excellency would like to go over and take a look? Well, anyway, when we get to the Star River City, go over and take a look. Lu Yiping said. There is a river in Star River City. No matter day or night, it is dotted with stars, like a river of stars flowing on the ground, from which Star River City gets its name. This Star River, full of magical colors and all sorts of chances, was somewhat similar to the Heavenly God River of the Divine Martial Continent. However, the Heavenly God River only had chances when it reversed its flow every 10,000 years, while the Star River was different. It didn't take long for Lu Yiping's few people to arrive at the Star River. Star River is located on the south side of Star River City. Lu Yiping's few people saw a river flowing on the ground while filled with starlight from afar. At this time, it is daytime. The sun shines high, but hundreds of meters around the Star River, there is no sunlight. But the Star River is full of fantastic colors. The banks of the Star River were filled with disciples from all factions. Yesterday, the dragon sword Zhang Feilonggongzi also came to the Star River. And within the Star River, he fished out a superb sword. It can't be a rumor. Can't it be so easy to fish for the things of the Star River? The crowd murmurs. Lu Yiping's few people came to the bank of the Star River. The Star River flowed, dotted with starlight. The river was as clear as the starry sky. There was nothing. However, there were people who were able to fish out divine artifacts, techniques, and other kinds of treasures from inside the Star River. Of course, there are people who have suffered for decades or even centuries to keep the Starry River without getting anywhere. Back then, Lu Yiping and the dragon-horned golden bull had entered the 9 heavens and had not come to the Star River. Just as Lu Yiping's few people arrived at the bank of the Star River, in the distance, a group of people walked over. Your Excellency, it's Qi Wei of the Qi family. Fan Yulan saw the visitor and spoke. Lu Yiping looked at the person who came. It was Qi Wei, the disciple of the Qi family that he had met during the tavern. In addition to Qi Wei, there was also a large group of experts from the Qi family that were coming over in great numbers. When the longhorn golden bull saw this, he laughed. This kid seems to be trying to find his way back and bring in help. Soon, the Qi family's group of experts arrived in front of Lu Yiping's few people. Chapter 100, the sleight of hand is a bit rusty. The longhorn golden bull looked at Qi Wei and laughed. Little fellow, just now at the tavern, I let you go, and you even dared to bring you here to find a scene. But that's all you've got with you, and it's not even enough for me to stuff my teeth. Although Qi Wei had brought quite a few people with him this time, there were only 100 or so. When the Qi clan crowd heard this, they all looked angrily at the dragon-horned golden bull. A youth at the head of the group looked coldly at the longhorn golden bull and asked Qi Wei, "Is he the one?" Qi Wei nodded. "Yes, that's him, big brother Qi Hui. You have to be careful. This person has a golden hair that is very powerful. I'm only afraid that it's a super divine weapon. Above the extreme divine artifacts are the super divine artifacts. The power of a super divine artifact far surpassed that of an extreme divine artifact." At this time, Fan Yulan said to Lu Yiping, "My lord, this Qi Hui is the young master of the Qi family? He is a follower of the dragon sword Zhang Feilong Duke. The dragon sword, Zhang Feilong, was one of the 5 swords in the young master of the Zhang family, the second largest family in the Tsong divine domain, so he had quite a few followers, and this Qi Hui was one of the followers under Zhang Feilong's command. Qi Hui, although his strength and prestige couldn't be compared to Zhang Feilong's 5 swords, he was still a little known in the Qingyun prefecture and was a peak late divine spirit, just one step away from the true god realm. Qi Hui looked at Fan Yulan indifferently and said, "You are the Fan family siblings? The Black Winds sect has issued a bounty, and each of your heads is worth 100 million divine spirit stones." Qi Hui's voice, infused with divine power, traveled so far that disciples from all sides around the Star River heard it. "What? She's the Fan sibling." At once, many people looked at Fan Yulan, and Fan Shang's eyes blazed. The Fan family was one of the several major forces in the Wind and Thunder prefecture, and the Fan family's destruction by the Black Wind sect and the Tao family had already spread, and it was still quite a sensation in the Tsong God region. Hearing Qi Hui, the young master of the Qi family, say that the Black Wind sect had offered a reward of 100 million divine spirit stones for the heads of the Fan family siblings, many people gathered around. Fan Yulan, Fan Shang and the two of them could not help but look angrily at the Qi family's young lord Qi Hui, who was obviously doing this on purpose. Qi Hui smiled coldly. "Everyone, this woman is Fan Yulan, Miss Fan family, the one next to her is his younger brother Fan Shang. The Black Wind sect has offered a reward of 100 million divine spirit stones for the heads of the two. On the 2 men, there is also the key to the Fan family's treasure." As soon as Qi Hui, the young master of the Qi family, spoke, at once, the eyes of the disciples of the various sects who had gathered around looked at the 2 Fan Yulan with even more fervor. "You're talking nonsense." Fan Yulan was furious. The 2 of them didn't have any treasure keys on them at all. And this Qi family's young master Qi Hui deliberately said this, clearly adding fuel to the fire, making the surrounding sect disciples' killing intent towards the 2 of them even more intense. Qi Hui, the young master of the Qi family, finished speaking and retreated to the side with the Qi family members, coldly looking at Lu Yiping and the others. These disciples, from all the provinces, sects and clans in the Tsong God region, he would like to see how Lu Yiping's few people would deal with them. Qi Wei laughed at Qi Hui. "Big brother Qi Hui, your move is high. As long as they make a move, they are bound to offend all the major forces in the Tsong God region." At that time, the entire Xan God region won't be able to accommodate them. This way, it doesn't even require us to do anything. Qi Hui laughed. Let's just watch the show. Qi Wei added. Now it's all being rumored that Dragon Sword Zhang Fei Dragon Duke got a superb sword in Star River. Qi Hui said. Well, it's a famous sword from the Middle Ages. The 9 quarters divine sword. After getting the sword, Duke Flying Dragon entered the Guiyuan sword sect, and is now having a drink with Duke Sun Hongyuan of the Guiyuan sword sect. Sun Hongyuan, the chief disciple of the Guiyuan sword sect, Qi Wei said with a face of adoration. Duke Sun Hongyuan has heard that he has already comprehended 999 heavenly god laws, and can break through to the heavenly god realm at any time. Sun Hongyuan, as the chief disciple of the Guiyuan sword sect, his prestige and strength were beyond doubt. Although he is not in the 5 swords due to his age, he is even more above the 5 swords. At this time, an old man walked out towards Lu Yiping and the others. He looked at Lu Yiping. The dragon-horned golden bowl and Phoenix Jiu. I am Zhu Jin, the heavenly demon hand of the Great Sun Palace. When the surrounding crowd heard this, they were all startled. What? He's heavenly demon hand Zhu Jin. Some of the disciples who were close to the old man backed away to the side. Heavenly demon hand Zhu Jin. It was a fierce reputation in Qing Yunfu. The 3 of you are not disciples of the Fan family, right? This matter has nothing to do with the 3 of you, so I hope that the 3 of you will not meddle in the matter of the Fan family's siblings. Heavenly demon Han Zhujin indifferently said, lest you lose your lives or implicate your family clan. Lost your life? The Longhorn Golden Bull laughed. Just you? Zhu Jin, the heavenly demon hand, immediately sank his face and violently slapped his palm toward the chest of the dragon-horned Golden Bull. Heavenly demon great hand seal. The palm power whistled wildly and the demonic aura rolled. A large handprint like a mountain blasted out. Heavenly Devil Big Hand Seal. Is not the Great Sun Palace Jedi? Is this Heavenly Devil Hand Zhujin in a Jedi get? After learning, almost sweep the same realm experts. Seeing that Zhu Jin's first strike was the Heavenly Demon Great Handprint, the crowd was once again shocked, then retreated for fear of being affected by the power of the Heavenly Demon Great Handprint. In the distance, Qi Hui laughed. I didn't expect Heavenly Demon Hand Zhujin to be there. It seems like there's really no need for us to do it ourselves. Qi Wei laughed. Heavenly Demon Hand Zhujin is an early-stage true god expert, and the Heavenly Demon Great Handprint is incredibly powerful. Even a peak early-stage true god wouldn't be able to receive his Heavenly Demon Great Handprint. The Heavenly Devil Great Handprint carried the power of destruction and instantly blasted in front of the dragon-horned Golden Bull. However, when it came in front of the dragon-horned Golden Bull, it suddenly stopped, unexpectedly unable to advance half an inch further. Qi Hui and the others were stunned. Heavenly Demon Hands Zhu Jin was also stunned on the spot. Is this, like, a space freeze? At this time, the dragon-horned Golden Bull had an extra super large golden hair in his hand, which, even thicker than the tavern's, was as thick as a thigh. Without saying a word, the dragon-horned Golden Bull directly swept a hair over. With the momentum of sweeping 1,000,000 pounds, the golden hair instantly swept the Heavenly Demon Great Handprint away, and then swept into the small waist of the Heavenly Demon Hand Zhujin. Heavenly Demon Hand Zhujin only felt that his small waist was hit by a horrible giant. Then the whole person was flying in the clouds, shooting backwards. He saw the dragon-horned Golden Bull, Louis et al., were getting farther and farther away, and the Star River was getting farther and farther away. In the end, Lu Yiping, the Longhorn Golden Bull and the others were not visible. The crowd of the Qi family froze for a long time as they looked at Zhu Jin, the Heavenly Demon Hand, who had been swept away and disappeared into the sky above Star River City, and the disciples of the various parties around them who were originally going to make a move backed away in fear amidst a great change in their faces. The area around Lu Yiping's few people had become an empty space instead. At a glance, there was no one to be seen for miles. The dragon-horned Golden Bull looked toward the Qi clan's crowd of experts in the distance, then waved its golden hair with an impish expression. Qi Hui, the young master of the Qi clan, looked at the golden hairs waving in the hands of the dragon-horned Golden Bull, and they were all scared out of their wits. At that moment, the golden hair in the hands of the dragon-horned Golden Bull swept across. At once, a group of experts from the Qi clan were swept away by Qi Ran. Longhorn Golden Bull will recover the golden hair. See Fan Yulan, Fan Shang Tu's strange expression, said, many years have not practiced. The technique is a little rusty. Back then, when he swept down, it was the Een Borer clan's millions of heavenly gods flying in unison, said the daily update, generally about 5 p.m. M. The first shift, about 9 p.m. M. The second shift, without incident, the first of next month, that is, next Tuesday on the shelves. On the shelves, the collection should be able to reach 35,000 or so, according to the ratio of 20 to 1. If the first booking can reach 1,800,000 Next month, that is, December, the whole month, every day, will remain 3, if the first booking can reach 3,000, December, every day, will remain 4, keep 4 more. I hope that friends who like this book, next Tuesday can subscribe to this book. After adding the bookshelf, there is an automatic subscription button. You can choose to automatically subscribe. Chapter 101, Returning Sword Sect. Lu Yiping didn't look at the Chi clan crowd either, and his gaze fell back onto the starry river. The surface of the Star River was only 100 feet wide, flowing on the ground without a single sound, and it's always been a mystery as to when the River of Stars flows. Lu Yiping looked toward the end of the river. Fan Yulan said, some people had followed the Star River, but after many years of walking, they still hadn't seen the end of the Star River. So some people say that the Star River has no source and no end. Lu Yiping, however, smiled. Everything in this world has an end and an origin. Even the God realm that we live in likewise has an origin. And after countless years, one day in the future it will likewise crumble and come to an end. Fan Shang was surprised. Your Excellency is saying that this Star River also has an end? However, the Star River has existed for countless years, and no one has ever gotten to the end of the Star River, nor has anyone seen what the end of the Star River looks like. Lu Yiping blandly said, just because no one has been there doesn't mean there never will be. Then he said, you guys wait for me here. After saying that, he flew up and landed above the surface of the Star River. Lu Yiping didn't follow the waves, but stepped on the waves along the direction of the flow of the Star River. Lu Yiping didn't walk fast, but Huo Jiao was staring at Lu Yiping's every step. Not a moment too soon. Fan Yulan, Fan Shang, two siblings but a puzzled face. The two did not see what is the mystery of Lu Yiping's footsteps. The dragon-horned golden bull spoke. This Star River secretly contains supreme mysteries, condensed from countless weights of space, and every step the master takes, he steps on the overlapping points of space, and with every step, it's a space. Fan Yulan was shocked and said, little Jin-sama is saying that with every step, Gonzi is now passing through an alien space? The dragon-horned golden bull nodded. Not bad. What you are seeing now is actually no longer the master's real body, but rather the master's spatial phantom only. However, this spatial illusion will soon disappear. When the dragon-horned golden bull's words fell, he saw that Lu Yiping, like a bubble, suddenly disappeared above the surface of the Star River, and Lu Yiping, who had disappeared from the starry river, was like a phantom, constantly weaving in and out of the heavy space. At first, Lu Yiping took one space in one step, but the further he went, the faster Lu Yiping became, and between one step he was in several spaces or even 100 spaces. Even in the end, Lu Yiping's figure had completely disappeared from space. Of course, it wasn't really disappearing, but rather, Lu Yiping's speed had reached an appalling level. At this moment, even an existence that had transcended the dimensional lord was unable to see Lu Yiping's figure clearly. So I don't know how long had passed. Suddenly, the heavy space in front of me disappeared, and the Star River disappeared. Lu Yiping's body emptied into a starry sky below. High up in the sky in front of them were the vast and endless stars, and below, the earth was full of starry sand. Lu Yiping dropped his body down and stepped on the star sand earth with a nuisance sound. He squatted down and picked up a handful, only to see the star sand in his hand. Grains of light, as if they were the most beautiful star gems in the world, each one like a grain of rice, and all the same size. Some special stars, after destruction, were drenched in star power for countless years, and then gradually formed star sand. However, star sand generally existed in the depths of the starry sky and was extremely difficult to find. Here, however, there is no limit to what can be seen at a glance. Lu Yiping walked forward. On the ground in front of them was a pool of water. Above the water, clouds and mist swirled, and the light of the stars surged. Lu Yiping was surprised. Chaotic Chi? This is star chaos water? Chaotic Chi was already rare in the world, and the star chaotic water that gave birth to chaotic Chi was even more so. Lu Yiping came to the edge of the pool water, cupped a mouthful and took a sip. Well, it was quite sweet. The power of star chaos spread throughout the body. There was a feeling of stretching the pores of the whole body. However, compared to the pool of sacred life spring he had inside the sacred forest, it was still a little bit worse. His pool of sacred life springs is the opening of the heavens. Lu Yiping took a jade bottle out and activated the jade bottle spell formation, collecting all of this pool of star chaos water into the bottle. This star chaos water was not very useful to him, but it was still good to quench his thirst when he was thirsty. Putting away the star chaos water, Lu Yiping walked around again, and when there was nothing else, he returned the same way, and when he left, he took away all these star sand as well. At this point, it had been nearly 2 hours since Lu Yiping had disappeared. On the banks of Star River City, Fan Yulan, Fan Shang, and Phoenix Jiao were looking over their shoulders. There are quite a few people who want to explore the secrets of the Star River, but many of them are lost in the endless space and time. Will Master be alright? Phoenix Geo worried. Phoenix Geo hadn't followed Lu Yiping for a long time and wasn't actually very clear about Lu Yiping's realm and strength, so she couldn't help but worry. The dragon-horned golden bull laughed. Don't worry, this bit of starry river space can't be difficult for the master. He had followed Lu Yiping back in the ancient times, and back then, he had followed Lu Yiping and had broken through the Hongming time and space, which was truly treacherous. Spara thought, and the two left with ease. Just as the dragon-horned golden bull's words fell, he saw light surging in the sky above the Star River, and Lu Yiping stepped out. The dragon-horned golden bull greeted him. Master, how is it? The dragon-horned golden bull asked. Lu Yiping nodded. It's at the end, but there's nothing good at the end. There's some star sand. Star sand. Phoenix Geo, Fan Yulan, and Fan Shang were surprised. Star sand. Still not a good thing? You know that 1 grain of star sand can be sold for 1,000,000 heavenly spirit stones. There is also a pool of star chaos water. Lu Yiping added. Star chaos water. Phoenix Geo lost her voice. Fan Yulan, Fan Shang's two mouths were wide open. That's not good enough? So what's good? Once upon a time, a few drops of star chaos water appeared in the 9 heavens, and all the major superpowers fought to the death to snatch those drops of star chaos water. With that, Lu Yiping's few people left the Star River. What about you? Did you salvage anything? Lu Yiping asked the longhorned golden bull. The dragon-horned golden bull laughed. I casually fished a few times, but I did manage to get a few things, but they are all small playthings. Hearing the dragon-horned golden ox said that those things are just some small play pieces. Phoenix 9, Fan Yulan, Fan Shang, 3 people do not know what to say for a moment. The dragon sword Zhang Feilong had already surprised people by fetching the famous medieval sword, the 9 quarters divine sword, and these small playthings that the dragon-horned golden bull had fetched were all too much better than that 9 quarters divine sword. In a short while, Lu Yiping's few people were out of Star River City. In the afternoon, it arrived at the foot of the Guiyuan Sword Sect mountain. The Guiyuan Sword Sect, as the #1 sect in the Zhongshan domain, had forces spread across the 34 prefectures of the Zhongshan domain, and there were tens of millions of inner disciples alone. As for the outer disciples, they were even more numerous. When Lu Yiping came to the foot of the Guiyuan Sword Sect, he only saw the Guiyuan mountain range stretching out in front of him. Palaces lined up, spirit beasts everywhere, ancient pines and cliffs, waterfalls such as a Milky Way, and the scene in front of him was magnificent and incomparable. There are still 6 days to go before the shelves. There is no stock, but if the shelves are good, that is, the lunch break will be squeezed out. We'll also give you more updates. The first subscription means the first day of the shelves, the number of subscribers within 24 hours. Chapter 102, there's a big shot from the Tai Ching Sword Sect. Because of the Sword Sect Assembly, there was an endless stream of disciples from various sects and factions that came. The huge square at the foot of the mountain was all piled up with all kinds of luxurious carriages and all kinds of mounts. Gongzi, we also want to sign up for this Sword Sect Assembly, Fan Yulan said, with some embarrassment on her face. We know that our sword skills are average and our strength is ordinary, but we still want to sign up for some exercise. Lu Yiping said, anyway, there's nothing to do. I'll go over with you guys. Fan Yulan said joyfully, thank you, Your Excellency. A few people came over towards the sign-up spot halfway up the mountain peak. Upon arriving and seeing the several enrollment lines that stretched for an unknown number of miles, the 2 Fan Yulan stayed dumbfounded. Master, I know a few elders of the Guiyuan Sword Sect. Why don't I go find them and ask them to help with the registration? Phoenix Geo said to Lu Yiping. Previously, he was from the 9 Heavens Phoenix Divine Sect, and the Phoenix Divine Sect and the Guiyuan Sword Sect were considered to be a bit of a friend, so he knew a few elders from the Guiyuan Sword Sect. Well, go ahead, Lu Yiping said. Phoenix 9 leaves. This returning Sword Sect Assembly is the biggest event in our Zhongshan domain in recent years, right? I'm afraid that the disciples of all the great clans in the 34 prefectures of the Zhongshan domain have only signed up. It's not just the Zhong God domain. Even many super sects in other domains will send their disciples to observe the ceremony. Even the Tai Ching Sword Sect has sent their disciples to observe the ceremony. Even the Tai Ching Sword Sect has disciples here? Not only the Tai Ching Sword Sect, even the Liang Sect has sent disciples to observe the ceremony. The surrounding disciples discussed. Although this Guiyuan Sword Sect Assembly was categorized as only being able to be attended by the disciples of the Zhongshan domain, many super sects from the surrounding domains had also sent their disciples to observe the ceremony. It was evident that the Sword Sect Conference was a great event. The dragon-horned golden bull smiled and heatedly laughed. I didn't expect that the Tai Ching Sword Sect would also have disciples come to observe the ceremony. I just don't know if it's a true god or a heavenly god that's here. Fan Shang said, for an event in that Song God realm like the Sword Sect Assembly, The Tai Ching sword sect should send heavenly god realm experts. Lu Yiping's face was as usual. Not long after, the Phoenix Jiao who had left returned with a returning sword sect elder. Elder Zhang Feng, this is my master. After returning, Phoenix Jiao introduced Lu Yiping to the other party. When Zhang Feng, the elder of the Guiyuan sword sect, heard Phoenix Jiao say that the blue-shirted young man in front of him was his master, he could not help but be shocked, but he knew that Phoenix Jiao was a true god realm expert. Moreover, the body was a divine beast, the immortal golden phoenix, and it was able to subdue it. So the blue-shirted young man in front of him was a heavenly god? Zhang Feng asked tentatively. I don't know what the gentleman's name is? From which domain? Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping blandly said. We just entered the 9 heavens from the Hongyuan Plain. The eternal plane? The roads? Zhang Feng was puzzled. He exchanged pleasantries with Lu Yiping, then brought Lu Yiping's few people over directly towards the enrollment hall. Your ancestor is not here? On the way. Lu Yiping asked Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was stunned, not expecting this one from the Hongyuan Plain to suddenly ask about their ancestor. Well, the ancestor was invited by the ancestor of the Sumeru Buddha sect in the Taishu domain and went to the Taishu domain. Zhang Feng said, this matter wasn't a secret, so he didn't hide it. Oh, went to the Taishu domain. Lu Yiping frowned. Just then, all of a sudden, a bunch of commotion. The Tai Ching sword sect experts have arrived. In the crowd, I don't know who said. A large group of experts from the Guiyuan sword sect was then seen flying out of the main peak hall, obviously going to greet the experts from the Tai Ching sword sect. Seeing this, Zhang Feng also both clasped his fists sharply at Lu Yiping, Phoenix Jiao, and said, a few. Sorry, you guys wait for a while, I'll lead a few more to sign up later. I'll be back as soon as I go. Then he broke into the air and went to greet the Tai Ching sword sect with all the experts of the Guiyuan sword sect. Seeing that all the experts of the Guiyuan sword sect had come out in unison to greet the Tai Ching sword sect, the dragon-horned golden bull said, it seems that the Tai Ching sword sect has come with a big shot? If it wasn't for the arrival of a big shot, the Guiyuan sword sect wouldn't have so many experts to welcome them. A heavenly god expert should have come, Fan Sheng said. Although the sword sect assembly was grand, it wasn't enough to arouse the interest of an existence like the Dimensional Lord. Therefore, the Tai Ching sword sect would at most send heavenly god experts. Of course, even if it was a heavenly god, it would be enough for the Guiyuan sword sect to greet it grandly, just as the Guiyuan sword sect's experts were heading to greet them. In the distance, a large group of Tai Ching sword sect experts were flying this way, and this time, the leader of the Tai Ching sword sect was none other than Tai Ching sword sect's oldest ancestor, Wu Jinghua, an intermediate heavenly god expert. Behind Wu Jinghua, there was a group of Tai Ching sword sect's supreme elders and elders, 40 to 50 of them. The young master of the Luo family of the Hongyuan Plain, Luo Jie, and the young lady of the Luo family, Luo Tong, were clearly among them. Previously, at Luo Ning's birthday banquet, Chang Liang killed the old ancestors of the Tai Ching sword sect, Lin Yi and Yuan Yawa, and after that, the two of them, Luo Jie and Luo Tong, sent the corpses of Lin Yi and Yuan Yawa back to the Tai Ching sword sect. After sending the bodies of Lin Yi and Yuan Yawa back to the Tai Ching sword sect, the two of them were recognized by Wu Jinghua and taken in as disciples. So the two of them followed Wu Jinghua to the sword sect conference to practice and grow in knowledge. Wu Jinghua said to the two of them, tomorrow, at the sword sect assembly, you should observe the sword techniques of the disciples of the great sects of the Tsong God region attentively, especially the sword techniques of the 5 swords of the Tsong God region, which will greatly benefit your sword techniques. I heard that the Thunder Sword, one of the 5 swords, Prince Chu Xian, is still a descendant of Lord Chu Tong. Luo Tong spoke. Wu Jinghua nodded his head. This junior Chu Xian's swordsmanship is indeed good, and he is the top of the 5 swords. However, if we are talking about swordsmanship, the chief disciple of the Guiyuan sword sect, Sun Honyuan, is even a little bit higher than his swordsmanship. When we meet with Sun Honyuan, I will introduce you guys to each other. In these few days, you guys can ask for more sword techniques. The two men responded respectfully. After the battle of the Taihua Buddhist sect, Lu Yiping disappeared, not knowing where he went. Luo Tong suddenly said. Wu Jinghua said in a cold voice, he has offended too many people. Even if our Tai Ching sword sect doesn't kill him, the Golden Light Superior, and the lifeless sect of the Underworld's prison won't let him go. And since he killed someone from the Purple Extremity Demon Clan, the Purple Extremity Demon Clan won't let him go even more. He won't live long. Soon, Qiu Yu, the old ancestor of the Guiyuan sword sect, brought Sun Honyuan, the chief disciple of the Guiyuan sword sect, and a group of Taishan elders. The elders had arrived in front of Wu Jinghua. Today, Brother Gua and all of you from the Tai Ching sword sect have come. The Guiyuan sword sect is flabbergasted. Qiu Yu of the Guiyuan sword sect was the first to cup his fists and smiled. Wu Jinguo laughed. Brother Qiu Yu is polite. It is we who have come and disturbed your clan. Immediately afterward, Wu Jinguo introduced Qiu Yu, Sun Hongyuan and the others to Luo Tong, Luo Jie and a group of experts from the Taiqing sword sect. Luo Tong smiled at Sun Hongyuan and said, I've long heard that senior brother Sun Hongyuan's sword skills are outstanding and imposing. But today, when I see him, senior brother Sun Hongyuan is even better than the rumors. Sun Hongyuan laughed. Senior sister Luo Tong is flattered. The crowd was polite. Then, Xiao Bing of the Guiyuan sword sect, Sun Hongyuan and the others welcomed Wu Jinguo and the others into the Guiyuan sword sect. The crowd flew towards the main hall. God CQQ Book Group, 2610788471. Welcome friends who like the book into Chapter 103, The Guqin Rattles. Luo Tong looked at the disciples from various parties below who had come to attend the sword sect assembly and smiled at Sun Hongyuan. So many disciples have come to attend the sword sect assembly. Sun Hongyuan laughed. This sword sect assembly is the biggest event in the Tsang God region in recent years, and the number of disciples who have come to sign up for it has reached hundreds of millions. Luo Tong flattered. Senior brother Sun Hongyuan's sword skills are peerless. If senior brother Sun Hongyuan participated, the first place in the sword sect assembly would definitely be senior brother Sun Hongyuan's. Sun Hongyuan smiled at his words. Senior sister Luo Tong is flattering. Actually, there are countless sword Dao geniuses in the Tsang God region, and there are quite a few who have bested me. As the two of them talked and laughed, they followed Qiu Yu, Wu Jinguo and the others into the main peak of the Guiyuan sword sect. After a while, Elder Zhang Feng returned and apologized to Lu Yiping and Phoenix Jiu. Sorry, a few of you. Then he said, Let's go over and enroll now. Then he brought Lu Yiping's few people over towards the enrollment hall. The Taiqing sword sect has come with a big shot this time? The Longhorn Golden Bull casually asked. Zhang Feng nodded. This time, the Taiqing sword sect is led by elder ancestor Wu Jinguo, along with a group of Taiqing sword sect's supreme elders and elders. More than 40 people have come, adding, this Wu Jinguo old ancestor is a mid-heavenly god powerhouse with great strength. His Thunder Wind sword technique has been cultivated to the realm of Thunder Wind intermingling, and he once killed 3 major early heavenly god powerhouses in one move. Oh, I didn't expect that the Taiqing sword sect would come with such a powerful figure. The dragon-horned golden bull laughed. Zhang Feng hummed. With the strength of old ancestor Wu Jinguo, even an ordinary mid-heavenly god expert is no match for him. Several people entered the enrollment hall. There was Zhang Feng leading the way. So Fan Yulan, Fan Shang, 2 siblings didn't need to queue up and enroll directly. Afterwards, Zhang Feng arranged a place for Lu Yiping's few people to live. When will your ancestor return? Lu Yiping asked. When Zhang Feng saw Lu Yiping asking them about their ancestor again, his heart was strange and he said, this is not clear. However, the first place winner of the sword sect assembly is expected to receive an audience and guidance from the ancestor. So the ancestor should be back before the end of the sword sect assembly. The Longhorn Golden Bull saw that Zhang Feng was puzzled and said, this time, our master came over to meet your ancestor. Zhang Feng was stunned and laughed. Our ancestor? Now generally do not see outsiders. Not to mention you guys, even our Guiyuan sword sect patriarch lord and all the old ancestors want to see the ancestor are difficult. So, if you want to pay homage to our ancestor, I'm afraid you won't be able to. Lu Yiping smiled bashfully at his words. Really? Yes, not to mention you guys, even the current head of the Chu family would find it difficult to see the ancestor once. Zhang Feng nodded his head. Fan Yulan, Fan Shang, 2 people look at each other, are surprised. Earlier, the 2 road are not aware of the road in the mouth of the acquaintance is who? Is not the return of the sword ancestor Chu Tong adults? I just don't know what exactly is the relationship between Mr. Lu and Lord Chu Tong? Soon, Zhang Feng arranged a place for Lu Yiping's few people to stay. A 4-room courtyard with 6 rooms. When Zhang Feng left, Phoenix Jiu gave it a large handful of divine spirit stones. Zhang Feng politely postponed it for a while, then took it and left with a smile, and said that Lu Yiping, Phoenix Jiu and the others could look for him if they had any needs in the past few days. After Zhang Feng left, Fan Yulan curiously asked Lu Yiping, my lord, could it be that the acquaintance you are looking for is Lord Chu Tong? Aha! Lu Yiping nodded. Fan Yulan, Fan Shang, 2 people surprised. It is really Lord Chu Tong. However, the 2 were not in a position to ask Lu Yiping about his relationship with Chu Tong. There's nothing to do. Go out for a walk. After sitting for a while, Lu Yiping got up and said. Phoenix Jiu said, there's a plains bazaar in front of us. It's opened by the Guiyuan sword sect. It's the largest trading market in Qingyunfu. My lord, let's go over and take a look. Good thing too, Lu Yiping said. Thus, A few people went out of the courtyard and headed over to the plains bazaar that Phoenix 9 was talking about. Over the mountains, in less than 20 minutes, several people came upon a superb plain, and above the plains, the streets are lined with stores. There is no end to looking at it. This plains bazaar, completely without walls. Within the plains bazaar, the traffic was heavy and the people were as dense as ants. This is the Qingyang Plains Bazaar, Fan Shang marveled. It's so big. I've heard that treasures that can't be bought at the other chambers in the Sun God region can be bought here. There are even people who have found supreme treasures within this Qingyang Plains Bazaar. Phoenix Geo laughed. How can a supreme treasure be so easy to find? Lu Yiping. Several people entered the bazaar with the flow of people. As he passed a store, Lu Yiping stopped. The store, which was small and shabby, had a store plaque that read two words, small store. The plaque, however, was covered in dust, and the words little shop appeared a little blurry. A small store? Seeing the name of the store, the dragon-horned golden bull was dismayed. It can't be that small store back then, right? Back then, when he and Lu Yiping both entered the 9 heavens, they had also bought something from a store called Little Shop, and something had happened back then, so he remembered that Little Shop store fondly. Lu Yiping led a few people inside. The small store was not big, only tens of square meters, with all kinds of things piled up like clutter inside. An old table in the center of the small store, on which was placed an ancient zither, the body of which seemed to have been burned by something, and a number of places had been scorched black. Business seems to be bad. In the corner, an old man dressed like a boss is drowsy there. The old man saw Lu Yiping. Several people came in, got up and greeted Lu Yiping. Several people. I don't know what several people want to buy. Lu Yiping came before the guqin and spoke. Boss, how do you sell this guqin? The owner froze and laughed. My lord, we don't sell this guqin. Not for sale? Fan Yulan was surprised. Then you are putting it out there? Our master said that if someone can play this ancient zither, it will be given to him. The owner laughed. Moreover, anything in this store can be taken away at will. Fan Yulan, Fan Shang. 2 people stunned. Even the Phoenix 9 is also greatly surprised. Really? As long as you play this ancient zither? Fan Shang asked, a look of eagerness on his face. The owner laughed. Nice. Fan Shang cannot help but go up, hands on top of the guqin, and then to pull the strings. But let Phoenix 9, Fan Yulan. 2 people stunned is that the strings are not moving. Fan Shang's ancient emperor's power was activated, and the light of his hands surged. But no matter how hard he tried, he was never able to pull the strings of the zither. Each string seems to weigh 100 billion tons. Fan Yulan curiosity also went up to try. The same cannot be pulled. And finally, even the Phoenix 9 also went up to try. The same cannot be pulled. Lu Yiping stepped forward, placed his right palm on it and plucked it, and immediately, the sound of the zither exploded like heavenly thunder, and the entire Qingyang plain was shaken. A huge black dragon flew out from within the ancient zither, and the dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Chapter 104. I am unrivaled in the way of the zither. The experts from all sides of the Qingyang Plains Bazaar looked at the 1,000-foot black dragon high in the sky, and they were all startled by this heaven-shaking dragon roar. Thousands of feet of black dragon. The dragon's might was wild and violent, pressuring everyone to choke. What a strong dragon power. This is no ordinary black dragon. The king of the Black Dragon clan. The Black Dragon King. Only by possessing the bloodline of the Black Dragon King can one have such amazing dragon power. The plains fairgrounds. The crowds are in an uproar. Fan Yulan, Fan Shang, and Phoenix 9 were also dumbfounded as they looked at the black dragon high in the sky. The boss looked at the high-altitude black dragon in disbelief, and on top of his astonishment, he was unusually excited and incoherent. It rang. It even popped. Finally, someone popped a ringer. He looked at Lu Yiping as if he was looking at an absolute treasure, his eyes glowing. Lu Yiping blandly said, this qin is an ancient famous qin, the Black Dragon qin. There is the soul of the Black Dragon King inside the qin. In order to play this qin, one must first communicate the soul of the Black Dragon King. The boss said excitedly, that's right, that's what my master said. But he searched for many dragon masters and many zither saints, but he couldn't communicate with the Black Dragon King's soul within it. He looked at Lu Yiping. However, in order to play this zither, not only do you need to communicate with the soul of the Black Dragon King, but you also need to be proficient in the supreme zither path in order to do so, because on top of each of the strings of this zither, there are supreme zither paths engraved on it, and if you cannot be proficient in the supreme zither paths within these strings, you will be equally unable to pluck this zither. Fan Shang. A few people look carefully, only to realize that within each string, there are runes. These runes are extremely complicated. A few people see dazzling. Lu Yiping spoke. Since this zither has been sounded, the Black Dragon zither is now mine, and I can take whatever I want from this store, right? He looked to a broken sword in the corner. This black dragon chain is dispensable to him. If he were to have that broken sword, he would have found it when he entered the store. The boss choked as he smiled bitterly. This is natural. We set the rules and naturally won't go back on them. However, our master has a condition. The Longhorn Golden Bull sneered. Conditions? You didn't mention any conditions before. The boss blushed and said in embarrassment. I didn't think that your excellency could really play this chain earlier, so I didn't mention the conditions. Then he added, don't worry, if you find it difficult at that time, we won't force you. What conditions? Lu Yiping mused. The boss said, we still have to wait for my master to come. My master can only talk to you in detail. Lu Yiping came to the corner and took the broken sword stained with sand and dust in his hand. The broken body was slender, obviously a sword used by a woman. The sword was broken from the middle part. It should have been chopped off by other swords. The Longhorn Golden Bull looked at the broken sword with a shocked expression. It's the smoking water sword? Lu Yiping nodded. Smoky water sword. The sword worn by goddess Luoshui of the Northern Dipper Divine Palace back then. He didn't expect to see it here. But it's broken. This smoking water sword. Where did you get it? Lu Yiping asked the boss. The owner was puzzled. Smoke water sword? Shaking his head, he said, we don't know the name of this broken sword. Most of these things in the store are our master's family heirlooms. Oh, a family heirloom? Lu Yiping and the Longhorn Golden Bull were surprised. Yes. The boss nodded. Perhaps. Our master knows the provenance of this broken sword. Where is your master now? Lu Yiping asked. The owner hesitated for a moment and said, our master has gone to the Taishu domain. Another Taishu domain? The Longhorn Golden Bull muttered. The Taishu domain was one of the two major domains of the 9 heavens. Just then, a young man in colorful clothes walked in, followed by 2 guards in his wake. The young man came in and scanned the environment of the small store before his eyes finally landed on the black dragon zither. He wondered in amazement. Afterwards, he walked straight to the black dragon chain and stroked it with both hands, feeling the supreme Qin Dao in the instrument. The more excited and joyful his face became. Fan Yulan, Fan Shang, and Phoenix Jiu frowned when they saw that the young man came in and didn't ask Lu Yiping and the boss before stroking the black dragon chain with an agitated look on his face. This young man was obviously attracted by the sound of the zither and the soul of the Black Dragon King just now. Your honor is the boss? The young man suddenly opened his mouth to ask the boss, just in a tone that was condescending. I am. The owner nodded, already guessing what the young man was going to say. Sure enough, the young man said, this violin, how can I sell it? The owner shook his head. This chain now belongs to this gentleman. The young man looked at Lu Yiping, looked Lu Yiping up and down with scrutinizing eyes, and said, this zither, it's yours now? Seeing that the young man scrutinized Lu Yiping and his tone was condescending, the dragon-horned golden bull was offended and said, kid, do you have a problem with your ears or a problem with your brain? Didn't you hear the boss just now say that the chain is now my master's? Unbridled, the 2 guards behind the young man stepped forward and glared angrily. The young man raised his hand, stopping the 2 guards behind him as he looked at the dragon-horned golden bull, then said to Lu Yiping, what is the meaning of the chain painting sect under me? When the young man's words fell, whether it was Fan Yulan, Fan Shang, or the boss in Phoenix 9, they were all startled. The zither and painting sect, the Qinyu sect, the second largest sect in the 9 heavens, second only to the Kuanping divine sect, the zither and painting sect, the zither and painting sect, regardless of whether it was the way of the zither or the way of painting, it was the strongest sect in the 9 heavens. This young man, surprisingly, came from the Qin painting sect. The young man he opinion Fan Yulan. A few people reacted, and no surprise, he said to Lu Yiping again, you this piano, how to sell? Lu Yifan was expressionless. This zither of mine, it's not for sale, and you can't afford it. One of the guards behind he smiled coldly at the words, it's just an ancient zither that was burnt by the thunder fire. You really think it's a treasure? Not to mention such an ancient zither that was burnt by the thunder fire. Even if it's 10 or 100 of them, our young master can also buy them. The dragon-horned golden bull laughed coldly. Being scorched by lightning and fire? I've seen a lot of stupid people, but I've never seen one as stupid as you. You, the guard's face sank. He looked at Lu Yiping and said, this ancient Qin, should be the ancient famous Qin, fell in the hands of people like you who do not know the Qin road. That is buried this Qin. Rather than burying this Qin, you might as well sell this Qin to me. In my hands, this Qin will surely blossom and bring back the might of the ancient Qin. He's words caused the Longhorn Golden Bull to sputter with laughter. What are you laughing at? He frowned. In that case, you are peerless in the way of the zither? Lu Yiping said blandly. He proudly said, although I don't dare to say that my zither Dao is unrivaled. In the younger generation of the 9 heavens, There aren't many people whose zither Dao can match mine. Chapter 105, What is the real specialty? Lu Yiping saw that He Yi's proud look and blandly said, since your qin Dao is so high, as long as you can pull this qin is yours. He Yi was stunned, then smiled. Is that true? Of course, Lu Yiping said blandly. Seeing He Yi's delighted look, the boss opened his mouth and reminded, this zither is not so easy to pull. There is the soul of the Black Dragon King inside the zither, and there is a supreme zither path within the strings. He smiled confidently as he heard, I know that in order to pluck this zither, one must communicate with the soul of the Black Dragon King and then refer to the zither Dao within the strings. The guard behind him laughed. A few years ago there was an ancient zither, the same soul inside the zither. The same zither strings have the zither way. My young master can communicate with its soul and realize the zither way in it within a breath. This matter is easy for my young lord. He looked toward Lu Yiping, the dragon-horned golden bull. My young master's qin Dao has already entered the saints, so you'll just wait for your eyes to be opened. The owner was surprised. I didn't expect this EE in front of me since he was already in the 9th level of the qin Dao, the realm of the qin saint. In the younger generation of the 9 heavens, there were only a handful of people who had reached the 9th qin saint realm in the qin Dao. But what is the meaning of this? And why haven't I heard of it before? He commented on the boss's demeanor and laughed. Although my qin Dao has entered the saints, I have rarely shown it in front of it people, so it's normal that you guys don't know about it. This time, my senior sister and I were passing through the Tsang God region and heard about the returning Sword Sect conference, so we stopped by to take a look. Speaking of this, he placed his hands on top of the Black Dragon Qin, his hands surging with light, his entire body fluctuating with divine power, and this divine power unexpectedly condensed into a zither symbol. The zither symbols filled the air, condensing and not dispersing around his body. Good. The boss couldn't help but praise He when he saw that he had used his divine power to draw the power of heaven and earth while transforming the zither talisman. This hand alone is a testament to the depth of this He zither path. He's hands suddenly phantomed, and his hands were heavy with hand shadows. 1,000 stacks of hand shadows. The boss's eyes stared, regardless of whether it was alchemy or artifact refining. There were techniques, and the profundity of the techniques was related to the power of the alchemized Dan and artifacts. And with the piano and the painting, there are the same techniques. The 1,000 stacks of hand shadows is a very profound technique of the zither path. The sound of the zither played by this technique had a unique sound effect that was wonderful. He's divine soul seeped into the Black Dragon Qin, ditching and surging the soul of the Black Dragon King, comprehending the way of the zither therein, and the heavy shadow of his hand flicked down towards the strings of the zither. Everyone stared intently. The shadow of his hand bounced heavily on top of the strings. However, there was no expected ringing of the 9 heavens, nor was there the imagined black dragon's roar that shook the sky. Not a sound at all. Quietly, when the needle fell on the ground, there was still a bit of sound, but when He flicked it down with this hand, it was as if it had bounced into a bottomless abyss, and there was no reverberation at all. As for the wonderful sound of the piano, there is even less. He was stunned. The 2 guards behind him were staggered. He laughed. This zither is not bad. Surprisingly, even my 1,000-folding hand shadow could not play it, so it is worth taking seriously. The implication was that he hadn't taken it seriously just now. After saying that, his whole body surged with light and he waved his hands, and between his hands, a zither symbol flew out like a lotus flower. Lotus hand. Phoenix Geo was surprised. The lotus hand is a playing technique that is even more advanced than the 1,000-folding hand shadow. Legend has it that this lotus hand was passed down from the Buddhist world. Although Fan Yulan, Fan Shang 2 people are not refined Qin Dao, but also heard of the lotus hand is passed down many times of the Qin Dao 10 playing method. In the surprise of the Phoenix 9 people, He made a pinch finger lotus gesture with both hands and violently flicked down towards the Black Dragon Qin. At the same time, the power of his divine soul surged into the Qin with all his strength, ditching and surging with the soul of the Black Dragon King. When he popped his hands down, his hands were even blooming with lotus light. Its hands finally played on top of the Black Dragon Qin, just now also lotus light blooming hands. When playing to the strings, lotus light disappeared. The same did not imagine the thunder explosion. Black Dragon Ling Tian. Still no sound at all. Black Dragon Qin. No response. Didn't even move a muscle. The strings are as solid as the walls of chaos. The Black Dragon Qin is even more like the vastness of the dragon world, not moving the slightest bit. He froze. How could this be? He had clearly communicated with the soul of the Black Dragon King just now. He had clearly comprehended the zither path of the zither strings, plus the lotus hand. How could there still be no response? Impossible. With disbelief on his face, his lotus hand plucked at the Black Dragon Qin once again. The Black Dragon Qin still didn't react at all. On his face, there was no longer the previous lightheartedness and smile. After several times like this, his face was ugly, and he was even frantically plucking the black dragon sheen, and the power of his divine soul was also frantically catalyzed. Suddenly, within the black dragon sheen, a force recoiled out, and he, who was frantically bombarding the black dragon sheen, was shaken to the point that he tumbled and rolled outside the store. The chi and blood in his body surged, and a mouthful of blood spurted out as his throat heated up. Young lord, the two guards were startled and seized the door, scrambling to help he up. He only felt that his divine soul was as if it was about to split open, while the divine power in his body was in chaos. Just now he had crazily urged his divine soul power and the divine power in his body to bombard the black dragon sheen, and now that he was being counterattacked by the power of the black dragon sheen, his divine soul had already suffered a major trauma. Longhorn Golden Bull saw this, laughed. Did not you say that if this piano in your hands will be able to bloom brightly, reproduce the ancient Qin might, but also said that today's young generation, the Qin Dao can be comparable to you. There are not a few people. How come you can't even pluck a piano now? He sniffed and a mouthful of blood sprayed out again. The guard glared angrily at the Longhorn Golden Bull and Lu Yiping. Just now. It must be because you guys tampered with the zither that my young master was unable to pluck this zither. Otherwise, with my young lord's Qin Dao, there's no way I wouldn't be able to pluck this broken sheen. It must be you guys. That's why my young master was injured by the backlash of the power in the zither. Lu Yiping sniffed and placed his right hand on the black dragon sheen. His 5 fingers gently strumming as a zither sound like heavenly music continued to emanate from the zither. One could only see these zither sounds, transformed into a single rune, condensing but not dispersing inside the store. He and the two guards froze. At this time, the black dragon sheen suddenly shook and rang, only to see that the guard, as if hit by a heavy blow, was shaken and flew out backwards, not knowing how many miles he had flown. Lu Yiping's indifferent voice rang out. One's own Qin Dao is not skillful. One cannot play this Qin, but instead blames it on someone else's tampering. Ridiculous. He's face flushed green and red as he staggered to his feet and stared at Lu Yiping. I didn't ask for your honor's name. What name and school is it? Lu Yiping. No sect. Lu Yiping blandly said. No sect? He looked disbelieving. Impossible. That boss also looked disbelieving. Such a zither way. It's self-taught? How could it be? Lu Yiping blandly said. This Qin Dao is not my specialty. When I am idle and bored, I just practice occasionally. He and the boss were dumbfounded. Idle and bored. Practicing once in a while. You can practice such a zither? Also, such a zither path was not yet the specialty of the blue-shirted young man in front of him. So what's his real specialty? You can read it and vote for it. And if you don't know when it will be updated, you can set the update reminder button for this book. Chapter 106. I also want to meet this person. I'm not proficient in zither Dao. However, my senior sister is also in Xing Yunfu, so she will ask your excellency to teach her zither Dao at that time. He asked in a deep voice. Your senior sister is? The boss couldn't help but ask. Su Qiaoyin. He said a name. The boss, as well as Fan Yulan, and Fan Shang were all astonished. Goddess Su Qiaoyin. In the 9 heavens, the disciples of the super sects who were designated as the next sect master or successor to the sect master were called divine sons, or if they were female, they were called divine daughters. The divine maiden Su Qiaoyin, on the other hand, was the next successor to the sect of Qin and Painting's patriarch. Su Qiaoyin, being able to be designated as the next successor of the Qin and Painting sect master, her strength was beyond doubt, and the Qin Dao, even more so, was regarded as the first of the younger generation. Among the many superpowers in the 9 heavens, there were still some divine maidens who had been designated as heirs, and divine maiden Su Qiaoyin was definitely the most dazzling among the many divine maidens. It's also the most famous. That's why the boss, and Fan Yulan, Fan Shang were so surprised. Phoenix 9 left the 9 heavens for some years, but did not hear the name of this goddess Su Qiaoyin. But the boss, Fan Yulan, Fan Shang is like a thunderclap. That's right, my senior sister is none other than Su Qiaoyin. I am the youngest disciple of the zither painting sect leader, and Su Qiaoyin is my eldest senior sister. He spoke. However, I separated from my senior sister in the morning. My senior sister is not in the green cloud plains. When she comes over, she will come to ask your excellency to teach her the way of the zither. After saying that, with the help of his guards, he left the small store. I didn't expect him to be goddess Su Qiaoyin's junior apprentice brother. The owner of the small store looked at He's departing figure and marveled. This goddess Su Qiaoyin, her zither skills are very high? Phoenix Geo asked curiously. The owner of the small store nodded his head with a grave expression. Not bad. It is the first person of the 9 heavens zither Dao. Legend has it that this goddess Su Qiaoyin was born with a jade-clear zither heart. Jade-clear zither heart. Phoenix Geo was surprised. At this time, Fan Yulan said. There are too many legends about divine maiden Su Qiaoyin. Some say that she could read any zither sheet at the age of 3. At the age of 5, she was already in the 7th Qin master realm of the Qin Dao. At the age of 11 she was already in the 8th Qin zone of the Qin Dao. And at the age of 17 she was already in the 9th Qin Sheng of the Qin Dao. 17 years old. Zither Saint. Phoenix 9 was greatly shocked. The shopkeeper said, there are no immortals in the world. But some people say that goddess Su Qiaoyin has entered the realm of the Zither Immortal. What? The realm of the Zither Immortal. Phoenix Jiu was shocked as he looked towards Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping's face was calm. The realm of the Zither Immortal. The small shopkeeper nodded. Not bad. It is precisely the realm of the Zither Immortal. Speaking of this, he could hardly contain his excitement. Some people say that this divine maiden Su Qiaoyin is expected to surpass the Zither painting sect master and become the first person in the 9 heavens Zither Dao. Since this Su Qiaoyin's Qin Dao is so high, why didn't you guys find this Su Qiaoyin to pluck this black dragon Qin in the first place? Phoenix Jiu asked suspiciously. The owner of the small store squeaked. My master has a bit of a grudge against the Qin painting sect, so it's inconvenient to invite someone from the Qin painting sect. As for what the grudge was, the little shopkeeper didn't say, but by the looks of it, it should be more than just a bit of a grudge. Speaking of this, he turned his head to Lu Yiping and said, although your son's zither skills are high, if the goddess Su Qiaoyin asks for your advice, you must be careful. Lu Yiping hummed. After a while, Lu Yiping's few people left the small store. When he left, Lu Yiping took away the black dragon Qin and the smoky water sword broken sword. At the same time, Lu Yiping let Phoenix 9, Fan Yulan, Fan Sheng see what things in the store can take away. Fan Yulan, Fan Sheng each picked out a set of divine weapons, while Phoenix Jiu picked out a fire divine crystal. Lu Yiping told the owner of the small store to tell his master to come over to him if he returned. Afterward, Lu Yiping and the Phoenix 9 few people continued to wander around. Not long after Lu Yiping and Phoenix Jiu left the small store, within a certain luxurious mansion in Star River City, Chu Xian was entertaining the jade sword Chen Yuyen. However, in addition to Chen Yuyen, there was also a beautiful person who had fallen in love with the country, and this woman was none other than the goddess of the Qin and painting sect, Su Qiaoyin. Chu Xian laughed. Divine Lady Su came suddenly. If I had known that the Divine Lady was coming, Yu Yan and I would have greeted each other for 100 miles. Although he was the head of the 5 swords of the younger generation of the Tsang God region, if he was talking about fame and status, he was far from being able to compare to Su Qiaoyin. So the fact that Su Qiaoyin had come made him overjoyed. Su Qiaoyin smiled sweetly. My youngest junior brother and I were passing by and heard that the Guiyuan sword sect was holding a sword sect assembly, so we stopped by to join in the fun. I've heard that Chu Xian and Prince Chen Yuyan have also signed up for the sword sect assembly. With the two of you sword Dao, you will surely be able to win the first and second place in this sword sect assembly. Chu Xian, Chen Yuyan and the two of them sniffed and humbled themselves. There is one thing that I would like to trouble Mr. Chu Xian about. Su Qiaoyin said. Divine Lady Su, but please speak. Chu Xian hurriedly said. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it. Su Qiaoyin laughed. You're welcome, Mr. Chu. It's actually not that big of a deal. I've obtained a crippled formation diagram. I've used various methods and I can't fix the diagram. And many formation experts in my clan can't fix it either. I know that Lord Chu Tong's formation is absolutely unparalleled. So I would like to ask Lord Chu Xianyuan to help me introduce your grandfather and then take me to pay my respects to Lord Chu Tong. Other people might not necessarily be able to meet Chu Tong, but Chu Xian's grandfather, who was Chu Tong's brother, would still be able to do so if he were to introduce him. Chu Xian froze. This? He hesitated. If this is a matter that is difficult for Lord Chu Xian, then forget it. Su Qiaoyin said. Chu Xian mused. I can introduce Divine Lady Su to my grandfather, but I don't dare to guarantee that my grandfather will agree to take you to see Uncle Chu Tong. This is natural. Su Qiaoyin laughed. Right at this moment, Su Qiaoyin's letter talisman shook. She took it out and looked at it. She could not help but be dismayed. She smiled at Chu Xian, Chen Yuyan and said, I came over here this time with my youngest junior brother. My youngest junior brother's Zither Dao has already entered the Saints, but he just sent a letter talisman saying that he had met a Zither Dao expert in the Qingyang Plains. He said that this person's Zither Dao realm is far superior to his and has reached an extremely high realm. Then he told the story of how he was unable to play the Black Dragon Qin, while Lu Yiping was able to do so easily. Chu Xian, Chen Yuyan and the two of them were surprised. Su Qiaoyin's junior master's Qin Dao has already entered the Saint, and this person is surprisingly still far superior? I wonder who this person is. Chu Xian could not help but ask. Junior brother said his name is Lu Yiping. Su Qiaoyin said. Chu Xian, Chen Yuyan and the two of them were puzzled. Lu Yiping? The two of you don't know either? Su Qiaoyin was surprised. Originally, She thought that with this Lu Yiping Qin Dao, Chu Xian, Chen Yuyan too would know. Chu Xian shook his head. I've never heard of it. Then he asked, this person is still in the Qingyang Plains? Su Qiaoyi nodded her head, then got up and said, the matter of Lord Chu Tong. All trouble Prince Chu Xian. My youngest junior brother was injured by the power of that ancient zither's recoil, so I have to go over and take a look at it now. Chu Xian, Chen Yuyan and the two of them got up. Then I will accompany Divine Lady Su over there. Chu Xian said, I also want to meet this person. For days to go before it hits the shelves. Chapter 107, calling Elder Jiang Feng over here. Anyway, tomorrow is the Sword Sect Assembly, and I'm going over there as well, so I'll accompany Divine Mistress Su there as well. Chen Yuyan also said. When Su Qiaoyin heard this, she smiled sweetly and said, since that's the case, let's go over there now. I don't know if the two gentlemen need to prepare anything else. No need. Chu Xian laughed. A long sword is sufficient for the Sword Sect Assembly. Then he waved and juggled the long sword in his hand. Thus, Chu Xian, Chen Yuyan and the two of them accompanied Su Qiaoyin out of Chu Xian's mansion and came over towards the Guiyuan Sword Sect. Just as Su Qiaoyin, Chu Xian, and Chen Yuyan came over towards the Guiyuan Sword Sect, the news of the three of them coming to the Guiyuan Sword Sect also spread. Big news, the Divine Mistress of the Qin and Painting Sect, Su Qiaoyin, has come to the Guiyuan Sword Sect along with Chu Xian and the two gentlemen. Chen Yuyan. The news exploded. The experts from all parties who had come to the Sword Sect Assembly were talking. Goddess Su Qiaoyin, appearance of the world, but also in the younger generation. The Qin Dao unparalleled. Is the 9 days of the younger generation of all men in the heart of the object of adoration? How many young masters of worldly families had once traveled hundreds of millions of miles to the Qin and Painting Sect, wanting to see the goddess Su Qiaoyin without being able to do so? And now, knowing that the goddess Su Qiaoyin was coming and would have the honor of seeing her face, all the male disciples were excited. I also heard that goddess Su Qiaoyin came with her senior brother. However, her senior brother was competing with someone on the Qin and lost and was injured. What? There's more to this? Who is this man? I don't know who this person is, but Divine Maiden Su Qiaoyin will definitely invite this person to compete in the Qin competition again in order to save the face of the Qin Painting Sect. As the news spread, all the forces were even more lively in their discussions, and the news also reached the ears of Sun Honyuan, the chief disciple of the Guiyuan Sword Sect, as well as Luo Tong. Luo Jie. Goddess Su Qiaoyin is actually coming. Luo Jie was greatly surprised, although he hadn't entered the 9 heavens for a long time. He had heard all the rumors about Divine Maiden Su Qiaoyin like thunder. When Sun Honyuan heard the news, he was also shocked, and then laughed. If this matter is true, then we will have the blessing of ears. After the goddess Su Qiaoyin's Qin Dao has entered the saint, she hasn't competed with it again, and this time, we can listen to its immortal music. How fortunate, Luo Tong said. Has goddess Su Qiaoyin's Qin Dao really entered immortality? Sun Honyuan nodded. I'm afraid that he has already entered immortality. With an envious face, this realm, how many people seek but cannot? Then said, I just don't know who is the person who is comparing the Qin with her senior brother. Luo Jie laughed. This person should be unaware of her senior brother's identity. Now I'm afraid he's going to regret it to death, but it's an honor for him to be able to compete with goddess Su on the Qin. Even if he loses at the hands of goddess Su, he'll be able to carry his name in history. At this time, a Guiyuan Sword Sect disciple hurriedly came in and reported. Eldest senior brother. Divine Maiden Su as well as Thunder Sword Duke and Jade Sword Duke have already arrived. Several people in Sun Honyuan were surprised. So fast, Sun Honyuan said. Where has goddess Su arrived? It's already at the foot of the mountain. The Guiyuan Sword Sect disciple said. I heard that Divine Maiden Su was more seriously injured, and when she heard the news at that time, she and Thunder Sword Duke and Jade Sword Duke hurried over from Star River City. Sun Honyuan got up and said to Luo Tong. Luo Jie, let's go. Let's go out to greet goddess Su. A few people immediately went out of the great hall and came over towards the foot of the mountain. Just as a few people arrived, they saw Thunder Sword Chu Xian, Jade Sword Chen Yu *** with their mounts, accompanied by a luxurious riding car on the left and right. Inside the luxurious sitting car, there sat a stalk of skin that won the snow, beautiful eyes like a clear water, noble temperament, making people ashamed of themselves as a peerless beauty. It was none other than the zither and painting sect Su Qiaoyin, while Chu Xian, Chen Yuyan, and Su Qiaoyin's caravan. The back of the caravan was filled with people. Knowing that Su Qiaoyin had come, disciples from all sides swarmed to the caravan, following Su Qiaoyin's caravan step by step. Luo Tong and Luo Jie were startled when they saw the sea of people behind them that could not be seen at a glance, and it was then that the two of them truly felt Su Qiaoyin's terrifying influence. Senior brother Sun Honyuan, Chu Xian, Sun Yuyan and the two of them didn't dare to be arrogant when they saw Sun Hongyuan's arrival. They got off their sitting beasts and greeted Sun Hongyuan. Su Qiaoyin also stepped down from the luxurious sitting car. Sun Hongyuan of the Guiyuan sword sect has met Divine Mistress Su. Sun Hongyuan hurriedly stepped forward and addressed him first. Although he was the chief disciple of the Guiyuan sword sect, he was still quite a bit worse compared to Su Qiaoyin, the divine mistress of the Qin and painting sect. Su Qiaoyin laughed. So it's Prince Sun Hongyuan of the Guiyuan sword sect. Prince Sun Hongyuan is rich and handsome. Su Qiaoyin has heard about it long ago, but when I see it today, it's even better than the rumors. Sun Hongyuan smiled and was polite. At that moment, however, he saw several people walking through the crowd. The person who came was none other than the Qin painting sect He, eldest senior sister. He came over and saluted. Junior brother, how is your injury? Su Qiaoyin asked. He shook his head. I swallowed Master's heaven mending pill and I'm already much better. It was only then that Sun Hongyuan, Chu Xian, Chen Yuyan and the others realized that this young man dressed in colorful clothes and white and tender was Su Qiaoyin's junior apprentice brother. Afterward, Su Qiaoyin introduced He to Sun Hongyuan, Chu Xian, Chen Yuyan, and the others. After the introduction, He said, eldest senior sister, that person, I've already inquired about him. He is accompanying it to register for the sword sect assembly. They are now staying in the courtyard that the Guiyuan sword sect has arranged for their guests. He looked at Sun Hongyuan. As far as I've found out, their residence was arranged by Elder Jiang Feng of the Guiyuan sword sect, and it was also Elder Jiang Feng of your sect who led them to enroll directly. Sun Hongyuan and the others were staggered. Go and call Elder Jiang Feng over. Sun Hongyuan's face sank as he said to a Guiyuan sword sect disciple next to him. That disciple respectfully answered yes, turned around and left, and in a short while, he brought Elder Jiang Feng over. Jiang Feng was apprehensive all the way to Sun Hongyuan, not knowing what Sun Hongyuan had called him for. Although Sun Hongyuan was the chief disciple of the Guiyuan sword sect, his status and power was extremely high, comparable to many Taishan elders. Elder Jiang Feng, you led it people to enroll directly today? Sun Hongyuan questioned. Jiang Feng froze. Although it is not the rules of the clan to bring it people directly enrollment, but the queue to enroll this is just some small matter. How Sun Hongyuan also tube this kind of small matter? Sun Hongyuan introduced Su Qiaoyin to Jiang Feng. This is Divine Mistress Su Qiaoyin of the Qin and painting sect, and this is Junior Master Su Qiaoyin. Today, you led the people who signed up and injured Junior Master Su Qiaoyin. I heard that you also arranged for those people to live in the clan's courtyard. Jiang Feng's legs trembled. His face changed in fear, shaking his hand. Misunderstanding. I don't have any friendship with them. Not to mention I don't know about the fact that a few of them injured Goddess Su's youngest senior brother. If I knew that, I would never dare to still arrange for them to live in the clan's courtyard. Su Qiaoyin spoke to Sun Hongyuan. Prince Sun Hongyuan, you can't blame this elder for this matter. Then she said to Jiang Feng, take us there now. I want to meet them. Jiang Feng hurriedly answered yes. Thus, under Jiang Feng's leadership, Su Qiaoyin, Sun Hongyuan, Chu Xian, Chen Yuyan, Luo Tong, Luo Jie, and the others came over towards Lu Yiping's courtyard in great numbers. Chapter 108, What a Strong Sword Intent. At this time, within the courtyard, Phoenix Jiao was instructing Fan Yulan and Fan Shang in their swordsmanship. The dragon-horned golden bull then stood boredly in the courtyard watching the two siblings, Fan Yulan, practicing their swords, when suddenly, the dragon-horned golden bull approached Lu Yiping in the pavilion and laughed. Master, in this hot day, it is strange to be thirsty. Lu Yiping glanced at the dragon-horned golden bull and scolded with a smile. You foodie, you're thinking about that star chaos water, aren't you? The dragon-horned golden bull hemmed and hawed. The one who knows me is Master M.O. Listening to the dragon-horned golden bull bite his tongue, Lu Yiping laughed. Alright then, you will recite a poem in the name of the star chaos water. When the dragon-horned golden bull heard this, it instantly bitterly deflated its face. At this time, suddenly, footsteps surged outside, and Phoenix Jiao, who was instructing Fan Yulan and Fan Shang to practice their sword techniques, couldn't help but stop and look outside the courtyard. The longhorn golden bull yawned through the stone wall of the courtyard and said, Mother asterisk 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 her, I can't even take a sip of water if I want to. Old bull. As his words fell, he saw the courtyard door being pushed open by Elder Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng came in, his face didn't look good. He looked at Phoenix Jiao. His eyes had anger in them. Phoenix Jiao, what do you mean by this? Do you want to get me killed? Phoenix 9 frowned. Jiang Feng's anger was uneven as he said, You guys injured a disciple of the Qin painting sect today? Do you know that he is Goddess Su Qiaoyin's junior disciple? So what if I know? The dragon-horned golden bull blandly said. So what if you know? Zhang Feng exploded with anger as he said, right now Divine Maiden Su Qiaoyin as well as my senior brother Sun Hongyuan of the Guiyuan Sword Sect are all outside. So go out and explain yourselves clearly. Remember, when you explain later, don't say I'm related to you in any way. Then he took out all of the divine spirit stones that Phoenix Jiu had given him earlier and threw them back to Phoenix Jiu. This is your spirit stone. Phoenix Jiu's face sank. I, Su Qiaoyin of the Qin and Painting Sect, have come to pay a visit to your excellency. Please come out and meet me. Outside the courtyard, Qin Painting Sect Su Qiaoyin's voice rang out. Lu Yiping got up and blandly said, go out and take a look. Nor did he pay any attention to Elder Zhang Feng, and walked out of the courtyard with the longhorn golden bull, Phoenix Jiu, Fan Yulan, and Fan Shang, walking out of the yard. Fan Yulan, Fan Shang, two people see outside the black pressurized piece of human head, scared to death. The dragon-horned golden bull had taken on a human form that Luo Tong and Luo Jie could not recognize, but when the two saw Lu Yiping, they were like being struck by lightning. Their minds were blown, and they froze in place. The two men's eyes were filled with fear. The Qin fairy Gongzi, Lu Yiping, the one who injured goddess Su Qiaoyin's youngest brother was Lu Yiping. Liu Yiping came for 9 days. Sun Hongyuan, Su Qiaoyin, Chu Xian, and the others had all of their attention on Lu Yiping, the dragon-horned golden bull, so no one had noticed Luo Tong, Luo Qian, and the two of them reacting. On the contrary, Jade Sword Chen Yuyan was quite surprised to see Lu Yiping, the dragon-horned golden bull. Wasn't this the ones he had met at the restaurant who swept away a group of disciples from the Qi clan while holding a huge golden hair? The other party also said that the huge golden hair was 100 million heavenly spirit stones. When Sun Hongyuan saw Lu Yiping's few people come out, he scanned Lu Yiping's few people and finally his gaze landed on Lu Yiping and said in a cold voice, were you the one who injured senior brother He of the Qin Painting Sect? Senior brother He is an honored guest of our Guiyuan Sword Sect, and you are not welcome in our Guiyuan Sword Sect. Please also move out of our returning Sword Sect's courtyard. Also, apologize to senior brother He. The dragon-horned golden bull smiled at his words and said, a few broken rooms are just a few broken rooms. Still really think that master is rare to live in your broken thatched room. Then dug his earwax, kid, what the hell are you? And let us apologize to that little? Everyone was surprised. Sun Hongyuan's face sank. He's face became even more ugly when he heard the dragon-horned golden bull call himself a little. The longhorn golden bull added to Sun Hongyuan, this is none of your business. Get out of the way. Or else. Not to mention that you are some kind of chief disciple of the Guiyuan Sword Sect. Even if you are the patriarch of the Guiyuan Sword Sect, I won't be able to slap you to death. Fan not dead, meaning Fan half dead. The faces of all the experts of the Guiyuan Sword Sect who had followed Sun Hongyuan were all sunken. Bold, how dare you speak disrespectfully to my Lord Sovereign? A disciple of the Guiyuan Sword Sect rose up in anger and stabbed the long sword in his hand towards the longhorn golden bull. This Guiyuan Sword Sect disciple was not weak and was in the Great Emperor realm. At the Great Emperor realm, even in the Guiyuan Sword Sect, it was a key core disciple to cultivate. Such a disciple had the potential to break through the divine spirit realm. When this Guiyuan Sword Sect disciple stabbed at him, the longhorn golden bull didn't even look at him and said, sword come, only to see that the swords of the surrounding crowd were unexpectedly uncontrollable. All of them flew up and turned into a rain of swords, all of them bombarding that Guiyuan Sword Sect disciple. That Guiyuan Sword Sect disciple was blasted and smashed hard into the crowd. And when he landed, his entire body was covered in 1,000 sword holes. Everyone was dumbfounded. What is this? Sun Hongyuan looked at the dragon-horned golden bull and his face sank. Words follow laws? When the laws of heaven and earth are realized at a certain level, one can control all things in heaven and earth to attack. And this is the law of words. The longhorn golden bull didn't explain much when he heard that the other party mistook his words just now. All Guiyuan disciples set up the Guiyuan sword formation to kill this Feng. A Guiyuan sword sect elder looked angrily at the dragon-horned golden bull and said to the crowd of Guiyuan sword sect disciples at the scene, you guys are no match for him. Sun Hongyuan spoke, it's better for me to do it. After saying that, he stepped down from the seated beast with an extra long sword in his hand. Seeing that Sun Hongyuan was about to make a move, Chen Yuyan said, Big brother Hongyuan has not made a move for many years. I wonder what realm Big brother Hongyuan has reached in his sword Dao now. Chu Xian spoke, Big brother Hongyuan's sword Dao is far superior to mine, and has already surpassed the sword of time and space. What? The sword of transcending time and space? Sun Yuyan was shocked. You're saying that Big brother Hongyuan's sword Dao has now entered creation. Above the heart sword was the sword of time and space, and above the sword of time and space was the sword of creation. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard that. The sword of creation is extremely difficult to comprehend. And even many of the older generation of sword Dao experts in the 9 heavens are extremely rare in being able to comprehend the sword of creation. Even Su Qiaoyin exclaimed. I didn't realize that Prince Sun Hongyuan's sword Dao had already entered the realm of creation. In time, Mr. Sun Hongyuan's fame will surely shake the 9 heavens. Su Qiaoyin seldom opened her mouth to praise it. But the public said directly that Sun Hongyuan's future fame will be able to shake the 9 heavens domains. Sun Hongyuan came to stand a few meters away from the dragon-horned golden calf. He gazed at the dragon-horned golden calf. The whole person and the heaven and earth as one. Sun Hongyuan obviously stood there. But the crowd had the illusion that Sun Hongyuan seemed to have disappeared and seemed to be transformed into the heaven and earth. However, the long sword in Sun Hongyuan's hand was blooming with an amazing light that dazzled the world and grew stronger and stronger, illuminating the surrounding heaven and earth. And in the end, the entire mountain peak was enveloped by the sword's aura. The other clan experts who hadn't come were surprised by the sword awnings. Such a strong sword intent, such a sword chi, such a sword aura. Who is it? Could it be a certain old ancestor of the Guiyuan sword sect who has struck? And inside the main hall of the Guiyuan sword sect, the Guiyuan sword sect's old ancestor Qiuyu was laughing and joking with Wu Jingguo of the Taiqing sword sect, and they both stopped when they sensed this astonishing sword chi.